100 years ago, after the revival of spirit qi, it became the most fundamental energy in the world. Under the influence of spirit qi, living creatures evolved into two directions. One was a wild, ancestral regression, which enhanced their physical power. The other was spiritual mutation, which focused on energy-based attacks. And in turn, humanity developed various spirit qi professions like spirit beast observer and spirit beast material analyst. Someone was leisurely scrolling through his phone. He received a question about what to do if someone got bitten by a ghostly thorn bristle spider. This silver-haired guy who was resting on his bed answered the question. He told the one asking not to panic and to drink plenty of hot water, lie down in a well-ventilated area to prevent the body from stinking. A paw reached out to this guy. The creature complained that it was hot. This creature was named Smarty, and he was a 100 questions beast. He complained to this silver-haired guy named Lin Yuan that it was so hot. He climbed Yuan's head because he heard that it was cooler up high. But Yuan looked at him like he was dumb since his head wasn't that much higher. Smarty opened the window. He became so happy when the breeze blew. In that building, Yuan did some chores. Yuan was 18 years old, and he was an owner of a small spirit creature shop. Although the people of the world could use spirit qi to promote the growth of living creatures, for him, it's like an impossible fairy tale. He had been frail since he was a child, and he had been completely unable to sense the existence of spirit qi since he was 8. He can't improve his physical condition with spirit qi like a normal person, let alone contract with high-grade spirit creatures. He checked a species called Lily Loira. It was of normal grade, and its quality was from normal to low-grade spirit creature. He realized that blocking the light with a cloth wasn't enough. The weather's too hot, and there was no way to cool things down. Smarty saw that Lily Loira was about to wilt. As the lowest-grade healing type spirit plant, it was just not competitive. It was even worse than the green creeper vines used for fodder. In the world since the spirit qi revival, all spirit creatures were divided by grade and quality. Anything below copper grade was considered low grade. Almost no one was willing to spend resources raising low-grade spirit creatures, because by comparison, high-grade ones were much easier to evolve. Just like how in the last 100 years, no one has ever heard of 100 questions about evolving. A flying bird-like creature named Yin Yin arrived to deliver Yuan's medicine. The species of this creature was a sound bird. He thanked Yin Yin for it. With a body as weak as his, just contracting with low-grade creatures like Smarty and Yin Yin left him dizzy for 2 weeks, let alone sensing spirit qi to raise them and help them level up. An hour later, they looked bored. Smarty asked if humans loved to sleep in because there was still no one on the street. Yuan asked what he was talking about. He decided to call everyone's attention by telling them that they have green creepers. A little girl holding a cat was with her mother, and they passed by. She noticed the 100-question beast, just like Keiki, the one she's holding. Smarty welcomed them and offered green creepers. Keiki commented that Smarty's fur was so dry and gray that it was obviously a leftover. It couldn't be compared to her. Naturally, Smarty was offended. He argued that they were of the same species. He challenged her with rock, paper, scissors if she had the guts. Yuan told him to calm down. Also, there was no way they could play rock, paper, scissors with those paws. He suggested a walk to cheer him up instead. They left, since it's not like they have any customers anyway. Smarty suggested that they buy meat. He tries to justify it by saying that if he eats a few more braised pork, he'd definitely get smarter and he wouldn't have lost. Yuan looked like he was holding back his laughter. Yin Yin tried to cheer up Smarty by telling him that even though he wasn't as smart as the other 100 questions beast, he's cheap. Smarty replied that hearing that made it worse. Yuan felt bad that he couldn't sense spirit qi. Smarty yelled at him to look at his left. To his surprise, there was a blunt, armored pig. He wondered what it was doing near the park. He thought that something happened at the farm. Smarty, while drooling, attacked this wild mountain of braised pork that had appeared. Yuan grabbed him since he's just going to get himself killed. He couldn't possibly beat it. He noticed that it was angry. By nature, they were very gentle creatures. Normally, what Smarty did shouldn't have made it furious. He ran as fast as he could as the blunt armored pig chased after them. Yuan was feeling more tired than usual. Smarty noticed his breathing and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, he tripped. He hugged Smarty tightly to protect him. Yin Yin, despite being obviously scared, protected him. Smarty, too. He was ready to face this braised pork. Yuan could feel that he's about to pass out. He told them to run. Unexpectedly, his consciousness was transported. Someone called his name. He saw a large copper bracelet. He recognized it. It was the copper bracelet that he lost when he was 8. It disappeared after his blood got on it. The light traveled towards his wrist. As the bracelet glows brightly, Yuan starts feeling a familiar sensation. It was the spirit key. He hasn't been able to feel it since he was 8, and now it was back. He wore the bracelet on his wrist. He got up. Smarty, who was being chased by the blunt armor pig, saw that he had woken up. Yin urged him to think of something. But even with that little bit of spirit key, there wasn't enough time to do anything. His wrist glowed, and so is Yuan's left eye. He saw a status window of this blunt-armored pig. Its name is Zai, it was a normal grade level 3, and a defense type with a normal domain quality. He could see the information quickly, and seeing that it was at level 3, he got worried because Smarty and the others weren't even level 1. He told Smarty to dodge since it was going to attack from the right. But it wasn't enough. Even if he barely dodges, the gap in their strength was still too big. He needed more power. He wished that the bracelet was contracted to him. Yin unleashed sound waves as revenge for hurting Smarty. Yuan noticed that the light was the same as the one on Yin. Smarty and Yin's bodies glowed. Yuan thought they were evolving because of the bracelet's power. The blunt-armored pig roared loudly. Smarty tried to hold on so he wouldn't be blown away. He asked Yin how the pig's voice was louder than her. Yuan knew that even if they were evolving, the gap between level 1 and level 3 was still too big. He's aware of the pig's weak point, though. Smarty expressed that the braised pork was too strong. Yin asked Yuan on what they should do. He instructed Yin to sing to get its attention. Any notes would do as long as it was loud enough. She gave her best, and her off-tune affected the pig. Luckily for Yuan, she was immune to this after being a sparring partner for over 400 times before. The pig turned its attention to Yin and started chasing her. She realized that she had become a substitute for Smarty. Yuan instructed her to turn and attack its eyes because if it can't see, it would stop. Yin was about to use a move. Her body glowed, but it didn't push through. She finds it strange that she can't use that move anymore. Yuan's spiritual power ran out at the worst time. He begged the bracelet to hold on a little longer. Yin felt the energy coming back, so proceeded on attacking. She guided her feathers to cover the pig's eyes. While the pig shook off, it was Smarty's turn. Smarty dashed towards it. He targeted a specific area on the pig, and that was its nose. The pig ran to retreat and accidentally hit Smarty, and that made Smarty dizzy. He confirmed with Yuan if they had won. Yuan, who was barely holding himself up, replied yes. They were amazing at chasing it off, and then he lost consciousness. Yin and Smarty got alarmed. The pig ran as fast as it could, but it suddenly stopped when someone blocked its path. There was a man in a wheelchair and a beast on his lap, and he was being assisted by a woman. He wondered why there was a blunt-armored pig there. The woman's eyes widened. When she saw the feather from the pig, she was able to recognize it from the little one at Yuan's house. She told old Li that she's going to leave the blunt-armored pig to him while she goes to find Yuan first. He told her to hurry up and go. Li's eyes turned red as he borrowed the power of his beast. Yuan's consciousness was back at that place again. He had lost count of how long he's been walking there since he had dreamed it. It was the place where the bracelet was. He thanked it for sharing its spiritual power to him in times of crisis. As if it was responding, the bracelet glowed brightly. Yuan estimated that the place was about 40 to 50 square meters. He wondered if that was the so-called internal space of a spirit creature. He asked if it was its ability. Yuan checks the status screen of his spirit creature, Mobius, an unknown species at normal grade level 1 with spatial and mystic attributes. Mobius has 2 basic skills: true data, which extracts hidden information beyond what the eye can see, and calm mind, a passive skill that stabilizes the spirit and can resist negative statuses as it levels up. Yuan already knows the power of true data, and he suspects calm mind may have formed from helping Yin practice her singing. He was surprised to see that it has an exclusive trait. Usually, only those that have reached bronze rank have them. A normal grade having an exclusive trait led him to think that it could be a legendary divine treasure or a fantasy breed. Mobius possesses unique traits. It can house spirit creatures whose initial level cannot exceed its own. It only levels up when the housed creature does, and copies that creature's initial skill without gaining new ones upon leveling, and each rank advancement increases its housing capacity by 1. After reading that, he realized that it could only form a contract with a level 1 normal grade spirit beast, and Mobius could only level up after he raised it. To contract 1 more, he had to raise a level 1 spirit beast until it advanced to a rank which was level 10. Raising low-rank spirit beasts was already incredibly expensive. At this rate, even someone with a fortune would be broke in minutes, not to mention how broke he was at the moment. He tried to think of it positively since it was better than nothing. At least he could feel spiritual power now. And maybe in the future, there would be a chance to turn things around. Suddenly, he heard someone ask the doctor why he wasn't waking up when it's already been half a day, and the diagnosis was just mental shock and some weakness. Yuan recognized that voice to be Auntie Jiang from next door. He realized that it was time for him to get out. When he woke up, Yin Yin was pecking on him while Smarty was slapping him to wake him up. He got up and told them that he was fine. He asked why they were so worried that they couldn't even speak properly. Auntie Jiang was relieved to finally see him awake. The doctor informed him that his auntie was worried sick. He was given another checkup just in case. Yuan replied that it wasn't necessary, but Auntie Jiang pointed out that he was unconscious for almost 10 hours. She lectured him to get treated if he's sick, especially if he doesn't want a small illness to turn into a big one. He had no choice but to agree and lay back down. Uncle Lee and Auntie Jiang from next door had always taken good care of him and his little sister, but he deemed not to tell her yet about forming a contract with Mobius. When the doctor used its beast, the data was displayed to Yuan. The spirit creature was a cleansing vimbacarp under the species Cyprinini/Cryprinus. It was an elite grade level 4 water-type elite quality creature. It has 2 skills. The first one was the tail sweep, where it leaps up and strikes with its tail. The second one was cleanse. It gently absorbs nearby mental trauma to help soothe abnormal mental states. As expected of an elite grade, it had such a rare skill. The doctor declared that everything was fine. Then he headed out since he has a wife waiting at home for dinner. The red and white beast of old Li brought them dinner. Li made that nutritious meal just for Yuan, but Auntie Jiang didn't force himself to eat it. But of course he wouldn't dare. Smarty and Yin Yin got excited because it smelled good and it was braised pork. When he saw the rabbit, he remembered how it has always been pretty mysterious. It was not as lively as other terror rabbits. His curiosity made him take a look, but all its details were all just question marks. He realized that it wasn't a terror rabbit at all. After recovering, Yuan went out to jog. He was already out of breath. He had been jogging for an hour every day since he got out of the hospital. It was still intense for him. Since he doesn't have any spirit chi, he had to build his body up from a young age. He should also probably give up on combat professions and consider a life-type one. Uncle Lee and Auntie Jiang had bought vegetables, and on their way back, they saw him. Uncle Lee asked if was up early for a workout. He replied that he was trying to stay healthy. Yuan used his skill to Uncle Lee, and it showed him details of bone-devouring worms. Its source was a worm of rotting bone, and it was at platinum rank or higher. It has a biological toxin element which causes mental curse. The rotting bone silkworm burrows into flesh and sacrifices itself to form a bone-devouring gangrene. Uncle Lee sealed such a potent toxin in his leg for years. It led him to conclude that he must be at least king grade. If that was the case, he speculated that Uncle Lee's beast must have been injured too and was taking that form to recover. What was certain was Uncle Lee had been hiding some serious power. They told him to call them if he needed anything. Yuan told them not to worry much about him. They had been taking care of him since then, so it made him want to know if there was a way to heal Uncle Lee's injury, and if he could do it. He changed his clothes and went to his shop. The first beast there was the green creeper under the Hexastar family creepvine subgroup. It was at normal grade level 1, a grass type and of normal quality. He was surprised to see that it turned into an elite one when it was just normal quality yesterday. He realized that his spirit ki was leaking out. He was channeling it into spirit creatures, making them absorb it and evolve. He tried to raise the difficulty and make the green creeper a healing type Lily Loera. The beast changed form, and when he checked, it had become a Lily Loera under the Crassulaceae family, Ionium genus. It was at elite grade level 1, a wood type, normal quality, and it has the skill heal where it recovers external injury and the skill fragrance where its volatile, crisp, grassy scent could relieve tension. He was glad that it worked. With its skill now, it was at least 10 times more valuable. He called out to Smarty and Yin Yin to take a look at it. Yin Yin happily announced to him that they had leveled up. He checked their stats, and Smarty, the 100 questions beast under the Felidae family, sapient cat genus, is at normal grade level 2. This creature is a psychic type with normal quality skills. His skill was precise memory, which could accurately remember every last detail when memorizing things. Smarty proudly states that he used to be able to remember 1 piece of braised pork, but now he could remember 30. Then he checked Yin Yin's stats. She's a sound bird under the warbler family, song lover genus. and she's at normal grade level 3, a sound-type creature with normal quality skills. She demonstrated how her singing had improved so much. Yuan was so happy. He claimed that he had found his golden finger, and they're going to be rich. Then he realized that it was more than just getting rich. Evolving a spirit creature was incredibly difficult. Aside from the very few creatures that evolve naturally, most require a creator to use vast amounts of precious materials and medicines just for a chance at evolving a spirit creature that has reached its threshold. And yet, he could do it all by himself. He realized that it was an unbelievable ability. Countless people would kill for it. One wrong move, and as the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Yuan was aware that he can't protect himself yet, so he took a mental note not to let this secret out. To use this ability safely, he has to become a creator, step by step. Using that profession as a cover was the only way to stay safe in the long run. Otherwise, he'll just be asking for trouble. He was deep in his thought that he didn't notice the phone ringing until Yin Yin and Smarty pointed it out. He remembered that someone would come for her to contract her first beast creature. It was Xiao Shui. She asked how he was feeling. He replied that he's feeling much better than before. He was planning on cleaning the backyard too. That surprised her. She got worried because he doesn't have any spirit key to back him up. She told him to leave the backyard alone until she gets home. He assured her that it was nothing major since just a bit of tidying up. He told her not to worry. He reminded her of their promise, that she would study hard at school and not waste her talent. She replied that she already knows. And she was determined not to let him down. At school, class was in the next 2 days, and they'll be contracting their first spirit creatures. It was an important event. While a spirit creature's quality and grade were crucial, the spirit Kwai professional's own level also affects its performance in battle. For combat professions, the compatibility range also differs for each type. If they choose a spirit creature that doesn't align with their own affinity, it would be very difficult to form a contract, and they could even suffer damage to their mental power. Even for life-type professions like artisans or weavers, they need a deep, long-term understanding of spirit creatures to be able to fuse spiritual materials together. What's more, their class was geared toward training combat-type professionals, so synergy between their spirit creatures was something they must consider very carefully. The class was dismissed. Shui was told to stay behind for a moment. The teacher asked her if she wanted to reconsider the spirit creature that she's contracting. She's aware of her family situation, but her talent was exceptional. The Federation's 100 Sun selection was coming up, and she was advised not to let this opportunity pass her by. She became gloomy after that. Meanwhile, at home, Yuan was glad that he was done. He upgraded 300 Lily Luaras to elite grade. It should be worth at least 20,000 Federation coins. With this, he'd be able to buy a high-grade spirit creature for Zui to contract. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was from an unknown number. He thought it was a new customer. The timing was perfect because he was about to call it a day. He asked who that was. The person on the other line raised her tone as she asked if he was Yu's guardian. He was told that Yu plans to contract a gray beetle. She had an exceptional talent, and that would be a waste. A gray beetle was a normal grade spirit creature that can be bought for 200 coins. It was extremely aggressive. Its skills were worthless. And, basically, no one contracts them. They're only good as feed for high-grade insectivores. The teacher informed him that Zhu's affinity range covers all defense-type spirit creatures. There were probably only a few people in all of Violet Thorn City with that kind of talent. She demanded that the Guardian prepare an elite-grade defense type for her first contract spirit creature. He replied that he understood and thanked her. He promised to send a suitable spirit creature to the school within the next 2 days. For an elite grade, he would need to get at least 100,000 Federation coins. He was short on time. He had to upgrade all those normal grade green creepers to elite grade, and then sell them to get a top-tier elite grade defense-type spirit creature for Xiao Shui. The next day, Yuan looked like a zombie after a whole night of spirit key transmission, but he was glad he managed to finish on time. The spirit creature market was a sketchy place, so he covered up even the bracelet just in case. He asked Smarty if he was really sure that he wanted to come along. Smarty replied yes, and his statement, "A good Smarty was a Smarty that guards the house," doesn't work on him anymore. Besides, haggling was one of the duties of a 100 questions beast. Yuan had noticed that Smarty had gotten stubborn and disobedient since he evolved. The ride had arrived, and the driver told the passengers to wait behind the yellow line. The bus was drawn by a spirit creature horse. The bus looked different from what Yuan knew. Smarty replied that it was because he was reading history books and not a modern transportation guide. A century after the Spirit Key revival, all sorts of spirit creatures have replaced some of their old steel machines. The driver told them to hold on tight, then they sped off. It was really fast and Smarty fell out of the window. Fortunately, Hao was able to grab him. The driver asked Yuan if he's heading to the spirit creature market too. If so, he picked a good day for it. Yuan asked why. The driver asked if he hadn't seen the news. A couple of days ago, a dimensional rift opened up about 30 miles outside Zia County. It took the Violet Thorn Guards 2 full days and nights to hunt down all the aberrant insects that poured out and get the situation under control. They say a squad of Violet Thorn Guards were still stationed nearby. The rift happened to open right next to a spirit creature breeding base. The creatures were either killed or injured, and few of the employees who escaped were selling the remaining injured ones at the market. Now they knew how that blunt-armored pig got out. The driver told him that a bunch of blunt-armored pigs escaped, and he managed to snag one for a cheap price yesterday. He shared that once it was served on the table, his whole family dug in and they hung up the rest to cure. Yuan replied that he's amazing, and he requested to be dropped off at the intersection closest to the stall. It was great since critically injured and disabled spirit creatures definitely won't be too expensive. There were bargains to be found. Moments later, Yuan got there and looked around. Smarty told him to leave the rest to him. He asked what kind of spirit creature they were buying and their budget. Yuan replied that it would be a defensive elite-grade spirit creature, and for the price, it would be around at least 100,000 Federation coins. Smarty was shocked because they only have less than 20,000 in savings. He planned to trade the Green Creeper and Lily Loera that he upgraded last night. A normal-grade Green Creeper costs anywhere from 1,500 to 3,000, so even if they trade 20 of them, they are still short on money. Some plants caught his attention because it seemed like they were calling out to him. He can now clearly sense the instinctive approach and rejection from other spirit creatures. The lighter the glow, the more friendly the aura. He noticed the clear pond carp, nether orchids, snow lilies, 1,000 jade hands. He wondered if his affinity range really that wide. He had a high affinity for healing and support types, and plant-type spirit creatures were instinctively drawn to him. Zhu's affinity was with defensive types. Smarty showed him something. The seller's price was at 80,000, but Smarty haggled it to 10,000 until the seller's final offer was 60,000, and Smarty insisted on 20,000. The spirit creature that was being negotiated was a tough-hide rabbit from the species Leporidae rodentia. It was an elite grade level 1, a defensive type, normal quality, with a skill called Hardened Hide, which makes it grow a tough keratinized shield over its skin to block damage. Yuan apologized to the seller for Smarty's reckless behavior. Smarty was displeased because he would have gotten it for 20,000 if he had just kept haggling. Yuan whispered to him and suggested that they shop around first. The next thing they checked was a land tortoise from the species Tetsudinidae, Geoshalone, a normal grade level 3 defensive type with normal quality. Its skill was called Enlarge, where it increases its body size, retracting its head and limbs into its shell to help block damage. Yuan assessed that the grade was too low, and he doesn't have time to level it up. Smarty added that it moves slowly, too. After that, they saw the phantom clawfox from the Vulpidae/Golosus species. It was an elite grade level 1 defensive type at normal quality. It has the skill called Rollout, which curls its body into an arc and moves by rolling, blocking damage with its spirit-packed sound. It wasn't much different from the rabbit. Smarty added that it wouldn't be able to protect Shui because it's shy. Smarty suggested considering the tough-hide rabbit again. Yuan wanted to keep looking because he had to be really careful about this. After looking around, he was at the last one. It was a coiled horn sheep under the Caprini ovis species. It was an elite grade level 7, rock type, at perfect quality. It has the parry skill in which it uses its large horns to block and defend. Also, its horn assault slams into a target with its large horns. From the herd, Yuan saw a perfect quality youngling, and it even has a control-type spirit beast skill. It has everything the other has except for horn assault because in place of that, it has the shock horn instead. This allows it to strike a target with vibrating horns, causing paralysis through high-frequency vibrations. Yuan wanted to buy it for 100,000. The man told him to wait because he'll call his wife to check. Smarty told Yuan that he checked the prices online yesterday, and a coiled horn sheep was only about 50,000. Even a rare one would be 90,000 at most. He was acting like a nouveau riche behavior with his offer. Yuan explained that he was just showing sincerity. He commented that Smiley was still green when it came to haggling, The seller gave him 120,000 Federation coins as the last prices. Both Yuan and Smarty think he was a ripoff. Yuan felt sad because there were no other defensive spirit creatures left. If that was the case, it might come down to paying the overpriced coiled horn sheep. Suddenly, a seller announced that the spirit beast meat was all sold out. The buyers could see more heavily injured spirit beasts, and they suggested that he butchers them. Yuan's eyes sparkled when he heard about the heavily injured spirit beasts. Smarty reminded him that it wasn't the time to be thinking about braised pork. The man felt sorry for those poor creatures inside, and to the buyers that he kept waiting. He encouraged them to take a look. There were only 3 left, so he promised them that if they buy them, they would definitely be guaranteed a profit. Most of the people left because they wanted a butchered one already. They had no idea how to heal them and the money to hire a creator, so they weren't interested. Yen went to the front, and the seller informed him that he's too late since they were all sold out and the stall wouldn't be selling beast meat anymore. He clarified that he wasn't there to buy meat, but instead, he'd like to see the spirit beasts inside. Yuan noticed that the boss looked unstable, so he thought that if he negotiates it now, he might just be kicked out. But he's different now. He has the skill Calm Mind, and seeing how the seller calmer now, it looked like it took effect. The seller told him that he's not that old and he could just call him Brother Yang. There were 3 heavily injured spirit creatures inside, so he took them there. He showed them to the web-spraying spiders. They looked healthy enough from the front, but their abdomens have been torn open. At that rate, they won't last more than 2 days. Smarty complained that it stinks. This web-spraying spider was under the species Araneomorphi/Aranidi. It was a normal grade level 10, poison type, perfect quality spirit creature. It has the skill called Lay Thread, where it spits out sharp, hard-to-see, spider silk along its path of movement. It also has a poison net, which sprays a web net laced with toxins. Yuan knew that if it weren't for the dimensional rift, they would have become a copper-rank spirit creatures in no time, so they were a great find. If they weren't injured, they would probably sell for 300,000 Federation coins on each star net. The seller told him that support-type spirit creatures with control and poison abilities could sell for even higher, but now he'd be lucky to get 150,000 Federation coins for both of them combined. Yuan expressed that he wanted to buy those 2 web-spraying spiders, but he doesn't have enough money on him, so he suggested trading them for spirit creatures. Brother Yang shared that after he's done with that batch, he's planning to open another spirit creature breeding base and start over from scratch, so he might not necessarily need the spirit creatures that he's offering for trade. Deep inside, he realized that kids would always be kids, and he had his hopes up for nothing. Yuan asked if he would change his mind if they were elite-grade green creepers. The seller asked if he wanted to trade elite-grade green creepers. He checked what the quality was. Yuan was confident in their quality. He encouraged him to come to his place and inspect them first. Brother Yang knew that elite-grade green creepers were priceless. Anyone willing to sell them usually asks for double the market price. He showed Yuan the last spirit creature that they have left. They poured their hearts and souls into that one. It was a rhino rock ox under the species Bovidae/bison, an elite grade level 10 earth type. It was of epic quality. It has the skill called Rock Horns, where it coats horns in rock and launches a reckless, self-sacrificing charge. The other skill was called Sacrifice, wherein, when its contractor is harmed, it willingly takes on a share of the damage. Yuan's eyes glimmered when he saw that. He asked how much it was being sold for. It was a good choice since it was an epic quality creature that was about to reach copper rank, and it's a defensive type. Perfect for Shu. Brother Yang asked him if he's serious since his condition wasn't good. He replied that it was perfect. He suggested buying it at 200,000 Federation coins. Brother Yang asked him if he has a way to heal the rhino rock ox. He considered that the kid had a creator backing him. Brother Yang confirmed with Yuan if he's going to take all of those 3 in exchange for the elite grade green creepers. Yuan assured him that the green creepers won't disappoint him. Smarty seconded that Yuan doesn't lie. Brother Yang believed him, and now that he would be taking all 3 spirit creatures, he could pack up his stall and they'll head out in a bit to see the green creepers. Good thing he has the spirit lockbox right there. He'll just pack up the rhino rock ox and the web-spraying spider and bring them along. He threw it, and it had become larger. Smarty asked what it was. He replied that it was a spirit lock box. It's a patented invention from Ostrich Logistics. They could store spirit creatures inside, and their size adapts to the box, and their weight is negated, making them light and easy to transport. Smarty was surprised to learn that there was something that good. He asked how they had never used one. Yuan replied that their family never had the spare cash for something like that before. The rhino rock ox entered. Smarty couldn't believe that something that huge would really fit in there. Brother Yang felt sad that the Rhino Rock Ox would never get the chance to evolve into a copper rank spirit creature like the spirit box in copper rank. After that, he released his tumor-crowned fire lizard. This is from the Lizardae family horned lizard genus. It is at copper rank 7 out of 10 and at normal quality. For skills, it has shedding fangs, in which, during a bite, it can detach its teeth, leaving them embedded in the target's body. It also has a death roll wherein, after biting a target, it twists and rotates its body with its mouth as the core to rip away flesh and bone. It has an exclusive trait, which is the burning venom wherein proliferating poison glands connect to the salivary glands, infusing its saliva with a burning toxin. It cuddled on him. He was proud of this spirit creature, so he asked if Yuan thought it was impressive too. Yuan was so impressed that he checked it thoroughly. It was a rare chance to observe a copper rank spirit creature up close. Its burning venom trait gives it a powerful offensive edge. Brother Yang had observed that he's incredible to have mastered the specialized knowledge of a spirit creature researcher at such a young age. He thought that if he's not a natural prodigy, then he must have a master guiding him. He bet that he made the right call on this one. Suddenly, someone called Brother Yang. The other vendors complained that he suddenly summoned his tumor-crowned fire lizard all of a sudden. Their tough rabbit hide became too scared to eat. It was the same for the fairy monkey, too. He apologized and informed them that they would be leaving at once. Yang, Yuan, and Smarty rode the tumor-crowned fire lizard, and they sped off. It was way faster than a thick hoof donkey cart. Eventually, they have reached their destination. Brother Yang commented that Yuan's place was closer than he thought. He also noticed that Yuan was in great shape since most people can't help but feel sick their first time riding one of those. But it was nothing to Yang, because the real thrill to him was riding a flying spirit creature and looking down at the world. Despite how sick he and Smarty looked after riding, he still thanked him because it was the first time he rode a copper rank spirit creature. He opened the door while setting his expectation that the place was a bit plain and telling him to make himself at home. Brother Yang subtly observed the place, and he could tell that it doesn't look like a place where a creator would be living in seclusion. If the kids' green creepers weren't up to par, then their deal was off, since business is business. He was thinking of that until he saw the green creepers. He was fully convinced that a creator was involved since it was impossible to cultivate elite-grade green creepers of such high quality without a creator's help. It was far beyond his expectations. They were really prime quality, considered to be rare items that few merchants could even find on the StarNet. Before those green creepers evolved, he added energy ore to the soil, so their root systems were all developed. Yuan was confident that there were no problems with their quality. Brother Yang saw that the sap from the cutting was so rich. He realized that the kid wasn't exaggerating when he said it was top-tier elite grade. He was hopeful that his luck was finally turning around. He recalled his experience when he visited a master creator. To get their help, one must offer them the spirit materials they like. At his level, he had no way of obtaining those materials, so he thought of getting on Yuan's good side. Yuan asked if he's satisfied with those green creepers. He replied that he was very satisfied, and it was time for them to talk about the price. He acknowledged that all green creepers were prime quality, elite grade. They would sell like hotcakes on the StarNet for 30,000 apiece. His best offer was 3,000 per pot, and he'll take 100 pots. Smarty was shaken when he heard those numbers, so he tried calculating it. Yuan readily accepted the offer. He happened to need a large quantity to raise his spirit key profession rank, and green creepers were the most convenient way. It was no small transaction, and yet Yang noticed that the young man was completely calm and unflappable. He thought Yuan was used to big deals. He started thinking that the ordinary clothes and small shop was a smoke screen set up by the person backing him. He asked how many days he needed to prepare the goods. Yuan replied that he needed 7 days. He came up with that after considering that he spent an hour per pot, 2 days to deliver spirit creatures to Shui, and factoring in time to rest. Meanwhile, Yang was thinking that he had received a blessing in disguise and his luck had finally turned. After the exchange of Rhino Rock Ox and Green Creeper, Yuan instructed him to pick them up in 7 days. Yang asked if he's certain that he doesn't want a deposit for the remaining 70-plus pots. Yuan replied that they could just settle the full amount when he came to pick them up. He told him he'd be back in 7 days. Yuan replied that he'd see him then. After that, it was time for the most troublesome task. He placed the Rhino Rock Ox in the backyard. Yin asked if he was going to live with them permanently. Smarty replied that they can't afford to keep him. Yuan responded that they have to save him first. The Rhino Rock Ox was already extremely weak, so he had to hurry. He used his skill and saw the scars slowly recovering. After he confirmed that it was working, he sped up a little. He unleashed more power. The rhino rock ox started making loud sounds. Yuan wondered what was happening. It was like the rhino rock ox was encased in a crystal. He thought that it was a barrier to advancing to copper rank. They continued on, and it was already dusk. Eventually, nighttime came and they were still at it. He was with this big fella and smashing the wall. Finally, a crack had formed, and a powerful energy erupted. It was a success. The rhino rock ox had become an iron-horned rhino ox from the giant horn family bull genus. He was at copper rank level 1, 1 out of 10, metal type, normal quality. It has the rock horn skill where it coats its horns with reinforced metal to deliver a reckless, self-sacrificing charge. And also, the skill sacrifice, wherein when its contractor was harmed, it actively takes on a portion of the damage. And then, for the exclusive trait, Yuan could choose between scaled hide, wherein it grows a layer of scale-like armor on its skin's surface, composed of the same material as its skin. Another option was the tireless trek, which conserves stamina while running, and lastly, pain siphon, in which it absorbs an option of damage taken and converts it into life force. Yuan was having a hard time deciding on which exclusive trait to choose, because out of 3, 2 were pretty good. A skill like tireless trek was completely useless for a defense-type spirit creature. As for scaled hide, it should create a relatively thick layer of scales on its body, besides increasing its defense. The scraping from the scales could add a bit of damage during a charge, but it was still pretty good. But with Pain Siphon, it could absorb a portion of the damage it takes and heal itself at the same time. It makes it a skill for a tough brute that begs to be hit. Getting tankier the more it attacked was really great, and so he chose that. Now, its status is complete. If Yuan used Rock Horns and Pain Siphon properly to create a positive feedback loop, it's less of a defense type and more of a heavy offense type spirit creature in defensive clothing. It's the perfect first spirit creature for Zhou. Yuan was confident that no one would dare to get near her now. Funnily, Smarty commented that it would make Shui and the iron-horned Rhino Ox a beauty and the beast combo. But Yuan didn't care about that since the most important thing was Shui's safety. And besides, he pointed out that Smarty was a beast too. Yuan could feel that his spiritual power increased too, aside from the iron-horned Rhino Ox ranking up. The higher the rank of the spirit creature he evolves, the more spiritual power, feedback, he receives. Just getting the iron-horned Rhino Ox to break through to copper rank took almost all of his strength. If it were a top-tier creator, using all sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures, he wondered what level it would evolved. Smarty, drenched from the iron-horned Rhino Ox's licking, asked how he's going to send it to Shui. He replied that he's going to do it with the ostrich logistics. He just made some money, and since he was in a hurry, he placed an express flight order and they would soon be there to pick it up. Smarty got excited when he heard that. He wanted to fly like Yin Yin. Meanwhile, at the Hui Yue Palace, a person talked about using 3 portions of patchouli sprouts, 1 portion of sunken sea ebony, 1 portion of platinum beast blood essence. It was all placed in a vial. A military personnel asked the city lord what that is. The esteemed woman beside her warned him not to speak out of turn. And then a solid item was dropped inside it. It produces a powerful energy around it. And then a woman with blonde hair added a red liquid. And thick red smoke covered the area. Those 2 people behind him felt the immense pressure just from him concocting. It was even forcing out their protective spiritual aura. They had just witnessed a 5-star creator. This creator told them to summon the spirit creature that they wish to evolve. This woman is the Moon Empress, one of the 3 5-star creators of the Radiant Federation. The man named Sikong, a king-grade expert, felt relieved. Ling Xiao, the lady of Violet Thorn City, a king-grade expert, smiled and reiterated that he has nothing to worry. Sikong thanked the Moon Empress, then he summoned his spirit creature. She poured the content of the vial on it, and this black tiger with red marks showed its belly. Sikong got worried. Moon Empress assured him that it was fine. It was just evolving into a legendary grade. He would need to fuse the will rune that he had comprehended, and it would evolve into a fantasy breed. He thanked her and vowed to serve her like a loyal dog. He would go through fire, ADN water, and die 1,000 deaths for her. The spirit creature's eye changed. It roared loudly. It woke up a cute rabbit with a crescent mark on its head. Seeing it being woken up, the black tiger with red marks started to tremble. Moon Empress told him that going through fire and water won't be necessary. But she brought up the issue about the selection of creators. Each promotion exam was held every 3 years, and they could only advance 1 level at a time. Given that procedure, they couldn't select truly talented creators that way. Sikong confirmed if she's suggesting that for that year's exam, 1 examinee could test for multiple levels consecutively. She clarified that it would only be from level 1 to level 2. She wanted anyone who passes the level 1 creator exam within 2 hours to be exempted from 3 lifestyle profession exams and could directly take level 2 exam. She told him to go and give the order. He replied yes. Xiao inquired if it was because she felt that no exceptionally talented young people have appeared in the Federation's creator exams in recent years and that they couldn't even comprehend a single will rune. Moon Empress clarified that it was a merely private matter for her. As fellow 5-star creators, both Bamboo Lord and Kitchen Sovereign have taken apprentices. Naturally, she didn't want to fall behind those 2 old fools. She was surprised that Moon Empress was going to take on an apprentice. Moon Empress added that the dimensional tide was approaching. Violet Thorn City was the city with the most aberrant insect dimensional rifts. As its lord, they must be diligent in their duties to protect the land and its people. She wanted every rift to be guarded, and failure was not an option. Xiao, the city lord, assured her that she would take care of the Violet Thorn City. Meanwhile, Yuan was high up in the air. The driver asked him if he's all right and assured him that the ride would get smoother once they were above the clouds. Yuan suppressed the urge to vomit. The driver noticed that his 100 questions were lively. It was a shame that they were overloaded on the trip. Otherwise, they could have brought it along. Earlier, Smarty threw a tantrum because he wanted to fly, but he couldn't go. Yin held him and reasoned that she's flying him already. Yuan promised to bring back something tasty. Yuan told the driver that it was okay since there would be plenty of other chances. He was told that they're already there, so he should go sightseeing. It was such a magnificent view. The moonlight illuminated the river, making it look so magical. Yuan agreed that it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Then he sensed something condensing in his sea of consciousness. He wondered if that was a will rune. A will rune was the essence of a certain attribute that a spirit key professional comprehends from the natural world. It could be understood as a necessary item for cultivating a fantasy breed. When Yuan held the will rune in his hands, he became certain that it was truly a will rune that represents mountains and rivers. He thought of the types of spirit creatures it's suitable for. But he got distracted when the driver asked if he's all right. He replied yes. Then he asked how long till they reach the Violet Thorn City since they had been flying through the mountains for a while now. They won't reach it until morning. Yuan was surprised since they were expected to arrive before dawn. The driver explained that it was because he had to come along and got flight sick at the beginning, so he had lowered the speed for him. Yuan replied not to mind him and went full speed. The driver did what was told. At the academy. The students were confused because they were supposed to contract spirit creatures that day, and yet they were gathered in the training grounds. One of them explained that their schedule was changed. Right after contracting spirit creatures, there was a practical combat class. It was such a surprise that the practical combat class was moved up so much. They heard a rumor that it was because of the selection for Violet Thorn's 100 Sons. All the academic year's course schedules were moved up just to pick out the truly talented people. It was deemed the truth because one student had a friend from another school who complained to him about it. The teacher told them that the session informed them that the practical combat class for 3rd year grade, and it also served as the first practical combat drill for the 1st year combat class. In a moment, after the students have formed their contracts, they would be matched against 3rd year students for practice battles according to the numbers they draw, to familiarize themselves with their spirit beasts' skills. The female student beside Jue expressed that she was nervous. She asked if Shui would really contract a gray beetle. Shui replied yes. She held it in her hand. The battle started, and a blunt armor pig chased after a small spirit creature. The 1st year's gliding squirrel has fled the battlefield, so the 3rd year won. One 1st year student complained that it was unfair. They had just signed their contracts, and now they're battling their seniors who already have combat experience. The situation was completely one-sided. Shui was next. She was the best in their class, so they hoped she raised the flag of their class. The teacher announced the 9th battle. He asked the candidates if they're ready. The 3rd year replied yes. The 1st years recognized him. He's Feng Lixing. His family has a relative in the Creators Guild. Lixing was participating in the Violet Thorn's 100 Sons and was just a few practical combat victories short. Shui was highly regarded too, but there was a problem with her spirit creature. Deep inside, Lixing felt lucky. He had just received the news from the Creators Guild last night, and now he ran into this bunch of stepping stones to rack up his win rate. To him, it felt like heaven was on his side. Not just the Violet Thorn's 100 Sons, but even becoming a disciple of the Moon Empress was now much attainable, and he's not far from the meteoric rise. He also heard that the 1st year named Zhu plans to contract a gray beetle. If that was the case, she doesn't even have a sliver of a chance to win. Xue was determined. She wouldn't give up even if she only had that gray beetle. She was about to say that she's ready when someone called her. It was her teacher. She was dragging a spirit creature. It was the best that she could do. It was a yellow-spotted dog in elite grade. She didn't want her to waste her talent on a gray beetle. Suddenly, someone told them to wait, and a large bird flew across the sky. Yuan jumped and landed near them. He thanked the teacher for her kindness and informed them that he brought Shui's spirit creature. Xue was surprised to see her brother. He was glad to have made it in time. He encouraged her to trust him and form a contract with it. The teacher was suspicious, though. She probed if they could truly rely on it because if not, there's the yellow-spotted dog, though. It's not very obedient. Lixing laughed out loud. Then he told them that it doesn't matter what spirit creature it was, because whether it was a gray battle, a yellow-spotted dog, or anything else, he was confident none of them could defeat his longtime spirit creature, the Strength King Beetle, a copper rank level 1 insect from the Scarabaeidae dynastini line, equipped with prime skills like Giant Horn Ram and Valiant Charge, and an exclusive trait, Insect Observation, which lets it see through the camouflage of spirit creatures below copper rank. The teacher got nervous because it was a huge Strength King Beetle. She knew that even the yellow-spotted dog couldn't take a single hit from it. Xu asked him if what he gave her was a copper rank spirit lockbox. It made her wonder how their family got so much money. One of her theories was that her brother sold the store. He told her not to overthink it and focus on the task at hand first. She promised him that she would be fine. She wouldn't let his efforts go to waste. She released the spirit creature and the contract was formed. The students asked what spirit creature was that, because they had never seen anything like it. Its skin was steel. Lixing admits that its entrance was impressive, but he still has the advantage of combat experience. He pitied them for being bankrupt, just for getting a big iron OC that was about to lose. Shui responded that they wouldn't know it until the match was over. She made the iron-horned rhino ox use rock horns. The teacher was thrilled to see the copper-rank iron-horned rhino ox, and its atavism was very thorough. It could be called the cream of the crop among copper-rank defense-type spirit creatures. Its rhino horn alone was worth 700,000 Federation coins. Yuan reminded her not to evaluate it purely based on money. She explained that it was a professional habit for a spirit creature analyst. The rhino horn clashed with the beetle's horn. Lixing called Xue naive for attacking so carelessly. After that, he was ready to show her the fighting power of a power assault-type spirit creature. He used the giant horn ram. Xue made the iron-horned rhino ox hold its ground, just a little bit, and they would have pushed the ox out. Lixing noticed that Xue was truly talented, as she was able to use spirit qi to support a spirit beast so soon after the initial contract. The teacher was relieved that it wasn't knocked out of the field directly. She commented that Xue was reckless. She attacked because she was just provoked a little. It just showed her lack of combat experience. But Yuan knew that wasn't it. If Xue familiarized herself with the iron-horned rhino ox's skills the moment she contracted it, then attacking proactively was a tactic to probe the enemy. The students got confused on what the beetle was doing since it was running fast around the big iron ox. Lixing heard them, and in his head, he thought of them as idiots. There was no other reason that a power assault-type spirit creature starts moving, aside from finding the perfect opportunity to land a fatal blow. He uttered that the little girl must not have imagined what she's about to face. The beetle charged. Xue got worried about the iron-horned rhino ox, but she couldn't see clearly because the whole area was covered with smoke. It was such a powerful charge that they already expected that the big iron ox wouldn't make it. The opponent was a power assault-type spirit creature, famous in school for its one-hit kills. Even the teacher thought the same way. It was hopeless, even if Xue tries her best to channel spirit qi to help it stabilize. And even if it withstands the first hit, it would just be worn down by the constant assault later. They complained that making a third-year fight, a first year in a practical match, was just too unfair, but Yuan thinks it's fine because he had chosen a skill exactly for that kind of situation. Xue instructed the iron-horned rhino ox that it's time. It activated the pain siphon. The students were all confused. The spirit qi around the iron-horned rhino ox changed, and its wounds were healing. They were curious if it was one of its skills. When the teacher heard about Pain Siphon, she got excited because it means that it could absorb a portion of the damage received and convert it into vitality. It was a rare, exclusive skill. Yuan was proud of Xue. Even though it was her first practical combat, and her first time seeing an iron-horned rhino ox, she could still control the situation and seize the opportunity. Lixing shouted that even if it has an iron hide, it was just a slightly tougher punching bag. He made Strength King Beetle continue the attack. The students were amazed with the iron-horned rhino ox because its life force hasn't lessened at all after so many hits. But it just kept taking damage. The teacher probed Yuan if the iron-horned rhino ox that he picked doesn't have a single counterattack skill. She couldn't take that. Jue was just taking hits without fighting back. He told her to calm down and reminded her that she said Jue has an affinity for defense-type spirit creatures. He trusts that she must have her own plan. Lixing instructed the Strength King Beetle to settle this in one blow. He wanted him to use the giant horn ram with all his might. The Strength King Beetle did what he was told. Zhu activated rock horns. They couldn't believe that iron-horned rhino ox used the field directly. It was questionable if that was even allowed. Meanwhile, Yuan was so proud that she adapted to the terrain. It was a great move. Lixing got annoyed that she resorted to cheap tricks. He instructed iron-horned rhino ox to smash them. Debris flew everywhere as the Strength King Beetle continued to charge. Zhu made the iron-horned rhino ox continue using the rock horns. Their horns clashed. The students' jaws dropped when they saw the big iron ox withstood it. They couldn't fathom that the two were evenly matched, but they could tell that the Strength King Beetle had the upper hand. The teacher started to explain that it's because the Strength King Beetle skill, Giant Horn Ram, was a self-sacrificing attack that disregards its own injuries. And when facing the iron-horned rhino ox's defense, each attack also caused some damage to the Strength King Beetle itself. Furthermore, this Strength King Beetle was likely specially raised according to Lixing's own preferences, pursuing only maximum attack power and precise attack locking. Therefore, the possibility of its attack being blocked by a spirit creature of the same grade was overlooked. Yuan knew that the high-attack, high-quality training method was meant to seize suppressive power in a duel and end the battle quickly. But there's also a case where Lixing couldn't defeat an opponent quickly. They saw the Strength King Beetle slip. They thought that Zhu was just lucky, but her teacher informed them that it's not luck. Although they were both spirit creatures, when it comes to a prolonged struggle of strength, the body balance of an insect-type spirit creature just can't compare to an iron-horned rhino ox. Besides, the contractor's mental state also affects the spirit creature's condition. These were all points from the textbook that students should know. Lixing was getting annoyed that a mere first year not only contracted a copper rank spirit creature, but is now blocking a power assault type spirit creature's attack with a defense type. He felt that fate screwed him over. He ordered the Strength King Beetle to create some distance and attack the little girl on the other side directly. Strength King Beetle jumped away. It rolled towards Zhu. The teacher complained that it was against the rules. Yuan hoped that Zhu could dodge it. Zhu instructed the iron-horned rhino ox to continue using rock horns on the ground. It made cliffs, and the Strength Beetle hit one of those, causing it to fall at the edge of the field. Because of that, the match has been decided. Shocks washed over Lixing's face. They declared Zhu a winner. The first years celebrated that they had finally won. Shui's teacher finally understood that the repeated use of rock horns was to accumulate enough rocks on the field, making the final rock horns powerful enough to flip the Strength King Beetle. The student that had high expectations didn't disappoint. She pats Yuan at the back while commending him on getting his hands on something good. Yuan told her to calm down because her slap was quite powerful. Shu ran and hugged her brother. He congratulated her. She pouts and probes him where the money came from. She asked if he sold their shop. She also asked what would happen to his illness if they didn't have money. She was worried for his health. He told her no and assured her that he's all better and business was booming. The teacher didn't want to interrupt, but they were out of time, so she was brief. She told Yuan that with Shu's talent, the school hopes to recommend her to participate directly in the preliminary section for the Violet Thorn's 100 Sons. The Violet Thorn's 100 Sons selection was the most basic regional selection. The ultimate goal was to qualify for the Radiant Federation's 100 Sons selection. That was the truly top-tier national competition. Even though Xue was only a first-year high schooler, her talent was enough to be selected for the Violet Thorn's 100 Sons preliminaries. The Academy's educational resources would also be fully devoted to her, and she would definitely grow very quickly. Yuan thanked her for taking care of Xue. He assured her that he would pour all his effort into Xue's spirit creatures and resources from then on. She replied that nurturing a good seedling was also what she ought to do. She told Xue that if she didn't have a class for that afternoon, she could show her brother around the school. Yuan was worried about the yellow-spotted dog. The teacher told them that she could raise it herself. After going around and getting snacks, Yuan emphasized that he could sense spirit qi now. He asked what other proof she needed. She wanted to see it with her own eyes to be relieved. She knew that the iron-horned rhino ox must have been expensive. He showed her bank account, and her eyes widened when she saw how many zeros there were. He informed her that after his spirit qi recovered, he discovered he has some talent as a creator, so he took a job with it and earned some money. He encouraged her to just focus on her studies and go participate in the selections and get good ranking. She also doesn't need to work part-time to support the family, and Yuan revealed that he also plans to take the creator certification exam. She was happy for him. He invited her to celebrate and eat something good. She expressed that she wanted to eat hot pot. He was fine with whatever she wanted. Meanwhile, the teacher asks the yellow-spotted dog if it eats meat buns. I think the real MVP for this is this teacher. I wish all teachers are like her. Anyway, Yuan booked the ostrich logistics again to get back home. While on the ride back, he thought of putting more effort too now that Shu's studies were on the right track. After all, exams weren't that easy. He had to buy the beginner textbooks for the spirit creature researcher and spirit material analyst later. There were quite a lot of books. He thought of seeking Smarty's help too. During that day's practical combat, although Shui only seized the opportunity because of the skill's damage reflection mechanic, her stable and sufficient amount of spirit ki was the cornerstone of her victory. But compared to her, his spirit ki amount wasn't enough to be called a true spirit ki professional. Even if he wanted to level up Mobius, the exclusive trait Lock Spirit had harsh conditions. It has to start from normal grade level 1. He was surprised when they suddenly flew so fast. The driver was showing off the top speed of the black-winged falcon to get good reviews since Yuan was almost late when he dropped him off earlier. Yuan told him that he still has things to buy, and the driver suggested that he just place an order on StarNet via Ostrich Logistics, and it would be delivered the same day. When they arrived home, the bird was already drained. Yuan asked him if it was still okay. The driver assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Now that the trip has been completed and everything was delivered just as he wanted, the driver reminded him to give them good reviews. Yuan promised he would, and then he thanked them for their hard work. He had tons of boxes at home from his online shopping. He planned to set up an online store so in the future, he won't need to go to the spirit creature market, which would be safer. He announced that he's back. Smarty and Yin Yin welcomed him back. Smarty missed him, but Smarty stopped himself because he remembered that he was supposed to be angry. Yin Yin told him not to be angry since she had already taken him for a flight. Yuan promised him that he would take him next time. Smarty was stubborn to the point that not even braised pork would cheer him up. Internally, Yuan thought of his behavior as childish, but the good thing was he came prepared. He told him that he had an apology gift for him. Yuan opened the can of cat food. Smarty couldn't resist it since it smelled so good. Because of that, he shortened the duration of his anger. Yuan told him that if he liked it, he'll buy it for him every day. Yin Yin asked if there was something for her. Yuan happily showed her an elite-grade green creeper exclusively got her. That pot would be her personal ration from then on. It was a surprise that he offered her that because previously, he wouldn't let her eat it. Smarty noticed Yuan carrying the boxes, so he asked him if he's not eating. He told them they could eat first because he still had to sort out the goods. When he was done, the store had been filled with pots. Even Smarty commented that it was way too much. He admits that he didn't really expect there to be so many. Yin Yin noticed that there was a different plant, so he checked it. There was a card that notified him that the purchase of 100 pots of green creepers makes him entitled to receive 1 Lily Luara of the same grade for free. He didn't expect them to have that kind of promotion. Then Yuan remembered that the spirit creatures that suited him were healing type, support type, and plant type. His eyes sparkled as he claimed that it was exactly what he needed, a healing type plant spirit creature that has healing skill at normal grade. He instructed Smarty and Yin Yin to stay downstairs and take good care of those green creepers. Upstairs, Yuan got to work. He used the exclusive skill, Lock Spirit. He hadn't rested in a long time, so his mental power wasn't in its best state. But since he already started, there's no turning back. Eventually, he completed the Lock Spirit. He was pleased that, unlike before, there was no drain on his mental power at all. As long as he kept injecting spirit ki, he could start chain leveling next. An hour later, the Lily Luara became an elite grade level 1, legendary quality. Its skill was Heal, and it recovers external injuries. Yuan was relieved that the leveling was finally complete. He checked Mobius. Its species was still unknown, but it had leveled up to elite grade level 1, legendary quality. Its skills remained the same. He was surprised when it suddenly glowed brightly. He was transported to Mobius's lock spirit space. He noticed that it was bigger than last time. Suddenly, someone spoke to Yuan asking if he could hear him. He replied that he could hear him loud and clear, and he greeted Mobius that it had been a while. Just a mini lesson from Zhu. When a spirit professional forms a contract with a spirit creature, it consumes mental power. A person could contract 2 to 3 spirit creatures in their lifetime, with the known limit being 5. Lock spirit was Mobius's exclusive trait. It can achieve the same effect as forming a contract, but the contractor does not need to expend any extra mental power. Instead, the cost was borne by Mobius. The number of contracted spirit creatures was determined by how many times Mobius had leveled up. And the price was, for the first 10 years after Yuan formed a contract with Mobius, his ability to sense spirit chi was reset to 0, and his mental power was abnormally weakened. But if Yuan was being honest, currently it wasn't still so great. Back to our boy, Yuan confirmed with Mobius if he could really speak now. Mobius replied that reaching elite grade was enough for him to be able to do that. I think the design of Mobius is really unique. He then asked if that space was Mobius's exclusive ability. Mobius replied yes, and Yuan, his contractor, could modify it at will and store spirit creatures. Yuan asked about the function of the pool since he couldn't sense any spirit chi on it. Mobius clarified that there was truly no spirit chi because it was just ordinary water. It confused him. Mobius clarified that water brings wealth. Yuan commented that Mobius really has a personality. He threw something on the water. And just as he expected, even low-quality energy stones used in flower pots could still effectively emit spirit chi. In the external environment, it was inevitable that some spirit chi would dissipate, and the usage efficiency cannot reach 100%. But the lock spirit space prevents spirit chi from leaking out. If better energy stones were put in, the spirit chi would become very rich over time. Yuan was thrilled when he realized that if he strengthened spirit creatures there in the future, the efficiency would be many times faster. Mobius confirmed that, and as he advanced in rank, the usable time would also increase. Yuan knew that all of those would require a massive amount of Federation coins to support. Even the lowest quality energy stones couldn't be considered cheap, let alone high-quality energy stones. So, making money was imminent. Mobius's body started to dissipate, and Yuan started to get worried about what was wrong. He clarified that it was nothing. It was just because he could only maintain that clear state of communication for half an hour every day. The time was just up. He was the first spirit creature that Yuan contracted, so he was sorry about his mental power and spirit chi perception for the past 10 years. Yuan replied that it didn't matter, since those 10 years also allowed him to figure out a lot of things. Besides, now he has hope again, and the road ahead is still long. The challenge had only just begun. However, for Yuan at that moment, sleep was the greater force majeure. He was deep asleep. Then the next day, he used his powers on the green creepers again. While Smarty was just surfing the net, Yuan worked hard for several days. When he was done, it was late at night already. Yin Yin and Smarty were deep asleep. He went to another room and used heal to the 2 web-spraying spiders. Now, they were saved too, and that was the fruit of his leveling exercise. 7 days later, Brother Yang had arrived in front of Yuan's store. Before entering, he prayed first that he would get a chance to turn around his life this time. Then he thought about it and admitted that producing 100 pots of green creepers in such a short time was indeed too difficult. He was so lucky that he was to run into a spirit creature store with a creator behind it. He opened the door. Yuan expected him. There was no denying that it was because Yuan agreed immediately to their deal, and he had an urgent need. Yuan showed him inside. Yang already conditioned himself that it would be fine even if only 30 pots were completed. It was just enough to have hope for his newly rented spirit creature breeding base. He looked to the right and saw the pots. And on his left, there were several more pots. There were pots everywhere. Yuan informed him that they were all there. He initially wanted 76 pots so he could just pick those pots out of 100. He was in awe. He admits that Yuan saved half of his life. Yuan told him that there was no need to flatter him. Brother Yang told him to name the price and he won't haggle down a single cent. He told him that the original price was fine. Yang was touched that he had met a noble person in his life. He would definitely know he was his sworn brother. He informed him that he would buy it at the original price. Before he left, he told him that he would get his breeding base up and running, so he must come to visit him then. And if there were good things, he would save them for him first. Seeing how happy Brother Yang was, Yuan realized that being a creator was a really good profession. Now that the room felt empty, it was time for him to restock. He asked Smarty if he had already figured out the StarNet registration he asked him to learn a few days ago. Smarty yelled that something bad happened. It made Yuan rush to his side. He was crying when he went to Yuan and told him that he got fat and couldn't eat energy biscuits anymore. Yuan assured him that his fur just got fluffy. And looking at his stats, Smarty had leveled up to elite grade. Yuan asked if he felt that he became smarter. He replied yes, but he believed it was because of his own extraordinary natural talent. Before, he could remember 1 energy biscuit worth of things before. Now, he could remember as much as 5 energy biscuits. Yuan noticed how Smarty's favorite changed from braised pork to energy biscuits now. He told him that he would have a lot of things to ask for his help with. Smarty confidently replied that he could trust him with it. Yuan looked for Yin. At that moment, Yin yelled at them that something bad happened. It was the same scene again, and Yuan knew what was coming. Yin showed herself, worried that she shrunk. She wondered if she was sick. Smarty already knew what to reply, that she just leveled up. He asked Yuan if that was right. Yuan checked her stats, and she was already at elite grade level 2. Her skills were Sound Spike, wherein she fires a spike made of sound towards a designated target, and Turbulence, where she flaps her wings to generate continuous, rapid, and irregular airflow. Basically, it looked like her skills were for combat. Yuan asked why they were unrelated to singing. Smarty admits that they secretly tested their skills. He showed him a board. Yuan asked if the marks were caused by a sound spike. Yin replied yes and shared that they played by themselves when he wasn't home. Smarty suggested that they try again to see if the power has increased. Smarty held the board, and Yin told him that it was dangerous because it was too close to the target. Yuan began the sound spike experiment. Smarty told her that it would be fine because her aim was quite accurate. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped when Yin attacked. Now he was convinced that it was too dangerous. Yuan pats his head to comfort him. Next, they tried Turbulence. Yin unleashed it and shattered the plank. Yuan noticed that the power was far comparable to when it was normal grade. He realized that Yin was an authentic combat class spirit pet. The goods had been delivered to Yuan's place, and he was asked to sign the document. Meanwhile, Smarty suggested that they test Yin's skill again because he bet that she could now pierce through an iron plate. Yuan refused because they had done it several times already, so Yin was already tired. He opted to let her have a good rest, and he pointed out to Smarty that 100-question beast was a different type, and he would have a use in a while. Smarty encouraged him to tell him whatever it was. Yuan instructed him to feed those 2 web-spraying spiders. Smarty was nervous when he did that, because he might get bitten. Yuan noticed that fearing arachnids was the instinct of most spirit creatures. Yuan was just teasing him and helped him later on. Then he instructed him to record the information of the spirit creatures in the store. From then on, matters to the data would be handed over to Smarty to manage. Smarty noticed that the web-spraying spiders were emitting different lights. The one on the left was green while the right one was purple. Yuan knew that it was the sign that they were about to advance in rank. They sprayed webs and turned themselves into a cocoon. Smarty was impressed that Yuan had made those 2 advanced at the same time. Yuan explained that it was the same with the iron-horned rhino ox back then. They were already in a state awaiting evolution, but unfortunately met with an accident and were heavily injured. After replenishing enough vitality, advancing was just a matter of course. 2 hours later, the spider came out. One of them had an evolutionary direction towards prehistoric reversion. Its exclusive trait was fierce poison, which causes its body, including the webs, to carry intense toxicity. The other one went on a spiritual mutation. Its exclusive trait is sticky web. It increases the stickiness of the web, making the web-spraying spider's controllability stronger. Smarty was amazed that they were actually completely different evolutionary directions. Yuan admitted that he didn't expect it either. It seemed like Brother Yang had laid a good foundation. Smarty asked if they were going to sell them. He already registered the shop on StarNet. Yuan decided to take a look. He asked why they still have to input a shop name. Smarty specially left it for him so he could participate too. He started typing. He chose the name No Lost Spirit Creature Store, and his username was Deep Mountain Old Forest. Smarty commented that he went through so much trouble to apply for the shop, and it was given an old-fashioned name. After that, Yuan confirmed if the StarNet receiver had been installed. They still have to test the StarNet card later. He was informed that it was almost done. He scanned a card. They were impressed with its scanning. Yuan tapped the card on the pots, and then they went inside the room where the spiders are. Smarty asked if those spiders needed to be scanned too. Yuan replied that it was the top priority, and then Yuan playfully scanned Smarty like he was attacking him. After playing for a bit, their background changed. Smarty asked where they were. Yuan told him that it's the storefront inside StartNet. The complicated application procedures weren't just for an ordinary online store. Smarty was impressed by how big the place was. It was twice the size of their home. Although StarNet was a world composed entirely of data, the data actually exists in reality. It's just presented there in the form of a virtual image. Smarty wondered why the decorations from their home weren't there. Yuan replied that it was because the decorations inside StarNet cost extra money. It was for such a practical reason. Yuan learned to navigate the menu bar. And after that, they went to the StarNet community to look around. Yuan told him not to run around. Smarty's eyes sparkled when he saw a pig that could serve at least 80 meals of braised pork. Then he pointed out a store to Yuan. It was a furniture decoration store. Yuan decided to check inside for furniture that they could decorate the shop with. An intelligent robot approached them and asked what furniture they needed. Smarty was in awe when he saw it. Yuan expressed that he wanted 2 flower stands and a 1.5-meter high counter. The robot led the way and brought them to what they needed, but it made them pale as their jaws dropped. Yuan decided not to buy for now, and even if they had the money for it, he doesn't think it was the way to spend it. Smarty was thinking that as long as he puts 120% effort, it's not impossible to handcraft it. Yuan asked the intelligent robot for the cheapest chairs. At the very least, they had to buy a few chairs so the guests would be comfortable when they came. But it was worth 15,000. Smarty haggled 1,000 Federation coins at most. The intelligent robot simply informed him that it was not at the scope of his authority. It made Smarty sad that haggling didn't work. Yuan comforted him that it was not him. It was just that the other party was a robot. They visited the bookstore next. Smarty asked what for. Yuan reminded him that he plans to take the creator exam, so it was a given that he has to buy textbooks. He gets overwhelmed with the number of books inside, so he entrusts Smarty to choose. Smarty started saying the titles to the intelligent robot, and in total, there were 327 books with a catalog included as a gift. He was asked if he wanted them to be packaged. Yuan told the robot to package it into a knowledge chip and send it to the address that he gave. The robot asked him to sign the confidentiality agreement and promised that the purchased books would not be used by anyone other than relatives. Otherwise, the Creators Association would pursue him for liability of leakage. Now that their business was done, it was time to go back. Yuan commented that the intelligent robot was really nice. He also considered getting one to watch the store. When they showed up, someone was spooked. She noticed that he used in-store teleportation, so she asked if he was the owner. She complained that their shop doesn't even have a single intelligent robot. She could only wait there foolishly, not knowing when he would come back. He apologized and explained that the small shop had just opened, and they haven't had the time to prepare an intelligent robot yet. Deep inside, she was annoyed that this little girl was at the same age as Jue, and yet she acts high and mighty. She called him uncle and asked how much for those 2 spiders. Yuan was dumbfounded that he was addressed as uncle. The customer wanted Yuan to introduce him to the spiders and tell them their prices too. She also demanded him not to charge too high since the shop's name was No Loss. Smarty rolled on the floor, laughing when she called Yuan uncle. Yuan informed her that the smaller one with long spent weaving legs was a web-spraying spider that has awakened the exclusive trait Sticky Web. She realized that it wasn't poisonous. Then he showed her the larger one. It was a greenish web-spraying spider, and its exclusive trait was Fierce Poison. She was surprised and lost her balance. She fell on the floor, and her bee head was accidentally removed. It revealed her baldness. When Yuan saw it, he compared it to a braised egg. But he couldn't roast her since he's a professional. He endured and maintained his professional demeanor. But Smarty drooled and just said braised egg up front. Yuan was horrified. The girl touched her head and realized that her bee hat was gone. She turned red. She tried to explain that it was the after effect of treatment after being stung by a ghostly thorn bristle spider, and it would grow back in a few months. She made sure to emphasize that she's not a braised egg. The ghostly thorn bristle spider somehow heard it before. Then he asked if she was interested in spider-type spirit creatures. She was speechless. He probed her for an answer, and that made her annoyed. She clarified that she doesn't like spider-type spirit creatures at all. Yuan then asked why she was looking for spirit-type spirit creatures, and even coming into contact with a dangerous type like the ghostly thorn bristle spider. She admitted that it was because her affinity direction was spirit-type spirit creatures. Having heard that, Yuan agreed in his head that there were types of affinity that don't quite fit a person. And the person who hates spider-type spirit creatures the most just happens to only be able to contract spider-type creatures. But from another angle, Arachnida was also an exceptionally broad category of spirit creatures, so her development direction was exceptionally broad. Moreover, she was actually effectively treated after coming into contact with a ghostly thorn-bristle spider, which means that she has the power of money. Funnily, if it was him, he would definitely suggest she find a place to bury herself first. She told him that what she wanted wasn't there. Yuan stopped her from leaving. He told her that if she needed one for combat, then control and poison use were both popular types, and they both have exclusive traits. She argued that the exclusive traits of those two web-spraying spiders were too weak. She just wants to contract a spider-type spirit creature with strong control abilities. Yuan was dumbfounded that she considered those too weak. She clarified that it had nothing to do with the strength of those two, and she just wanted to grind for a web-spraying spider with the exclusive trait Transparent Web, even if she had to go the custom order route and buy a few elite-grade epic quality ones. Yuan could tell that the girl was both rich and stubborn. Transparent Web was an extremely rare exclusive trait. Even with custom orders, if luck was bad, they might not get it even after grinding through 10 or 20 web-spraying spiders. But Yuan thought that he might be able to do it. He told her that he might be able to get it. He asked how many she wanted. She was offended and asked him if he thought she was innocent, cute, and gullible. She told him that even if he was a little handsome, she won't easily believe him. Yuan was getting annoyed, but he got sidetracked when it sank in that she said he was handsome. He was determined to get this order not because she has a sweet mouth, but because he can't bear to see this sick little girl continue to hit a wall everywhere. Yuan was just too kind. He told her to suit herself and maybe, eventually, when she grinds through 100 shops, she'd find the web-spraying spider that she wanted. She stopped him from walking away. He asked what she needed when she didn't trust him. She asked if he really has a way. He told her that if she doesn't trust his words, then there would really be no way. She suggested that they add each other on StarNet first, and if he managed to get the custom web-spraying spider, he would notify her to buy it. Yuan's technique earlier to retreat so he could gain advantage worked. He actually had rich experience dealing with this kind of customer, but he refused her suggestion and told her to come back when she wants to buy something. She acted cute and told him not to be angry. She explained, just saw that the shop didn't even have decorations and was afraid of being scammed. She insists that he adds her as a friend, and if he could customize it, she won't haggle over the price. Yuan eventually agreed to add each other first. They tapped their cards to each other. She finds his username funny. He read hers, which was Cloudstream, and uttered that shark eagles live there. She called him an idiot for actually calling her a sand sculpture. The banter kept going. Yuan had the upper hand when he pointed out that he's an important shop owner who's going to help her customize a web-spraying spider. She yelled at him to cut it out, and she highlighted that she's an important customer who's going to pay him money. She paid him 10 radiant coins, and not that was done, she would be waiting for his good news. Yuan couldn't believe how deep her pockets were. It was 2 radiant coins for one custom web-spraying spider, and she paid the full amount for 5 of them without even blinking. Smarty's eyes sparkled upon seeing so much money. He assumed that they wouldn't be short on money from then on. Yin Yin has always wanted the newest records and sound system. Yuan admits that it would be difficult because what he received was the deposit, and it would only arrive in the account after completing her custom requirements. Before that, the money would be held by official StarNet custody. However, Brother Yang just sent the final payment earlier so they have sufficient funds, and then he checked the cost of web-spraying spiders. To their surprise, the cost of 5 elite-grade web-spraying spiders alone is 1 radiant coin. Smarty asked why it suddenly dropped by almost a third. The 3.3 radiant coins Brother Yang hasn't even warmed up yet. Yuan thought about it, and if he goes the normal cultivation route, he doesn't know how much money he'll have to spend buying spirit materials. Now he knows why that braised egg girl gave 10 radiant coins so decisively. After seeing their financial status, Smarty became gloomy. He started to question if a small shop on StarNet could really earn back the capital. Yuan told him that now that they had an intelligent robot for the store, they don't need to worry about it as much. But he definitely has to be thrifty. He doesn't know how much more expenditure was needed to expand the storefront. Smarty was doubtful because before they left, not a single customer came, and the old model robot he brought looked stupid. He told him to look at the bright side. As long as they do a good job on Braised Egg Girl's order at least, they'll have a large amount of funds in the future. That didn't cheer Smarty. He looked defeated as he went upstairs to play with Yin Yin instead. Yuan assured him that he'll earn it back very quickly. He went to ask Mobius. He went to his space and asked if he's around because he wanted to talk about the spirit creature for his next stage of Lock Spirit. Mobius told him that it wasn't okay. He lectured him to spend money sparingly because resources were limited and they must strictly control it. Yuan agreed that money was important, but improving one's strength would also allow them to earn more and faster. Then he informed him that he already had considered the next spirit creature for his next stage of lock spirit, but he still wanted to hear his opinion. His target was a spirit siphon goldfish. Yuan didn't expect Mobius to be this easygoing. Mobius had no issue with the spirit siphon goldfish. However, he did warn Yuan that the spirit required for it to rank up was more than 10 times that of other spirit creatures at the same level. Yuan accepted this without hesitation. Although Yuan wasn't completely certain, he could vaguely sense that whenever his mental power weakened, Mobius would compress it to protect him. Because of that, Yuan felt responsible for finding a way to help Mobius recover as quickly as possible, and Mobius trusted him with that task. With that settled, Yuan activated the StarNet search function. He was immediately stunned. With just a simple search, rows of storefronts appeared around him, almost forming an entire spirit siphon goldfish street. Unfortunately, most of them only sold normal grade ones. What he really wanted were elite grade options, so he checked whether it was possible to directly filter for the highest level storefronts. After clicking a few settings, a massive store popped up. The shop was located about 800 meters in. The space inside was clearly compressed, likely for better display effects. The products were neatly arranged, complete with specialized interface introductions. The overall layout was impressive, worth studying. A woman approached him and asked what he needed. She offered to assist him personally, explaining that the shop employees were currently on leave. Yuan was pleasantly surprised to meet an actual person instead of an intelligent robot. The woman introduced herself as the shop's proprietress, Zhou Jiaxian. Yuan told her that he wanted to buy a spirit siphon goldfish. She nodded and led him toward the aisle. She showed him the pool containing all the normal grade ones. Regardless of breed, they were all priced at 0.5 radiant coins. The red goldfish, with a body more than twice the size of the others, was elite grade, priced at 5 radiant coins. Just as rumored, the spirit siphon goldfish really did recover spirit chi quickly. Simply standing near it made the surrounding chi noticeably denser. But the price made Yuan hesitate. Even a normal grade spirit siphon goldfish was more expensive than an elite grade web-spraying spider. It seemed his original plan of buying an elite grade one right away wasn't realistic. Seeing his hesitation, Zhou Jiaxian explained that the breeds on display weren't considered particularly good. Better breeds would cost at least 7 radiant coins or more. However, for normal grade goldfish, the price was the same regardless of breed. After all, evolving this creature was notoriously difficult, so very few creators were willing to take commissions for it. Yuan thanked her for the advice. He addressed her as boss, but she laughed and told him to just call her sister Shin. She then asked if he wanted to choose based on appearance alone. In terms of nurturing potential, Yuan knew he had to choose the dragon eye type. If it underwent atavism and awakened a dragon bloodline, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Still, he wondered if he could really be that lucky again, like when the iron-horned rhino ox ranked up. He quickly dismissed the thought and refocused. His real plan was to test whether the lock spirit space could accelerate the goldfish's growth. If successful, the shop's core product would be secured. He pointed out his choice. Sister Shin took note and asked if he needed anything else. Yuan remembered that the water pool in the lock spirit space still needed testing for its spirit chi capacity. That led him to purchasing additional energy ores. She offered a discount if he bought in bulk, lowering the price to 500 Federation coins per caddy. Yuan decided to buy 2,000 caddies. She froze in surprise. Yuan asked if he could pay by directly scanning his star card. She confirmed that he could, and explained that Ostrich Logistics would deliver everything to his registered address. The sheer volume of the purchase made her assume she was dealing with a major client. She then mentioned that if Yuan was concerned about feeding the spirit siphon goldfish, she recommended butterfly shells. While relatively expensive, they were known for their miraculous effects in promoting spirit creature growth. Yuan thanked her for being so considerate. Yuan felt a sharp sting as his last bit of radiant coins disappeared. Still, this supply should be enough to feed the spirit siphon goldfish for 3 to 5 months. She suggested that they add each other as StarNet friends. That way, if he needed anything in the future, he could contact her directly. As long as he could pay the price, she could source it for him. Yuan replied that it would be an honor. He was genuinely glad. Rare materials were always scarce, and being able to order them directly would save him a lot of trouble. He was about to say something when she beat him to it, already guessing that he would need more energy ores, butterfly shells, and a few more spirit siphon goldfish. Yuan confirmed it, adding that inferior-grade energy ores would be sufficient. Higher-grade energy ores contained purer spirit ki, while inferior ones were usually only suitable for nurturing normal or elite-grade spirit creatures. Still, the sheer scale of Yuan's consumption made her curious just how large his spirit creature breeding base was. Deep down, she believed that heaven rewarded those who persevered. If she could secure Yuan as a long-term client, her shop would enjoy a steady stream of orders. To strengthen her competitive edge, she came up with an idea. She offered him special services reserved for long-term customers. Yuan immediately became interested. She explained that not only could the shop acquire a portion of the spirit creatures produced by long-term clients, but they could also provide heavily injured spirit creatures. These were guaranteed to be fresh, high-quality spirit materials. Yuan's eyes lit up. He asked when the next batch would arrive. She told him it would be in 3 weeks, and that she would notify him via Starnet if anything changed. By then, Yuan's capital flow should be stabilized, so he saw a lot of potential in this arrangement. Only then did he realize he had been in the shop for quite a while, yet no other customers had entered. It puzzled him. This place was too good to be empty. She explained that today was the match of the sequence 100 Suns, held at the radiant stairway of the Starry Sky Tower. Whether shop clerks or customers, most people had gone to watch. Yuan asked if it was the Violet Thorn's 100 Suns. She shook her head and said it was something even bigger, the Radiant 100 Suns of the Radiant Federation. After that, Yuan left the shop. She assured him that the goods would be delivered soon. He couldn't believe the match had already started. He quickly checked a ticket availability, hoping there were still high-platform seats left. He didn't want to miss it. His steps quickened. He was eager to see what the strongest combat professionals of the Radiant Federation's younger generation looked like. He also wondered just how large the gap was between them and Shaoqi. The event venue was located at a high elevation, and even from outside, the cheers were deafening. Yuan couldn't help wondering why there were still areas inside the Starnet that required climbing stairs. By the time he reached the top, he was visibly tired. Luckily, high-platform tickets weren't restricted. Hearing the crowd roar, he grew curious about who they were cheering for. That was when he spotted Cloudstream, the bee-girl, cheering enthusiastically. She heard someone call out to her and turned her binoculars. When she realized Yuan was standing right beside her, she casually commented that his face looked huge. Yuan told her to put the binoculars down first. Cloudstream argued that there was no rule saying she couldn't cheer for both sides at the same time. No matter who won, she'd be happy either way. Then she asked Yuan who he was supporting. Yuan copied her logic and said that he supported both of them. That answer immediately pleased her. She laughed and said that Yuan, whom she knew as Deep Mountain Old Forest, clearly had good taste as well. Yuan reasoned that both combat professionals were outstanding. Of course, the real reason was simpler. He had no idea who either of them were. Her excitement peaked and she suddenly grabbed his hand. Only then did she realize what she'd done. She quickly pulled away, clicking her tongue in embarrassment. Yuan felt slightly offended. After all, she was the one who grabbed him first. To make up for it, she handed him a telescope so he wouldn't miss a single detail of the battle. Just listening to commentary wasn't enough, she said. Yuan happily accepted it and thanked her. He realized that even though she was a bit awkward, she wasn't that bad. Through the telescope, he noticed that the two sides had completely different combat styles. What caught his attention the most were the healing-type spirit creatures. Cloudstream asked who he thought would win. Yuan said that the sequence member with the higher rank should have the advantage. On top of that, both sides were already using gold-rank spirit creatures. The short black-haired woman with red streaks stepped forward. Her bear-like spirit creature raised its palm and unleashed a molten lava palm strike. A burst of flames surged forward and completely engulfed the opposing spirit creature. The calm, long-haired woman responded immediately, commanding her hibiscus snow tree to use snow cold on the ice soul grass. With that, the hibiscus snow tree dispelled the flames, and the lava bear's rapid assault was largely neutralized. The short, black-haired woman with red streaks quickly realized that the opponent's teamwork was hard to break. Still, she wasn't about to back down. She ordered the lava bear to use burst charge to restrain the hibiscus snow tree. The beast rushed forward, flames roaring around its body. Its claws came crashing down, blasting the ground apart around the enemy. Yuan was impressed by the sheer ferocity of the offense. Cloudstream explained that Lady Shiranui was a power assault-type spirit chi professional, while Lady White Devil specialized in healing. Naturally, Lady Shiranui had an advantage in raw pressure. However, there was no need to worry, because in terms of sequence ranking, Lady White Devil was much higher. Lady White Devil's real name was Daisy. Her nickname was White Devil, and she held sequence rank 18. She quickly healed the hibiscus snow tree and suppressed the lava bear's momentum. Lady Shiranui, whose real name was Anna, was ranked 47. She was impressed. She hadn't expected Daisy to still have enough energy to stabilize both spirit creatures under such an aggressive assault. But her attack wasn't meant to end in just one wave. Under the relentless pressure of the twin bears, the hibiscus snow tree could only defend passively. The crowd began to wonder if the balance of victory was starting to tilt. The war of attrition dragged on for half a quarter hour. Anna taunted Daisy, pointing out that her spirit key reserves were clearly struggling. This made Yuan wonder, despite the higher sequence rank, was a healing type really at a disadvantage against a power assault type? Daisy calmly responded that the gap between sequence 18 and 47 wasn't as simple as Anna thought. She activated Snow Cold. Her spirit creature's aura flared violently. She followed up by commanding the Ice Soul Grass to use Extreme Cold Seal. The lava bear roared as it was trapped within layers of ice. Anna was genuinely impressed. Even after fighting for that long, Daisy could still unleash such a large-scale move. Both lava bears were frozen solid, but the hibiscus snow tree and ice soul grass didn't look much better either. Cloudstream grew nervous. Even though Lady White Devil had countered and stopped Lady Shiranui's assault, that kind of seal wouldn't last forever. Once it broke, Lady Shiranui would immediately counterattack. Yuan, however, knew things weren't that simple, because White Devil was a healer. Just as he expected, Daisy summoned the Revival Butterfly and activated Wings of Revival. Her spirit creature's vitality surged back. The audience gasped. Their injuries were restored almost instantly. While not fully healed, they had clearly regained combat capability. Anna laughed in disbelief. Still, she declared that she would be the one to win. Then, unexpectedly, her spirit creature broke through, evolving into a platinum-rank flowing flame giant bear. Daisy admitted that she hadn't anticipated such a dramatic breakthrough. But it didn't shake her resolve. Instead, she released red butterflies. They spread throughout the entire arena. Anna sneered, saying that no matter what Daisy tried, she wouldn't be able to break her flowing flame critical strike, a technique combining offense and defense developed specifically to counter her. Daisy didn't respond. She simply let the butterflies attack. They pierced straight through the giant bear's body. The flowing flame giant bear threw its head back and let out a pained roar, blood spraying as the delayed damage finally erupted. Anna froze in shock. Seeing her spirit creature fall, she dropped to her knees as the host announced the victor, Lady White Devil Daisy. She earned a Stairway Glory Star. With a bitter smile, Anna admitted that she hadn't expected the Revival Butterfly to evolve into a fantasy breed at gold rank. She acknowledged her loss without excuses. Daisy smiled and extended her hand. She explained that it was no longer a Revival Butterfly. After evolving into a fantasy breed, it had become a Calamity Butterfly. She encouraged Anna to cheer up, reminding her that the audience was watching. The crowd erupted in cheers. Cloudstream excitedly shook Yuan, saying that Lady White Devil was insanely cool. And even though Lady Shiranui lost, as expected of someone who commanded bears, her offense was explosive and unforgettable. Yuan quietly reflected that his sister's battles at school were nothing compared to what he had just witnessed. For the first time, he truly understood the strength of the Radiant Federation's top young combat professionals. It was time for Cloudstream to say goodbye. Before leaving, she reminded Yuan not to forget her web-spraying spiders. Yuan still couldn't get over how terrifying a fantasy breed was. A gold-rank healing-type spirit creature had actually crossed ranks and defeated a platinum-rank combat-type spirit creature. The rune in his hand was the key to allowing a spirit creature to evolve into a fantasy breed. And coincidentally, it was most compatible with healing-type spirit creatures. However, the only healing-type spirit creature he currently possessed was Lily Luara. He knew it was still too early to worry about that. Just then, he suddenly heard Yin Yin muttering poetic nonsense like, "Starry sky, sprinkling down lonely light, silence guarding faint hope, stumbling all the way, unable to see the distance clearly, yet refusing to let go of the desire buried deep in the heart." Yuan went to his room and asked what they were doing, since he could clearly hear them from downstairs. The two were startled. Smarty immediately switched tabs and scolded Yuan for not knocking. Yuan didn't understand why he had to knock on his own room. That only made him more curious about what they were hiding. Smarty was sweating bullets as he explained that Yin Yin was just practicing singing and he was helping her find sheet music. Yuan told Smarty to make some room. He needed to look up some information. Yin Yin whispered to Smarty, confirming that Yuan hadn't noticed anything. Smarty replied that it was fine, saying he had closed the computer fast enough and that the account had been registered secretly, so Yuan wouldn't find out. Yuan read about the requirements to promote a copper rank spirit creature to legendary quality. At the very least, C rank spirit key was required. Otherwise, he would just put the 2 web-spraying spiders up for auction online. They would still sell for a decent price. Just then, someone rang the doorbell, so Yuan went downstairs. It was Ostrich Logistics. Courier 457 had delivered the goods Yuan purchased on StarNet right on schedule. The senior courier urged his rookie partner to hurry up and move the valuable items. Smarty grew curious. Yuan casually explained that it was all for the store's future development. The girl carried several boxes while introducing herself as Ah Neng, then quickly corrected herself, saying she was Rookie Courier 3451. Seeing that she was holding the boxes improperly and that they were about to slip, Yuan stepped in and offered to carry them instead. The fishbowl on top suddenly tipped over. Smarty lunged to catch it. He caught the bowl, but water splashed all over his face. He hurriedly checked whether the fish was still inside. Fortunately, Yin had already caught it. The senior courier immediately scolded the rookie for almost causing an accident. She apologized sincerely. Yuan waved it off, saying it was fine. Everyone slipped up sometimes. Meanwhile, Smarty was drooling as he stared at the fish. Seeing the boxes piled up inside the shop, Yin was amazed. Smarty asked if they were opening an ore farm. Yuan explained that only by expanding the scale could they increase profits. He also couldn't help noticing how strong the new courier was. Being able to move 2,000 caddies of energy or into the room was no small feat. Even with spirit key reinforcement, training to that level from a young age was still impressive. Yuan told them to go upstairs and play, while he entered seclusion for cultivation. He also informed Smarty that all the materials from the knowledge chip had already been uploaded to his StarNet account, so he should hurry up and start studying. Smarty replied that he understood and grabbed the biscuits before leaving. Yuan activated the lock spirit. Next, it was time to level up the fish. An hour later, the fish no longer fit inside the fishbowl. Yuan realized that the spirit key consumed to advance from normal grade to elite grade was several times that of the green creeper. Yet the spiritual power feedback he gained was roughly the same. Now it made sense why the spirit siphon goldfish was infamous for being difficult to raise. He wondered how he was supposed to move that much more spirit key into the lock spirit space. 2 days later, the fish was transferred into a large spirit transformation pool where it could move freely. Mobius complained that he was jealous. Unlike him, the fish wasn't lonely. And unlike him, Mobius was constantly being interrupted for no reason. Yuan dumped more energy ores into the pool while telling Mobius that he hadn't helped at all. Over the past few days, Yuan had personally moved more than 1,000 caddies of ore. Mobius retorted that he was still in a spirit body state. Yuan had finally reached the limit. The spirit key concentration inside the lock spirit space was fully saturated. If Mobius wanted to increase it further, he would have to wait for the next advancement. Mobius replied that as long as he could continue evolving, the upper limit would keep rising. At the moment, it was probably only about 5 times higher than the outside world. Yuan watched as the spirit siphon goldfish continuously absorbed spirit ki from the space. He had high hopes for it. It was destined to become the shop's future signature product. Still, it would be even better if it could awaken a dragon species bloodline. He had specifically chosen the dragon eye breed for that reason. Mobius reminded him that it would require dragon beast blood, which would be extremely expensive. Yuan agreed. The biggest issue right now was still money. The only solution was to rapidly level up spirit creatures and earn the price difference as fast as possible. He brought out several boxes, prompting Mobius to ask what they contained. Yuan revealed that they were the web-spraying spiders. The sales of elite-grade green creepers had been decent, but he still needed products with more distinctive traits. Mobius asked why the spiders had to be moved into the lock spirit space to level up. Yuan explained that the spirit Kui transformation speed inside the lock spirit space was also 5 times faster than outside. With that, he got to work. The spider's quality was successfully raised to epic grade. Yuan was relieved. Upgrading them to epic grade had only taken a little over 2 hours. Outside, it would have taken at least a dozen. Just then, he received a message on his phone. As expected, one spider was priced at 1.1 radiant coins, while the other reached 1.3 radiant coins. Encouraged, Yuan planned to put the remaining 2 up for auction as well. His immediate goal was simple: earn his first small target. Mobius commented that Yuan was slowly turning into a money grubber. Then another notification popped up. Yuan had received a 500 Federation coin tip from Lord Sun Lin, along with a message encouraging him to keep up the good work and maintain daily live streaming. Yuan was baffled, since when could a StarNet shop receive tips? Then it clicked. He rushed upstairs where he could clearly hear Yin Yin singing. He burst open the door and demanded to know what the two of them were doing. Both of them jumped in fright. Smarty hastily replied that they were studying. Yuan tried to approach the computer to verify that claim, but the two blocked his way. His eyes widened when he discovered that they had become visual streamers. The chat was filled with praise for the beautiful voice. Many viewers were completely hooked by the song and searched for it on StarNet, only to realize it was an original. Some viewers even sent tips, while others were confused as to why the streamers' faces were blocked by GIFs. The chosen streamer name is Kuei Yin Luo. Yuan shared that if it weren't for the shared income and expenditure system, he wouldn't have known that they were starting a career behind his back. Yin Yin was proud of the name. It was well suited for Yin Yin, who likes eating green creepers, and Smarty came up with it. Yuan noticed how proud she was. They don't dare to show their faces, so it made him curious how they chose the visual streamer track. She answered that Smarty said it's the only way they could create differentiation within the same track. Yuan had to probe Smarty. Smarty answered that he got tired after studying a few hours every day, so he might as well hand the time over to Yin Yin to utilize it effectively. Seeing that the account has been open for a few days, and although there were quite a few bullet comments, there were very few followers. It was a small-time hobby, so he just let them play. Though other soundbirds like to exercise their control over sound waves, their family's Yin Yin had just liked singing since it was little. He stopped being mad since he thinks it was a good thing that they plan to effectively utilize their specialties and hobbies. At this time, it wasn't just a few followers, though. He hadn't realized yet what kind of legend Kuei Yin Luo would become in the streaming world in the future. Those two were happy that they finally got Yuan's permission. But he set conditions that they couldn't accept inappropriate tips. He set the limit to be 500 Federation coins. Also, he wanted them to change tracks and make it to a visual voice actor track. Those two were so elated that Yin Yin carried Smarty on her back and they sped off. Yuan commented that the children had grown up and stopped listening. Mobius commented that those two were quite interesting. Yuan didn't want to talk about them at the moment, since he's worrying how he could make him level up. The spirit key concentration in space has also reached a bottleneck, but it still can't quite keep up with the consumption volume of his nurturing spirit creatures. The prerequisite for leveling him up was to first nurture other spirit creatures to level up. Even though he could accelerate the process by transforming spirit key, he's limited by his own spirit key professional rank, so the efficiency was limited. If he wants to accelerate the process, he needs Mobius's level to increase. It was simply a vicious cycle. Mobius suggested pursuing high quality since it costs so much money, but that won't do. Only by improving the quality of the spirit creature could the spirit creature's level be brought out. He hoped for every single spirit creature to realize their own value. If the Dragon Eye Spirit Siphon Goldish is to advance, it needs at least 3 drops of Dragon Beast blood. For Lily Luara to attempt legendary grade quality, it needs 1 portion of Revival Soil, 2 Redwood Tree Cores, and 1 liter of Flora Spring Water. With that requirements, he had to call Sister Shin. She answered his call, but she was surprised when she heard that he wanted a Dragon Beast blood because that item wasn't cheap. But deep inside, she was thrilled that her judgment was correct. He was truly worthy of a patron who spent nearly 5 radiant coins the first time he entered the shop. She gave him a quote that the price of the gold rank Dragon Beast blood is 80 radiant coins, while for a platinum rank Dragon Beast blood, it's 2,000 radiant coins a drop. If he could take a large quantity, she would give him a discount and a guarantee that it hasn't been diluted. His silence made her ask if he's still there. In reality, he was left crying because he couldn't afford it. He cleared his throat and clarified that he was just asking first. And aside from that, he wanted to order 4,000 caddies of inferior energy stones and 3 spirit siphon goldfish, normal grade. She could easily get him his order. After the call, she calculated based on the restocking speed and expects that he would be needing the Dragon Beast blood by the next time he comes. She planned to prepare since she now has a pretty good patron. 2 hours later, more fish were swimming in the pool. Mobius commented that the delivery was way too fast. Yuan had just finished upgrading 5 web-spraying spiders to epic quality, but the money he earned for the past few days was down to only 0.4 radiant coins again, and the spirit key in the space has been consumed by more than half. He envied those goldfish for living a carefree life. He started feeding them. The first goldfish in the pool started acting aggressively. Yuan was confused, since those fish originally live in the same pool. The transformation pool was only bigger, and yet they started fighting. Mobius answered that he was too naive. He explained that it's the natural selection, survival of the fittest. Evolution is inherently the most creative ability nature bestows upon living beings. So no matter what kind of spirit creature, they would not easily share the spirit key, supplying themselves with other spirit creatures, even if they were former partners. Yuan knew it was the reason why the strong get stronger and it's difficult for the weak to rise. Mobius was glad that he was enlightened, though he added that nature was also balanced. The more powerful the individual, the more they should understand coexistence and order. His calm mind temporarily eliminates the aggression of the dragon eye spirit siphon goldfish, and barring any accidents, he expects the other three to evolve to elite grade in 5 days. Yuan entrusted that to him and added more ore. He checked his phone and was glad to see that the green creepers sold out so fast. Mobius had just finished upgrading a few web spiders, so he decided to restock them. Yuan realized it was time to deliver to that braised egg, so he left. He entered his online shop and saw someone arguing when the shop already stated that the product was sold out. The girl complained that when she saw the monk, she let him order first, but he actually dared to sweep everything away. The monk simply replied that the Buddha taught them not to rob. She got angrier and grabbed him by the collar. She was angry that she already helped him, and yet he dared to lecture her. She challenged him to meet offline. Yuan yelled at them to stop arguing, or they could take it outside his shop. He displayed the web-spraying spiders. The monk was shocked. He could tell that it was a work of a 2-star creator. The girl couldn't believe that it was an epic quality. Yuan clarified that those were custom ordered and not for sale. The monk got interested in the requirements for a custom order. He explained that he's temporarily not accepting custom orders for that month and would resume the business next month at earliest. Simultaneously, those two asked if he still had elite-grade green creepers. Unfortunately, they were sold out and he won't be selling any more after that. He introduced them to his next products, which were copper-rank green creepers and an elite-grade spirit siphon goldfish. He opened pre-orders for it. The girl offered 5 radiant coins to order a copper-rank green creeper. The monk bids 8 radiant coins for the spirit siphon goldfish. They both wanted those to be reserved under them so it won't be snatched away. Given their stance, Yuan realized that those two were used to buying when he even researched about the market price. He warned them that if they argued again, both of them would go straight into the shop's blacklist. He didn't know that those two were actually working together behind the scenes. Yuan was left exhausted. He realized that he had to set up the shop rules immediately and then placed it in the most conspicuous spot. The monk said that he would be waiting for his good news, then turned around and left. Seeing that the girl was still standing there, Yuan asked if she had other business. He told her that he no longer had any spirit creatures available for sale. She hesitated for a moment before asking if he could heal a spirit creature. That immediately piqued his interest. She explained that it was a spirit creature with a damaged foundation and serious injuries. Yuan said that if it was below silver rank, he could give it a try. The girl was overjoyed. She said that her daughter's spirit creature could finally be saved. Yuan froze when he heard the word daughter. He couldn't quite believe it. She looked about the same age as his sister. She then revealed her daughter's copper-rank spirit creature. While training near a dimensional rift, its roots had been burned by a horn demon. That surprised Yuan. Horn demons possessed horn fire with withering properties. If it struck a plant-type spirit creature, the damage would be devastating. Now he finally understood why the spirit creature's foundation had been injured. She thanked him profusely and asked about the cost. She admitted that she didn't have enough money right now, but promised that she would scrape it together by next month. Yuan waved it off, saying it was fine. He didn't have the time this month anyway. He told her to bring the spirit creature next month instead. As for payment, he didn't want money. What he wanted was something else: revival soil. She was stunned, unable to believe that this alone would be enough. Naturally, she accepted the deal without hesitation. She promised to find it for him. If she succeeded, they could discuss the treatment fee again. Yuan was genuinely surprised. Even Sister Shin couldn't obtain revival soil, which meant this woman definitely had connections. With that, his revival soil problem could be considered solved. Flora spring water could be handled with money. That only left the redwood tree core. He wondered if it could only be obtained through an auction at the treasure pavilion. Deciding not to think too far ahead, Yuan sent a message to Cloudstream, telling her that the web-spraying spiders were ready and that she should come quickly. Almost instantly, she appeared. Yuan was shocked by her speed. She accused him of cheating, How could he produce 5 epic quality spiders in just a few days? Even she hadn't expected him to be this fast. She assured him that she would roll the transparent spider silk immediately. After inspecting the goods and confirming their quality, she said she was extremely satisfied and told him to ship them out. Her excitement was obvious. Yuan reminded her that one of the web-spraying spiders possessed the skill Deadly Poison and advised her to be careful with her hair. She immediately snapped back, yelling that she didn't get stung on purpose and that her hair was already growing back. After the payment was transferred, she left. Yuan wondered why she was always so prickly, but at least he finally had capital again. It was time to expand production. He immediately placed orders for more materials so he could keep the money flowing. The butterfly tail spirit siphon goldfish were also selling well, and he needed to restock green creepers as well. Noticing Smarty's eyes bulging, Yuan asked if he'd strained them from studying too long. Smarty said no, it was just that there were concepts he didn't quite understand. He asked about the complexity of spirit creature evolution. Yuan asked him what exactly he meant. Smarty explained that spirit creature evolution didn't solely aim to strengthen survival or combat ability. If that were the case, spirit creatures wouldn't be able to sustain themselves during evolution. The theory was abstract and difficult to grasp. Yuan tried to think of a more concrete example, so he pointed to the green creeper, something Smarty was extremely familiar with since he ate it every day. Yuan asked him to imagine that he was a green creeper and what direction he would evolve in to ensure survival. Smarty answered that he would get rid of the leaves so he wouldn't be eaten, evolve toxicity to avoid accidental consumption, and become extremely durable while needing less water. Yuan imagined a poisonous cactus instead. Then he told Smarty that this line of thinking was completely wrong. Smarty was shocked. He thought his logic was perfect for survival. Yuan then showed him the evolved copper rank form of the green creeper. Smarty immediately realized how different it was from what he had imagined. It was fresh, juicy, and actually tasted good. It practically looked like it wanted to be eaten. Yuan explained that the green creeper's evolution path was equivalent to declaring to all spirit creatures that it could produce food, and delicious food at that. As a result, other spirit creatures would protect it, nurture it, and ensure its survival. That was how it secured its position in the ecosystem. Smarty muttered that if it were him, he'd still choose to evolve into something completely unpalatable. The worse it tasted, the better. Yuan told him that studying too long had narrowed his thinking. That was why he couldn't figure it out. So he suggested going out for a walk. Yin was happy. It had been a long time since they last went out together. Yuan admitted that they'd relied too heavily on online shopping lately. At a massive screen, they watched the city lord Ling Xiao announce that the Radiant Federation Creators Guild would reform the Creator Certification Assessment. Anyone who completed the 1-star creator assessment within 2 hours could skip 3 lifestyle profession advancement assessments and directly challenge the 2-star creator exam. This was incredible news for Yuan. It meant he could directly aim for 2 stars. He silently vowed to secure it no matter what. Yin also expressed her support. The next news segment focused on the Federation. Recent investigations showed that dimensional rifts would enter an active period lasting half a year, during which an exotic beast tide would emerge. The Radiant Federation would enter a state of combat readiness. Citizens were advised to prepare in advance and not panic. During the active period, the Federation would dispatch spirit guards to help resist the exotic beast tide. Images of spirit guards in full uniform flashed across the screen. Yuan suddenly remembered asking his parents where they were going when he was young. They told him to take good care of Jue, saying they were heading out for a bit and would be back by the time he woke up. But the next day, an injured man came to inform him about his parents. Jue woke up and asked where their parents were. Yuan had to tell her that they wouldn't be coming back. She cried loudly. Yuan hugged her and promised that he would take care of her. As he did, he tightly gripped his parents' badges in his hands. Standing there frozen, Yuan didn't notice Yin and Smarty panicking as they tried to get his attention. He finally snapped out of it, hugged them both, and assured them that he was fine. That was their cue to head home. Only then did he realize. The badges his parents carried were the symbols of the spirit guards. When Yuan got back home, he immediately sat down and began researching on his computer. Just as he expected, the dimensional rift that opened on the outskirts of Xia County 10 years ago was indeed resolved by the spirit guards. He read through several news reports. According to the data, a powerful energy source was detected deep inside the rift. He skimmed the news. At 7 a.m., a level 4 swamp dragonfly broke through the defenses, severely injuring 30 defenders before being suppressed by the Wind and Thunder Squad. At 3 p.m., a level 5 rotting bone silkworm emerged, using corrosive attacks and corpse control. The Captain General soon arrived with elite forces and began sealing the rift while exterminating the threat. By 8 p.m., the creature was heavily injured, but the land remained corroded. There were no civilian casualties, though 120 were seriously injured and 53 went missing. The rift was expected to be sealed within 72 hours. The rotting bone silkworm felt painfully familiar to him. He also read that bone-devouring gangrene was a mutual destruction skill, one the rotting bone silkworm could only activate by sacrificing itself when pushed to its absolute limit. Putting all these pieces together, Yuan realized that Uncle Lee was a member of the Spirit Guards. His gaze slowly dropped to the badges his parents left behind. South was lava, north was ice-sealed, the west rose into a vast desert, and the east sank into quagmires. The Radiant Federation existed in the narrow cracks between these deadly zones. Countless spirit creatures roamed within and around its borders. The Spirit Guards were the guardian organization responsible for handling spirit creature disasters and exotic beast invasions. Yuan wondered if his parents had been stationed at such a dangerous post. They had never mentioned it. He noticed faint inscriptions on the badges. After wiping away the dried blood, the number 2837 appeared. He wondered if that was their serial number within the Spirit Guards. He tried to dig deeper online. But a red exclamation mark suddenly flashed on the screen. He had triggered a restricted clearance level. Online searches were no longer permitted. He considered asking Auntie Zhang, but she was accompanying Uncle Lee for a medical checkup. They were old friends of his parents. Yuan suspected they knew the truth. Judging from Uncle Lee's injuries, he was likely a witness to the events back then, perhaps even a spirit guard himself. Suddenly, someone knocked on the front door. It was already late at night. Yuan initially thought Auntie Zhang had returned, but she wouldn't knock like that. Xue was preparing for the 100 Suns recently, so she wouldn't be coming home. Even if she did, she would notify him beforehand. Anyone related to StarNet transactions contacted him through his phone. That made Yuan both wary and curious about who it could be. The knocking pattern changed, as if a different person had taken over. The worst-case scenario flashed through his mind. His ability to upgrade and evolve spirit creatures had been exposed, and someone had come to kidnap him. Smarty and Yin Yin woke up and asked who it was. Smarty jokingly asked if Yuan had stolen someone else's business. Yuan told him to stop talking nonsense. He barely had any stock. There was no way he had stepped on anyone's toes. He quietly instructed Yin Yin that if he retreated after opening the door, no matter who came in, she was to immediately release turbulence and sound spike at the entrance. He cracked the door open slightly and asked who they were looking for. Outside stood a man and a woman. The man asked whether he was the child of Lin Jian and Chu Yan. Yuan asked if they knew his parents. The woman immediately took out a badge, clearly knowing he would recognize it. She said softly that she hadn't expected him to have grown this much. She introduced herself. They were from the Spirit Guards. Her name was Su Jin, though she preferred to be called Auntie Su. The man beside her was Dong Hai. He asked whether Yuan had recently attempted to access the Spirit Guards' internal database. They had traced him through that. That confirmed it. His parents had truly been members of the Spirit Guards. Dong Hai said it was a long story. The aftermath of that battle had been extremely chaotic. Back then, many Spirit Guards carried out missions under hidden identities, which made later investigations difficult. The headquarters' follow-up handling still had unresolved gaps. They apologized for coming so late. Then he handed Yuan a blood-stained piece of cloth. Yuan asked what it was. Dong Hai said it was for Yuan and Shui's future. There was writing on the cloth. Yuan recognized the handwriting immediately. It was his mother's. Dong Hai explained that Spirit Guard missions were incredibly dangerous. That was why Auntie Zhang and Uncle Lee chose to keep the truth from him. They silently accompanied and protected the siblings all these years. He hoped Yuan wouldn't blame them. Rubbing his eyes, Yuan said that he didn't blame them. If anything, it was thanks to them that he and his sister were able to grow up safely. Dong Hai, who told him to call him Uncle Dong, also promised that he had Yuan's back. If Yuan ever needed help, he could come to him. Auntie Su cleared her throat, reminding Uncle Dong of something important. That item had been exchanged using all of his parents' accumulated merits, along with repeated applications from old Zhang and others. Yuan asked what item they were talking about. Uncle Dong told him it was a source seed. Yuan asked what that meant. Auntie Su explained that dimensional rifts didn't only bring exotic beast tides, they also birthed various treasures known as source-type items. Only when a source-type item was removed would a rift finally close. The source seed was one such item. A source-type treasure capable of sealing a level 2 dimensional rift. Uncle Dong thought the source seed suited Yuan perfectly. He heard from old Lee that Yuan had an accident during cultivation when he was young, which left his body weak. Contracting spiritual beings consumes a lot of energy, but a source seed only needs fresh blood to grow. It does not rely on mental strength or spiritual energy. Yuan carefully examined the seed. Auntie Sue explained that the source seed could be cultivated into a spiritual being. Its abilities and growth path could be guided freely during cultivation. Because of Yuan's poor health, she suggested raising it into a healing-type spiritual being. This would greatly help his body in the future. A healing type also matched Yuan's current affinity. But pure healing alone was not enough to survive in that world. Yuan knew he still needed combat power, just like Daisy, also known as White. Auntie Sue handed him a Federal Central Bank card. It contained 100 radiant coins. She said it was a gift and also compensation that was 10 years overdue. Uncle Dong gave him one as well, knowing that cultivating a source seed and paying for Yuan's sister's schooling would be expensive. He told Yuan to treat it as interest for the past 10 years. Yuan refused to take their money. He opened the door. Smarty jumped onto his head and said that he had 2 wonderful families. Uncle Dong, who had lived at least 20 years longer than Yuan, offered him some advice. He insisted that Yuan accept the money. Auntie Sue noticed that Yuan had only recently recovered physically. She guessed that Smarty and Yin were only at elite level. His peers were already bronze rank or higher, so it seemed that Yuan lacked real combat experience. She asked him if he wanted to know more about his parents' work. There was a level 1 dimensional rift in Xie Prefecture connected to the spirit beast realm. If Yuan wanted, she could take him there to see how the spirit suppression division operated. Even though it was only level 1, it still carried some risk. Before she could finish speaking, Yuan said that he wanted to go. He believed they already knew about his past condition. He had missed too much of the world, and with such an opportunity in front of him, he did not want to let it slip away. Within half a year, the dimensional rift would become active. A beast tide was approaching, so preparing early was the smart choice. Auntie Sue thought Yuan was promising. She believed he had talent. Uncle Dong quietly warned her that they should be more careful. She elbowed him to shut him up. She told him to clear out the insectoids while she stayed close to protect Yuan. She told Yuan to get ready because they were leaving immediately. Yuan checked the stats of her spirit beast. It was a fluff feather snow owl from the overfeather family, snow owl genus. It was platinum rank, 8 out of 10, with wind and ice attributes. Its quality was perfect. It had a skill called Feather Salt, which launched rapid wing strikes while firing sharp feathers. Another skill, Feather Shield, used thick down feathers to block damage. Snow Feather Spike fired cold feathers that froze targets and dealt spread damage. Ground. Snow Stride condensed airflow on the ground, creating an avalanche field that unleashed freezing attacks in all directions. Snow's protection summoned extreme cold to form solid ice shields that protected multiple targets and granted ice resistance. Its exclusive trait, Rapid Freeze, boosted frost affinity and caused ice skills to freeze targets faster. Yuan was shocked. A casual summon was already platinum rank and had so many skills. He had assumed it was a defensive spirit beast. It truly lived up to the reputation of the spirit suppression division. Yin stared at the giant bird in awe. He wondered if he could become that strong one day. Yuan promised to train him as best as he could. Smarty also wanted to go along. Yuan asked Uncle Dong if he could bring the 2 little ones with them. Uncle Dong agreed since he would be guarding them anyway. Both of them were excited to ride such a big bird. Yin loved how it felt like velvet. Xiao asked if she even knew what velvet felt like. Yin said she did not, but that was how it felt in her imagination. Soon they were flying through the sky. They eventually arrived in front of the dimensional rift. Military personnel stopped them and said that unauthorized personnel were forbidden to enter. Uncle Dong stated his full name and affiliation and requested access to the restricted zone to lead a basic clearing operation. After his identity was confirmed, they were allowed inside. They flew forward. The area was already within the range of the dimensional rift. From time to time, insectoids would fall from above. That was why so many violet thorn guards were stationed there. Yuan promised himself to stay cautious. Sudden loud noises echoed around them. Yin and Smarty both clung tightly to Yuan. A spirit beast suddenly appeared behind them. Uncle Dong punched it. Yuan watched in shock as Uncle Dong shattered the insectoid with a single punch, using only body-tempered spiritual energy. At that moment, he truly understood the strength of the spirit suppression division. Auntie Sue told him not to be nervous. Most of the insectoids were only elite level. Very few had reached bronze rank. Even so, Yuan knew elite level enemies were already dangerous for him. Uncle Dong moved ahead of the group. He summoned his wolf-like spirit beast. He placed it right in the center of the battlefield. Yuan felt uneasy seeing it surrounded on all sides. Uncle Dong told him not to rush. He said the beast needed some time to prepare. Then he commanded the pack to hunt. The spirit beast was a shadow dreadwolf from the dreadwolf genus of the Dark Fang clan. It was monarch rank, 10 out of 10, with outstanding quality. Its ultimate skill was Eclipse Domain. It had Bite, which tore enemies apart and caused bleeding. Claw Strike ripped enemies with deadly force. Pounce Lock used gravity to suppress and capture targets, with effectiveness based on the enemy's strength. Black Ray fired dark element energy from its mouth, dealing heavy magic damage. Ban Owl Howl released a powerful sonic attack. Its passive skill, Night Stalker, enhanced tracking and senses. Its special trait, Shadow Entity, made its energy nearly endless when fighting in darkness. Yuan was deeply impressed. The skill set and trait were perfectly suited for long battles with high burst damage. Just watching the fight made the trip worthwhile. In a blink, the enemies were wiped out. Uncle Dong told Yuan that it was not dangerous at all. Yuan noticed that Yin was acting strangely, so he asked her what was wrong. She said that something was watching them. She was right. A crow hovered nearby. Its eyes were red, its chest was open, and white bones were exposed. Yuan still believed the trip would not be dangerous. Smarty felt relieved hearing that. Yin suddenly jumped out of Yuan's arms and warned him to be careful. She said something felt wrong. Yuan shouted for her to stop. That was when he realized Auntie Sue and Uncle Dong were gone. A strange feeling washed over him. When he looked again, he realized he was riding on the back of the eerie giant crow. Uncle Dong said he felt uneasy. Auntie Sue reminded him not to lower his guard because it felt like something was still waiting for them. He complained that she had jinxed it. She told Yuan to stay put while they dealt with the small threats. She assured him there was nothing to worry about. Her Fluff Feather Snow Owl unleashed Snow Feather Spike. Several spirit beasts were wiped out at once. Uncle Dong thought that was the most dangerous situation they would face that day. But Auntie Sue felt something was off. Yuan had not moved for a long time, so she told Uncle Dong to check on him. When Uncle Dong checked, Yuan's face looked normal and his breathing was steady. He told her that Yuan was just asleep. In truth, Yuan's consciousness was falling. Yin shouted for him to grab onto her, so he grabbed her small legs. Smarty told her to hold on tightly. She tried her best, but she could not keep her grip, and all of them fell. Yuan felt strange. It did not feel like he was falling from a height. Instead, it felt like the ground was welcoming him. Since he was not injured at all, he wondered if the enemy did not want him dead. A voice said he was right. It said that the beings outside the rift controlled all the land and resources, while those inside had to fight and bleed just to survive. It was the crow. It offered him a bet. If the crow won, Yuan would have to stay there forever. Yuan was shocked that it could speak. But the crow did not want to talk any longer. It was angry that they kept calling it an insectoid when it did not even have the right to live in peace outside the rift. The spirit beast summoned a group of wolves. Yin attacked with turbulence. She shouted at it to stay away from Yuan. Smarty bragged that they even had a big bird and a big wolf on their side. At the mention of those spirit beasts, the crow created creepy copies of Auntie Sue and Uncle Dong. It used its power to restrain Yin and Smarty. Wolves surrounded them as their strength was slowly drained. They shouted for Yuan to run. Yuan covered them in a golden aura and told them to calm their minds. Smarty was confused about what was happening. Yuan realized everything around them was an illusion. Uncle Dong and Auntie Sue were not really there. They had disappeared because the crow could not pull them into the illusion. The crow was called the Lord of the Three Ravens from the Corvidae family. It was elite tier, level 2. It was a psychic-type spirit beast with common quality. One of its skills was Eye of Illusory Dreams. When it stared at an enemy, it could drag them into a low-level illusion, forcing them to see terrifying scenes that weakened their will. This only worked on weaker spirit creatures. It was shocked that Yuan had seen through it. It never expected a human kid to break free from its power. This only made it more determined to kill him. Smarty asked if the attacks were illusions too. Yin said they felt real. Yuan told them that the damage was real. The Lord of the Three Ravens warned them that its next attack would not be fake. Yuan noticed that its technique was almost a perfect copy of elite-class spirit beast skills. Yuan told Yin to use turbulence to attack their legs. Then Smarty was to strike their faces when they opened up. He explained that they were illusion clones, so they should be weak. Yin followed his order. Smarty rushed in and scratched them. To their shock, the clones were not affected at all. Yuan told the Lord of the Three Ravens that fighting like this was pointless and that it could not win, but the crow disagreed. Yuan was human and had spirit beasts. It was an abnormal insect that had nothing. Suddenly, the crow leveled up inside the illusion. It lunged at Yuan, shouting that battle brought satisfaction, destruction created fairness, and slaughter restored balance. It raged about how humans enjoyed food and clean air, while creatures inside the rift killed each other just to live. A wolf was about to bite Yuan. The source seed slipped out of his pocket. Yin and Smarty were being overwhelmed as well. The crow believed that survival only led to pain, and destruction was the path to eternity. Suddenly, golden light burst through the wolves. The crow froze in shock. Yuan was unharmed. The source seed was actively resisting the illusion. Yuan realized the crow's power could strengthen nearby spirit beasts. But that same power could be turned against it. He told Yin to strike its weak point and finish it. They already knew where it was. They charged forward. The crow's body was cut apart. It looked disappointed, as if it had hoped its luck would change, but Yuan had won. Yuan saw a slaughter rune inside its remains. He wondered if the true nature of exotic beasts was endless killing. After that, Uncle Dong shook him awake and said they were heading back. He asked if the flock of crows had scared him. Yuan opened his eyes and said no. Uncle Dong told Auntie Sue that Yuan looked exhausted. Yuan asked Uncle Dong where he should train if he wanted to become stronger. Uncle Dong told him to go to the Star Tower, the best place for real combat training. It was late at night. Smarty and Yin were fast asleep. Yuan took the source seed out from the pot of cores. He remembered what happened inside the illusion. The seed only changed after absorbing his blood. Now he knew what it would look like after evolving, and he also knew that contracting with it required blood. So he cut his hand. He let the blood drip onto the seed. He decided to take a gamble, hoping it would become a spirit creature with offensive power. He was shocked by how quickly it absorbed his blood. Suddenly, he heard a loud voice in his mind, urging him to keep going and not stop. They were now connected mentally, and Yuan could feel an overwhelming sense of hunger coming from it. He lost so much blood that his face turned pale. He relied on the Lily Luara to slow the bleeding. Eventually, it stopped. The seed had turned into a plant. He did not expect it to need that much blood. Since it was plant-based, he thought it might have something like a carnivorous plant's mouth, just like it did in the illusion. What appeared before him was a strange humanoid plant. It had a rose-like flower for a head and a wide grin filled with sharp teeth. Yuan stared in amazement. This was exactly what he wanted. From that moment on, he named it Red Thorn. He tried feeding it a radish, but it shook its head. He tried giving it a core, but it refused again. Yuan grew nervous. He was afraid it wanted more of his blood, and he knew he could not handle that again. Smarty woke up and told him to get some sleep. Yuan said he was fine. He knew that Smarty and Yin were exhausted from the previous day. Smarty noticed the plant and realized it looked similar to the one from the illusion. Yuan introduced it as Red Thorn, their new companion. Smarty became excited. He asked if it would be as strong as it was back then. Feeling a bit jealous, he also asked if he would become stronger too. Yuan warned him not to rush. Smarty was only at elite rank for now. Once he reached the copper tier, there would be a major change, and he would step into a completely new level. Yin woke up and asked what they were talking about. Yuan suggested that they all rest and recover for now, so they could prepare to break through to the copper tier. A week later, they gathered in the backyard. Yuan's body had recovered a lot. While nurturing the source seed, his spiritual energy had also become purer. Breaking through to the copper tier should no longer be difficult. Golden energy wrapped around Yin. She evolved into a flowing cloud azure bird from the blue sparrow family of the winged bird genus. She reached copper tier, 1 out of 10. She had sound and air attributes and common quality. Her skills were Sound Spike, which fired 3 sound-formed spikes at a target, and Turbulent Flow, where she flapped her wings to release fast and unstable air currents. Yuan felt confused. Normally, there should have been a songstress bird stage between her old form and this one. But Yin barely changed at elite rank, and her species had stayed the same. It felt like she had skipped a stage entirely. Now it was time to choose her trait. The options were Oily Feathers, which reduced damage by coating her feathers with oil; Clear Skies, which dispersed clouds and cleared the sky after her song ended; and Borrowed Wind, which reduced stamina use during flight. Yuan did not expect to see 3 choices. He thought carefully. In group fights like the one in the illusion, reducing damage or moving faster might still lead to them being controlled. but an ability that changed the weather could help them escape danger or even counterattack, just like Daisy once did. In the end, he chose clear skies. Smarty told Yin that she looked more refined now. Yin was delighted. She said she could now sing and dance at the same time during her live streams. Smarty got excited and said it was his turn next. Yuen told him not to rush. When the process started, Smarty looked uncomfortable. Yuen was about to suggest stopping, but Smarty insisted on continuing. Yuen finished it as quickly as possible. Smarty's spiritual energy was very stable, so Yuan believed there would be no issue. Smarty suddenly told him to wait. His nose felt itchy. When he sneezed, his appearance changed. Yuan was disappointed by how plain the evolution looked. Yin encouraged Smarty to check himself, so she brought over a mirror. Smarty was thrilled. He said he now looked like a scholar. The trait selection appeared with 3 options. The first was Dust Ward, which repelled dust and kept the surroundings clean. The second was Item Form, which allowed him to turn into an item for his contractor to use. The third was Pain Amplification, which multiplied the pain felt by enemies after he attacked them, based on a mental force check. From a combat standpoint, Dust Ward countered earth and sand users. Pain Amplification increased damage output. As for Item Form, it felt like a gamble. Smarty suggested choosing Item Form. Yuen asked if he was sure. Smarty explained that he was not a combat-type spirit creature, so the other 2 options would not help him much in battle. Yuen thought the explanation was brutally honest. Smarty rushed toward him and threatened that if he turned into something useless, he would cut off his own tail and end it all. Smarty's new status appeared. He was now a Bikesun beast from the spirit feline family of the wisdom cat genus. He was Copper Tier, 1 out of 10. He was a mental-type spirit creature with common quality. His skills included precise memory, which allowed him to remember even the smallest details, and knowledge analysis, which let him analyze stored information from multiple angles. His exclusive trait was Item Form, allowing him to transform into an item for his contractor. Yuen activated Item Form. Smarty turned into a pair of glasses. Smarty was disappointed. Yuen told him they would not know its real power until he wore them. Yuen put on the glasses. When he looked at Yin, information appeared. It showed that she was happy with her evolution. It also revealed her thoughts, like how she was craving chestnut and meat floss bread from the next street. A profile of the flowing cloud azure bird appeared as well, explaining that they usually lived in high mountains. There was even a reminder telling Yuen not to forget to brush her feathers. He was deeply impressed. Then he noticed something else. Redthorn's thoughts contained only one thing: aberrant insects. Yuen realized that this must be what Redthorn wanted to eat. Sister Shin answered Yuan's call and told him that she had insect corpses and could give them to him for free. Even 100 wouldn't be a problem. After the call, she fell into thought. This time, Yuen didn't ask for spiritual materials. Instead, he wanted insect corpses. It made her curious about what kind of breeding base he was building, and she started considering giving him a small test. Yuen didn't expect her to really have them. Smarty was the one who told him she would. Soon enough, he received the delivery. He fed one of the insect corpses to Redthorn, but Redthorn swallowed everything in the bucket in one go. After eating, it started glowing. Yuen wondered if it was about to evolve. Redthorn was a predatory plant from the Romaceae, Rafflesia family. Its spiritual level was normal, and its spiritual type was source type. Its skill was Mouth of Ritual, which allowed it to secrete massive amounts of digestive fluid. The fluid was extremely corrosive and could rapidly digest energy from food. It dumped the remaining contents of the bucket straight into its mouth. Yin complained that it had terrible manners. Smarty added that its saliva was corrosive too, making it quite dangerous. Yuen reassured them that it was only acting like that because it was starving, so there was nothing to worry about. Yuen realized that its appetite was frightening. The 300 corpses he bought would last at most 3 days, especially with the addition of dragon beast blood. He started wondering if the cash flow from his small online shop could keep up. When he checked his balance, he had 398.2 Radiance coins. It was a huge amount. He noticed that the Spirit Siphon goldfish and copper-grade green vines were selling extremely well. He would need to restock again. A new message arrived from Cloudstream. She complained that she couldn't even find a single transparent web and demanded that he send 5 more as soon as possible. Right after that, she transferred the money. Yuen commented that her luck was terrible. Because of her order, he now had to restock web-spraying spiders as well. Yin and Smarty overheard him and immediately demanded that he take them along. Yuen asked why, since he was only going to restock. Yin explained that ever since they returned from the dimensional rift, they wanted to know how strong they really were. Smarty added that they didn't want to be helpless again if they encountered exotic insects. Yuan joked that if that was the case, then if a sudden crisis hit Xia County next time, they would become Radiance heroes. Yin Yin became excited, saying that would make them one of a kind in the Federation. Smarty, however, said that wasn't true. He then told them a story. 2 years ago, in Frost City of the Radiance Federation, a member of the Radiance 100 sequence ranked 39 faced a Class 3-dimensional rift alone. He held back the insect tide by himself for 30 minutes, stopping Frost City from turning into a living hell. Yuan was impressed that Smarty even knew about something like that. Smarty said he had read old news articles when he got tired of studying. Yin Yin asked what happened to that 100 sequence member afterward. Meanwhile, inside a shop, a staff member argued with the boss about pinning their hopes on a shop that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Sister Shin asked if they had a problem with her sales strategy. The staff complained that she had used a huge amount of funds to buy dragon beast blood and was now purchasing insect corpses in massive quantities. The buyer, she claimed, was just a newly opened shop on the Star Web. To them, it sounded unreasonable. They were worried that if she got scammed, they wouldn't even be able to pay salaries next month. At that moment, Yuan walked in and commented that things seemed lively. He asked if he had come at a bad time since it looked like they were arguing. Sister Shin smiled and said it was just a simple meeting to plan their main products for the next quarter, and everyone was sharing opinions. Yuan didn't pry further. He told her he wanted to buy 3,000 insect corpses. On top of that, he needed 10,000 pounds of low-grade energy ores, half a pound of butterfly shells, 40 normal-grade spirit siphon goldfish, and 5 elite-grade level 10 web-spraying spiders of perfect quality. He paid everything up front. The staff turned pale when they heard the size of the order and the upfront payment. Sister Shin asked why they were still standing around. She introduced Yuan as the partner of their new shop and told them to give him VIP treatment. The staff immediately became enthusiastic and helped him with everything. Sister Shin had already guessed that he would restock normal-grade spirit siphon goldfish, but she believed he would also be interested in something special. She brought out a pregnant elite-grade spirit siphon goldfish mother, 5 Fortune Ranchu. Yuan was stunned. A spirit siphon goldfish could produce over 1,000 offspring in a single pregnancy. Normally, without enough spiritual energy, most of the eggs wouldn't survive. But inside the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone spirit pool, survival wouldn't be an issue at all. On top of that, 5 Fortune Ranchu was extremely popular. Yuan took it without hesitation. He also asked to collect the dragon beast blood he had ordered earlier. Sister Shin smiled, satisfied that her guess was correct. She suspected there was a creation master behind Yuan's shop. Anyone capable of handling a pregnant 5 Fortune Ranchu had to be at least a 2-star creation master or higher. The prices were quickly settled. Dragon beast blood cost 240 radiance coins, the 5 Fortune Ranchu cost 80, and the web-spraying spiders, energy ores, and other items totaled 60 radiance coins. After completing the transaction, Yuan left. The staff personally saw him off, now fully aware that they had underestimated Sister Shin's connections. Smarty asked where they were heading next. Yuan asked if they still wanted to test their strength. If so, they could go to the Star Tower that Uncle Dong had mentioned. Star Tower was one of the most unique facilities on the Star Web. It offered training, simulated battles, and ladder matches. It also hosted many combat-type competitions and was known as a paradise for combat spiritual creatures. Smarty stared at the towering structure. Players could only climb 1 floor for every win, and they had to fight at least once a month. He had heard that there was a promotion match on the 100th floor. Passing it would allow them to enter the ladder and become Hall of Fame-level players. Yuan told him he was getting ahead of himself. Reaching the 100th floor on their first climb was impossible. Yuan informed the staff that he was registering for the first time. The staff member didn't even look up. While reading his book, he told Yuan to fill out the form himself and said they would input the information later. He warned Yuan not to disturb him, since the Creation Master exam was coming up soon. Smarty frowned at the lack of hospitality, but Yuan understood. With the exam approaching, everyone was under pressure. The form submission was successful. Yuan was told to stand still until the scan finished. The results showed the 100 Questions Beast and the Soundbird at Bronze Rank 1, while Mobius was Elite Rank 7 with Epic quality. All records, matches, wins, losses, and highest floor were at 0. The staff member was surprised by Yuan's spirit beasts. Some of them were things he couldn't even recognize. Smarty commented that he seemed to be the only one who had aged over the years. Yuan, originally, wanted Lily to compete, but releasing Mobius's Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was technically part of its own ability. Yin Yin asked which floor they needed to reach to face opponents at the Radiance 100 sequence level. Yuan told her not to be so ambitious. She said she was just curious. The staff answered that it would be at least above the 100th floor. He added that there had been some unusual cases over the past 2 days, so it would be best not to run into those people on their first visit to Star Tower. Yuan wondered if that meant there was a chance to challenge strong opponents early. Yin was already looking forward to it. They entered the player preparation room. Inside, they could even set the battlefield and weather conditions. Matchmaking would be based on their first battle. Their first opponent was a battle-hardened veteran with 471 matches. Yin asked if that meant he was strong. Yuan thought probably not, since his highest floor was only 3. That meant he likely got crushed every single match. The battlefield was an open grassland in the morning. The weather was sunny, with no special mechanisms. Yuan decided to send Smarty out first. His exaggerated gestures made Smarty complain that Yuan had been watching too many cartoons. The old man on the other side looked like he could barely stand. He was happy to run into a rookie. If he won this match, he wouldn't need to fight again for the rest of the month. Smarty tried to switch places with Yin, but Yuan whispered for him to just finish it. Since he was already there, he shouldn't go easy just because the opponent was old. The old man warned them not to underestimate the bond between him and his gray shell beetle. He ordered it to use Gnaw. Yuan was about to command Smarty to use a skill, but Smarty had already moved. He simply stepped on it. The old man let out a wail, accusing young people of being heartless. He said he had raised it with care and now had to bury his own child. Smarty argued that this was exactly why he wanted to swap out earlier. Yuan quickly tried to calm the old man, explaining that spiritual creatures weren't truly harmed inside the star web. Even so, Yuan felt disappointed. The match was far lower level than he had imagined. The system generated the next arena. It was nighttime in a ruined city. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the rules stated that the ruins would collapse once enough damage accumulated. A man released his yellow-spotted dog and ordered it to use scent trace so the enemy couldn't escape. At the same time, he commanded the tusk-digging boar to use tusk charge, aiming straight for its vital point. Yuan calmly instructed Yin to use sonic piercing. Yin struck both spirit beasts at once. The man cried out in disbelief, questioning why there was even a copper-tier spiritual creature on that floor. Yuan could only offer him an apologetic smile. As Yuan was teleported to another area, he replayed the man's words in his mind. Even on that floor. He didn't quite understand what he meant. Yuan wanted Smarty to join the next match, but Smarty refused. He felt frustrated. For over 10 matches now, Smarty hadn't been able to do anything before the battles ended. Yuan tried to comfort him, saying they would eventually meet an evenly matched opponent. He then checked the opponent for the next floor. It was Huang Chenglin, 27 years old, a power-type Reiki professional. He had 3 copper-tier spiritual creatures, a poison-fire python, an acid mist python, and a swamp python. He openly displayed their information, clearly confident in his strength. That instantly excited Smarty and Yin. Finally, he would have a chance to show what he could do. They entered the arena. Chenglin looked surprised to see Yuan appear. He had assumed a newcomer would have given up and retreated by now. After checking Yuan's profile, he thought Yuan might be an expert, until he saw that he only brought a cat and a bird. He mockingly asked if they were there on a sightseeing trip. That confused our MC and even his beasts. To make matters worse, Yuan was a healing-type professional. Chenglin sneered, saying the bird might as well build a nest on the battlefield so people could eat eggs and recover. Yuan felt his patience snap. He told Chenglin that he talked too much and said he was ready to start anytime. Chenglin laughed, saying he didn't expect a newcomer who wanted to lose so badly. He claimed he wasn't here to play house with a rookie and would end the fight using only 50% of his power. Just as Yuan suspected, a contractor's mental state affected their spiritual creatures. Chenglin's relaxed attitude made his snakes sluggish and careless. Yuan ordered Yin to use sonic piercing again, targeting the bellies of the 3 snakes. She darted past them and dropped her sharp feathers. To Yuan's surprise, one of the snakes blocked the attack with a spread of acid mist. Chenglin smirked and said he would have been more cautious if the little cat had joined the battle. But since the cat had turned into glasses, he didn't take the bird's attack power seriously. Yuan shouted back, telling him not to underestimate them. He ordered Yin to charge straight ahead and strike the acid mist python's nose. Chenglin assumed Yuan was rushing to his death. He casually commanded the poison fire python to unleash a blast of flames, saying Yuan should be grateful they were on Starweb. Otherwise, the little bird wouldn't even have a grave. Yuan replied that there was no need to worry. He ordered Mobius to open the spirit lock spatial zone. The flames caught up to Yin. Chenglin widened his eyes when he saw Yin crash straight into one of his snakes instead of retreating. Yuan told him to stop holding back because he was going all out. He pulled out Lily and activated its healing skill. Chenglin coldly warned him not to blame him for being ruthless. The blue snake charged forward. Yuan shouted for Yin to dodge. It released a blue breath attack, forcing Yin into a desperate retreat. Yuan realized the problem immediately. This was 1 versus 3. Yin was alone on the field, and the pace was far too intense. Even the healing spiritual ki wouldn't last much longer. Smarty suddenly spoke up, saying the analysis of the poison fire python and acid mist python's spray components was complete. He even understood the principles behind them. They finally had a way to counterattack. Yuan immediately ordered Yin to strike the poison fire python's eyes. They would eliminate one first. As the green snake released mist toward her, Yin flew straight at the red snake. Chenglin dismissed it as a useless trick. He ordered the poison fire python to intensify its flames while the acid mist python sealed off her escape route. Yin got trapped between the two snakes, but Yuan seized the opening and commanded Yin to use turbulence. Yin beat her wings furiously, pushing back both the fire and the mist. A stream of flame shot toward the red snake. When it mixed with the surrounding mist, it triggered a violent explosion. The green snake was instantly roasted. Chenglin clicked his tongue in annoyance and cursed it for being useless. Yuan praised Yin, finally understanding that real combat required strategy, not brute force. Chenglin's mind flashed back to a bitter memory. He had once been thrown out and told to abandon his dream of becoming a retainer of the Chung family. His only worth was staying in the Star Tower, watching for minor characters who might someday threaten the young master. Panic surged through him. He couldn't afford to lose here. Before the chapter ends, Yuan's current spiritual creature levels are shown. Red Thorn is at common grade. Lily, Yin, and Smarty are all copper tier. Mobius and the goldfish are at elite grade. Chenglin ordered the poison fire python to spit poisonous flames at that stupid bird. Yuan told Yin to circle around it and evade. He instructed her to keep her distance, and she followed his command. Smarty informed Yuan that the poison fire python's weakness had been fully evaluated. He marked the weak point. Yuan felt the timing was perfect. The opponent wasn't used to commanding 3 spirit creatures at once, so as long as he caught an opening, he could bring them down. He ordered Yin to use turbulence again. Chenglin sneered and told the poison fire python not to stop. Instead, he ordered it to release poisonous flames at maximum output, non-stop. Yuan told Yin to prepare a sound spike. The moment the poison fire python ran out of fire, Yin struck its weak point. The poison fire python collapsed. Yuan praised Yin for a job well done. Chenglin grew irritated by what he called cheap tricks. He challenged Yuan to fight him head-on if he had any guts. Yuan stared at him like he was talking nonsense. It was 3 against 1, and Chenglin was saying that to him. Mobius whispered for him to mobilize the spirit-absorbing goldfish. Yuan activated Spirit Infusion. The goldfish merged into Yin, and she immediately felt stronger. Yuan didn't expect Spirit Lock to be this effective in real combat. It was practically cheating. The ground suddenly shattered. Water shot up into the sky and slammed toward Yin. Yuan shouted for Yin to dodge. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy link broke before it could fully stabilize. Chenglin revealed that he still had a backup, his marsh python. He ordered it to chase Yin. He coldly stated that all was fair in war. At this point, Yuan had no choice but to gamble. He ordered Yin to use clear skies. Yin flapped her wings and shot forward, her body wrapped in radiant light before crashing down in a blinding burst. The marsh python was startled. Yin's attack hit it head-on, making it jolt backward as if it had been violently rattled. Yuan was stunned. Instead of being burned away, the moment the marsh python touched the radiant light from clear skies, it vanished straight into the air. Chenglin was completely shocked. He found it impossible. He had deliberately come down from a higher level just to crush weaklings. He remembered being told that someone at his level wasn't even qualified to become a retainer of the Chung family. He admitted that the kid had some skill, but it was unfortunate that he ran into him, a creator. He commanded the marsh python to use that. Yuan had just learned that Chenglin was a creator as well. He was intrigued. Whatever command Chenglin had given, it was enough to make his spirit creature hesitate. The remaining 3 snakes began to glow brightly as Chenglin ordered them to evolve. The marsh python devoured the green snake. It tore its body in half while the red python tried to flee, but the marsh python wrapped around it and bit down. The new spirit creature was called the 3-aspect boa. Its level was copper tier, level 3. Yuan was surprised. It was only copper tier, but he could clearly tell that its state was extremely unstable. It could barely be considered a true evolution. Chenglin explained that the 3-aspect boa was originally an ancient snake species, Over time, it chose to abandon its overwhelming advantages and split itself into 3 separate bodies. He had merely used special methods to restore it to its original form. As for whether it truly counted as evolution, they would find out soon enough. Yuan assessed the situation and felt his heart sink. Turbulence could no longer suppress the flames. Smarty knew Yin couldn't hold on much longer. He wanted to step in, but Yuan told him to wait. The green snake suddenly bit down on the blue snake, while the red snake blasted fire straight at it. Chunglin was stunned. He shouted, demanding to know what was wrong with it. Yuan seized the opening and unleashed turbulence, immediately followed by a sound spike. Yin struck. The blue snake collapsed. Chunglin stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. Smarty realized he had known about this kind of evolution for a long time, but had never had the chance to test it in real combat. He asked Yuan if they were going to continue. By then, Yin was already drowsy from exhaustion. Yuan shook his head. The last exchange had been far too dangerous. They had only won because the opponent was careless enough to expose a fatal opening. On top of that, Yin was completely spent. They canceled the match before anyone else arrived. To Yuan, clearing more than 20 floors in a single day was already impressive. But someone suddenly appeared. The man noticed that Yuan had canceled while he was already on the elevator. He asked if Yuan wanted to fight again. Yuan declined. The man nodded, understanding. He contacted his young master and reported that below the 80th floor, there were no real threats. The biggest obstacle still appeared to be members of the Huyao 100 child selection. The person on the other end replied that this was within expectations. Meanwhile, Yuan was already planning his next steps. He needed to increase his own combat strength as soon as possible. He had to fully cultivate Red Thorn and raise the spirit-absorbing goldfish to Copper Tier as well. Once that happened, Mobius would also advance to Copper Tier. Moments later, Mobius asked Yuan whether he had made up his mind about the extreme spirit goldfish. Yuan replied that he planned to use Dragon Beast blood to promote its advancement. That way, based on the cat spirit's traits, Mobius would also be able to advance to Copper Tier. Mobius confirmed whether Yuan intended to make the extreme spirit goldfish the shop's signature product. There was no avoiding it. Elite-grade extreme spirit goldfish sold extremely well. And since they only evolved slightly faster inside the spirit-transforming pool, Yuan would just have to endure it. The moment he opened the vial, he could feel an oppressive aura pouring out. Even so, using Dragon Beast blood was still a massive gamble. He silently hoped everything would go smoothly as he poured the liquid into the fishbowl. The spirit beast's eyes widened. The dragon lineage was awakening. Yuan could only hope it would endure. This was the price of metamorphosis. When its eyes turned red, he knew the timing was right. The moment had come, and he prayed it would hold on. Suddenly, the fish leapt out of the bowl. Yuan froze. Had it really worked? The spirit creature before him was now a sleek, brown-scaled fish with a long body, sharp fins, and bright yellow eyes. It looked fierce and predatory. Yuan hadn't expected the changes brought by Dragon Beast blood to be this drastic. He even wondered if it might grow dragon horns in the future. He couldn't believe it. He had actually evolved the spirit-devouring goldfish into a dragon-type spirit creature at Copper Tier. The spirit creature was now called the spirit-gathering goldfish. Its level was Copper Tier, 1 out of 10, and its quality was common. Yuan immediately felt defensive spiritual energy spreading outward. It truly lived up to its name. All 3 exclusive traits were outstanding. Spiritual energy. Boil turned it into a fountain of spiritual energy, greatly benefiting other spirit creatures nearby. This trait significantly accelerated the release of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy absorption enhanced its ability to absorb spiritual energy, speeding up both its level growth and quality advancement. Spiritual energy. Mark prevented the spiritual energy it released from dispersing into the environment. Instead, it stored that energy as a mark branded onto the contractor, allowing the contractor to actively release it when needed. Spiritual energy absorption would clearly accelerate its evolution, and if Yuan didn't possess the spirit locking space, he would have chosen that without hesitation. However, spiritual energy mark would allow the spirit-gathering goldfish to form a powerful combo with Lily, creating a true health point recovery master in battle. A low-tier combination like that was practically unheard of. Yuan decided he might as well try it and see if he could carve out a path entirely his own. He asked Mobius how things were on his side. Mobius hadn't expected him to reach Copper Tier so quickly. Yuan was surprised to see that Mobius had grown small legs. The spirit creature's name was Mobius. Its species was unknown. Its level was Copper Tier, 1 out of 10. It was a space-type and mystery-type spirit creature with common quality. The new skill it gained was Elysian Pure Land. The soil generated inside the spirit locking space could effectively heal spirit creatures in a near-death state. The recovery speed depended on Mobius's level and the level of the injured spirit creature. Mobius told Yuan he needed to enter a period of slumber to repair the hidden injuries caused by forming their contract. Yuan asked how long it would take to recover. He also asked whether he needed to buy any spirit materials to help. Mobius replied there was no need for spirit materials and that he didn't know how long recovery would take. Instead, he told Yuan to look at the changes around him. Yuan was shocked. The space had expanded dramatically. The spirit-transforming pool had doubled in size. Even the 5 Blessings Ranchu could fit inside now. The space was enormous, almost comparable to the Starnet shop itself. There was a fenced-off area. Yuan asked if that was the Elysian Pure Land. Mobius confirmed. With his current abilities, any spirit creature below gold tier, as long as it still had a single breath left, even if it was on the brink of death, it could be preserved inside the Elysian Pure Land until a treatment method was found. A near-death gold tier spirit creature was usually sold as fresh ingredients. Even a 3-star creator wouldn't have a 100% chance of saving it. Yuan felt that the spiritual energy had become denser. Mobius told him that the spiritual energy inside the spirit locking space was now 10 times denser than the outside world. With the Elysian Pure Land and 10-fold spiritual energy, Yuan felt they might finally find a way to handle gold-tier spirit creatures. If that happened, the goods in his shop might finally qualify to enter the treasure pavilion. Mobius added that the skill was directly linked to his own spiritual energy. As long as his spiritual energy was sufficient, he could even summon the Elysian Pure Land directly in the outside world. In that case, once Yuan activated spiritual energy mark, the conditions to summon Elysian Pure Land would be met. Mobius said Yuan was far more outstanding than he'd imagined. He believed all of that was entirely possible. Yuan felt embarrassed by the praise. Mobius calmly replied that he wouldn't praise him next time. Yuan laughed and told him not to be like that. Yuan told him to wait and see. Before Mobius woke up, he would upgrade him to silver tier. Mobius wished him good luck. That said, to upgrade Mobius to silver tier, Yuan would need to lock another spirit creature and raise all of them to silver tier together. The resource consumption would grow exponentially. There was also the gold-devouring beast at home to consider. Just imagining a few dozen Huiyao coins worth of aberrant bugs being eaten in no time made him want to cry. That meant one thing. He needed to make money fast. Yuan worked tirelessly to earn money. His robot was overwhelmed by customers lining up to buy. Yuan kept working, relentlessly, endlessly, making money without rest. He messaged a client to inform her that the web-spraying spiders she ordered were ready. The client immediately transferred the payment. Eventually, Yuan developed dark circles under his eyes and became skin and bones. While brushing his teeth, he was informed that Redthorn wanted to eat high-grade spirit beast flesh. Smarty said he only realized it after finishing the last textbook. To advance to elite tier, Redthorn required high-grade spirit beast flesh. Ordinary beast flesh was no longer enough. He also noticed that Yuan had been pulling all-nighters for several days and asked if he was all right. Yuan replied that it wasn't a problem. He rinsed his face. When he looked up again, he appeared refreshed. Smarty was shocked. Yuan told him that young people should stay up late more often. Yuan added that recently, his control over spiritual energy had become more and more efficient. That efficiency would only continue to improve. But as for high-grade spirit beast flesh, he would have to ask Sister Shin. He sent her a message asking if she had any high-grade spirit beast flesh. She replied that she did, but it couldn't be displayed on the shop shelves. She could only provide him with the supply channel. Yuan was about to reply that she didn't need to push herself. After all, high-grade spirit beast flesh was notoriously hard to obtain. To his surprise, she answered immediately, and she even had it ready. Yuan set out at once. It was already late, so Smarty asked where he was going. Yuan simply replied that he was heading out to restock. Smarty insisted on coming along. He tied a ribbon around his neck and put on a pair of glasses, the most popular cat-themed look of the year. He had spent ages browsing online to find it. Yuan was confused. He thought Smarty was supposed to help Yin manage the live stream. He told him there was no need. Yin had been doing great with daily streams on her own. Smarty replied that he was so bored he was practically dying. Otherwise, there was no way he'd have enough free time to read textbooks and browse online every day. With that, they headed toward their destination together. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Several muscular men stepped out and blocked their path. They spoke in a threatening tone, asking where Yuan was headed. If he was going somewhere, they said, they could escort him. Yuan paused. Was Sister Shin's connection actually legit? At the port. Yuan said he was only there to buy high-grade spirit beast flesh. The men immediately denied having any. They reacted far too strongly, insisting they weren't a black market. One of them denied it so hard that he accidentally blurted out the prices. Bronze tier at 20 cons per jin, silver tier at 150,000 per jin, saying a kid like Wen could never afford it. Wen calmly pointed out that they had just exposed themselves. The other two men snapped at him for letting it slip again. Because of that mistake, they'd lose that month's protection. The man argued back, saying the kid wasn't necessarily a spy from the Spirit Suppression Division. Yuan told them he was introduced by Sister Shin. Smarty whispered to Yuan, asking if their brains were even working. The men flexed their muscles as they spoke, telling Yuan they wouldn't believe him so easily. And even if they did, he would still have to get past them first. Either he endured their test, or he'd be bitten to death by their spirit beasts. Smarty got nervous, but Yuan asked if he could hold on since those dogs weren't even elite tier level 2. Smarty said he'd try. But in the next instant, he struck. Smarty sat on top of the defeated hounds, while their master clung to Yuan's legs, still acting tough, saying that even if Yuan beat them, they wouldn't admit anything, and even if he wanted to buy, they still wouldn't sell. Yuan realized just how shameless they were. A man in a suit arrived and ordered them to stop. He scolded them, saying he had already told them to guard the door quietly, yet they were pulling this kind of nonsense. The man apologized to Yuan. He explained that he had just confirmed Yuan's identity with Shin. He said he wouldn't mind doing business with him, but unfortunately he had come too late. They only received one batch of high-tier spirit beast flesh each month, and the latest batch had already been sold. Yuan understood. Many high-tier energy professionals fed beast flesh to their carnivorous spirit beasts. The man then explained why there was no new batch. Those three had been sent to buy high-grade spirit beast flesh, but instead, they brought back high-grade extra-dimensional beast flesh. They reasoned that it looked the same and wasn't meant for people to eat anyway. They even thought they could sell it without taking responsibility. The man grabbed them by the necks, furious. The flesh hadn't even been eaten by their spirit hounds. And worse, it was poisonous. Burying it would contaminate the environment, yet they still dared to say they had sold it to someone else. If that were true, he suggested they eat it themselves. Yuan asked if they could sell the extra-dimensional beast flesh to him instead. The man in the suit was shocked by the request. He warned Yuan that if anything went wrong, there would be no after-sales responsibility. He told him to think carefully. Yuan replied that he understood. Since that was his decision, the man led him inside. The three muscular men immediately changed their attitude, smiling and telling Yuan to come again next time. They even promised him a discount. Smarty asked why Yuan thought it would be the same. Yuan explained that since it was meant for Red Thorn, also a dimensional rift beast, there wasn't much difference. In the end, he received 3,000 jin of dimensional beast flesh. It was so toxic that Yuan had to wear full protective gear. Smarty couldn't believe Yuan was feeding Red Thorn while dressed in a full hazmat suit and holding the flesh with tongs. Even if Red Thorn wanted to eat it, Yuan was still worried it might be harmed by it. To his surprise, Red Thorn didn't take what was on the tongs. Instead, it gulped down an entire bucket. Yuan tried to stop it, but it was already too late. He realized that Red Thorn didn't have immunity to the flesh's corrosiveness. Yuan blamed himself for being too reckless. He wondered if Lily's healing abilities would even work on dimensional beasts. Then, Yuan was stunned. Red Thorn began to recover, and even multiply. Yuan realized it might have adapted to the corrosive properties, but he was confused when the vines started twisting together in strange patterns. Smarty told him that it was searching for a new evolutionary direction. Yuan realized that it could be strengthening its vines to enhance its offensive power. Red Thorn evolved. It glowed red and let out a shrill scream as dark, eye-shaped energy and thorny vines closed in around it. A sinister grin formed as several vines lifted its body off the ground. But suddenly, it wilted. Yuan asked what was wrong. It seemed to have entered dormancy again. Every time it automatically generated an evolutionary direction based on Yuan's instructions, it consumed a massive amount of stamina. Yuan also believed that if it only evolved barbed vines, there was no way it could break through the defenses of powerful defensive-type spirit beasts. Yin called out to him and asked what he thought of her writing. She handed him a piece of paper with her signature on it. She planned to turn it into merchandise. Yuan was left speechless. Smarty even asked who would want something like that. Yin replied that her top supporters definitely would. Smarty asked if she meant the one who constantly sent gifts and even randomly tipped over 500 at a time. Yuan agreed. That definitely counted as a die-hard fan. He hadn't expected Yinyan's live streams to be doing so well. In the note, Yinyan wrote that when they went to Zijing City, Yuan should bring 2 copies for Xiaojue. She was certain her signature would become a collectible in the future. Yuan agreed. Smarty noticed that Yuan was heading out again. Yuan confirmed it. He said he had been preparing for this for a long time. Smarty had no idea what he meant. Yuan showed him the monitor displaying the announcement for the creator examination registration. Smarty finally understood. It was starting at last. He said all those days of studying hadn't been for nothing. Together, they set off for the creator examination at Zijing City's Creator Guild. Applicants lined up at the entrance one after another. They submitted their documents to the staff. One female staff member thought that her grandfather should come out on occasions like this to encourage the examinees of Zijing City. She had no idea what he was busy preparing in his office. The grandfather she was thinking about was inside, having tea with someone. That person was Elder Ning, the vice president of the Zijing City Creator Guild, and a 4-star creator. He was joined by Elder Meng, the dean of the Creator Academy at the Royal Capital Advanced Spirit Energy University, and Elder Du, the vice president of the Royal Capital Creator Guild. Elder Meng stated that for this year's creator examination in Zijing City, he intended to adjust the difficulty of the test questions. Elder Ning asked why. Elder Du explained that after Sikong returned from Pua Mountain and proposed reforms, they had all felt it was too sudden. Their original plan was to treat this year as a buffer and implement the official reforms next year. Elder Meng added that no one expected Zijing City to be chosen as the pilot site, nor did they expect Elder Ning, the vice president of the Zijing City Creator Guild, to actually agree to it. Elder Ning replied calmly that he was a 4-star creator, so he had the authority. Besides, as they all knew, this was Lady Yuehu's intention. She wanted to take in a disciple. Elder Meng recalled that Lady Yuehu had only said the reform was meant to select more outstanding young talents. They couldn't understand how that connected to her wanting to accept a disciple. Moreover, if Lady Yuehu truly wished to take a disciple, she would naturally choose with great care. They questioned why she would insist on selecting one through this particular examination, especially when only Zijing City had begun the pilot reform. Elder Du agreed, stating that whether they came from creator families or academies, the members of the Radiant 100 were all exceptionally talented. Elder Ning let out a small chuckle and agreed on the surface. But deep down, he called them old foxes, fully aware that he was being pressured to go along with their intentions. Meanwhile, Smarty and Yuan rode a bird. Yuan said he didn't expect they'd be flying again so soon. Yinyan had to stay home to stream, so Smarty joked that Yuan would end up flying more than her. Yuan told him that wouldn't happen and reminded him to be careful so he wouldn't fall. When they landed, Smarty suggested visiting Shui first. Yuan knew he tagged along just to see her, but he explained that he planned to visit after becoming a creator. Smarty confidently said that with him around, they would definitely pass the creator assessment this time. Yuan patted his head and boosted his ego, saying he was reliable. Smarty exclaimed at how luxurious the facilities were and how wide the streets looked. Yuan said that was to be expected since they were in the city. It would naturally be far more extravagant than the subordinate Xia Prefecture. Smarty was thrilled to see so much food around. Yuan reminded him that they were there for the creator assessment and told him to stay focused. Smarty noticed many people who looked weak and thought they were heading to the hospital. He commented that everyone seemed to be in poor condition. Yuan clarified that they were going to the exam site and were probably just nervous since the creator assessment's pass rate was notoriously brutal. Once an applicant failed, they couldn't retake the assessment for an entire year. They arrived at the office entrance, and Smarty felt relieved that there weren't many examinees. However, he noticed how extravagantly dressed they were. Yuan warned him to watch what he said since they were inside the city lord's administrative office. They saw a sign stating the examination site was 100 meters ahead, but the line leading to it was incredibly long. Smarty's eyes widened at the sight of the queue. Yuan told him to hurry up and perform equipment manifestation. Smarty protested, saying others were allowed to bring spirit creatures into the exam hall as well. Yuan explained that using spirit creatures during exams was already very common, which was exactly why he had made Smarty memorize all that knowledge. Smarty transformed into a pair of eyeglasses. Just from the building alone, he could tell how exalted the Creator Guild's status was. Examinees who had finished were being ushered toward the exit. Almost all of them looked drained and hopeless. Seeing this, the female staff member wondered if it was really that difficult. She realized that the vice chairman hadn't held back at all this year. She then called the next group of examinees to prepare. In a moment, they would submit their beginner certifications for 3 lifestyle-type aura professions. After the exam, they were to collect their scorecards and retrieve their certifications from her. Yuan was shocked when he heard this, as he didn't have any beginner certifications. He told the staff that he had heard the Creator Guild could directly conduct beginner tests for 3 lifestyle-type aura professions. Internally, the staff couldn't believe someone actually wanted to take such a broad knowledge assessment directly under the vice chairman. She explained that it was possible, but the Creator Guild could only assess 3 knowledge-based lifestyle aura professions: scholar, spirit creature observer, and spirit material analyst. In other words, the 3 with the highest difficulty. Yuan replied that those 3 would be fine. Since that was his decision, she ushered him into the room. Internally, she worried about his confidence. For daring to register for all 3, he might suffer greatly later. At the City Lord's administrative building, Elder Du and Elder Meng stood to the side, observing. Elder Du commented that the news had spread, as Elder Ning had received quite a few visitors. Elder Meng replied that it was just customary formalities. Otherwise, to save 3 years of waiting between 1-star and 2-star advancement, people would definitely come to visit them directly. Elder Du was worried that approaching Elder Ning directly would draw unwanted attention. Elder Meng told him he was overthinking it. He knew Ning enjoyed showing off his knowledge. In fact, in previous years, whenever the 3 Aura Profession Advancement exams were held under him, he took pleasure in blocking large numbers of applicants. Elder Du wondered just how difficult advancement from level 1 to level 2 really was. Elder Meng replied that Elder Ning was simply stubborn. That man loved his creator career so much that he demanded everyone else take it just as seriously. Catching his attention was never easy. Meanwhile, the staff informed Yuan that the questions set by the Creator Guild were far trickier than those from other lifestyle profession guilds. Yuan replied that it was fine. He had already known that when he chose to take the exam there. Suddenly, a door opened. They were in the faculty lounge. Elder Ning appeared and saw the staff trying to usher the examinee away. He explained that he never set questions beyond the syllabus. Everything was covered within those 300-plus books. The staff addressed him as vice chairman, but he insisted on being called Grandpa. She reminded him that they had agreed to stay professional during work hours. Yuan silently judged the old man as someone who clearly liked taking advantage of others. The vice chairman argued that there was nothing wrong with a granddaughter calling her own grandpa. He disliked how others made his granddaughter afraid to show concern for him. She chose to end the discussion when she noticed an examinee present. Elder Ning then turned to Yuan and said he was quite daring to take the beginner exam directly at the Creator Guild. He asked whether Yuan had prepared thoroughly. Yuan replied that he would give it his all. He said that without trying, he wouldn't know what was difficult, and that what he already knew wouldn't be difficult anyway. Behind them, the female staff felt certain he was doomed. The vice chairman began with what he called an easy question. Megalodon and Leviathan whales were both dominant rulers of the prehistoric tertiary oceans. They had contended for tens of millions of years without a clear victor. He asked Yuan which of the 2 he believed was stronger. The female staff was horrified. Her grandpa had brought up an old question from Starnet Academia, one that had been debated for over a decade without conclusion. It was clearly beyond the syllabus. She decided to give the examinee a hint. She told her grandpa that he specialized in megalodon research, so if he wanted people to answer megalodon, he should have said so. Yuan calmly replied that the question had been answered long ago. He stated that both of them were weak. Elder Ning asked why Yuan would say that. Yuan explained that it was because both species were eliminated in the course of evolution. Neither the megalodon nor the Leviathan whale existed in the present era. Even if modern whales or sharks underwent atavistic mutations, they would no longer be the true megalodon or Leviathan of the past. Elder Ning fell silent. His granddaughter knew how rare it was to see him speechless. It was even more unusual that he didn't explode in anger after hearing someone call megalodon weak. He asked Yuan to elaborate further. His granddaughter muttered that this was his usual stance when he deliberately picked a fight. He was far too narrow-minded whenever megalodon was involved. Yuan explained that during the tertiary oceans, megalodon and Leviathan whales, as apex predators, occupied the ecological peak for long periods. Ironically, this slowed the overall evolution of marine life. It wasn't until about 65 million years ago, when a meteor struck Earth and triggered a massive event of natural selection, that the oceans entered a new quaternary era. From a creator's perspective, focused on survival and evolution, megalodon and Leviathan were powerful for a time. However, because they failed to adapt to drastic environmental changes, they were ultimately eliminated. In the broader course of evolution, that made them weak. Elder Ning suddenly clapped his hands and praised the answer. He said it was good. He was glad to finally hear such a meaningful insight. His granddaughter felt relieved, pleased that this hurdle had been cleared. Elder Ning told her that he would personally take the young man to undergo the assessment for the 3 knowledge-based aura professions. He was eager to see what level these youngsters had truly reached. She gave Yuan a thumbs up. As they left the room, they immediately drew attention. Everyone wondered who Yuan was for Elder Ning to personally escort him to the exam hall. Some suspected he was the heir of a creator family, while others believed he was a key talent cultivated by the association. Their curiosity grew because Elder Ning hadn't done this in 10 years. As they walked, Elder Ning reminded Yuan that scholarship valued attitude and methodology, but above all, the ability to remain calm. He then scolded the onlookers for staring, instead of studying properly, and threatened to fail them on the spot. Yuan took his seat with 3 examination papers laid out in front of him. He was told to begin. Yuan felt proud of Smarty as knowledge streamed into him without pause. Smarty whispered that the questions were extremely tricky. Some answers could only be found hidden in the prefaces of the books. Elder Ning observed Yuan's steady strokes, swift writing, and calm demeanor. Those were solid fundamentals. He estimated Yuan would need about 2 hours to finish and already considered him a promising talent. 1 hour later, Yuan submitted his examination papers. He asked whether he could proceed to the creator assessment right away. Internally, he felt confident. Smarty's information bank had carried him smoothly through the test. Unexpectedly, Elder Ning told him to stay. He wouldn't be taking the assessment that day. Yuan was left stunned and completely puzzled. Yuan asked if he did not pass the 3 lifestyle-type tests. Elder Ning clarified that it wasn't the case. He explained that Yuan had done too well. He broke the total score record for all 3 lifestyle-type aura exams. Because of that, his results had to be reported to the Lifestyle Aura Professions Guild, so the creator assessment could only be held tomorrow. Yuan felt relieved that he passed, but he still wanted to challenge himself and finish the 1-star creator assessment within 2 hours. Elder Ning asked if he was trying to jump straight to 2 stars. He advised him to just wait until tomorrow. Yuan sighed since his plans kept changing. Smarty suggested that they go see Shui, but since he couldn't take the exam anyway, Elder Ning invited him to come see something rather remarkable. Elder Ning tapped his badge on the door. Yuan worried that going in like that might disturb others. Elder Ning assured him it wouldn't. On top of that, he was the vice chairman of the Zijing City Creator Guild, which meant he was the highest authority there. Still, he admitted it was a bit embarrassing, since those 3 5-star creators refused to take office, and now the various creator guilds no longer appoint presidents. They entered a dark room with a pool. Yuan noticed that the flow of the water felt like it carried a crushing pressure. Elder Ning told him to watch carefully, as this would broaden his horizons. He released his power, and Yuan felt an aura just like the ones described in legends. That was when he realized the vice chairman wasn't just a creator, he was a true king-class powerhouse. A black creature with sharp red teeth rose from the water. Yuan fell on his butt in shock. Elder Ning introduced it as the spiral-toothed shearjaw shark that he had carefully cultivated. He asked Yuan what he thought about it. Yuan said its rows of teeth felt like they could crush all living things, like a pagoda collapsing under pressure. Smarty whispered that he was scared and just wanted to go home and find Yin. Using his special eye, Yuan noticed something surprising. The pet beast was Platinum rank, level 10, with legendary quality. Elder Ning asked him why he thought it hadn't advanced to Diamond rank. Yuan stood up and explained that it was because Elder Ning wanted to guide it to mutate into a megalodon right at the threshold of Diamond rank. Elder Ning found his idea amusing. Then he told Yuan to bring over what was on the operating platform. There were vials. They contained dragon beast blood. Not only that, it was platinum rank, and there were at least 200 drops in a single tube. Just holding one made Yuan tremble. The best he could ever afford was only gold rank. He even started dreaming about being rewarded with one of those bottles. At that point, he already assumed he was under mentorship. But Elder Ning grabbed 3 vials and threw them into the water. He pointed out that Yuan was trembling just from holding something, moving slow and unsteady. Yuan's jaw dropped as he watched him feed it to the shark like a snack, even though it cost 2,000 Radiance coins per drop. Those few tubes alone were worth no less than 2 million Radiance coins. Elder Ning told him that feeding it dragon beast blood was a last resort. After all, in prehistoric times, the megalodon fed on dragon beasts. Yuan commented that he was really obsessed with megalodons. With that, Elder Ning taught him that even though the word creator makes it sound like he can create anything, he must remember that the evolution of any living being, without exception, follows a traceable path. After that, they left the room. He reminded Yuan to come early for the exam tomorrow. Yuan said yes and thanked him. Elder Ning's granddaughter saw him come out and asked if Yuan had failed. He told her they would know by tomorrow. Then he told her to deliver a message to City Lady Ling Qiao for him. But before that, he wanted her to check if Grandpa Meng and Grandpa Du had already left. Deep down, he saw Yuan as a promising seedling. It would be a pity if he had no chance at all. And whether Yuan could soar in a single step tomorrow depended on himself. Smarty thought they were going to see Shui, but Yuan suggested they log on to StarNet first. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Shui. She asked if he could come to her school for a moment, because she got a little injured during practical combat class. That immediately alarmed him. He told her to wait there, then rushed off. His mind raced as he ran. He couldn't believe she was injured since he had seen their school tournament, and direct attacks on students weren't allowed. If it really was a direct attack, then someone had to break through the defense and counterattack-focused Rhinoceros Horn Iron OC just to hit Shui. He needed to know what exactly happened at the school infirmary. She waved at her brother. Her wrist was bandaged. Yuan immediately asked if she was really hurt. Smarty told her not to hide it if she was injured. He even told her to eat more braised pork so she could recover faster. She removed the bandage and showed him a small scar. She explained that while fighting a senior with the Rhinoceros Horn Iron Ox, she got scraped by flying debris kicked up during the fight. He couldn't believe she called him over just for that. Smarty even said the scar would probably be gone in an hour. A man in a white suit and white hat entered the room and laughed. He said that with Zhu's defensive counterattack style, getting injured like that could only mean her luck was terrible. Zhu told her brother that this man had been watching her earlier and was also the one who called the infirmary teacher. The man revealed that he originally came to Zijing City to find someone. But on a whim, he suddenly wanted to find the creator who cultivated that Rhinoceros Horn Iron Ox and see what he was capable of. That made Yuan nervous. He wondered if giving Shui the Rhinoceros Horn Iron Ox had exposed his abilities. The man stepped closer and asked how long it took him to cultivate the Rhinoceros Horn Iron Ox. He answered that it took 7 or 8 months. But Smarty knew that from the moment he got home to the time he gave it away, it was only 7 hours in total. The man felt like he had lost, because if it were him, he would need about 2 years. Yuan was confused because the whole interaction felt strange. At the City Lord's office building, the City Lord received a letter from Elder Ning. Her aide informed her that Elder Meng and Elder Du had just left, so she should see them off. But she said she had already asked the old dean to do it on her behalf. She added that they didn't want this trip to be made public. Her aide tried to persuade her, but she cut him off as she gave an order to her staff. She wanted the number of guards at the dimensional rifts in each county to be doubled, and all reserve personnel to be in position within 2 months. Given the current situation, her aide suggested prioritizing the Federation's 100 Sons selection within the academy. It gave her a headache that out of the 20 seeded candidates, only 5 were confirmed. She asked if there were really as many as 34 still under consideration. She looked at Zhu's profile and became curious about her pet beast's skill of pain and absorption. She told her aide to keep a close eye on that first year. If her aptitude was sufficient, she wanted to make her a seeded candidate immediately. Her aide was concerned because she was only a first year. He suggested observing her for another year. But they didn't have time for that. Among the 32 great cities of the Radiance Federation, Zijing City ranked 5th economically, yet only 3 of its citizens made it into the Radiance 100. The city's development had clearly hit a bottleneck over the past 2 years. Her aide understood what that meant. He had noticed that the city lord had become more assertive. He understood why she was anxious. In his mind, if only that star who made the 100 2 years ago hadn't suddenly stepped down, things might have been better. Meanwhile, Yuan went with the man in the white suit. The man told him he came for 2 main reasons. First, he was looking for someone. Yuan asked if it was a teacher at the school. The man said it was an old friend. He thought that person might be recovering there. If that man was willing, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a teacher. That comment made Shui feel like their teachers were being looked down on. Yuan told her she was just overthinking it. Then the man said there was one more person he was looking for. Shui asked if it was another old friend. The man replied that it was the singer of his dreams, the peerless diva of this restless era. Yuan looked at him in disappointment when he realized it was just an online singer. Shui thought about it and remembered that some students there were singers. She asked for the name since she might know them. The man said it was Chimey. Shui told him that person wasn't from their school. Yuan and Smarty were shocked. He didn't expect that people were actually watching Chimey's streams. Smarty got worried that the man might find out Chimey was actually a bird. Now that the man knew she wasn't there, he decided to leave. He told Yuan that talking with him was interesting and hoped they would meet again. Yuan waved goodbye. The man thought Yuan was a fascinating person with great potential as a creator, especially with his cultivation ideas. At this rate, It wouldn't be easy for Long Tao to become the Moon Empress's disciple. He made a call and reported that there was still no sign of Liu Ji in Zijing City. He expected that healing his trauma would take time. While they were walking, Shu asked her brother when he would find her a sister-in-law. He asked why she suddenly brought that up. Then he changed the topic by giving her something from Yin Yin. She asked what it was. He said it was Yin Yin's autograph because she thought Jue would be valuable in the future. Of course, he wouldn't dare tell her it actually came from Chimey. Jue happily accepted it and promised to treasure it. Then she asked what he was doing in Zijing City. She noticed how he showed up right away after she said she was hurt. She wondered if he came for supplies. He reminded her that he had told her before. He was taking the creator exam. She was surprised he was doing it so soon. He said he was already well prepared, so he decided to just take it. He pointed at a restaurant and suggested they eat while they talked. While eating, he asked how her rhinoceros horn iron ox was doing. He was also curious what kind of spiritual creature she wanted next. She said it worked great, but thinking about it made her mad. It was because her classmates started calling her Big Iron Ox. Yuan thought that was rude. Smarty agreed, but deep down, he thought it wasn't too bad. At least it was better than Iron Bucket. Meanwhile, Smarty was thinking it still wasn't as cool as the Iron Ox princess he had in mind. After the meal, she felt full and happy. Before, they could only eat fish head soup during New Year, but now they could have it any time. Yuan told her things were better now. He encouraged her to actually use the money he sent, instead of saving every bit of it. He explained that to strengthen the rhinoceros horn iron ox's defense and power, she needed to feed it different kinds of metals. He transferred her more money and said he would also send her a pot of silver-grade blue radish. She was amazed he had something like that. It made her think their shop must be doing really well now. When the money arrived in her account, she couldn't believe it. She started thinking their family might actually be rich now. Yuan just said she could think of it that way. That made her even more excited to get her next spiritual creature. She grabbed his arm and pulled him along. They went to the Treasured Goods Pavilion. It was the most prestigious auction house in Zijing City. She had always wanted to visit, but the prices used to scare her. Now she felt like she could finally step inside. Yuan agreed. There might actually be a good second spiritual creature for her there. They entered the shop. Yuan said that once he passed the creator exam tomorrow, he would be able to access every floor. But for now, they could only explore the first floor. She said that was already enough, they could just enjoy the moment. She got excited when she saw a small white fox, but Yuan corrected her. It was a twin-tailed ferret. It was a rare ice-type power spiritual creature, so it didn't suit her. She still wanted it because it was cute. Smarty said it had fewer tails than him, so he was clearly cuter. She asked how much it cost. Yuan checked and saw the price, 1,100 radiance coins. Her mood instantly dropped. She said that even though they were in the same place, it felt like they lived in completely different worlds. Yuan felt a bit sorry for her. Then he noticed someone sitting in the corner. The person wore a robe and a mask. Beside him were several blue morpho cocoons. If those creatures evolved further, they could become one of the top 10 most beautiful insect spiritual creatures, the blue goddess butterfly. If that happened, they would be extremely valuable. Smarty saw the cocoons too, and thought they were blue goddess butterflies, ranked 6th among the 10 most beautiful spiritual creatures. Yuan said they were only blue morpho butterfly cocoons. Evolving them into blue goddess butterflies would require many more steps and procedures. Even so, Smarty noticed that Yuan was drawn to them. He asked if Yuan was planning to give a blue goddess butterfly to Shui. Yuan said no, and explained that what he was really interested in was the blue morpho butterfly's silent scale powder. It was a rare and noble mysterious type skill. Once a spiritual creature was hit by the silent scale powder, it wouldn't be able to use any skills. However, among butterfly-type spiritual creatures, 90% of the Lepidoptera order went extinct during the spiritual energy resurgence. The chances of finding them were extremely low. Yet that man had somehow found 4 cocoons. A noble-looking woman nearby looked disappointed that the treasure pavilion allowed such an unsightly vendor. They looked down on the man because of how he was dressed. Yuan overheard them and wondered if people really needed to dress so flashy just to stand on the first floor. They weren't buying the man himself, so he didn't understand why they cared so much about what he was wearing. It made him curious where the strange guy even came from. The man told the woman that if she truly wanted the butterfly cocoons, he would sell all of them for 120 radiance coins. Yuan panicked when someone spoke up first. Smarty knew the price was actually cheap. For a blue morpho butterfly, that price wasn't high. But since these were cocoons, it was like buying a blind box. Even the seller couldn't guarantee what was inside. Normally, that would already be considered expensive. The woman questioned when butterfly cocoons became treasures. She said they didn't deserve a place in the treasure pavilion. The girl beside her added that in other shops, cocoons cost at most 50,000 Federation coins. 30 Radiance coins each sounded suspicious. She asked if the man could confidently guarantee that a copper-tier spiritual creature would hatch from them. A crowd quickly gathered. They accused the man of being a fraud. Butterfly cocoons were usually hidden under giant leaves 30 meters high in the endless forest. It didn't seem believable that someone dressed like him could obtain them. Some even wanted security to check if he had sneaked in. Zhu asked her brother what was happening. Suddenly, Yuan stepped forward and said he would take all 4 cocoons. The woman was shocked. She told him those were obviously fake. Yuan argued that everything displayed in the treasure pavilion had already been appraised, so there was no way they were fake. He reached out his hand and said he sincerely wanted to make the deal. The man fell silent. Then he stood up and walked away. The crowd assumed he couldn't handle the embarrassment. They kept calling him a fraud. But the mysterious man suddenly stopped and turned back. He told them to return the next day at the same time. He promised he would prove that he found those cocoons deep in the endless forest. Shu asked her brother what just happened. He said it was nothing and told her they should leave. As they walked outside, Shui said the whole thing was eye-opening. She told him to do his best on the assessment tomorrow. The woman from earlier was still upset because her plan to lower the price had failed. Her daughter told her to forget it since they were just cocoons anyway. She assured her that once she passed the creator assessment tomorrow, they could buy something better as a gift. The next day, outside the Creator Guild, Yuan yawned while standing in line. Smarty asked if he didn't sleep well. He said he couldn't stop thinking about those cocoons. The woman didn't expect that punk to be an examinee too. The assessment had become much harder. Only creator families with strong foundations could handle it. Her daughter had already prepared many precious spiritual materials. No matter how difficult it was, nothing would stop her. She checked which spiritual creature would have the honor of being promoted by her. On the day of the assessment, Elder Ning reminded everyone that they would each have their own private cultivation room. No one would disturb them. He wished them the best of luck. Yuan felt relieved since it saved him trouble, though he still had to be careful not to expose his true abilities. The candidates were told to enter the examination rooms in an orderly manner. Elder Ning hoped Yuan wouldn't disappoint him, especially after receiving his recommendation letter. Ling Xiao, the city lord, arrived. She asked Elder Ning if she was late. He said not exactly, but the last batch had already entered, so she wouldn't be able to encourage them. On the bright side, he joked that she also wouldn't scare them. She replied that nothing good would come from scaring them anyway. Since Elder Ning had likely been informed by Elder Meng and Elder Du, she asked what the test was this time. Elder Ning laughed and said he wasn't some tyrant setting impossible questions. He casually said it was just an iron-headed weasel. She was surprised. That creature was one of the most disliked by Aura professionals, bad-tempered and extremely timid, yet he chose it as the test. He replied that he was simply being very considerate toward the younger generation. The daughter of the woman from the treasure pavilion complained that she couldn't catch the spiritual beast, and it refused to eat any of the materials she offered. The other candidates were struggling as well. One examinee, however, was excited. He had heard the test would be unusually difficult, so he stayed up all night studying a guide on hard-to-evolve spiritual creatures. He felt that effort had paid off. Meanwhile, Yuan activated Calm Mind. The spiritual beast stopped screeching and running around. Smarty commented that this one behaved very differently from the records. It was unusually docile. Elder Du's granddaughter asked if evolving an iron-headed weasel was really that difficult. City Lord Zhao explained that aside from its temperament, the hardest part was that individuals of the same species had completely different dietary habits. If the correct spiritual materials weren't used as bait, evolving them with ordinary materials would be impossible. Even in past years, they had always ranked among the hardest to evolve. Elder Ning added that without such difficulty, it wouldn't pass Elder Meng and Elder Du's standards. The confident student from earlier soon lost patience after using every listed material exactly as written, yet still failing. Meanwhile, Yuan was doing well with Smarty's help. They gave it a fruit it liked, then mixed sharp pine needles with heavy iron ore, and fed it. Half an hour later, Elder Ning asked the city lord if she was bored already. She replied that no matter how confident he was, the candidates wouldn't be finishing anytime soon. Then a door opened. She turned toward the sound. Yuan stepped out. Elder Ning was surprised. It hadn't even been an hour. He asked Yuan why he came out early and if his material blending had failed. Yuan said no. He told him he had already completed the assessment. Then, he calmly said he wanted to proceed to the 2-star creator assessment. City Lord Xiao was completely stunned. City Lord Xiao looked at the calm, iron-headed weasel and couldn't believe it. The kid had evolved it in less than an hour. It was now Copper Tier, Level 1. Elder Ning felt proud of his judgment. City Lord Xiao already knew that Yuan scored extremely high in the 3 lifestyle type assessments yesterday, and now his talent as a creator looked just as impressive. She told him he did well, and by normal standards, he was already a creator, so she asked if he truly wanted to proceed directly to the 2-star creator assessment. Yuan felt the pressure coming from her. Elder Ning told him not to be afraid and to answer honestly. Yuan knew who she was. City Lady Ling Xiao, the one who once shattered storm clouds alone and held back a dimensional rift by herself. Since she valued the 2-star assessment so much, he assured her that he would proceed immediately and there would be no problem. With that, she ordered her staff to prepare his original independent cultivation room at once. The staff led Yuan away. Elder Ning's granddaughter asked if the 2-star creator assessment was really that difficult. Elder Ning explained that the 1-star assessment was only the threshold of creation. It usually involved raising a spiritual creature's rank. In previous years, there wasn't even a strict time limit, so as long as the creature evolved, you passed. He added that some people even succeeded by pouring huge amounts of high-grade materials into it. After all, family wealth was also part of one's creative talent. Then he got annoyed and reminded her to call him Grandpa. City Lord Xiao added that people like that usually stop at 1 star. The 2-star assessment focuses on a creature's quality and origin. Most people think quality is just a basic stat, but in reality, it determines a spiritual creature's upper limit. She asked Elder Ning what the test was this year. He said that within 4 hours before the incense burned out, they had to evolve an elite-grade spiritual creature from normal quality to epic quality, and also treat a severely injured copper-tier spiritual creature. She realized it was the same as previous years. Then he smirked and added, "Origin damage." That left her speechless. She grabbed her collar and complained that he might as well bring the dead back to life while he was at it. He argued that he had no choice, otherwise it wouldn't pass Elder Meng and Elder Du's standards. He added that the stricter they were here, the better their chances before Lady Yahello. His granddaughter understood. Origin damage was a critical injury that many creators gave up on at first glance. Even if it could be treated, the creature could fall into a life-threatening state at any moment during the process. Meanwhile, Yuan showed a smug smile when he saw that the creature he needed to upgrade was a lily. He thought it would be much harder, but this was something he was familiar with. Smarty reminded him not to forget about treating the severe injury. He was referring to the other spiritual creature, the sheer claw crab. It was copper rank, level 1. Yuan could tell right away that it was in bad condition. Aside from the rhinoceros horn iron ox, he didn't have much experience treating other creatures. First, he needed to find the source of the injury. He noticed that even a light touch on its shell made it tremble in pain. Smarty said he had finished the preliminary analysis. To Yuan's surprise, even though the shell only had one visible crack, the inside was badly shattered. He knew he had to act fast. He tried to heal it, but the process was too slow. At that rate, it would take the full 4 hours, and he still needed to upgrade the lily. Time was running out. He decided to use the combination skill of the spirit-gathering goldfish and the lily to speed up recovery. The sheer-claw crab quickly looked as good as new. He was relieved that the effect worked instantly. But suddenly foam started forming at its mouth. Its vital signs began dropping fast. If he didn't stabilize it, he would fail. Then an idea hit him. He activated Elysian Land to buy himself some time. He realized that repairing the outer shell too quickly had compressed the internal organs. A spiritual creature with origin damage couldn't handle that kind of secondary damage. So he changed his approach. He would repair the internal organs first, even if it took longer. As a creator, saving the creature's life had to come first. Meanwhile, the other candidates were walking out of the building. They talked about how difficult this year's assessment was. Just as expected, jumping from 1 star to 2 star was almost impossible. Most of them couldn't even pass the 1 star test. On the other hand, the city lord looked worried. Elder Ning noticed and asked if she needed a chair, even offering to have his granddaughter fetch one. She admitted she was concerned. It had already been almost 4 hours. Elder Ning told her not to worry. He had tested it himself, and if someone had enough talent, 2 hours would be enough to finish. She asked what would happen if it wasn't completed. He simply said it meant a lack of talent. That annoyed her. This old man had recommended Yuan, yet he didn't seem worried at all. Still, he understood her concern. This was tied to Lady Yuehu accepting a disciple. Being strict, after all, only benefited those who passed. The city lord's staff then informed her that the 4 hours were up. That was her signal to leave. Elder Ning could only sigh. But, at that moment, Yuan walked out and said he had finished. Yuan was confident he hadn't exceeded the time limit. Elder Ning checked his work. He saw the molted shell and immediately understood. Yuan had cleverly promoted the creature's growth to relieve the pressure on its damaged internal organs. It took more time, but it left no hidden injuries. His granddaughter added that the lily had also successfully advanced to epic quality. The city lord remarked that this was truly a case of a young hero rising. To complete such a difficult assessment within 4 hours meant Elder Ning could now award his creator badge. Yuan felt flattered. Deep down, he was just relieved he had nearly run out of time. Luckily, Elysian Land had sped up his healing process. Elder Ning told him it wasn't flattery. It was gratitude from the spiritual creature itself. He handed Yuan a crabstone, something a shearclaw crab would normally protect with its life. Now, it was offering it willingly. Yuan accepted it and said he would treasure it. Taking it meant both encouragement and the responsibility of becoming a true creator. Now, the 2-star creator medal was officially awarded to Yuan. Elder Ning handed it to him and reminded him to cherish his identity as a creator and help protect the peace of the Radiance Federation. He also told him to wear the medal as an accessory, since it would bring him many conveniences. City Lord Xiao, holding a glass of wine, congratulated the newly promoted 2-star creator. She said no one would have expected Zijing City to produce such a young rising star again. Yuan wondered where she even got alcohol when they were inside the ceremonial hall. City Lord Xiao then told someone to bring something forward. She handed him the 2nd StarNet card reserved for 2-star creators. Yuan thanked her, but deep inside, he was especially happy because this was the first identity card tied to his shop. Next time he challenged the Star Tower, he planned to use this 2nd identity. On top of that, he was given a house assigned by Zijing City. Whether he used it for business or as a residence was up to him. Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the key. Elder Ning told him these were just standard benefits for 2-star creators in Zijing City. It was nothing special. She added that attendants were also included. At this point, City Lord Xiao was already drunk. She even stuck a badge onto Yuan's head. That made Elder Ning quickly order his staff to escort her away so she could rest. As she was being led off, she told Yuan that he could pick 2 people from her female staff. Elder Ning then handed Yuan 2 attendant badges and told him to keep them safe. Yuan had no idea what they were for, so Elder Ning explained. The concept of attendants dated back to the ancient pioneering era. Exploration was extremely dangerous, so creators recruited people to help cultivate spiritual creatures. In return, those people contributed their experience and combat strength, similar to household retainers. Over time, this tradition became the official attendant system. The 2 badges meant that the Radiance Federation officially recognized Yuan could have 2 attendants. Yuan suddenly remembered something. Even that powerful expert he knew was only someone else's attendant. Later that day, Yuan answered a call while walking through the streets. He told Jue there was no need to celebrate. Instead, he urged her to focus on the 100-child selection. If she achieved good results there, he would be even happier. Soon, he arrived at the Rare Treasures Pavilion and ended the call. Smarty asked if it was really okay for her not to come. Yuan said she was only in her 1st year of high school and already competing in the 100-child selection. Every second mattered, so they couldn't slow her down. Still, Smarty pointed out that she clearly wanted to celebrate with him. A staff member approached Yuan and asked if he needed a guide. He declined, saying he already had an appointment with the seller. He also noticed that the staff's attitude toward him was completely different now. As he entered, he saw a commotion. Someone had grabbed the seller by the collar, pressuring him. The man said his master thought highly of the seller and had asked for proof of the goods, yet the seller still made arrangements with someone else. He questioned whether the seller had signed any agreement or accepted a deposit. The noble woman from earlier was back, this time with her husband. The husband acted just as arrogant, claiming that as a 1-star creator, it was already an honor for him to buy those cocoons. The woman immediately agreed with him. The seller calmly repeated what he had said before. There were still 2 hours left before the arranged meeting time. If the buyer didn't show up, they could talk again. But the attendant grew aggressive. He raised his fist, ready to punch the seller for making his master wait. Then, someone grabbed his wrist. It was Yuan. He calmly said there was no need to take offense. The seller was waiting for him. The attendant noticed Yuan's badge, a 2-star creator. He froze in shock. People nearby started whispering. It was their first time seeing someone so young already holding that rank. Yuan heard them, and honestly, he liked it. Now he truly felt the prestige of being a 2-star creator. Seeing this, the husband quickly changed his tone and apologized to Yuan. He begged him to forgive his servant's rudeness. Yuan said it wasn't a big deal. The daughter then brought up her consolation gift for failing the exam. They quietly left to buy something else for her. The seller turned to Yuan and said that since he came as promised, he would prove that all 4 cocoons were genuine, but Yuan told him that wasn't necessary. The seller then asked the staff to take them to the 3rd floor and prepare a private room. Yuan could tell this man wasn't ordinary either. He decided to test him a bit. The staff left them inside the room to talk in private. Yuan noticed that even the decorative plants there were already silver tier. The seller brought out his butterfly spiritual beast. Yuan was stunned when he saw it. It was a source-type life form. Smarty whispered that this kind of life form was basically an insect queen, a living reproduction engine. Every time it advanced a rank, it devoured insects, used them as templates, and then mass-produced gene insects based on them. Now Yuan understood how this man managed to gather cocoons of different species all at once. But there was a problem. The insect queen's origin was damaged. It was already on the verge of death. Once a source-type life form reached this state, it couldn't recover using normal spiritual materials, like other creatures. That explained why the man looked so worn down. The seller told Yuan to place his hand on one of the cocoons. He said Yuan would be able to see the moment he found those cocoons deep within the endless forest. Yuan realized it was a mental-type ability. He followed the instructions. The endless forest was extremely dangerous, yet in the vision, the man moved through it with ease. Then Yuan felt a sudden disturbance in the mental link. The insect queen had reached its limit. The man collapsed, sharing the pain through the connection. Yuan realized that even someone like him had no solution. So Yuan made a risky decision. He treated it like a dying horse, doing everything he could to save it. First, he stabilized the insect queen's condition. He smiled when he saw it slowly calm down. His method was working. The seller was shocked. He didn't expect a newly promoted creator to be able to stabilize his insect queen. But even so, he knew the truth. A source-type life form like this couldn't be healed with medicine. Its origin required the purest form of spiritual energy, completely free of any medicinal properties to slowly recover. Unless he could find those rare individuals who could produce that kind of energy, there was nothing anyone could do. That thought made him bitter. But then he realized something. Yuan's spiritual energy might be exactly what he needed. Yuan stopped once the insect queen was stable. The seller then spoke. He removed his mask and introduced himself as Liu Ji, 27 years old. He used to be a B-class combat-type spiritual energy professional. His spiritual creature was the insect queen, platinum tier, level 3, epic quality. Yuan was stunned hearing all of this. Liu Jie continued. 2 years ago, he was known as one of the Radiance 100, ranked 39th. Heart of the Swarm. Yuan recognized the name immediately. The man who once defended Frost City alone. The one who disappeared without a trace, even losing his ranking. Then Liu Jie did something shocking. He knelt in front of Yuan. Activating a will rune, he swore to become Yuan's attendant. He declared that he would faithfully serve him. And if he ever broke that oath, heaven and earth would reject him, and his spiritual energy would never respond to him again. Yuan panicked. He told him to wait, but the rune had already begun to activate. A purple light formed between them. Liu Jie calmly said it was too late. The subordinate bond had already been established. Yuan couldn't believe it. He actually used a will rune. If he ever broke it, he would instantly lose all perception of spiritual energy. Yuan didn't expect him to be this determined. Liu Jie said he wanted Yuan to save his insect queen, but he had nothing to offer in return. So the only thing he could give was himself as an attendant. He chose to entrust everything to Yuan. Yuan argued that even without becoming his attendant, he would still help him. But Liu Jie shook his head. He said he had never asked favors from anyone in his life. Everything had to be exchanged at equal value. Yuan was overwhelmed by how strong his pride was. Yuan told him that he didn't even know what kind of person he was. Was it really worth betting his entire life like this? Liu Jie remembered the words of an old friend. Even if Lord Zhujun couldn't solve it, the Radiance Federation was vast. There might still be someone out there who specialized in this field. So he searched. But when he approached one person, they refused him. If even Lord Zhujun couldn't do it, then no one could. Another person mocked the idea. Pure spiritual energy without any medicinal properties? That sounded like a fantasy. Something impossible. Someone else told him the truth bluntly. Even if it could be saved, the cost would be terrifying. They couldn't understand why he was so stubborn about the insect queen when he was still young and already ranked among the Radiance 100. Back in the present, Liu Jie gave his answer. It was worth it. From this moment on, he said, he would become Yuan's sword and the shield that stands before him. Yuan didn't even know how to respond to that. Outside the room, the staff whispered among themselves, wondering who was inside. One of the girls noticed the newly promoted creator entering. They knew he possessed wealth and status beyond imagination. As for the other man, no one recognized him, but it seemed the higher-ups had granted him special permission to stay there for free. One of the girls guessed that he might be the last descendant of a fallen noble family, placed there by the higher-ups just to keep him occupied. Suddenly, the door opened. Ji stepped out and held it for Yuan, calling him master as he led the way. Yuan kept telling him that if he had simply asked him to treat the insect queen, he wouldn't have refused. Ji replied that he shouldn't joke about such matters. Yuan was about to say something, but Ji asked what it was. Yuan then told him to stop calling him master. Ji nodded and instead called him young master. Jai then informed him that he had matters to handle, so he couldn't accompany him back to Jia County for now. However, Yuan still needed to pay the 120 radiance coins for the butterfly cocoons. Yuan was caught off guard. Even after becoming his attendant, Ji wasn't giving him a discount. Jie calmly pointed out that business is business. After Jai left, Yuan muttered in disbelief that even as his attendant, Jie still refused to give him a discount. Smarty told him to stop fussing over it and instead share the good news with Yinyan. They returned home. To their surprise, Yinyan rushed toward him, asking for help. Yuan immediately asked what happened. She told him to check on the red thorn in the backyard. Yuan hurried over. The red thorn had grown massive. It now had sharp, triangular teeth like a harp, glowing red eyes, and a raging crimson aura surrounding it. Its enormous mouth made Yuan's eyes widen and his jaw drop. He could only say that this was way too exaggerated. The vine suddenly lashed out at him. Smarty rushed forward and warned him to be careful. But Yuan waved it off, saying it was just acting spoiled. He casually met the vine with a high five. The vine wrapped around him and lifted him into the air. Yuan could tell it was happy from its wide, almost playful grin. But to Smarty, it looked like it was about to eat him alive. Yinyan then remembered that a delivery had arrived earlier, but the courier didn't dare step inside. Yuan frowned, confused. He hadn't ordered anything recently. He saw that the package was from Sister Shin. She had specially kept 3 severely injured spiritual creatures as a congratulatory gift for his promotion to a 2-star creator. Yuan appreciated the thought she put into it. He also noticed that when he registered as a creator, it was directly bound to his StarNet identity. The shop now displayed that a 2-star creator was stationed there. That meant all future activities would have to use his second StarNet card. He then read Sister Shin's note. A dying swordhorn swift antelope had been discounted to 100 radiance coins. He checked it and confirmed that it really was a swordhorn swift antelope at the silver tier. There were no visible external injuries, but the internal damage was extremely severe. Its organs had most likely shifted out of place. At best, it had 5 hours left. After that, saving it would be pointless. Yuan immediately used Elysian Land to keep it barely alive. After that, he told Yinyan to open the other 2 boxes. She was confused when she saw the contents. It looked like nothing more than firewood. There was a note saying it was a severely damaged gold-tier spiritual plant. It had been obtained from an opened crate, and Sister Shin even told him not to laugh. It had been discounted to 300 radiance coins. Smarty examined it and saw that it had been badly burned. Yinyan warned him to be careful not to break it. Smarty shook his head and said it wasn't firewood. Even though the tree core was gone, he could still sense a trace of vitality. He suspected it might be a cassia tree. Yuan stepped in to inspect it himself. The spiritual creature was identified as a vermilion cinnamon cassia from the Osmanthus genus of the Oleaceae family. It was at gold tier 4 out of 10, a wood-type spiritual creature of perfect quality. One of its skills was cassia fragrance, which refreshed the mind and removed fatigue. Another was falling blossoms, allowing flowers to fall in all seasons, with each blossom capable of rapidly removing toxins from a target's body. It also had pure bud, where unopened buds could be shaken loose and the nectar inside could heal mental injuries. Lastly, Spirit of Cassia granted an auspicious aura that could resist and dispel curse damage and spell marks. It possessed the exclusive traits Poison Repellent and Evil Dispelling, allowing it to remove various difficult toxins and break curse-type and spell-type spiritual poisons. Yuan was stunned. This wasn't just an auspicious cassia. It was a vermilion cinnamon cassia with perfectly matched skills and exclusive traits. It was practically the natural enemy of poisons and evil creatures. Even spiritual toxins could be cleansed, and even the most stubborn curse-type poisons and spell marks would not be a problem. Smarty grew excited and said he wanted to open the last box. The note mentioned that during inspection, it emitted fluctuations of a gold-tier spiritual creature, but no one could identify it, so it was treated as a bonus. Yuan agreed. When they opened it, Yuan was surprised once again. Inside was a vermilion cassia jade dew from the Haworthia genus of the Apho family. It was at gold tier 8/10, a grass-type spirit of perfect quality. It was a rare material that enhanced mental power, although it wouldn't bear fruit until reaching the platinum tier. It was already just one step away. Meanwhile, Sister Shin was lying on the couch when her staff approached her, voicing their concern. Yuan had already become a 2-star creator, yet they had sent him what looked like leftover items. They doubted he would appreciate it. Shin calmly replied that those weren't leftovers. She had deliberately kept them. Her staff argued that she didn't even know what the last 2 items were. As for the first one, people said it would only end up being sold as meat in a butcher shop. Just then, Shin sat up when she received a message from Yuan. Sister Shin met with Yuan and invited him for tea, a high-grade spirit-nurturing blend she had just brought back from the imperial capital. She asked if he had received the gifts she sent. Yuan said he was very satisfied with them, but he told her not to beat around the bush and to just say what she wanted. She admitted that her shop often carried rare phase, and she hoped to source supplies from him. Just as Yuan expected, her concern was supply. He simply said it was fine. She was stunned. She didn't expect it to be that easy. Yuan explained that since she treated him sincerely, he couldn't let her suffer a loss. However, the supply would be limited. He could provide up to 200 elite spirit-absorbing goldfish per month, along with around 50 pots of bronze-tier green radishes. She was relieved to hear that. She immediately offered to purchase everything at his shop's retail price, plus an additional 3%. This deal would help her tremendously. Without a creator, her shop had been stuck at 3 stars. Now she finally had a chance to reach 4 stars. Seeing how eager she was to advance that year, Yuan decided to help her further. He offered to supply 20 elite 5 Blessings Ranchu and 20 silver-tier green radishes. As Mobius evolved further, its spirit-lock demands were becoming increasingly expensive. He needed to secure more income channels. This completely shocked her. She nearly fainted on the spot. In her mind, the creator backing Yuan wasn't just a 3-star, but at least a 4-star, if not higher. 3 days later, Yuan was exhausted from shoveling so many spirit stones into the pond. He figured that with that much, the aura density should be enough. He wondered how long it would take for Mobius to wake up. After that, he checked on the Bladehorn Swift Antelope. It was already looking better thanks to the aura nourishment and herbal conditioning. Because of that, Yuan shifted to conventional healing. Just as he expected, treating the inside before the outside was the best way to restore its foundation. The healing effect improved a lot. And now came the main event. The spirit creature began to glow brightly as it evolved into a Windrush Swift Antelope. Its species belonged to the even-toed line under the antelope subfamily. It reached gold tier, sitting at 1/10, and it was a wind type. It gained several skills, including refined comprehension quality, horn strike, where it rams enemies with its horns, and blade horn, where its sharp horns slice the air into wind blades that cut distant targets. There was also Wind Guard, which gathers wind around its body to form a protective shield, and World Gale Storm, where it summons a wide storm filled with sword-like winds sharp enough to shred steel, dealing area damage. On top of that, it gained an exclusive trait called Swift Wind, which increases wind speed while controlling wind, boosting all wind-type skills. He didn't expect such a niche evolution path. He felt proud of Sister Shin for coming through and gathering those rare supporting materials in just one day. The Windrush Swift Antelope had practically abandoned close combat and turned into a brutal area of effect spirit creature. He refined the liquid easily, since that single gold-tier breakthrough was enough to push him past the wall into a C-rank spirit professional. No one would have thought that half a year ago he could barely use aura to nurture a spirit creature at all. He gave it a lily as a reward for enduring the past few tough days. Then he encouraged it to rest there for a few more days. With the aura enhancement and the effect of Elysian land, healing the vermilion cassia jade dew shouldn't be a problem. But then, Yuan suddenly thought of something, and it annoyed him. Ji, dressed in a butler uniform, was busy spoiling Yin Yin. He brushed her hair until he reached 100 strokes. She was being treated with full luxury pampering, and the fact that Ji was so serious about his job made Yuan uncomfortable. Having him at home felt strangely stressful. When Yuan got back, Ji welcomed him and asked if he had finished cultivating. Ji commented that Smarty was adorable and that its intelligence far surpassed others of its kind. He was impressed by how well it had been trained. Smarty, on the other hand, felt pressured. Meanwhile, Ji reported that the plant-type spirit creature was still unruly. Aside from that, he also reported that Yuan's current sales scale and profit margin were completely mismatched. He advised that if Yuan wanted to keep the shop healthy, he needed to expand production quickly. Yuan, feeling overwhelmed, said he didn't need to go that far since he would still help as promised. But Jie insisted on sticking to his principles. Yuan let him be and told him to summon his insect mother so he could estimate how long recovery would take. Since Jie had skipped rank matches for 2 years and was removed from the sequence, Yuan could tell he was bitter about it. Jie confirmed that. So Yuan told him to fight his way back up. Yuan began healing the insect mother, and his healing light covered its entire body. Yuan felt relieved when he saw that its essence had been reactivated. That meant recovery was possible. He told Jie to leave it with him, and in about 2 to 3 months it should be fully healthy again. Deep down, he knew that with the Elysian soil backing him up, it would be manageable. Jai thanked him and said he would go through fire just for it. Yuan cut him off, saying there was no need to exaggerate. Then he asked why Ji seemed so familiar with the royal capital. Ji asked if he was planning to head there directly. Yuan said he had been thinking about the expansion Ji mentioned earlier. Yuan was actually looking forward to it. The royal capital was the heart of the Radiance Federation. Its size was 4 times that of Zijing City, and the resources and opportunities were on a completely different level. Ji then asked about his plans for the housing prices. Yuan said he planned to sell the shop property he received as a reward in Zijing City. Then he would use that to buy a storefront in the capital. He asked Ji to go ahead and scout the area first. Since Ji had lived in the capital for 7 or 8 years, he knew the place well. He asked what kind of shop Yuan wanted. Yuan simply said he wanted something spacious since he wasn't picky about the location. Jia headed out right away and said he would see him again in the capital. Yinyan and Smarty asked if they were moving. Yuan said yes, since seeing a bigger world would be better, and it would also help pave the way for Shui. Suddenly, Yuan received a call from an unknown number. He asked who it was. It was City Lord Xiao. She told him that someone would come to pick him up because they would be traveling. Yuan simply replied, "Okay." He noticed how serious she sounded and began to wonder what this was about. In her office, City Lord Xiao didn't expect the Moon Empress's side to respond so quickly, and even insist on meeting him in person. Elder Ning said it was only natural. Taking in a disciple was a major decision, so she had to judge him herself. It was also her decision to hold the creator assessment in Zijing City. Now she wanted to personally escort him to Moonvale Mountain and see him through the final step. At the Royal Capital Creator Guild, an awarding ceremony was being held. They granted the young creator with the strongest talent of his generation, Cheng Rui, the title Feng Yang. Someone knelt in front of Rui and congratulated him on receiving the titled rank. With this, becoming the Moon Empress's disciple would be much easier for him. Cheng Rui was confident in that, since he was the #1 young creator of his generation. He asked Elder Du if there was any news from Moonvale Mountain, since his grandfather was already excited about it. Elder Ning said that last time they selected several candidates but received no response. But this time he believed that since Rui now had a title, there was no way they would refuse him. Rui was already looking forward to it. Back to our MC, Yinyan and Smarty threw a tantrum because they wanted to come with him. But City Lord Xiao had invited him on short notice for a long trip, so there was no time to prepare. They gave him their best puppy dog eyes while pleading. It made him feel guilty. But he also knew that if he left them and Red Thorn alone again, the house would end up a complete mess. So he brought them into the spirit space. Everyone inside was already running around everywhere. Seeing how happy they were, he decided to leave them there and told them to get along with the others. Smarty noticed the insect mother and was shocked by how huge it was. Compared to it, the cocoon nearby looked tiny. He wondered if the cocoon was about to hatch into a bluefish butterfly. Yuan said it was close to hatching, but instead of a bluefish butterfly, he preferred it to become a dust butterfly. Yinyan asked why. He explained that once it becomes a dust butterfly, it can evolve into a steel wing butterfly at the bronze tier. That way, the defensive system he was building for Shu would become completely airtight. Smarty joked that Shu's nickname would soon evolve from Iron Ox to Iron Fortress. Yuan then received a call from City Lord Xiao's attendant, Ling Wu. He told him they were waiting at the Jia County Governor's office. Yuan couldn't help but grin when he heard the attendant call him Lord. Yuan knew that whoever he was about to meet had to be important. He couldn't afford to be careless. In front of the Jia County Governor's office, Yuan was overwhelmed by the massive escort waiting for him. A bald man in a black suit and dark shades told him they had no time to waste and needed to depart immediately. Yuan thought they should at least greet the governor first. But the governor himself came out and said there was no need. Being called Lord by a creator like Yuan was already more than he deserved. He wouldn't dare call himself Lord in front of him. The bodyguard insisted that time was tight. Yuan noticed how everything felt over the top. He couldn't believe he had just skipped past the county governor's rank like it was nothing. They boarded a giant bird and took off into the sky. They arrived at the royal capital, the most prosperous city in the Radiance Federation. A woman gently dipped her finger into the water. It was the Moon Empress. Moon Envoy Kang Yue congratulated her, saying that in just over 2 years, the Sunset Jade Lotus had already advanced to the Diamond tier. She replied that it was a pity. Its diamond skill turned out to be offensive instead of a support type. Kang Yu said that even so, it was still a 1 in a million result. She suggested moving it to the Lotus Pond behind the palace later. The Moon Empress liked the idea, saying its fragrance and glow were being wasted in the garden. Someone then came to report that Xiao's new creator exam system had produced a candidate. It was Moon Envoy Xuan Yue. He said he had already confirmed everything. The candidate scored full marks in all 3 life profession exams, and Elder Ning personally wrote the questions, so the difficulty was guaranteed. The Moon Empress read the report and noticed that essence damage was involved. She commented that Elder Ning clearly didn't hold back this time. For someone to get perfect scores at only 18 and pass the 2-star exam, that person truly deserved to be called a genius. Kang Yue said that even so, this person was nothing compared to the Moon Empress. Xuan Yue added that it was natural, but this candidate still stood out among the new generation. He had already told Xiao to bring him as soon as possible. The Moon Empress looked into Yuan's background and saw that he was the child of martyrs from the Spirit Suppression Division. His record was clean, with no entanglements. She praised Xuan Yu for doing a good job. Xuan Yue thanked her and said he was just fulfilling his duty. Xuan Yue then handed over another file. He explained that after the Royal Capital Creator Guild heard she was planning to take a disciple, they submitted another candidate. This one was known as the #1 genius of the younger generation and held the title Feng Yang. The Moon Empress frowned slightly upon hearing that such a young creator already had a title. She assumed he must be a 4-star creator at a young age. Xuan Yue said that was impossible. No matter how gifted someone was, a young person couldn't realistically reach 4-star that early. He clarified that the candidate's name was Cheng Rui, a 2-star creator. But at only 24, he already met the requirements to be promoted to 3-star. The title Feng Yang was jointly granted by the 3 vice presidents of the Creator Guild to encourage him. Kang Yu explained that Feng Yang meant bearing the mandate of heaven and bringing the sun's light. She commented that it was quite a grand name. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, she added that maybe their next step would be to have this Feng Yang creator rule the entire federation. Xuan Yue replied that it was just a title, nothing more. The Moon Empress told Kang Yue she was exaggerating. Still, she knew that for the guild to grant such a title, Cheng Rui was clearly someone they valued highly. Kang Yue added that ever since word spread that the Moon Empress was considering taking a disciple, the Creator Guild had already tried to send 7 or 8 candidates. This time, they even gave one a title to make him shine more. The Moon Empress said it didn't matter. Since the Creator Guild was so eager, it would be rude to keep refusing. Since Xiao's group would arrive tomorrow, she instructed them to bring this Feng Yang creator along as well. Another envoy added that Dean Wang from the Royal Capital Advanced Aura University's Creator Academy had also recommended someone. This one wasn't just a creator, but also ranked 3rd in the Radiance 100 sequence, holding the title Sea Subduer. The Moon Empress told them to bring him too. She found it interesting to see what level the peak of the younger generation had reached. Kang Yue noticed how confident she sounded and grew curious if she'd already chosen someone. The Moon Empress simply said she just wanted to test them. From that answer, the envoys could already tell she had a favorite in mind. Kang Yue then asked if they should start preparing the exam topics. The Moon Empress said not yet, because before anything else, she wanted to prepare the gifts. She told Kang Yue to come with her to the cultivation chamber. She wanted her disciple's first meeting gift to be perfect. The 2 envoys were left completely stunned. At Zijing City, Yuan was led inside where the city lord was waiting. He was told to enter alone. Yuan found it strange that even the city lord's attendant wouldn't explain anything. That only made him feel like this was something serious. City Lord Xiao greeted him and said he must have had a tiring journey. But since time was tight, they would have a quick lunch together before heading to the royal capital in the afternoon. Yuan was surprised to hear that. She clapped her hands. Several women appeared and began taking Yuan's body measurements. She asked if Elder Ning hadn't informed him. Yuan said Elder Ning only mentioned something about being jealous. After hearing about the royal capital, Yuan started wondering if this had something to do with the 3 people at the very top. City Lord Xiao then revealed the truth. The Moon Empress wanted to see him. Yuan was so shocked that he stuttered. It was only natural. The Moon Empress was one of the 3 legendary 5-star creators. He couldn't believe she wanted to meet him just because he passed the exam. City Lord Xiao couldn't say much more, but the reason was clearly tied to the Moon Empress's intentions. Yuan felt like he was floating. He never imagined he would be summoned by someone like her, one of the 3 5-star creators and an idol of the entire Federation. He quickly made sure to inform Shui about it. Meanwhile, the city lord thought to herself that whether Yuan could seize this opportunity or not would depend entirely on his own fate. At the royal capital Aura Academy, Long Tao was told it was time to leave. They were going to meet the Moon Empress, so he was reminded to behave properly. His father entered his room and saw that he was still training. He was worried it might affect his performance later. Tao replied that it was the opposite. He was in peak condition. Yuan asked if he really had to wear the suit. He complained that it felt too formal. He said that getting a spirit tonic feast and new clothes on top of that was already too much. City Lord Xiao replied that it was just a standard aura woven outfit. Since he was going to meet the Moon Empress, the least he could do was tidy himself up. It was getting late, so they had to leave. She summoned a white horse. Yuan was stunned to see an upper fantasy grade mount like that. He asked if they would be riding together. She said the Azure Jade Pegasus was already the fastest travel-type spirit creature on land. For long-distance travel, spatial arrays would be even faster, but normal human bodies couldn't handle the strain, so that option was off the table. Before leaving, she entrusted Zijing City to her staff. They respectfully saw her off. As they traveled, Yuan noticed how fast they were moving, yet everything felt incredibly smooth. He asked if the royal capital was very far. Out of the Federation's 32 cities, Zijing was located in the south-central region, so it wasn't too far from the capital. It would take just over a day of flight. However, for outer border cities, even an Azure Jade Pegasus would need nearly half a month to cross the distance. Yuan was shocked. He had never left Zijing City before, so he couldn't fully grasp how vast the world really was. He then pointed out that since the capital was also in the south-central region and they were following a curved overland route, it felt like they were taking a longer path. If they flew straight over the ocean, it should be faster. She immediately said that was impossible. The first rule after obtaining a flying spirit creature was to never fly over the ocean. Yuan asked why. She chose not to explain and told him to see it for himself. They flew over the ocean. Suddenly, the water below exploded upward, trapping them in the center. Yuan was shocked to see massive black whale tails rising from the sea. And there wasn't just one. At that moment, he understood. The nearshore routes were completely blocked by them. She explained that ever since Aura recovery, the oceans had become the most dangerous domain. If someone got caught mid-flight by a whale-type spirit creature's water jet, they could easily be killed or crippled. Yuan asked what would happen if someone tried to avoid them by flying deeper into the ocean. She said that was even worse. The deep sea was home to mythic-grade spirit creatures. Yuan imagined it and immediately turned pale. He finally realized how terrifying ocean spirit creatures truly were. Once a spirit creature reached the legend tier and fused with the world's will to form a will rune, it became a fantasy-grade spirit creature. Even fantasy-grade beings were already beyond imagination. But mythic grade stood above even that. Still, if he could one day comprehend a rune, his foundation would become far stronger. Yuan had always thought fantasy grade was the peak. He never expected anything beyond it. Now he finally understood why even diamond-tier fantasy-grade spirit creatures avoided those waters. She noticed how easily he recognized the Azure Jade Pegasus. For a newly promoted 2-star creator, that level of knowledge was impressive. It made her think he truly had the potential to seize this opportunity. If he really became the Moon Empress's disciple, then reaching mythic grade himself might not be that far off. After all, the Moon Empress herself was a living myth. She warned him that mythic-grade spirit creatures were among the Federation's unpublished secrets, so he must never speak of them. Then she asked how much he knew about fantasy-grade classifications. Wen admitted that he didn't know much, but he was willing to learn. She explained that fantasy-grade spirit creatures were divided into 5 stages, known as the 5 fantasy molts. Each molt was like ascending to the heavens. The Azure Jade Pegasus they were riding was a first molt fantasy creature. Yuan listened carefully. She then advised him that even as a creator, he must never neglect his own combat strength. Yuan said he understood. More than ever, he had realized how important that was. She clarified that everything she told him came from her own experience. But if he could comprehend a will rune, his foundation would become even stronger. Yuan told her not to worry. He was confident he could do it. She shook her head slightly and said that comprehending a will rune was not simple. It required deep perception and there were no shortcuts. But what she didn't know was that he had already done it. She couldn't believe that someone could sit on a Pegasus, watch a single sunrise, and comprehend a will rune just like that. If she knew, it would completely confirm that he was a monster-level genius. She felt a mix of emotions. It would be great for Zijing City. But if news got out, plenty of people would want to beat him up out of pure jealousy. And if she knew he didn't just have one rune at that moment, she might have kicked him off the Pegasus on the spot. She told him that with a will rune, he was already one step closer to reaching fantasy grade. But if he wanted to reach the third of the 5 fantasy molts, he must not let his spirit creatures evolve into fantasy grade after platinum tier. Yuan then asked how someone could reach all 5 molts. She explained that the best path was to raise a spirit creature to legend quality at the gold tier and let it evolve into fantasy grade at that stage. Otherwise, unless a miracle happened later, the creature would be stuck at the 3rd molt for life. Yuan began thinking. If someone could raise a spirit creature to legend quality at bronze tier and evolve it into fantasy grade that early, then reaching the 5th fantasy molt might be possible. She immediately said it wouldn't be that easy. Raising a bronze tier spirit creature to that level was extremely difficult, even for a 4-star creator. On top of that, will runes were incredibly rare. Even among the Radiance 100, with all the Federation's resources, not everyone had a fantasy grade spirit creature. Most people got stuck at the will rune step. Yuan realized that his method of raising spirit creatures and comprehending runes was something uniquely suited to him. They were almost at their destination, and he was starting to look forward to the royal capital. At the glorious Moon Hall, someone exclaimed that it truly lived up to its reputation. A blue-haired man with sharp blue eyes carefully inspected the surroundings. It was Long Tao, rank 3 of the Radiance 100 sequence, known as the Sea Subduer. He said that just standing there made his heart race. His father told him to calm down a bit. Someone nearby noticed them and quickly recognized the Sea Subduer. They were confused, since he should have been out completing Radiance 100 trial missions. That was when Rui arrived. He asked Long Tao what he was doing at Tilted Moon Mountain. His competitive spirit immediately flared up. He knew he couldn't match Long Tao in combat strength, but as a creator, he was determined not to lose. Long Tao told him not to call him Lord Sea Subduer if he didn't mean it. He hated fake politeness. Then he walked right past Rui and questioned Elder Du, asking since when 2-star creators were given honorary titles. Since he and Rui were around the same age, he couldn't understand why the Creator Guild had never considered giving him one. Elder Du frowned and said he was out of line. He added that Rui had earned his title. Long Tao responded that he had just passed his 3-star creator exam in Ascending Dragon City a few days ago. So by that logic, did he also qualify for an early honorary title from the Creator Guild? Elder Du hesitated. Rui, on the other hand, was clearly offended. Long Tao's father stepped in and told him to show some respect. After all, Elder Du was Rui's grandfather and also a vice president of the Capital Creator Guild. Long Tao said that even if they offered him a title, he wouldn't accept it. Once he reached 4-star creator, he would claim a title that truly belonged to him. Rui clenched his fists inwardly, cursing him in his mind. He had no intention of losing. No matter what stood in his way, he would crush it. Tao's father told Elder Du that his son wasn't wrong. It really did look like the Creator Guild had overplayed its hand. He said the title, Number 1 Young Creator, might change owners soon. That clearly annoyed Elder Du, so he fired back. Tao was also a 3-star creator registered and tested at the Denglong City Creator Master Guild. That made him one of their own too. Elder Meng let out a small scoff and said Elder Du was flattering himself. He told him to ask if the Denglong City Creator Master Guild even saw themselves as the same as the Capital Creation Master Guild. By that logic, every student in the Federation would still belong to their old school. Elder Du shot back that he didn't see any of Denglong's perks reaching the capital, and the Creator Guild Academy definitely wasn't sharing in them either. Rui couldn't help but comment. The 2 biggest creator powerhouses in the capital were arguing in public like this, and they weren't even embarrassed. Tao, meanwhile, was casually scrolling on his phone when he replied that Rui was actually more ridiculous than them. Then he added that Rui acted completely different on Starnet compared to real life. Online, he looked like a proper young leader. Tao even showed him a video of Rui during an interview. That mockery hit a nerve. Rui warned him to stop before he crossed the line. Rui fired back, saying Tao's talent wasn't that much better than his. Tao was only 1 year older, so Rui was confident he could reach 3-star within a year too. Tao immediately called him a hypocrite. In his eyes, Rui couldn't even face his own weakness. Then he mocked him again for acting so righteous. Before things could escalate further, their argument was cut off by an envoy. Tao noticed something strange right away. The voice sounded close, but he couldn't sense the person at all. It felt like they were nowhere and everywhere at the same time. Everyone turned, surprised to see a king-class support type aura professional. Even Elder Meng and Elder Du showed respect. It was Zhuan Yue. They thought they had kept the Empress Moon waiting, but Zhuan Yue calmly said there was no need to rush. One person still hadn't arrived yet. Then he turned his attention to Tao. He warned him that being observant was good, but for a truly outstanding creator, patience was even more important. At that moment, he glanced at the sky. He noticed the Pegasus and calmly announced that their final guest had arrived. City Lord Xiao stepped forward and informed Huan Yue that she had brought Zijing City's candidate, Yuan. She apologized for being late. Xuan Yue simply said it wasn't a problem. Now that everyone was here, they could head up the mountain. Tao and Rui both looked displeased the moment Yuan appeared. In their minds, Zijing City had brought nothing but cannon fodder. Still, Tao knew one thing. If Yuan was here, it meant he had survived Elder Meng's insanely difficult exam that year. That showed some talent, but in Tao's eyes, it was nothing special. Meanwhile, Yuan had no idea about their hostility. He was just amazed seeing gold-tier items everywhere. Rui scoffed and called him a country bumpkin, just some kid who somehow brute-forced his way through the 2-star creator exam. Tao casually pointed out that even so, Yuan was still younger than him. That hit Rui right where it hurt. He clenched his jaw and swore he would become the Moon Empress's disciple, and shut Tao up for good. They soon arrived at their destination, and Zhuan Yu handed them over to Kang Yue. Yuan, however, wasn't paying attention. His eyes were locked on a nearby tree. The aura coming from it was overwhelming. Everything along the way had already shocked him, but now he was looking at diamond-tier, legend-quality, silver stamen, golden glaze, osmanthus trees used as gate decorations. He couldn't help but stare. Xuan Yu noticed this and walked over. He told Yuan he had a good eye. He explained that the 2 osmanthus trees were indeed top-tier specimens, though their fragrance was slightly lacking. Then he casually added that when Kang Yue arrived, he'd have her make osmanthus honey so they could taste it. Kang Yue heard that, and immediately called him out for being bold. She then formally stated that the tree was called the silver stamen golden glaze osmanthus. Xuan Yue added that its quality was legendary. Kang Yue frowned, clearly annoyed. She was the one who brewed the honey, yet he was the one offering it like it was his. Xuan Yue simply shrugged and said if he didn't say it first, it would take forever. And unlike her, he actually had other duties to handle. She cut him off and told everyone to stop chatting and follow her into the hall. Once inside, she announced that by order of Lady Moon Empress, the younger generation could step onto the high platform and choose a brocade box. Whatever treasure was inside would be their reward. Tao and Rui immediately understood. This wasn't just a reward, it was a test. Yuan, on the other hand, was still trying to process things. He only noticed one problem. There weren't enough boxes for everyone. The moment the word settled, Tao and Rui burst forward. Both rushed to grab a treasure first. Yuan blinked, stunned at how fast they moved. City Lord Xiao shouted at him to hurry up. Yuan replied, but deep down he was confused. Did they really come all this way? Just to fight over rewards from the Moon Empress? Tao was about to reach a box, but Rui suddenly cut him off. He launched an attack. Tao didn't even flinch. Tricks like that wouldn't work on him. Rui's eyes widened. He didn't expect Tao to have this kind of combat strength. Suddenly, the box disappeared. A green-haired attendant stepped forward and told them they were too impatient. If they wanted the brocade boxes, they still had to pass a threshold first. Yuan didn't bother competing for the golden boxes. He quietly went for a gray one instead. But just as he was about to take it, he stopped. The green-haired lady explained that to obtain a brocade box, he had to pass the matching challenge. If he succeeded, he could naturally exchange it for a higher-grade treasure. Tao didn't object, but he was curious about what kind of challenge it would be. She explained that the golden boxes were for combat-type spiritual energy professions. They were allowed to adjust themselves to their best condition before attempting the challenge. Then, she turned to Yuan and explained that the gray boxes were for testing a creation master's ability. She added that he was lucky. Among the 4 sisters, her spiritual energy was considered the weakest. Yuan simply nodded and said, his luck did seem pretty good. She then explained the rules. The spirit creature inside the brocade box had not fully matured yet. It needed a continuous infusion of spiritual energy to open. The challenge was simple. Whoever could sustain their spiritual energy longer and open the box would win. City Lord Xiao added some context. The 4 tea attendants were sisters personally chosen by Lady Moon Empress years ago. No one had ever seen their true strength. But after serving by the Empress' side for so long, it was obvious. They were not to be underestimated. One of the sisters added that even if Yincha was the weakest among them, her spiritual energy endurance was the strongest. She glanced at Yuan and noted that his spiritual energy seemed to be at most C rank. In her mind, this would be over quickly. Half an hour passed. Yincha was still pouring her energy into the box, but something felt off. According to the records, Yuan was only a C rank spiritual energy professional, yet the amount of energy he was outputting, didn't match that at all. To her, it didn't feel like Yuan was supplying energy from himself. It felt like something deeper, like his energy wasn't running out, but constantly being drawn from somewhere else, like rivers flowing endlessly into a vast sea. And now, she couldn't help but wonder just how deep that sea really was. Meanwhile, Tao calmly stated that he was ready. He walked up to the strongest-looking sister and politely asked to challenge her. Rui watched from the side and scoffed. In his eyes, Tao was just being impatient. Instead, Rui chose to wait and use Yuan as a test to see just how capable these women really were. Elder Meng voiced his concern that things might get destroyed if they sparred in that place. Kang Gyue agreed. So she reinforced the entire hall using the hardening skill of a Fantasy V Transformations Diamond Radiance Turtle. She calmly stated that if the hall could be destroyed so easily by juniors, then Huyu Hall wouldn't even exist. Elder Meng then brought up another concern. What if the tea attendants got hurt? Kang Yui dismissed it right away. There was no need to worry. The match had already been decided by Lady Moon Empress herself. Yuan noticed something odd. Elder Meng looked like he actually expected Tao to lose. That confused him. Tao was ranked 3rd among the Radiant 100, basically one of the strongest in the younger generation. Meanwhile, the tea attendant looked even younger than Tao. Could she really be that strong? While Yuan was distracted, Yincha found an opening. Yuan was caught off guard. She calmly reminded him not to focus on others during the match. Yuan quickly realized she was right. Right now, he was acting like a funnel, channeling spiritual energy through his body. Meanwhile, she was simply resisting with her own energy. And yet, he still didn't have the upper hand. At the same time, Tao stepped forward and told the sister he wouldn't hold back. She simply told him to come at her. Tao summoned his spirit creature, the flood-devouring dragon shark. It was a platinum rank, level 6 spirit creature with epic quality. The sister responded by calling out her ephemeral dream fragrant tea in artifact form. Yuan's eyes widened. That alone told him everything. She was actually stronger than City Lord Xiao. She moved first. In a single strike, the flood-devouring dragon shark started bleeding. Tao froze for a moment. He couldn't believe it. His spirit creature, injured in one hit? He immediately realized he had underestimated her. She calmly told him to be careful. Tao reacted quickly. He wrapped his spirit creature in aura. When she attacked again, he blocked it using a water veil. He even smiled slightly, saying that without a challenge, this whole trip would have been pointless. At that moment, Yuan suddenly felt raindrops. Kang Yue explained that the rain was part of Tao's domain. It carried the power of the deep sea. She had already set up a barrier so it wouldn't interfere with the others. Yincha thanked her for that. Yuan finally understood. Even something as simple as rain could hide killing intent. The Radiant 100 truly had endless methods. Tao then revealed that this move, Frozen Sea Domain, was his signature technique. He wanted to see how she would deal with it. Then he summoned another spirit creature, the Deep Blue Dragon Mother, a platinum rank creature. Yuan was stunned. Tao didn't just have one. He actually had 2 Fantasy First Transformation spirit creatures. The sister told him not to hold back, because this time, she wouldn't either. Then she moved. With just a single strike, both of Tao's spirit creatures were injured. Yuan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. The domain was broken instantly. That meant she was handling multiple layers of control at once, all while maintaining perfectly stable spiritual energy output. Tao let out a breath and admitted it. She was a truly formidable opponent. She calmly replied that if he had tried to hide his trump card in a real battle, he would have been completely overwhelmed by the waves. Tao smirked slightly. He assured her that he still had more to show. And now, he would prove why he held the 3rd seat. He summoned another spirit creature, the Sea King White Dragon Whirlpool. It belonged to the Mosasaur genus, part of the Imperial Dragon family. A platinum rank water element creature with Fantasy 3rd Transformation quality. Its abilities were overwhelming. It could create violent currents with Whirlpool, pulling everything from all directions. It could summon 8 dragon shadows, forming 8 dragon phantoms, each carrying 60% of its power. It had Sea Bite, compressing water into crushing force. Sea Emperor Dragon Breath unleashed a destructive blast unique to Imperial dragons. And Rage of the Oceans released a devastating shockwave, tearing apart everything within its domain. On top of that, it had exclusive traits. Water Dominion allowed perfect control over water, and Ocean's Extremity could condense streams into a full sea, forming a controllable domain. City Lord Xiao couldn't hide her admiration. Tao truly deserved his 3rd seat ranking. Even Elder Meng looked amused, admitting that Tao had been hiding this level of strength even from him. Rui, on the other hand, was irritated. He couldn't help but wonder if Tao had really cultivated all this on his own. At this rate, Tao might become a threat that couldn't be ignored in the future. The Sea King White Dragon unleashed a massive water breath. The sister calmly raised a barrier around herself. Even then, she couldn't help but acknowledge that his spirit creature was impressive. Then she summoned her own Night Dream Beast. Without hesitation, she used the technique Shattered Silver Vase. Tao reacted instantly and countered with Sea Bite. Compressed water rays slammed into her shield, trying to break through. The force was so intense that even the energy barrier protecting Yuan and Yin Cha shook from the impact. Kang Yue reinforced the barrier and warned them to stay focused. Even the aftershock alone carried terrifying power. She couldn't help but admit it. The Sea King White Dragon was extraordinary. Cracks began to form on the sister's barrier. Tao noticed it and suggested they stop there. After all, her domain had already been broken, and he hadn't even used his full strength yet. But she shook her head. Ending things like that would be boring. She pointed out his weakness. Tao wasn't precise when controlling his power, but she was. She raised her instrument and began to play. Sound waves rippled through the air. It was the zither tone rain severing technique. Tao immediately noticed something terrifying. Wherever the sound passed, the water elements retreated. Even though the deep blue dragon mother hadn't fully recovered, it was still enough to buy him some time. So he ordered it to stabilize the water barrier, but the attack pushed forward anyway. The barrier started to give way. Even then, Tao remained calm. He summoned the White 8 dragon shadows. A massive shadow fell over the sister, but she smoothly switched instruments and played again. The shadow shattered instantly. Tao stood there, stunned, completely unable to understand what just happened. Tao never expected that the trip to Qingyu Mountain would bring him face to face with such a formidable opponent as the tea attendants of Huiyu Hall. She replied that she was truly flattered. Elder Du internally didn't expect that the tea attendants of Huiyu Hall possessed such strength. He assumed that Rui wouldn't pass. Rui declared that the outcome had already been decided, and there was no need to continue. Elder Du was just glad that he had let Tao test them first. He realized that they couldn't face the tea attendants head-on. Elder Meng responded that no, not yet. He knew that Tao would never allow his battle to end like that. Tao muttered that it was such a hassle. He had originally planned to save the move for the next Radiant 100 ranking battle, but he declared that the tea attendant was worthy of him going all out. He yelled that it wasn't over yet. Elder Meng knew the situation was bad since even he couldn't handle that move easily. Kang Yue told him to stay calm, and that the tea attendants of Huiyu Hall weren't that fragile. Yuan was amazed to see that the Water Dominion and Ocean's Extremity were being displayed to their fullest. The tea attendant answered that she wouldn't hold back either. She unleashed the ephemeral dream fragrant tea dream transformation. From a tree that she called forth, a creature akin to a deer jumped down. Tao realized that she had actually used the vitality of plant life to suppress White's fully unleashed deep-sea aura. He thought that if he backed down, he might as well quit the Radiant 100. He decided to add his share of spiritual power too. He called upon White, Rage of the Ocean, to unleash the Sea Emperor Dragon Breath. It spat out gooey water. The tea attendant made her Night Dream Beast hold the line. The water split when it reached it, but the waves were too much. Elder Meng stated that this was not good, as the Night Dream Beast was about to lose. He was certain that the attack would be hard for the tea attendant to withstand. He made a barrier around her, and she thanked him. Yuan and Cha made a barrier around themselves too. Cha thanked him for his assistance, and he replied that it was not a problem and that they should focus on stabilizing the energy barrier first. Internally, she thought that the peak level of the younger generation was truly incredible, but pushing their spiritual energy to exhaustion like that was ruthless. It could even leave lasting damage, and they had done it all for just a box. It made her wonder if it was worth it. She admitted that she had lost. Even though she was nearly 10 years older than him, she still could not withstand his full-powered strike. As expected of the third-ranked sequence, she asked how his injuries were and wondered if he had needed treatment. She admitted it was partly her fault. If she had not forced him to use that final move, he would not have ended up in such a state. He replied that it was not her fault at all. If he had not used that last move, he would not have won either. Elder Ming panicked since Tao's spiritual energy had run dry, and he was suffering backlash from external energy. Someone volunteered to handle it. It was Yuan. Tao thanked him, but Yuan told him it was nothing. Tao was astonished when Yuan restored over half of his spiritual energy in an instant. He realized that he had underestimated him earlier. Elder Meng observed that Yuan had used instant energy replenishment. He wondered if Yuan was a support type. He was also amazed that he had not even summoned a spirit creature. Plus, there had been no rejection from Tao's body, which meant it could be an extremely rare non-attribute ability. Elder Du declared that Long Tao truly lived up to his reputation. He told Xiao that the rising talent from Zijing City was nothing short of impressive. She was flattered. He added that with that kind of spiritual energy healing, no combat class would refuse him. Even the researchers would be envious. Kang Yue remarked that skills that restore energy greatly enhance survival and combat capability in the wild. She told Yuan that he was excellent. He answered that she was too kind. Rui internally lamented that it was such a waste. If Tao had not run out of energy, the match would have been decided immediately with one more move. He was also annoyed with Yuan for sticking his nose into it. Kang Yue glanced to her side. She approached the other tea attendant while saying that, for that round, the tea attendant had lost. The tea attendant explained that she had focused too much on resisting the aftermath of the tides and neglected the actual contest. She realized she lacked the focus of her sisters. She then praised Yuan for managing to multitask while maintaining steady energy output, calling it truly admirable. Yuan could only laugh awkwardly in response. The truth was that it was not even his own energy. He only needed to give the command. She revealed that Tao's golden box originally contained rare treasures, but since his spirit creatures were injured in the match, it would be replaced with 10 drops of silverbud golden marsh osmanthus honey. Elder Meng thanked her. Tao also expressed his gratitude and added that the experience had broadened his horizons. He stated that the round could be considered a draw. He stated that if the tea attendant had only managed to withdraw safely because of Elder Meng's help, then it meant that he too had relied too heavily on others to avoid complete energy depletion. She told him that he was being too modest. Kang Yu asked whether the treasure inside the golden box should now be given to Yuan. Rui declared that Tao had already acknowledged the result as a draw and that additional rewards had been granted. However, he argued that Yuan's contest had involved neither combat strength nor advanced creator abilities, only simple energy transfer. Because of that, he questioned how Yuan could be worthy of the highest tier golden box. Kang Yue asked for his opinion. Cheng Rui introduced himself proudly as one of the strongest creators of the younger generation and stated that he held the title Feng Yang. He declared that he would also challenge as a tea attendant. Kang Yue found it interesting, so she called one of the tea attendants. Her name was Shicha. Shicha told Rui that she would be the witness for the so-called strongest of the younger generation. Yuan thought that the trip had truly been worth it. Witnessing a peak-level creator duel among the younger generation had been an incredible experience. He also felt that it was the perfect opportunity to measure exactly where his own creator abilities currently stood. Shicha asked what kind of contest he wanted to compete in. She gave options like raising a spirit creature's level, enhancing its quality, or treating a spirit creature with a damaged origin. She told him he could choose any format. Rui answered that they would compete in treating a spirit creature with a damaged origin. Deep inside, he was glad since everything was under his control. Kang Yue agreed and raised the stakes. She declared that if he won, both of the treasures would belong to him. Rui thanked her respectfully. Deep inside, Shicha was thrilled to show him what a real creator looked like. Yincha remarked that Kang Yue seemed unusually fired up this time. She even allowed Shicha to compete. She shared that among them, Shicha's talent as a creator was ranked among the top 3. Shicha clapped her hands loudly and announced that the contest of treating a spirit creature with a damaged origin would now begin. One tea attendant complained about why she had to help move the creature on the stretcher. She grumbled that she had just competed and her vitality still had not recovered. The other tea attendant reminded her that she had lost a bet. Yuan was shocked when he saw the juvenile Violent Blood Terror Wolf. The Violent Blood Terror Wolf was a powerful platinum-type spirit creature. Its young were extremely rare. Another person noticed that it had suffered a head injury. Brain damage in spirit beasts was notoriously difficult to treat. Even if Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock space, it would still take at least 2 days and 2 nights to recover at full speed. Now, it had become much faster. However, he didn't expect to witness a showdown between top-tier young creators. To him, it was worth the trip. The competition started. He noticed that the competitors' speeds were about the same, but he realized he was wrong. It looked close, but Zicha was slightly faster. It was already sunset, and they were still concocting a potion. Yuan observed that they had made 2 different formulas. The traditional creators used complicated ingredient combinations, far more complex than his method. Rui set down a pot filled with green liquid. He looked down at the tea attendant, but he realized that she had some skill. Suddenly, he felt a pang of pain in his hand. His hand suddenly bulged and bubbled unnaturally. Yuan asked what it was. Kang Yue recognized that it was a source-type organism, a spine parasite. Elder Du confirmed that and revealed that Rui's grandfather was Cheng Wu. A parasite came out of Rui's hand. He explained that it had been separated from Cheng Wu's golden ring spine parasite. Lin Yuan wondered if Rui could already be considered a 4-star creator who was just one step away from becoming a 5-star creator. He also didn't expect him to be a powerful second-generation heir. Kang Yu commented that it had been such a major event when Cheng Wu took a position at the Royal Capital Creators Guild, yet Elder Du hadn't leaked any information at all. He explained that Wu had not planned to take the vice president position yet, so they had planned to announce it after he officially assumed the role. Kang Yue concluded that they were trading Rui's selection for Wu's willingness to take the position. Lady Kang Yu snorted and remarked that it could be because Wu knew very well that he had no chance of becoming a 5-star creator. That was why he was pouring all his effort into paving the way for the next generation. Elder Du replied awkwardly that not every creator was a once-in-a-generation genius like Lady Yuehu. She then turned to Yuan and asked if he knew what a source-type organism spine parasite was. Yuan admitted that his knowledge was shallow. He only knew about source-type organisms in general, and when it came to spine parasites specifically, he knew almost nothing. She explained that once contracted, a spine parasite could not be stored inside the spiritual space. Instead, it resided within the contractor's spine, choosing a specific section where it built its nest. Contracting a spine parasite essentially damaged one's own life potential. So, a creator who formed a contract with a spine parasite was destined never to reach the 5-star rank. Lin Yuan was shocked that such a source-type organism even existed. He thought of how Red Thorn was also special, but in a different way. While it required a blood contract, its biological template and abilities still needed the contractor to guide and evolve them. Kang Yu continued to explain that even though it damaged the contractor's life potential to a certain extent, especially for a creator, it remained an invaluable treasure. The spine parasite could rapidly process and synthesize large amounts of spirit materials consumed by the host, forming condensed spiritual liquid within the body. When mixing materials, it devoured and catalyzed them, maximizing their effectiveness. However, there was also a risk. Afterward, the creator had to replenish a large amount of spirit materials. Otherwise, if the spine parasite could not obtain enough spiritual liquid, it would begin devouring the creator's spinal marrow instead. Gwen understood now, but that only made the creature seem even more disgusting to him. He questioned whether a spirit creature bound by such a contract could truly be called a partner. Rui was glad. His spirit creature had already begun catalyzing the spirit materials, which made him certain that he would win. Sicha complained that he was being too noisy. She reminded him that the rules stated that creators were not allowed to interfere with each other while preparing materials during a match. She had not originally planned to use a spirit creature to assist, but since he had already done so, she would no longer hold back either. She poured several vials of different liquids into the pot. Yuan had not expected such a method. The concoction was continuously fusing inside the bowl. At the same time, he noticed that the mixed spiritual energy inside was beginning to fuse faster and faster. Rui filled a vial with liquid and announced that he was done. He pointed out that, in terms of speed, he had the upper hand. Sicha answered that she was done too. Rui was glad that he still had a trump card. They made the violent blood terror wolves drink their concoctions. The wolves were in pain. This made Yuan wonder if they could really be healed. One violent blood terror wolf finally looked better. Sicha was glad that it had fully recovered and even had a small surprise. She declared that she had won. That made Rui laugh. He told everyone to look carefully. His violent blood terror wolf had already advanced from silver tier level 3 to silver tier level 4. He then confidently declared to Lady Kangyu that the outcome was already obvious. In his opinion, both treasures rightfully belonged to him. The other tea attendants were surprised that Zicha had lost. Kangyu answered that the outcome of the match would not be decided by either her or him. Rui was stunned. Kangyue then assigned Tao and Yuan to judge the outcome of the match. Yuan questioned how conventional creators would evaluate such detailed work. From the visible data alone, the result already seemed obvious. Tao declared that the winner was the tea attendant. He admitted that he was far below her level when it came to producing spiritual liquid. Rui angrily demanded to know what Tao meant and accused him of twisting the truth. In his eyes, Tao was only jealous because he had won so easily and gained the upper hand among the candidates. In his head, he called him petty. Zicha then turned toward Yuan and asked for his judgment. Yuan hesitated for a moment before replying that he thought. He also declared that the winner was Zicha. Rui couldn't believe that nobody from Zijing City recognized its quality. Kang Yue asked Yuan for his explanation. Yuan explained that the contest was meant to treat a spirit creature with a damaged origin. Increasing its level and enhancing its quality only counted as additional points, while restoring and enhancing its quality should take priority. He pointed out that at the same level, the higher the quality, the greater the creature's future potential ceiling. Because of that, Rui's violent blood terror wolf had only advanced to silver tier level 4, while Zicha had upgraded hers from elite quality to perfect quality. Rui scoffed and argued that such reasoning made no sense. In his opinion, even if Zicha improved the quality, it should at most be considered an equal result. He demanded to know how that could possibly be judged as a loss. Elder Du scolded him and told him to watch his words. Tao remarked that it was truly impressive that someone who called himself the strongest creator of the younger generation did not even understand the most basic evaluation standards. He questioned Rui on whether no one had ever told him that a creator's potential was paramount. This also made him comment that Rui's reputation did not match reality. Rui got mad at him. He declared that if he lost because of a few words from nobodies, it only meant that Hayo Palace was blind and unworthy of its fame. He didn't care for it at all. This made Kangyo furious. Yuan was overwhelmed as she released a pressure that was unbearably cold. Tao told him to stop admiring her and quickly protect himself with spiritual energy. Elder Du stepped in and explained that Rui was still young and did not understand the rules. He claimed that Rui had no intention of acting recklessly within Huyu Palace and asked for her forgiveness on his behalf. Kangyue replied that Rui had already done it. She noticed how much Elder Du was protecting him and asked if it had been his doing. Elder Du was left speechless. The tea attendants gossiped that it had been a long time since they had seen her that angry. The last time had been because of Marquise Jingshi. Yuan asked if that was the same Marquis Jingshi who had been well known 18 years ago as the Desert Lion, a prodigy among the younger generation. They told him that 15 years ago, Marquis Jingshi had been unmatched among the royal capital's young nobles. However, because of his extreme arrogance, he had dared to harass Lady Kangyue. As a result, overnight, his residence had been frozen solid, and his entire palace had split in half. Yan turned pale when he heard that. They added that even Marquis Jingshi himself had nearly had the bones in both his legs shattered by the cold, leaving him confined to a wheelchair for the past 15 years. Yuan asked in disbelief if Marquis Jingshi still had not recovered, even after 15 years. The tea attendant clarified that this was not the case. But after offending Lady Kangyu, Marquis Jingshi had been too terrified to stand up again. Yuan grew nervous after learning that, with just a single move from Lady Kangyu, even a royal family marquis had been crippled. He wondered if Rui and Elder Du would experience the same consequences. Elder Du tried to explain that Rui was foolish. He begged her to let him take Rui back so he could discipline him and teach him proper conduct. The tea attendants commented that the more he pleaded, the less likely it was to help. Kangyu was known for her iron triad. Yuan asked what it was. They explained to him that it referred to her way of handling matters, an iron will, an iron fist, and a heart of stone. Yuan asked if there was any way for a lighter punishment. She replied no and asked if he planned to plead for Rui. Yuan knew that Rui had been arrogant and reckless in his youth, so he thought it was only right that he be punished for his mistakes. But he also knew that Elder Du would certainly do everything to protect him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to answer to Rui's grandfather. And he empathized that, at Elder Du's age, it would not be easy. Elder Du begged Kangyue to spare Rui's life. Rui was shocked and shouted at Elder Du, unable to understand what he was doing. Rui shouted that his grandfather was Wu. Internally, Tao remarked that Rui was even dragging his grandfather down with him. He wondered who had selected an idiot like him. Elder Meng was thinking about how foolish he was. They knew that in Huiyu Palace, even if other 5-star creators came in person, they probably would not be able to stop Kang Yue. Kang Yue laughed, saying it was very good. She turned to Yuan and asked how they should deal with those two who had spoken recklessly about death. Yuan was caught off guard. He asked if she was talking to him. She replied yes. In his mind, he couldn't understand why she was asking him when she should be asking City Lord Ling or Elder Meng. If he went along with her intentions, even someone like Elder Du, a veteran creator who had devoted himself to the Radiance Federation, might not escape punishment. He replied that those who spoke out of turn should naturally be punished, but what Elder Du did was out of appreciation for talent, not disrespect. Kang Yue asked if he thought that punishing Chung Rui alone was enough. Yuan explained that, at the time of the incident, Chung Rui had merely been overly competitive. Now that his careless words had implicated others and even dragged in his elders, when he returned, the guild and his family rules would naturally punish him. She asked if he thought she was just making a fuss out of nothing. He answered that creators were valuable resources in the Radiance Federation. If punishment was necessary, he thought it would be better to use other methods, such as making them treat more spirit creatures. Kang Yue thought about it. She recalled Yuan's records. According to the information, he was the descendant of a loyal officer of the Spirit Suppression Division, but the Radiance Federation hadn't shown him much favor over the years. Yet, even under pressure, he still prioritized the greater good of the Federation. It led her to think that he truly had a sincere heart. She made a decision and declared that this time she would deal with their insolence lightly. Within 10 days, she wanted the Royal Capital Creator Guild to open its doors and treat spirit creatures. Elder Du immediately expressed his gratitude to her for her leniency. She told him that if he wished to thank someone, he should thank the right person. Elder Du turned toward Yuan and repeatedly thanked him for his help. Yuan replied that it was nothing. Elder Du encouraged Rui to come and give his thanks. Rui lowered his head, but resentment burned inside him. He was furious that somebody from a small city had forced him to bow his head. He thought that Kang Yue had given him a way out because she feared his grandfather's reputation. Yet she had still used Yuan to show off. Kang Yue stated that the day had been an embarrassment before Elder Meng. She gave him 2 brocade boxes as an apology and said that in 3 days she would send another 20 drops of silver stamen golden osmanthus honey. Elder Meng replied that the trip itself had already been rewarding enough and that she was too generous. Tao expressed that his horizons had been broadened. He thanked her for preventing him from being a frog in a well. A tea attendant informed Kang Yue that in these 3 matches Rui had lost, Tao had conceded defeat, and only Yuan had emerged victorious. Elder Meng decided to take Tao home since the outcome had already been decided. Before Tao left, he told Yuan that if he ever visited the royal capital, he should come find him and he would treat him to a drink. Yuan replied that there was no need for thanks and told him that they would meet again someday. Elder Du apologized to Kang Yue again, stating that he had been disrespectful. He promised to visit her again to officially apologize. Kang Yu told him that it was enough that he knew his mistake and that he should go back and discipline Rui properly. Rui gritted his teeth. He vowed to take revenge on Yuan. Yuan wondered if he was the only one left. City Lord Ling Xiao mentioned that Yuehu wanted to see him. He wondered if that was the case. Kang Yue told him that it was good that he had compassion. However, she reminded him that the dignity of Huiyue Palace could not be offended by anyone. Yuan stammered as he replied yes. Just as he expected of a major power, the rules were strict. Yuan made a mental note to watch what he said from then on. Kang Yue told him to follow her to meet Yuehu. City Lord Ling Xiao whispered to him to hurry and keep up. Kang Yue was thinking that being too kind made it easy to be taken advantage of, so she felt a warning like that should have been enough. While they made their way, she explained that Long Tao was too old and clearly more inclined toward combat professions, while Chung Rui's potential had already reached its limit. She revealed that the trials were meant to show the peak standards of both creator and combat professions among the younger generation. That was Yuehu's intention. Now Yuan knew why his trial had felt so easy. She pointed out that once he passed through there, he would reach the rear hall, and Yuehu was waiting for him there. Yuan was concerned about leaving City Lord Ling Jiao behind. She instead smiled at him and suggested that he already had an idea of what was going on. He walked like a robot because, deep inside, he was confused. All along, he had thought he was just coming to meet Yuehu, but now the experience was nerve-wracking. He wished they had been more straightforward. Kang Yue praised City Lord Ling Qiao for holding back well and not revealing Yuehu's intention to take a disciple. She replied that it was a serious matter and that passing the test first meant the trip wasn't wasted. Kang Yue stated that Yuehu's evaluation was definitely not as simple as those 3 matches. What came next depended on his own fate. Inside the palace, someone asked why things hadn't been arranged yet. Yuehu told her attendant that stacking everything together like a tower looked better. Her attendant begged her to just sit down. Her attendant explained that it was because they had stacked everything into a tower that it had collapsed. They had to put everything back on the shelves. Yuehu wondered if 100 gifts were enough. She didn't want it to look stingy as a meeting gift from a master. Her attendant assured her it was enough. Deep inside, her attendant was thinking that if Kang Yue saw her, she would be shocked. Her attendant asked if she was looking forward to becoming a master. She replied no, and said that she had just remembered the time she spent with her own master. Aside from teaching her about being a creator, he would throw her into all kinds of dangerous trials, and that old bastard had passed away right when she became a 3-star creator. So she decided that if she ever became a master, she would give her disciple the very best. Her attendant reminded her that she should still be a bit stricter. If she was too gentle, her disciple might not take her seriously. She was shocked to hear that. The attendant told her that Kang Yue had said that she must not go easy on her disciple. Then they announced that Yuan had arrived. Now Yuan knew who Yuehu was. Yuehu asked if he was Yuan. He offered his greeting to her. Then Yuehu suddenly asked if he had any requirements for becoming her disciple. That question made our MC dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yuehu panicked after asking him that question right away. She quickly clarified and asked whether he had anything tying him down right now. He explained that he had a small spirit creature shop and that his younger sister was studying in Zijing City. She told him to bring his sister over, and as for the shop, she assigned an attendant to manage it. Yuan was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He couldn't believe that Yuehu would take him as a disciple. He couldn't believe that a disciple like him would be accepted by someone like her. He felt as though she was cutting off his path of retreat. He thought that Yuehu had already discovered his ability and that she was planning to study him. Yuehu wondered why he still wasn't saying anything. Her request shouldn't have been unclear. Yuan realized that once he became her disciple, he definitely wouldn't have time to look after his sister or the shop. The only reason he had accepted was because City Lord Ling Qiao had insisted. If Xuan Yue put in the same effort he had, the shop would immediately become a 5-star store. He expressed to Yuehu that he had no demands about becoming her disciple, but he wanted to move forward one step at a time through his own efforts. This shocked her. She asked what he meant by that. It seemed like she had prepared those 100 gifts for nothing, and all her disciple training plans over the past 16 years might go to waste. Her attendant informed her that her spiritual energy was fluctuating, but she demanded that Yuan call her master. He was spooked by how forceful she was. He thought that she might keep him there by force. He expressed that there were still other things weighing on his mind. She asked what else. Yuan asked her what she thought was the most important thing between a master and a disciple. She answered hesitantly that it was passing down one's teachings. But for Yuan, the most important thing between a master and disciple was an emotional connection. She was taken aback. Yuan stated that since she was a 5-star creator of the Radiance Federation, it would have been an honor for him to become her disciple. But without any foundation of feelings, he really couldn't bring himself to call her master. Yuan didn't understand why he was so fired up, and he had no idea why he was saying all this. But if she really insisted on keeping him there, he had no way to resist. Yuehu made up her mind. A few hours later, that night, she was informed that he wouldn't accept a single one of the gifts, and had even insisted that rewards should only be given for completing assignments. The attendant heard that she had arranged for Yuan to stay in the attic. She asked Kang Yue whether, after standing at the top for too long, one should also learn to see things from the perspective of ordinary people. Kang Yue asked what was happening to her. Kang Yue asked for forgiveness for her bluntness and expressed that once someone became strong, they should think from the perspective of the strong. Yuehu realized she was right. Because to become strong, even the most gifted had to carve through thorns, endure all kinds of hardships, and eventually come to understand their own thoughts and desires. They no longer resembled ordinary people. Then she shared that the disciple she wanted to take in still had a willingness to humble himself and think like an ordinary person. She found it truly rare. Kang Yue insisted that the strong should look directly at the heart of things. Yuehu told her that her way of thinking was both right and wrong. Kang Yue realized that she had misunderstood. She thought Yuehu hadn't taken a liking to this disciple after all. With that in mind, she planned to teach him a proper lesson. Yuehu made up her mind. She instructed Kang Yue to find her a recipe book for spiritual ingredients. Since taking in a disciple required building a bond, she decided to start with the simplest thing first. Kang Yue was shocked that Yuehu planned to cook. She couldn't even recall the last time Yuehu had stepped into the kitchen. She realized that this wasn't dissatisfaction with the disciple at all. In fact, Yuehu looked far too satisfied. Back to our MC, Yuan was soaking his feet in the bathhouse. He was relieved that, for now, he hadn't immediately been accepted as a disciple and branded with some kind of restriction. Though Yuehu was strange, she turned out to be much easier to talk to than he had imagined. Suddenly, some girls barged in. By Yuehu's orders, they had come to bring him a change of clothes. Yuan was spooked. Fortunately, he still had his robe on. He yelled that he could have been bathing, and they had just walked right in. Jinki replied that it would have been even better. She added that if he wished, she could help him bathe and change. Then she jumped toward him. He evaded her by stepping onto the water and pretended not to see her. He replied that the water temperature was just right and that he could manage by himself. She clicked her tongue and told him that they would take their leave. The other attendant informed Yuan that his room had already been cleaned. She wished him an enjoyable bath. Yuan watched them through the window. He noticed that these two spirit attendants felt completely different from each other. It made him wonder if this was another test. Outside, Jinki pushed the other attendant. The attendant fell on her butt. Then Jinki gathered power in her palm. The other attendant knew she was in trouble, but someone caught Jinki's hand and told her that it was enough. It was our boy, and he told her there was no need to be so aggressive and that they could pretend nothing had happened. She scoffed, saying that now he was suddenly playing the gentleman. Kangyu arrived and asked if they had nothing better to do. She questioned why they were standing outside the attic. Yuan explained that it was nothing. He shared that they had brought him a change of clothes, so he came out to see them off. The attendant said goodbye to Kangyu. Kangyu threw 2 bottles at him while saying that those 2 bottles contained silver stamen golden osmanthus honey prepared for him by Yuehu. 1 bottle was enough for him, so as for the other one, he could do as he pleased. He thanked her. Back at the bathhouse, he inspected it. He found that there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, its quality was excellent. He decided not to overthink it and save the other bottle. Kangyui had informed him earlier that the honey could cleanse and remake the body, so it was best to drink it while bathing. He had no idea why he was supposed to drink it while bathing, but he decided to drink it first. He began sweating out a black, ink-like substance. He was disgusted. Now he knew why she had told him to drink it in the bath. A few days later, Yuan finally got the chance to take a look around the royal capital. He commended Liu Ji for working fast. It had only been a few days, and he had already picked out several locations. It was no wonder he had been chosen as one of the Radiant 100. However, earlier, Yuehu admitted that she had never expected his fundamentals to be this solid. She saw that he raised those spirit creatures and source species in a very distinctive way. She gave him a diamond-tier spirit sealing box as a reward. The box contained the corpses of all kinds of dimensional rift creatures, from level 1 to level 4. It was perfect for feeding his source species. She then said that they would give him a few more days off since she needed to draw up a new training plan for him. Yuan never thought Yuehu would care so much about him. It made him think that she really wanted him as her disciple. Smart was glad that they were finally going down the mountain. The past few days had made him lethargic because of the constant spiritual pressure all around him. Yuan could empathize because the cause wasn't just Yuehu. Even the Vinehorn gourds Smarty ate for breakfast were platinum-tier creatures. Yinyan expressed that she thought Redthorn was going to eat her alive. He reassured her that she had nothing to worry about now since Redthorn had something much better to feast on. She asked if they could finally move around freely once they reached the royal capital. He replied that they still had business to take care of there. He checked his messages and saw that someone had messaged him, saying that she had the revival soil prepared. This person informed him that they were in the royal capital and asked where and when she could bring her daughter to see him. Wayne replied that he was in the royal capital as well. He told her that tomorrow, at the Creator Guild, he would treat her daughter's condition. He informed his spirit creatures of the situation and explained why they were heading to the Creator Guild. Smarty asked why he didn't just make them come up the mountain. Yuan pointed out that Smarty had just been complaining about the pressure. Plus, another reason was that he wanted to stroll around the royal capital. He had also already checked that there was a free clinic there, which would allow him to see what the creators in the royal capital were like. At the Royal Capital Creator Guild, the mother and her daughter arrived, but they were reluctant to go inside. Nearby, someone scoffed at them and remarked that commoners were truly lucky. He stated that the Creator Lords had been feeling generous lately and had opened a free clinic. He told them to head there. The woman thanked him. Meanwhile, Rui was slouching on a sofa while drinking wine. His attendant warned him that he couldn't keep drinking during these days of the free clinic. He had barely treated anyone, and he would be in trouble if Elder Du found out. Rui threw the wine at his attendant while screaming at him to get lost. He did not care if Elder Du found out. In his eyes, Grandfather Ching Wu, a peak 4-star creator, was the strongest creator of the younger generation. He couldn't accept that he had been treated that way by Elder Du, especially when the elder had promised him that becoming Yuehu's first disciple would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Then he had been dragged all the way to Qingyue Mountain just to be embarrassed. In the past, every commoner who wanted to see him had needed to visit the Chung residence carrying spirit plants and valuable treasures, all while waiting for an audience. Now, however, a free clinic at the Royal Capital Creator Guild had ruined that prestige, and it was a disgrace to his family name. After throwing the table, he agreed with the attendant that it was time for him to put on a show. He ordered him to clean everything up while he changed consultation rooms. As he went outside, he saw a woman arguing with a staff member because her child was still not cured, even though they had already brought the revival soil. The man apologized and admitted that the situation was beyond his understanding. He suggested that they wait for the creator they had made an appointment with. Rui asked what kind of simple problem these fools were completely stumped by. The man recognized Rui. Rui checked the box and stated that it was just a tough-leaf chrysanthemum. She told him that she still had a packet of revival soil and asked if it would help. Rui asked her if she was there to make trouble. He pointed out that the plant's origin had already been damaged and that one packet wouldn't solve the problem. He asked which idiot had told her something like that. She replied that the person wasn't an idiot, but a master, and that he was someone around the same age as Rui. That offended him, so he pointed out that he was the strongest creator of the younger generation in the Radiance Federation. He declared that if he could not cure the condition, then it simply could not be cured. The woman clarified that it wasn't that she didn't trust him, but that the spirit creature meant so much to her daughter. Rui raised his voice as he asked who had received those two. He stated that the Creator Guild was not a place where people could simply wander in and stay however long they pleased. He ordered the staff to throw them out. He was furious that they had dared to come and cause trouble. He also issued an order to ban them from entering the Creator Guild for a year. The staff apologized and explained that they had been told they had an appointment with a creator. The staff politely asked them to leave. The mother insisted that they truly had an appointment. Someone told them to wait. It was Yuan. He stated that he was the creator with whom she had made an appointment. Yuan apologized for being late because he had to book a cultivation room. He was invited inside at once. Rui's expression turned grim. He was furious when he saw this bastard again. Then he noticed something. There was no enhancement mark from Yahello on Yuan's badge. He thought it was great. He laughed loudly and stated that when Yuan had stayed behind that day, he had thought he was accepted, but it turned out he had failed too. Rui might not have been able to afford offending Tao, so he took this chance to mock a nobody like Yuan. He then turned to the woman and told her that creators with real status and ability would have the mark of their family or faction displayed on their badge. He pointed to himself as an example. He questioned why she would call Yuan a master. In his opinion, Yuan was not worthy of such a title and was nothing more than a lucky fool. The woman turned to Yuan with a concerned look on her face. Yuan assured her that it was fine. He told her to just wait outside the cultivation room and promised that he would heal her daughter's spirit creature. The staff was starting to get concerned, but Rui told him that it was fine. Since their guild was holding a free clinic anyway, they should let him try. Rui was under the assumption that Yuan couldn't do anything with the standard materials in the cultivation room. He expected him to fail, And when that happened, he would have his grandfather use his connections to strip Yuan of his badge. Yuan proceeded with his task and remarked that he felt his spiritual energy was accelerating growth several times faster than before. New roots had already grown out. The results were almost immediate, several times faster than what was normally seen during creator examinations. He noted that the treatment only lacked one final step: watering. However, he pointed out that the tough leaf chrysanthemum was already copper tier level 10, so it was only one step away from evolving. The little girl anxiously asked her mother if it could really work. Her mother reassured her that everything would be fine because the master would find a way. Rui warned them not to believe that Yuan was capable of anything. He declared that even if an immortal descended to Earth, that tough leaf chrysanthemum was beyond saving. The door opened, and Yuan apologized for making them wait. The information for the tough leaf chrysanthemum was displayed. Its species was listed as chrysanthemum grass/chrysanthemum family. It was a silver tier creature at level 1. Its attribute was plant, and its quality was normal. Its abilities included Leaf Blade, which launched leaves from its stem to deal long-range physical damage. It also possessed Bud Cannon, allowing it to condense energy within its flower bud and fire poisonous energy attacks. Another ability, Corrosive Petals, enabled it to attack with petals infused with corrosive effects. Its exclusive trait was Deepened Toxicity, which enhanced its poison and made its toxins even more potent. Yuan saw their expressions and asked what was wrong. He jokingly wondered if they could no longer recognize their own spirit creature. The daughter and mother were teary-eyed. They couldn't believe that it had really been cured. Rui's thoughts spiraled into disbelief. He could not believe that Yuan had restored the tough leaf chrysanthemum to a silver tier state. To him, it seemed impossible. A spirit contract could not be faked. He wondered if Yuan's talent had actually surpassed his own. It led him to think that Yuan could not be allowed to continue living. He reminded himself that he was supposed to be the strongest creator of the younger generation and the bearer of the title Feng Yang. So if he couldn't do it, then no one else should have been able to do it either. The more he thought about it, the stronger his killing intent became. The little girl and her mother thanked Yuan. Yuan replied that he hadn't done much. The onlookers were astonished. They remarked that the girl's spirit creature's injuries had been extremely severe, yet it had been healed almost instantly. Some sighed that each new generation surpassed the last. They felt that they had truly fallen behind. Another person expressed that even their old president had misjudged things and insisted on calling Rui the strongest creator of the younger generation, even making an exception by granting him a title. Now, the mess was impossible to clean up. Rui angrily demanded to know why everyone was still standing around. He ordered them to throw the mother and daughter out immediately because they were causing trouble. The staff didn't move, so Rui asked him what he was waiting for. The staff explained that Yuan was also a 2-star creator. Upon hearing the word also, Rui became extremely furious. He kicked the staff, sending him crashing to the ground. He was offended that he was being compared to Yuan. His arms changed, and he planned to deal with the mother and daughter himself, but Yuan protected them. He got hit in the shoulder instead. Rui mocked him for trying to play the hero. He told him that he couldn't protect them. Yuan kicked him as he demanded to know what he was trying to do. Rui couldn't believe that he had fought back. He threatened him by mentioning his grandfather. Yuan had only reacted on instinct, and he hadn't expected to be that strong. He suspected it was because of the silver pistol, golden marsh honey, and all the treasures. The staff asked Rui if he was all right. He scolded the staff, saying that someone was attacking him inside the Royal Capital Creator Guild, and yet they had just stood there. He ordered them to get the enforcers at once, and declared that no one would leave until they arrived. Elder Du arrived and asked him if he had lost his mind. Rui reported to him that Yuan had dared to make a move inside the Royal Capital Creator Guild, so they should punish Yuan severely. Otherwise, the guild would lose authority. Elder Du told everyone to disperse since the matter wasn't serious and it was just a small disturbance in the hall. He apologized to the mother for the trouble. As compensation, the guild would provide her daughter with an additional mid-grade spirit material. The mother reluctantly agreed. Elder Du glared at Rui and reminded him that he had caused trouble in the guild plenty of times already, so if anyone needed to be dealt with first, it would be him. Rui was left speechless. Then Elder Du warmly greeted Yuan and remarked that he had arrived in the royal capital without informing him beforehand. He said that if he came again next time, he should let him know in advance and he would personally arrange everything for him. Yuan politely replied that Elder Du was being too kind. He explained that he had only come to treat a friend's spirit creature. Their interaction only made Rui even angrier at Yuan. He insisted that he was the strongest of the younger generation. In his mind, all attention, respect, and glory should belong to him alone. He claimed that just because Yuan had stayed a few extra days at Huiyue Palace, the old bastard had already switched sides and treated him differently. He couldn't understand what was so great about Yuan. The staff told him to wait. He asked what it was now. He claimed that this staff member also just wanted him to make a fool of himself. The man informed him that the old master was coming out of seclusion. Rui visited his grandfather and congratulated him on successfully completing his seclusion. His grandfather asked how he could tell it was a success. Rui replied that his hair had turned black again. That alone proved that he had made further progress. The old master agreed. He shared that his golden ring spine parasite had finally advanced from Fantasy 4th transformation to Fantasy 5th transformation. He felt that those years had not been wasted. Rui congratulated him. Now, Rui was even more confident that no one would dare look down on him. He expressed to his grandfather that it was a pity he had failed to become Yuehu's disciple. His grandfather replied that the Royal Capital Creator Guild had invested heavily in him, making him a 2-star creator and recognizing him as the strongest creator of the younger generation. Yet despite all that support, he had still failed. Rui agreed. He insisted that success had practically been guaranteed from the start. He added that even Long Tao, the so-called overturning sea, had been defeated. He claimed that when it was his turn, they switched the test to a spirit creature restoration trial and then let someone from Jia County judge it. And that person ruled that Rui had lost. Upon hearing that the man was from Jia County, his grandfather asked if he was specifically from Zijing City and had been brought to Qingyue Mountain by Ling Xiao. Rui confirmed that he was right. He added that this person was just a small-time spirit creature shop owner, and because of him, he didn't even get to meet Yuehao. He was certain that if he had met her, she would have immediately recognized his talent. His grandfather asked if this person had already been chosen by Yuehao. He replied no, since there was no Yuehao imprint on the man's badge. His grandfather asked if Elder Du had spoken up for him or even tried to help him secure the position. Rui replied no. Then he showed the footprint on his stomach and told his grandfather that the man had kicked him, yet Elder Du had still defended that guy. The old master looked at Rui with clear disappointment. He bluntly told his grandson that he couldn't even handle a junior 2-star creator by himself. In his eyes, that made it seem as though all the years spent nurturing the spine parasite had been wasted on him. Rui insisted that he could have dealt with Yuan. However, Elder Du had repeatedly stepped in to protect him. This made his grandfather punch the wall. His grandfather was furious since Elder Du had personally invited him to the Royal Capital Creator Guild, yet now he had changed his stance. He felt that he was not being taken seriously. Seeing his reaction, Rui decided that it was time to add a little more fuel to the fire. He acted pitiful while saying that he shouldn't blame Elder Du because of Yuan's talent. This made Wu even angrier. He stated that talent was useless since only those who survived and grew stronger mattered. He reminded Rui that he had taught him either to endure or to be ruthless. Rui replied that he wouldn't let Yuan leave the guild alive. He would crush him under his feet and watch as his spine was eaten by his spine parasite. The old master immediately called him a fool. He pointed out that Yuehu had not accepted Yuan as a disciple yet, but he had been allowed to stay at Qingyue Mountain for the past few days. He asked if Rui knew what that meant. Rui admitted that he didn't understand. Wu explained that Yuehu wanted to take on a disciple, but had not yet found the right one, and he would gladly help her eliminate one option. He suggested that a creator could encounter danger outside the royal capital, such as becoming involved in a violent conflict and dying tragically. Yuan headed toward the northern outskirts of the royal capital. He rode a large bird and flew through the sky. He reflected on how kind Elder Du had been. They had spent an hour drinking tea, and he had even sent him a wind courier pigeon to take him back. Smarty remarked that the scenery was amazing. He wanted to hold the reins too, but Yuan advised him to go back into the spirit lock space. But Smarty insisted and tried to grab them. Yuan yelled at him to stop because the bird had been shaking too much. Suddenly, something struck the bird's wing. He realized that they were being attacked. He immediately tried to locate the enemy. Yuan cursed loudly as they were falling too fast. Even if he summoned Yin, it would be too late. Wu and Rui watched them plummet from the sky like a meteor. Rui remarked that his grandfather's strike had been off and that he hadn't been able to vaporize the kid instantly. The old man snorted and blamed it on the bird's sudden movement. He suggested that Rui finish Yuan off himself. The bird hit the ground. Yuan didn't expect it to use its own wings and body to shield him from the impact. He promised to treat it right away. Smarty told him that it was no longer breathing. Yuan was left speechless. Suddenly, someone appeared and recognized Yuan as Yuehu's would-be first disciple and a little merchant from Xia County. It was Rui, with Wu standing behind him. Rui told him that he was careless, since he couldn't even handle a wind courier pigeon and had fallen. He remarked that the compensation wouldn't be cheap and asked if he could even afford it. Wu remarked that young people often made mistakes when riding flying spirit creatures for the first time. Yuan noticed that they had put up a barrier around the area. He asked them what they wanted. Rui replied that it was nothing much. They had simply seen that his abilities as a creator were quite impressive, so they wanted to have a little exchange. Since there was no time like the present, they wanted to do it at once. Chung Wu introduced himself. He had heard that the Radiance Federation had produced a talented young creator, so he couldn't help but come and see his methods. He hoped that Yuan would indulge him. Yuan recognized him as the 4-star creator. He realized that this situation wasn't good. Smarty advised him to accept the challenge. Rui warned him to be careful. He had already warned him that his spirit creature's teeth and claws were poisonous, so he shouldn't get too close. Though deep inside, Rui wanted him to accidentally get scratched so he would be paralyzed for life. The creature was called the Crown Poison Lizard, a member of the lizard and twin-spine dragon family. It had already reached Silver Tier level 10 and possessed the poison attribute, though its quality remained at the normal grade. Its skills included Toxic Strike, which used venomous claws and teeth to stab opponents. Toxic Cannon, which condensed energy in its mouth to fire poisonous energy attacks, and Poison Scales, which scattered scales in an area attack. The scales caused paralysis and corrosion, and even a graze could inflict these effects. In addition, it possessed an exclusive trait called Paralysis Domination, which converted its poison into a permanent paralysis effect, leaving opponents in a vegetative state. Yuan warned Yin to be careful. He told the little bird not to get hit by the Crown Poison Lizard's claws or scales, and reminded her not to get too close. Yin replied that she understood. Rui let out a dismissive snort. The Crown Poison Lizard threw its scales. Yuan had Yin use Turbulent Flow to block the scales and direct her attack toward the ground. The sand caused the Crown Poison Lizard to close its eyes. Rui was annoyed by what he considered petty tricks. Then Yuan had Yin use a sound spike to attack the barrier, but he saw that it had no effect. Wu chuckled when he saw that Yuan was trying to avoid a match with his grandson. He asked whether Yuan was looking down on the Chung family. He stated that the barrier had been set up merely to keep wild rabble from interfering. Rui added that since Yuan was someone connected to Yuehu, he shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Yuan shared that he had received a few days of guidance from Yuehu, but he couldn't really call himself her disciple. Still, if he were to lose here, she would probably think that he had brought her shame. Yuan decided to take a gamble. Rui took it as if Yuan was saying that he wouldn't lose. This made him order the Crown Poison Lizard to attack. Yuan had Yin use a sound spike on its eyes. He immediately checked whether it had worked since the level gap was too large, but he saw that it was charging straight at him. He decided not to hold back either. He evaded its attack and ran toward Rui. Rui pointed out that he had left his back open. He ordered the Crown Poison Lizard to use Toxic Cannon, and that was exactly what Yuan had been waiting for. He had Yin use Turbulent Flow on him. He was launched away, taking him out of the attack's path and leaving Rui directly in front of it. Rui braced himself. He was shielded, however. His grandfather interfered and told Yuan that this was meant to let him observe his abilities. He told him not to rely on such tricks and make things difficult for him. Yuan agreed to show this 4-star senior what he was capable of. Yuan noticed that Chung Wu was determined to play favorites. He could only gamble that the old man would hesitate because of Yuehu. If things were as he suspected, he needed to find a way to force him to remove the barrier himself. He knew that attacking the spirit creature wouldn't be very effective. He decided to target Rui instead. Rui told him that he wouldn't fall for his tricks again. He ordered the crown poison lizard to use poison sting. He challenged whether Yuan was faster or his lizard. Yuan had been waiting for this chance. He summoned Red Thorn and had its vines wrap around the crown poison lizard. He told Wu that he had seen enough of his abilities now, and though they were nothing impressive, he knew the outcome had already been decided. Wu remarked that the way Yuan cultivated his source species was somewhat interesting, but ultimately nothing remarkable, and to say that the outcome had already been decided was still too early. Yuan asked Red Thorn what was wrong. Rui replied that it was nothing much, just the special stacking effects between the crown poison lizard's skills. Yuan realized that it was the combined effect of poison sting, poison scales, and paralysis domination. He realized that simply touching the toxin would cause it to slowly spread. Rui admitted that he hadn't expected a small merchant like Yuan to be capable of raising a source species. He declared that this time he couldn't let him live. Yuan had Yin use Sound Spike. Rui was shocked when it took down his gold tier spine parasite. Yuan summoned the infused spirit goldfish to maximize spirit infusion and support Yin. Rui was surprised to learn that Yuan had a spirit replenishing type creature. He admitted that he had underestimated him. He summoned another spirit creature. It was the Spirit King Scorpion. It belonged to the pincer scorpion family and had reached silver tier level 8. Like the crown poison lizard, it possessed the poison attribute and was currently of normal quality. Wu noted that the spirit creature's level was not particularly impressive, but its fundamentals were solid and its tactics were flexible. Those qualities were quite rare for someone his age. It was no wonder Yuehu had taken a liking to him. But no matter how great his talent was, if it was destroyed and his limbs were taken, he would have nothing left to be proud of at Huiyue Palace. Yuehu sighed that she had finally taken in a disciple, but before she could even keep him by her side, he had already run off. She thought that maybe she should have had Kangyu and Xuanyu secretly follow him. She then wondered why cooking, according to a recipe, was harder than roasting things in the wild like she used to. She realized she needed more practice. Meanwhile, in the forest, Rui stated that once the Spirit King Scorpion finished its lunch, Yuan would be the dessert. Yuan told them not to let it complete Poison Devour and instructed Yin to use Sound Spike to stop it. To his surprise, the attack was deflected. Rui remarked that it looked like the enhancement Yuan had given his spirit creatures did not last long. It seemed that it was finally his turn to act. Yin flew back. Yuan realized that every time he enhanced an attack with spiritual energy, he only got one chance. He wondered what he was supposed to do. He thought of releasing his other spirit creatures as a feint. Fortunately, that scorpion did not have any long-range attacks. While he was deep in thought, Smarty yelled at him to watch out. He realized this would not work. His opponent had one more combat spirit creature than he did. It seemed he would have to rely on Red Thorn. He quickly told Red Thorn to hold on and attack the enemy directly. The scorpion was restrained. Rui thought Yuan had lost his mind. He pointed out that the level of that attack had probably not even reached the copper rank. With a smirk, he then told Yuan to look at his own plant. The spine parasite had already successfully parasitized it. Plus, the crown poison lizard was about to break free as well. He then told Lin Yuan to just watch as his spirit creature got hollowed out. After that, he warned that Yuan would be next. Yuan declared that Red Thorn was not that fragile. He immediately activated healing. He cheered for Red Thorn and told it to drive the parasite out. Rui mocked him for still trying to heal Red Thorn and challenged him to see how he would block the Spirit King Scorpion. Yuan remained calm. He had known it would come to this. He had Yin use Sunlight Cover, and she released a blinding light. Rui was surprised that it had a weather-type move too. He claimed it was just another cheap trick. Fortunately, Red Thorn had successfully recovered. It smacked the parasite down. Rui clicked his tongue and dismissed it as nothing more than an emergency recovery. He remarked that pulling out the spine parasite must have pushed Red Thorn to its limit. With a confident smile, he ordered the crown poison lizard to finish it off, but Red Thorn released a golden beam. Rui was caught off guard. He kicked the lizard while yelling at it to stand up. Yuan told him that it was no use. Red Thorn's saliva had fused with the paralysis effect that had been inflicted on it. As a result, the crown poison lizard was now having trouble using its skills. Rui admitted that Yuan had managed to show off a little. He suggested that something was still missing. He revealed that while Yuan had been focused on the lizard, His Spirit King Scorpion had almost finished charging the spine parasite. Once it was complete, Yuan would understand what true doom looked like. Yuan immediately realized the situation was bad. The level gap was too large. Even if Yin Yin attacked Rui directly, it would not have much effect. It was obvious that Rui was trying to kill him. However, Rui lacked experience in prolonged battles. He was easy to bait if that was the case. He instructed Yin Yin to get as close to Rui as possible when the moment came. He then told Red Thorn to get ready as well and wait for his signal. Yin Yin charged forward. Rui sneered and called Yuan a fool. He pointed out that although his crown poison lizard might not be able to use its skills, it could still move. He then mocked Yuan, asking what his little Yin Yin bird could possibly do. Yuan had Yin Yin use sunlight cover again. It was their final strike. Yin Yin poured the last bit of her power into that attack. Rui cursed in frustration and realized that Lin Yuan still had the strength to use that move. Using himself as a filter, Yuan maximized Spirit Infusion, Rampage Growth on Red Thorn. It only had one chance and could not afford to waste the time Yin Yin had bought for it. He urged Red Thorn to push past its limits and attack with everything it had. Rui was surprised when gigantic vines came crashing down on him. He called for the Spirit King Scorpion and Crown Poison Lizard to stop them quickly. But then, Wu sighed and activated something. He struck Yuan and all of our MC's pets with it. Smarty grew worried for Yuan when he coughed up blood. The treasure that Yuehu had given Yuan fell to the ground, and it transmitted a signal to her. This made her look out the window. Rui told his grandfather not to interfere, especially when he was just about to win. His grandfather bluntly replied that Rui had actually been about to lose. He was disappointed that Rui could not even handle a newly promoted 2-star creator. He added that this could have been passed off as an accident during a junior match, but now he would have to do many favors to clean things up after stepping in. The elder acknowledged that Yuan truly had some talent. He remarked that if he had met Yuan first, he might have taken him in as a disciple and trained him carefully. However, he stated that the matter was no longer a personal grudge. Everything now had to give way to the greater plans of the Chung family. Yuan smirked and answered that he had no idea about their grand plan, but he had already done everything he could. That was when Wu noticed that a thorn had become lodged in his barrier, creating a crack in it. He realized that earlier, Yuan had attacked with full force while making it look like a simple win-or-lose challenge. But Yuan had anticipated that he would be distracted trying to save Rui and would loosen his guard around the barrier. He had just learned how clever this brat was, and it was all the more reason not to let him live. But he was then interrupted with a powerful pressure. Someone arrived, and it shocked Wu. Meanwhile, some men were playing a board game when they sensed something. Jujun could already tell that the presence belonged to the lone cold moon Yuehu. The man with him stated that the mere presence of the lone cold moon was far stronger than before. He wondered if she had already reached the realm of myth. Jujun could tell that something big was about to happen again. At the same time, outside the hall of the chief of the Spirit Suppression Division, a staff member was annoyed with another staff member because they had almost messed up. But the man was distracted and told her to look at the sky because it was just like 10 years ago. The woman, whom he addressed as Ms. Su, was surprised to see the moon growing larger. Then they saw something flying toward it. On closer inspection, they realized that it was their chief. Back to our MC, Yuehu healed Yuan. He thanked her for it. She told him not to speak and to circulate his spiritual energy to avoid worsening his injuries. Rui trembled when he saw her arrive in person. He assumed that Yuan had been deceiving him all along, and that the badge had been part of a trap from the very beginning. Rui thought that he had to go all out and let his grandfather mediate afterward. He believed that, in that way, there might still be a sliver of hope left. He ordered his spine parasite to attack, but it was instantly burned to ashes. Yuehu couldn't believe that they still dared to act. Wu bowed before her. Rui couldn't believe it. Wu said that his grandson had acted recklessly and had not known his limits. He pleaded guilty on behalf of his foolish grandson for offending her. She made him float into the air, which caused him to beg for mercy. He asked her to at least leave his grandson's corpse intact so he could be buried in the Chung family's ancestral grounds. Chung Rui recoiled in terror and cried out that he did not want to become a corpse. He insisted that Yuan had deceived everyone and that he was not worthy. He also argued that he should have been the one to become Lady Weihu's disciple instead. He was still claiming that he was the strongest creator of the younger generation when she attacked him. Then Yuehu turned her attention back to Wu. He burned beneath her powerful beam. The elder admitted that he had been ignorant. He confessed that his blindness and indulgence had led his grandson down this path, causing the current disaster. He begged her to spare him. Meanwhile, Yuan noticed Yue Hao's rabbit. The rabbit broke off a piece of the carrot it was holding. Yuan asked if he was supposed to eat it. Yuan was astonished. He wondered what kind of spirit creature it was. The moment he ate it, it felt as though his body had never been injured at all. He blinked in surprise and wondered if it was really possible to reattach the missing piece to the carrot. The elder pleaded with Lady Yuehu to spare his life. He promised that if he was allowed to live, he would devote the rest of his life to serving her like a loyal hound. Yuehu replied that he was not worthy of serving under her command. She ordered him to remain where he was and repent beneath the moonlight. Wu felt despair since he had come so close to completing his plan. At that moment, another voice spoke up and asked Yuehu to show mercy where possible. The speaker pointed out that the main culprit had already been punished and requested leniency for the accomplice. Zhu Jun, one of the 3 5-star creators of the Radiance Federation, stepped forward. Yuehu merely let out a cold snort in response. He interrupted her moonlight beam. This made Yuehu angry with him. Jun reasoned that Wu was still a peak 4-star creator. Even though greed had driven him to offend her, he asked her to show mercy for his sake. But it wasn't just a matter of offending her, since he had attempted to attack her disciple directly. She threatened to make his purple bamboo grove experience the sun and moon sharing the same sky for a month, or asked if he wanted to experience the pain of losing a disciple instead. The threat made him clear his throat. He tried to explain that every peak 4-star creator was an asset to the Radiance Federation. She replied that this asset had already rotted beyond use. She declared that it was time for her to clean house. Jujun addressed Yuehu's disciple directly. He stated that Chengwu had behaved improperly toward him, but now his grandson was dead and he had lost an arm. He advised him to let the matter end there. He promised to have Wu compensate him with wealth and spiritual materials beyond his imagination, and swore that he would never offend him again. Yuan listened and could not tell whether Jujun was pleading with him or threatening him. Yuehu stepped in and asked whether Jujun was making things difficult for her disciple, or implying that her treasury of treasures was insufficient. She remarked that rotting flesh bred worms, and withered fish bred holes, so what was rotten must be cut away. She asked whether Jun still believed that dead wood could bloom beautifully. Jun could only sigh and congratulate Yuehu on obtaining such an outstanding disciple. Yuehu continued to make Wu suffer beneath her moonlight beam. A woman suddenly appeared and remarked on how impressive it was that the golden ring spine goo had been reduced to nothingness, leaving Wu's life force hanging by a thread. She hoped that this had subsided Yuehu's anger. Yuehu remarked that even the chief of the Spirit Suppression Division had the leisure to hide away for peace and quiet instead of guarding the division. She asked why it would be any of her business whether her anger had subsided. The chief told Yuehu that she was no longer young enough to act impulsively and do as she pleased. She reminded her that she was now a pillar of the Radiance Federation and should be able to clearly distinguish rewards from punishment. She told her that she had already punished Wu enough. Yuan finally met the chief of the Spirit Suppression Division. Yahello was getting annoyed that they kept showing up when none of them knew the full story, yet they blamed her as if Wu were truly innocent. She didn't bother explaining herself further. Suddenly, something crashed into the ground. They all stepped back to avoid it. To their surprise, it was Iron Prison. Internally, the chief wondered why the royal court had sent such an inflexible idiot there. Iron Prison carried Wu and stated that Chief Ye was correct. Yuehu had already punished Wu, and he believed they had to draw the line in order to remain clean and fair. At the royal capital, inside the Radiance Royal Court, a man named Chan Ming asked whether bringing Iron Prison there had really been a good idea, pointing out that he might only anger Yuehu even more. Another man replied that if Iron Prison had not been there, then anyone who angered Yuehu would not have had even the slightest chance of surviving. Chan Ming answered that the lone cold moon had appeared, which meant Yuehu intended to kill. Even Iron Prison would pay a price if he provoked her. Chan Ming decided to step in and stop the conflict. The other man agreed with him. Wu begged Iron Prison to save him. He admitted that he had learned from his wrongdoing and was willing to offer all the wealth he possessed in exchange for being spared. Iron Prison was offended by what Wu was implying. He clarified that he was protecting him because of the royal court's orders and not because of whatever benefits he had promised. He told him not to misunderstand. Yahello declared that she had never intended to let the matter end peacefully. She did not care why Iron Prison was helping Wu, but anyone who dared touch her disciple had only one path left before them: death. The rabbit carried Yuan into the air. By order of the royal court, Iron Prison had to take Wu away. He pointed out that half of Wu's cultivation had already been destroyed, and he hoped that Yahello could distinguish rewards from punishments fairly. She called it a joke and pointed out that she was Yahello. If he truly wanted to take Chung Wu away directly, then he should first see whether he even possessed the ability to do so. Iron Prison told his dragon beast that they were leaving. He thought that Yahello would not be foolish enough to kill him, and if she wanted to stop him without taking his life, it would be impossible. So he decided to gamble on it. He believed that she would let them pass, but as soon as she saw them trying to leave, she formed an orb of concentrated moon energy in her palm. Then she threw it at them. Jun commented that she had improved again after 10 years without taking action. Chief Yi was worried that Iron Prison was in trouble. Yahello asked him again whether he would leave Chung Wu behind or not. Iron Prison replied that he could not comply with her request. The dragon beast breathed fire toward her, and she deflected it with her moonlight. Jun and Chief Ye knew that this wasn't looking good. They rushed toward Iron Prison and blocked her strike. Iron Prison thanked them for their assistance. Yahello concluded that they had joined forces now, which made her feel honored. She asked if they planned to capture her as well. Chief Ye told her to stop being stubborn. Iron Prison requested that Chief Yi and Jun cover him. She simply scoffed at them. Then she released a woman-shaped spirit creature. Chief Yi was overwhelmed when she saw that the spirit creature had taken human form. Jun realized that Yahello's lone cold moon had already ascended to the second myth realm. Yahello called Jun a fool. She knew that his Ink Point Emperor Bamboo had already reached the myth grade decades ago, and she refused to believe that it had not advanced to the second myth realm as well. Jun was left speechless. She added that certain enemies, even after 10 years, still hadn't dared to face her. And since they all wished to fight her, she decided not to hold back. But someone suddenly yelled at them to stop. She saw Chanming and asked if he intended to stop her too. He reminded her of what had happened 10 years ago and recalled how she had secluded herself because she could not let it go. He then pointed out that her disciple would not be able to withstand a battle between myth-level experts. He suggested that, for the sake of her disciple, she should take a step back. Yuan, at that point, looked gravely injured, so she could only sigh. She had nothing else to say now that Chanming had brought up what happened 10 years ago. She stated that Wu had attempted to murder Yuan, a 2-star creator of the Radiance Federation, and that such a crime deserved death. But since everyone wanted her to stop, she changed his sentence to imprisonment within the cleansing sin pond. She warned them that Wu was not allowed to leave unless he was dead. She carried Yuan in her arms. She remembered to inform Chief Ye that Yuan's parents had died during the dimensional rift outbreak 10 years ago. She asked her whether any of them had paid attention to the descendants of those martyrs from the Spirit Suppression Division during the past 10 years. This bitch was left stunned. Moments later at Huyue Palace, Kang Yue told Yahello that it was their oversight that Yuan had ended up facing such danger. Yahello replied that the fault was hers, because she had arrogantly believed that taking in a disciple would draw no interference and that no one would dare harbor crooked intentions. She admitted that she had truly underestimated the greed of people. Yuan called her master and expressed that it was his fault for being too weak. He admitted that he was embarrassed. Yahello couldn't believe it. She asked what he had just called her. He repeated, "Master." She chuckled and said that every time they had tried giving things to him before, he had refused. But now that he was her disciple, at the very least his badge had to be replaced. She also gave him the radiant moon. Since Yuan planned to develop independently, it would at least make gathering spirit materials more convenient. With that token, he could freely enter and leave the spirit material treasury of Huyu Palace. Plus, she had also sent someone to retrieve the spirit trapping box he had dropped earlier. On top of that, she gave him a bottle of 1,000-leaf lotus core honey to drink, as it would strengthen his physique and help prevent injuries. Then she told Kang Yue to move quickly because she wanted the entire Federation to know that she had accepted an outstanding disciple. Yuan noticed how Yuehu had fought multiple people just for him. From that, he could tell that she was sincere, though her temperament was even stranger than his sister's. Still, with this, the progress toward evolving Yin and the others to legendary grade would speed up tremendously. Once they fused with runes, their strength would definitely soar. At the Royal Capital Spirit Qi Academy, someone learned that Yuehu had officially announced her disciple to the world. Tao was surprised that Elder Meng was still thinking about it. He thought everything had been settled once they came down from Moonvale Mountain. Elder Meng replied that it was natural for him to still be thinking about it, because the person involved was Yuehu. He added that even though Cheng Rui had brought it upon himself, he still couldn't believe that an entire great clan had collapsed just like that. He felt fortunate that they hadn't made enemies with Yuan back then. Tao replied that Yuan and he were kindred spirits, so there was no way he would be like Rui, who had all that arrogance and no substance. At the moment, he truly looked forward to meeting Yuan again during the selection for the 100 Radiant Suns. Meanwhile, Smarty, Yin, and Yuan were watching some eggs hatch. When an insect emerged, Smarty commented that its wings were all wrinkled. Yuan explained that the first hurdle for a butterfly was spreading its wings, so he told him to be patient. Eventually, they saw it spread its wings. But Yuan noticed that it looked purple. Smarty thought that it must be a blue-purple flash butterfly. He got excited since he had seen it mentioned in ancient records. He declared that this was an extremely rare atavistic blue-purple flash butterfly. Yuan activated his sight and saw that the spirit beast's name was Blue-Purple Flash Butterfly and that it possessed the skill Silent Scale Powder, Attachment. Smarty exclaimed that it was perfect. He explained that Lepidopteran spirit beasts had awakened. Its scale powder would not easily be scattered by wind or rain. Unless it was completely burned away by flames, it would remain attached continuously. Yuan felt the effects and remarked that it was seriously strong. With that, there was nothing more to say. He immediately began evolving it. It felt like a dream to him when he saw its profile. The blue-purple flash butterfly was at bronze rank with epic quality and possessed exclusive traits. Yuan had to choose between them. Its skills included hardened scale powder, in which the scale powder resembled tiny metallic dust. Friction against the powder could cause cuts from its razor-sharp surface. Another skill was flash wing, which greatly increased flying speed. Combined with the wing scales, it allowed rapid flickering movements in flight. Lastly, there was Scale Powder Halo. Its scale powder carried powerful reflective properties. The multiple reflections created by the powder caused optical interference on targets enveloped by it, resulting in dizziness or even temporary blindness. He chose Scale Powder Halo since it directly enhanced the control effect of the base skill Silent Scale Powder. Together with Silent Scale Powder, that amounted to double crowd control. Smarty agreed with him. Scale Powder Halo would let him seize the initiative by controlling the target's vision, and once the target was affected, they would be unable to escape the effects of Silent Scale Powder. Yin added that it was similar to when she had used Sunlight Cover to hard control the Crown Poison Lizard and the Spirit King Scorpion. Yin recalled how useless she had been back then. Smarty replied that he was the useless one since he didn't have any combat ability at all. Yuan tried to encourage them by saying that their overall strength was getting stronger too. In the pond, he had Lily, a normal class locked spirit, at bronze rank level 10 with epic quality. Its skill was Heal, while its exclusive trait was Revival Mark. There was also the spirit siphoning Goldfish, an elite class locked spirit at bronze rank level 10 with epic quality. It possessed the skill Spirit Infusion and the exclusive trait Spirit Key Mark. The newest addition was the Blue-Purple Flash Butterfly, a fantasy class locked spirit. It was at bronze rank level 10 with epic quality. Its skill was Illusion Mist Powder, while its exclusive trait was Scale Powder Halo. Now, with healing, spirit infusion, and silence effects, Yuan knew that finding healing or support-type spirit beasts stronger than Mobius was nearly impossible in this world. Smarty asked why everyone was stuck at bronze rank level 10. Yuan explained that their levels were tied to Mobius's advancement. Only after all of them advanced to silver rank would Mobius enter silver rank as well. But because evolving a bronze rank fantasy breed was vastly different from evolving a silver rank creature into a fantasy breed, his goal was to complete the fantasy breed evolution conditions while they were still at bronze rank. He remembered that City Lord Lingxiao had once mentioned that a fantasy breed's 5th transformation must reach legendary grade before gold rank. In other words, it had to be at least legendary grade by silver rank. So until they were fully upgraded, he couldn't casually raise their levels. Smarty realized that there was so much to learn about evolution. After that, Yuan reported to Kong Yue that they already had Revival Soil, Redwood Core, and Forest Fire Core. Next on the list was to ask his master whether there was any spring water stocked in the treasury. She called him Young Lord and informed him that Yue had requested his presence in the rear hall. Yuan expressed that he really couldn't accept such a formal salute from her. She replied that he worried too much. She explained that he was Yuehu's disciple, which made him the young master of Huiyu Palace on Moonvale Mountain. That meant he deserved formal treatment. She informed him that this time, Yuehu planned to assign him a Tao protector. He reminded her not to call him Young Lord. Instead, she called him Young Master. He answered that it was basically the same thing. A Tao protector, according to legend, was someone who swore upon an intent rune and watched over the growth of the younger generation from the perspective of an observer walking beside their Tao. Yuan wondered whether he could really accept having a powerful figure protecting him every step of the way. He arrived at the rear hall and was met by a humanoid spirit beast with crimson hair, clawed hands, and a sleek white and black armored body resembling an insect queen. She made it clear that she would only step in to save Yuan's life if he was on the verge of death. Other than that, he could not expect anything from her. Yuehu informed Yuan that she was his Tao protector, the mother of Bloodbath, a Lord-class myth, spirit beast. Yuan was curious about the term Lord-class. Mother of Bloodbath looked disappointed that it seemed like he had never even heard of Lord-class. She explained that above diamond rank was Lord-class. Yuehu noticed her tone and asked if that was how she should speak to her disciple. Mother of Bloodbath decided to let Yuehu explain the rest. Yuehu patiently explained that diamond rank was not the limit. Beyond diamond rank were Lord-class spirit beasts. Lord-class beings generated domains based on their exclusive traits, and the moonlight Yuan had seen filling the sky earlier had been the power of her cold moon solitary wheel domain. She then asked him if he knew how spirit beasts evolved into fantasy breeds. He replied that City Lord Lingxiao had once mentioned that it was achieved by raising a spirit beast's quality to legendary grade and then fusing it with the contractor's intent rune. Yuehu replied that he was correct, but that wasn't the only way for a spirit beast to become a fantasy breed. Generally speaking, without a contractor, diamond rank was the limit for spirit beasts. However, if they could raise their quality to legendary grade while still at diamond rank, they had a chance to comprehend an intent rune from heaven and earth. The spirit beast would then fuse with that rune to evolve into a fantasy breed. Only by reaching the fantasy breed stage first and then transforming was there a chance to evolve from diamond rank into Lord class. Yuan thought that reaching fantasy breed on their own would require an enormous amount of intent rune comprehension. Mother of Bloodbath stated that it was natural since the gap between Lord class and diamond rank was as vast as heaven and earth. To continue advancing, one had to undergo a heavenly tribulation. She shared that she had accidentally ended up owing Yuehu a favor during her heavenly tribulation, which was why she had been forced to become the Tao protector of a little brat. Otherwise, she would already be charging toward mythbreed. Yuan asked his master if she had really helped her, and Yuehu answered that she was just exaggerating. Mother of Bloodbath stated that there was no time to waste. She wanted to see it for herself. The environment suddenly changed. Yuan described the feeling as sinking into a blood-red swamp. She, the mother of Bloodbath, swore upon the blood rune to establish a Tao protection contract and become Lin Yuan's primary Tao protector. She then reflected on how, in the past, she had received Yuehu's grace of rebirth, so this time, she considered it a repayment for that favor. Yuehu expressed that having her as her disciple's Tao protector was the same as receiving the favor herself. Yuan told his Tao protector that he would be troubling her from then on. Mother of Bloodbath transformed into a small insect and perched on his shoulder. She told him not to bother her since she only planned to act when he was about to die. Then she told him that if he had free time, he should contemplate her rune, as it would greatly benefit him as well. He saw the rune and asked if it was a rule rune. He felt that its presence was incredibly intense, as though only a thin sheet of paper separated him from it. Yuehu answered that he was correct. She explained that this was the rule rune comprehended by Mother of Bloodbath. It would greatly help him comprehend intent runes in the future. She added that, for the younger generation, comprehending intent runes had always been extremely difficult, yet the leader of the 100 Radiant Sun sequence already possessed 3 intent runes. Little did she know that Yuan had 3 as well. Now he was confident he could compete. A speaker grumbled in frustration as they carried out cleaning duty once again. They lamented that if they had known this would happen, they would have pushed a little harder that night in the attic and taken down the young master directly. It was Jinky. The attendant told her that if she kept slacking off, they wouldn't even finish by dark. Jinky complained that the work never ended anyway, and now they couldn't even meet the young master. She asked when they would ever rise in status. Suddenly, Yuan arrived. He wanted to collect some spiritual materials from the storage. The attendant politely greeted him. Jinky approached him and asked what materials he needed so she could prepare them right away. He answered that he needed 1 liter of grade 1 grasswood spring water. He would also like another piece of the redwood core he had found earlier. She immediately set off to fetch it from the stream halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, the attendant gave him a box filled with the spiritual materials he had requested. He thanked her. With those materials, Yin and Smarty could finally evolve their qualities to legendary grade. Suddenly, the attendant started coughing. She apologized for being impolite. He asked if it was an after effect of saving someone. He realized that she had damaged her origin. She answered that, back then, she had acted on instinct and hadn't really thought much about it. He gave her a small vial. Although it contained only a tiny amount, it would still be enough to help her purge the impurities and slowly recover her damaged origin. Before he left, he told her to deliver the grasswood spring water to the attic. She was touched by his gesture and sincerely thanked him. She admitted that she had no way to repay him. Mother of Bloodbath found him interesting. She asked if he was feeling sympathetic toward the attendant, which was why he had helped with her injuries. He answered that the path had been the attendant's own choice. Naturally, she had to endure it and keep moving forward. Mother of Bloodbath found his logic interesting since the law of nature had always been survival of the fittest. Yuan replied that there were still some things that stood above everything else. He wanted to tell her that the reason she had chosen that path in the first place was not wrong. He reached the room and saw that the materials had been placed on the table. He muttered that his master was far too enthusiastic since she asked every day what he would like to eat. But finally, it was time for him to enter seclusion and improve. He placed a material into the machine and turned it into powder. Mobius evolved through lock spirit synchronization, while Red Thorn evolved by devouring flesh and blood. As for Smarty, Yin Yin, Lily Lily, the spirit-gathering goldfish, and the blue-purple flash butterfly, Yuan planned to raise all of their qualities during this period of seclusion. He prepared a new flower pot for Lily Lily and told it to give it a try. It was made from 100-year-old redwood core and premium revival soil. He watered Lily Lily, which settled comfortably into the flower pot. But after waiting for a few hours, he started complaining about how slow the process was. Yuan entered the spirit lock space, and Smarty reminded him of their agreement to evolve Lily Lily first and have the others wait their turn. Yuan replied that it was too slow outside, so he was doing it there instead. In fact, it was far too comfortable for him there. 5 days later, it was a success. He was glad that all that time had not gone to waste. Yin Yin answered that she didn't see any changes. Smarty suggested that it might be because there weren't any. But they couldn't deny that it had truly reached legendary grade quality. Then he proceeded to the next step, which was the most difficult part. He used his ability to help it advance into a fantasy breed. Lily Lily mutated. Yuan noticed clusters beginning to grow. He realized that it had sacrificed part of its evolutionary potential in exchange for perfecting its current genetic template. He assumed that every flower head could now release healing energy. That meant its single-target healing had become group healing. Lily Lily had become a normal-class locked spirit at copper rank level 10 and had entered a fantasy transformation state. Its skill, Heal, granted it the ability to restore injuries and replenish vitality. At the same time, it awakened the exclusive trait Revival Mark, allowing it to store healing energy and release it later whenever the contractor activated the mark. It also gained the ability Regrowth. Through its deep understanding of the mysteries of plant growth, Lily possessed such abundant life force that even severed limbs could slowly continue growing. Yuan was ecstatic. It had undergone a cresting mutation, the rarest type of amorphous abnormal mutation. It was such an absurd masterpiece that he had evolved. At that point, even regenerating severed limbs would no longer be a problem. Smarty was in disbelief since, normally, succulent-type spiritual life forms only had a chance of achieving this after evolving into a fantasy breed. He got excited for his turn and suggested that he go next. But Yin wanted to be next as well. Yuan agreed, but told them to wait because he had overused his spiritual energy and was feeling sleepy. On day 10, 2 more spirit creatures evolved. Smarty assured Yin that it would be their turn soon. On day 23, Smarty complained that their changes were so unnoticeable. It seemed like they had evolved to legendary grade for nothing. At that point, Yuan was already skin and bones like a zombie. He answered that he had done his best and assured them that appearances weren't important. After almost 2 months of secluded training, Yuehu remarked that such dedication was rare among the younger generation. Yuan expressed that he planned to train in the endless forest while gathering some materials along the way. She watched him set off. Kang Yuo asked if she was worried. She replied that it wasn't the case, but watching her disciple wanting to venture out on his own made her both proud and reluctant to let him go. In fact, she was feeling emotional. She told Kang Yue that if Yuan ever ended up short on money, she should transfer the compensation Cheng Wu had paid into Yuan's account. Kang Yue replied that she understood. Smarty was thrilled that they finally got to go out again. He asked Yuan where they were heading. Yin remarked that it had been forever since she had streamed. She hoped her viewers hadn't forgotten her. Yuan informed them that his master had recommended the Starweb Guild Alliance, where they could temporarily form parties and take missions to gain training experience. Yin teased him since he had said that he wanted to keep a low profile and hide his identity. Smarty replied that this was where the second form of his itemization ability came into play. At the Starweb Guild Alliance, a staff member informed him that his registration had been completed and addressed him as a 2-star creation master. They then asked what name he would like to register under. Yuan replied that they could call him Black. The staff member nodded in acknowledgement and respectfully addressed him as Mr. Black. The staff member thought about how many people would be envious of a 2-star creation master with healing spiritual ki. Nearby, a squad was recruiting 2 offensive, 1 defensive, 1 support, and 1 healing-type spiritual chi professional. 3 Fire Club Guild squads were also seeking a healer for their mission to capture a gold-rank Swift Shadow Lynx cub, promising to treat them like royalty. Meanwhile, the Cypress Grass Club Guild planned to capture 10 silver-rank blackback mountain pigs in the Endless Forest and profit from the soaring pork prices. Desperate for a healing-type spiritual chi professional, they offered 30% of the team's total profits. Yuan, hidden behind a mask, looked forward to visiting the Endless Forest. Smarty was just as fired up. Meanwhile, a man sat alone in a corner. The location had been chosen nearly 2 months ago, yet the young master had suddenly decided to enter secluded training. Puzzled by the unexpected change of plans, he wondered how much longer they would have to wait. Smarty told Yuan to go hunting blackback mountain pigs, believing they could make a ton of braised pork. Yuan gave it some thought and replied that if they focused on hunting blackback mountain pigs, they would not be able to venture deep into the Endless Forest as planned. Someone praised the young man for his sharp eye in choosing a mountain pig mission at a glance. With dimensional rifts appearing frequently lately, it had even affected the Federation's largest pork farm. Pork prices were climbing higher and higher. The man looked him up and down and instantly knew that it was Yuan's first time finding a team and taking missions. Yuan asked how he could tell. The man told him that no one went adventuring in clothes that expensive. The reward from one mission wouldn't even cover the cost of repairing them. Yuan realized that the clothes City Lady Lingxiao had given him were that expensive. He noticed someone, and pointed out that those people were dressed luxuriously too. The man couldn't believe that he was comparing them to healing-type masters. He explained that those people were the VIPs of every squad, so everyone had to pamper them. Yuan was curious how the man knew that he wasn't a healing-type professional. The man explained that if Yuan truly were a healing-type professional, the Guild Alliance would have already arranged a personal receptionist and provided mission recommendations for him. There would be no reason for him to be standing around searching for a team on his own. He invited the newbie to join their squad for his first mountain pig hunt. He said it was always good to have experienced members guiding newcomers and that it would greatly reduce the chances of getting hurt. Smarty stated that gathering basic spiritual materials such as damp moss, lake mud moss, blackback mountain pig hides, and swift shadow lynx cubs did not require venturing deep into the endless forest. Since the mission was relatively safe, he believed hunting mountain pigs would be the perfect first experience for Yuan. Someone announced that the train heading for the endless forest was about to depart. He advertised that a veteran driver was leading the team and was urgently seeking one healing-type spiritual chi professional. He started shaking his hips while stating that when someone joined, he would treat that person as his darling and give them the most comfortable ride experience. Yuan muttered that it sounded serious. The man beside him answered that it was just the man's style. The female teammate of that man smacked him on the head and scolded him to act properly. She called him Zhang Xiaobai. This woman was named Xin Ying. She announced that the reserve squad of the Extreme Team's tournament roster was preparing to venture deep into the endless forest to collect venom from a gold-rank emerald-scale ice snake. They were urgently seeking a healing-type spiritual chi professional to join the expedition. The requirements were strict. Applicants had to be healing-type spiritual chi professionals of at least C rank and possess healing spiritual life forms that had reached at least silver rank. Yuan knew he fit both requirements perfectly, and since they were heading to the endless forest as well, the opportunity seemed ideal. The men went crazy over Xinying because she was beautiful. This made Yuan ask whether the team was made up of celebrities or something. He saw a crowd gathered around them. The man was surprised that he didn't know. It made him ask if it was Yuan's first time on StarWeb since he had no idea what the B-class club guild, Extreme Guild, was. Even the man's eyes sparkled when he saw Xinying. Yuan replied that he only knew that the S tournament had 16 A-class club guilds. The man replied that he was right, but also explained that the rankings of those 16 guilds rotated every year. The clubs qualified to compete for promotion were B-class clubs, and Extreme Guild was one of the teams most likely to advance to A-class that year. Xinying politely answered that he was exaggerating. She said that they were not there yet. A man with glasses approached them and expressed his intent to apply. She requested to see his spiritual life form. Yuan became distracted while listening to the explanation, and someone beat him to it. The man revealed a dumb-looking bird and warned them not to underestimate its top-tier healing abilities. It was a copper rank level 10 saliva turtle dove of elite quality. Its sticky saliva stopped bleeding and healed wounds, while pungent saliva reduced pain and refreshed the mind despite its foul smell. Its exclusive trait, over-secretion, allowed it to rapidly produce large amounts of saliva. Since it was only at copper rank, Yuan knew it would not qualify, but he also took this chance to see whether the squad had good judgment. Xiaobai acknowledged the man's courage for going first. He told him, "Not bad." When Yuan heard that catchphrase, it made him think of Yinyan's loyal viewers. The man beside Yuan pointed out that the orange spots on the saliva turtle dove's back had not even connected into patches yet, making it obvious that it had not reached silver rank. In his opinion, it failed to meet the team's requirements, and if Xinying allowed its owner to join, he would only end up dragging the entire team down. Yuan found the judgment amusing and remarked that people should not judge a book by its cover. He admitted that the man had surprisingly sharp eyes. Xinying noted that they seemed to have arrived too late. Although the saliva turtle dove was only at copper rank, she could already tell that its owner was an exceptionally powerful spiritual chi professional. She asked what Lu Pinru and Tan Ran thought. Lu Pinru, a woman with short black hair, answered that if their target was the emerald-scale ice snake, then even though it was only a gold-rank life form, platinum-rank life forms might appear around its habitat. Therefore, bringing that man along would not actually provide them with any meaningful support. Tan Ran explained that when the applicant had summoned his spiritual life form, they had sensed his spiritual power fluctuations. In their assessment, his power had only reached peak D rank and was still slightly below C rank. Because of that, they concluded that he did not meet the team's requirements and decided to reject his application. Since the applicant had heard their evaluation, Xinying finalized the decision and informed him that his application had been rejected. The The man took the opportunity to ask for an autograph. The crowd became annoyed when they learned his true intentions. Other people also began requesting autographs. The man beside Yuan let out a sigh and remarked that any ordinary squad would probably have accepted someone who was only slightly below the requirements. However, the Extreme Team was one of the most prestigious teams around, which allowed them to be especially selective when recruiting healing-type spiritual chi professionals. He told Yuan not to look down on their group either, but to his surprise, Yuan stepped forward. He couldn't believe that Yuan was actually a healing-type spiritual chi professional. Xinying politely apologized to him, explaining that they did not give autographs outside of S tournament season. Yuan clarified that he was a healing-type spiritual chi professional. He had reached C-rank spiritual chi and possessed a silver-rank spiritual life form. He declared his intent to join the team. That caught the members' attention. Xiaobai became excited that they no longer had to keep waiting. Xinying told him to shut up. Xinying pointed out that the trip's objective was to collect venom from an emerald-scale ice snake deep within the endless forest. As compensation, Liu Yan would receive 30% of the team's final profits. However, the venom itself could not be distributed. She asked whether he could accept those terms. That was not a problem for Yuan. However, he stated that if he came across any rare spiritual life forms along the way, he would be gathering them in the wild. If no one objected to that, he would join the team. The team was puzzled when he brought up wild gathering. Yen wondered if they thought that wild gathering would slow the trip down. Xinying asked if he was also a creator master. Yen replied yes and asked if it was that obvious. She remarked that creator masters were always obsessed with searching for rare treasures and spiritual herbs. In their experience, they had met plenty of people like him before. She then added that if he truly was a creator master, they could increase his share of the rewards by an additional 5%. However, before discussing compensation any further, they would first need to verify his healing abilities. Xiaobai was worried that he was being used as a lab rat again. She replied that it was only natural since he was the only defense-type professional among them. He tried to protest. Tan Ran volunteered to be the test subject since they were only verifying healing abilities, but Xiaobai told him to forget it. He pointed out that Tan Ran was already bad enough, so he had better leave the task to him. Xiaobai got into position while telling them to go easy on him. Yuan couldn't believe that they were actually serious about it. Ying raised her fist and prepared to punch Xiaobai. Seeing how serious she looked, Ran and Pinru quickly covered their eyes. Xiaobai warned that if she kept acting like this, she would never get married. Yuan noticed that Ying had a metal-type spirit beast. She had wrapped her fists in metal element energy, allowing her to control the force of her attacks with greater precision. Ran caught Xiaobai and quickly asked if he was okay. Xiaobai weakly replied that he couldn't hold on much longer. Ying declared that she wouldn't stay single forever. Since she had already hit him, he was now responsible for her. Then she asked how he was feeling. Xiaobai immediately blushed. After coughing, he claimed that it was only some internal bleeding and that he could still endure it. Then he turned toward Yuan with tears in his eyes. It was his turn now. If Yuan couldn't heal him, then the beating he had endured would have been completely pointless. A green healing light gathered around Yuan's hand. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai completely recovered. Ying couldn't believe how quickly Yuan had healed him. Xiaobai confirmed that he was fully healed and praised Yuan for being incredible. His healing ability had already reached silver grade standards. Pinru asked if he had any hidden injuries elsewhere. Ran could only mutter that Yuan's healing was far too powerful. Ying scoffed and declared that her control had been perfect. She had deliberately kept the damage within the limits of what a silver grade healer could handle. Deep down, however, she couldn't believe that Yuan had healed Xiaobai so casually. If he summoned his spirit beast, his healing ability would likely reach peak silver grade. Xiaobai now knew that Yuan was far from ordinary. Later that day, the group raised their cups for a toast. Ying scolded Xiaobai for drinking too quickly. He was acting as if it were alcohol when it was only grape juice. Xiaobai gulped it down and replied that he was simply happy. He declared that Yuan's healing skills were practically divine. From now on, whenever someone mentioned their squad's ace, they wouldn't be talking about Xinying anymore. After pausing for a moment, he wondered what they should call Yuan instead. Yuan told them to call him Black. Smarty worried that they wouldn't accept such a strange name. He scolded Yuan for not choosing a proper alias. Xiaobai addressed him as Brother Black. He explained that the spirit beasts inside the endless forest were extremely powerful. If they wanted to enter safely, they needed to prepare thoroughly, and that required plenty of Radiance coins. For a moment, Yuan suspected that they were about to ask him for a loan. Instead, Xiaobai suggested that they team up and travel to Millstone Town near the Endless Forest. They could earn money there and build up a reserve fund before beginning their expedition. Yuan immediately wondered if they were actually a criminal gang pretending to be an adventuring squad. Ying smacked Xiaobai on the head and scolded him for making the situation sound so suspicious. Xiaobai asked what everyone was thinking. He was only suggesting that they sell breakfast in Millstone Town to earn money. After all, he hadn't learned his amazing barbecue skills for nothing. When the others remained doubtful, he insisted that he was serious and told them to ask Tan Ran if they didn't believe him. Before Xiaobai could say anything else, Ying shoved a bun into his mouth. The entire room burst into laughter. Pinru assured Yuan that he would eventually get used to the couple. Brother Xiaobai was always fooling around, while sister Xin Ying kept him under control. Yuan remarked that they had a wonderful relationship. But when he looked at Pinru, he couldn't help wondering why she was carrying an entire wardrobe. Xiaobai then asked how Yuan planned to eat while wearing his mask. Yuan agreed that it would be difficult and removed it. Since they were now teammates, he no longer needed to hide his appearance from them. Smarty also returned to his original form. Xiaobai stared at Yuan in shock. Everyone else fell silent. Yuan asked what was wrong. Ying admitted that she hadn't expected him to be so handsome. She joked that it was no wonder he had chosen to wear a mask. Xiaobai admitted that Black was indeed handsome. However, he insisted that Yuan could only take second place, while Tan Ran ranked third. Pinru immediately offered Yuan some stylish outfits. Xiaobai grew annoyed and asked why she had never given him any. Ran simply burst into laughter. Meanwhile, inside the cleansing sin pool, a bird silently flew past the guards without being noticed. It stopped in front of Wu. Then, it transformed into a human. However, its entire body, including its face, remained completely covered. Wu was relieved that the man had finally arrived. He begged to be rescued, claiming that he was the only one who knew the location of the hidden outpost outside the dimensional rifts. That knowledge should still make him useful. However, the man replied that Wu had misunderstood the situation. Wu had already lost all value to the Dark Federation. There was only one thing they still needed to learn from him. He demanded to know why Yuehu had suddenly attacked him and whether he had leaked their plan. Wu denied it and even swore upon his will rune. The man coldly told him to stop lying. Useless people were destined to become nothing more than dust beneath the iron hooves of war. He added that Wu was no longer needed to open the rift. All he had to do was conduct a small experiment. In the end, Wu was killed. Soon afterward, an attendant informed Yuehu that Wu had died inside the cleansing sin pool. Chief Ye and Inspector Tu were now asking how she wished to handle the matter. Kang Yue remarked that dying after only 2 months was far too merciful for someone like Wu. Yuehu asked what else needed to be handled and told them to deal with it themselves. Once someone entered her moonlight, they had no chance of surviving until their punishment ended. She then gave another order. Before Yuan returned from his training, she wanted additional lessons prepared for him. Finally, she instructed them not to disturb her again over such trivial matters. Back to our MC. Yuan stared at the massive forest in awe. Xiaobai explained that all 13 major cities of the Radiance Federation bordered the endless forest. Xinying added that their destination was Millstone Town, a border town under Denglong City and the closest one to the royal capital. Yuan admired the endless mountains and rivers, along with the warmth of everyday life filling the streets. He had never expected such a remote town to be this lively. Xiaobai explained that Millstone Town was connected to the endless forest, so countless merchants came there to trade supplies. Over time, the town naturally became prosperous. Pinru told Ran that their healer truly seemed like someone who had never traveled far from home. Ran quickly defended Yuan, reminding her that he was still young. Ying announced that they would stay in Millstone Town for the night. She and Pinru would purchase their daily necessities, while Ran booked a guest house. She told Brother Black to explore the town freely and return to the meeting place in an hour. They would rest at the guest house tonight before officially entering the endless forest the next day. Xiaobai eagerly waited for his assignment, only for Ying to tell him to do whatever he wanted. Xiaobai immediately accused her of discriminating against him and demanded to know why he hadn't received a task. Ying couldn't believe he had the nerve to ask. The last time she sent him to buy supplies, he returned with nothing but 50 roast chickens and a single drumstick. Pinru suggested that Xiaobai simply eat some barbecue as long as he didn't cause any trouble. Ying told her to ignore him, and the two walked away. Still kneeling dramatically on the ground, Xiaobai complained that he hadn't even acted shamelessly this time. Watching everything unfold, Yuan wondered if he should stop them. However, the moment they disappeared, Xiaobai jumped back to his feet. He happily declared that his plan had succeeded and offered to treat Brother Black to some barbecue. Yuan finally realized that Xiaobai had been acting the entire time. Xiaobai approached a food stall and ordered 30 grilled kidneys with extra spice. Yuan wondered if Xiaobai could really finish 30 skewers by himself. Just then, he overheard a child asking his mother why the sky was cracking. Alarmed, Yuan immediately looked up. Then he saw it. He quickly called out to Xiaobai, who had somehow taken over the grill. Xiaobai excitedly announced that the 30 grilled kidneys would be ready in a minute before asking why Black was yelling. Yuan silently pointed toward the sky. An insectoid rift had appeared. Someone immediately began guiding the crowd toward the defensive shelters. Xiaobai urged Yuan to hurry, worried that Ying and the others were already waiting at the meeting place. However, Yuan refused to leave. The rift was too close to the town, and someone had to stop the insects. Xiaobai grabbed him and assured him that everything would be fine. The first wave of insect creatures would die from the fall anyway, giving them enough time to regroup and form a plan. Then, the first creature dropped from the rift. The insect creatures crashed into the ground and splattered on impact. Yuan remarked that it still looked dangerous and asked what would happen next. Xiaobai explained that even if some creatures survived the fall, they would first gather into groups. That would give the civilians enough time to evacuate. For now, their priority was finding Ying and the others. When they reached the meeting place, Ying was already waiting. She demanded to know what had taken them so long. Hearing the insect-like screeches nearby, she concluded that the rift was connected to the insectoid dimension. Xiaobai and Yuan were exhausted from running. Xiaobai immediately asked if there was any news about the rift's level. Yuan determined that it had to be below level 2. Otherwise, the insect's screeches alone would have made them dizzy even from this distance. Based on the sounds, he estimated that the creatures ranged from level 1 to peak level 1. Ying informed them that it was time to prepare for battle. Ying remarked that the situation was actually fortunate. Since a dimensional rift had appeared, their mission had now become a large-scale operation. Once they returned to the royal capital, they could report it to the Guild Alliance and reclaim their mission deposit as compensation. Yuan realized that they intended to remain in Millstone Town and help defend it from the approaching insect tide. Xiaobai was reluctant to part with Yuan, but Ying firmly refused to involve him. Brother Black had no obligation to join the battle, so they had no right to force him to stay. Yuan fell silent and considered his options. Then he remembered his parents. After a moment, he declared that their plan wouldn't work. Their temporary squad couldn't disband until the insect tide was over. Xiaobai called out to Brother Black in surprise. Yuan asked if they truly thought only the 4 of them would stay and fight. Xiaobai and Yuan bumped fists. Xiaobai declared that Black was now his good brother. Yuan assured him that once the battle began, Xiaobai would be the first person he healed. Ying reminded them that their small group couldn't stop the insect tide alone. With no time to waste, she decided to head straight to the Guild Alliance branch and gather as much manpower as possible. Everyone immediately acknowledged her orders. As Yuan ran, Mother of Bloodbath revealed that she knew exactly what he was thinking. She warned him to stop dreaming because she had no intention of helping. Yuan replied that even if she refused to act, he couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Mother of Bloodbath clicked her tongue. She admired his courage but reminded him that this was a peak level 1 dimensional rift. Yuan understood what that meant. At least one level 3 insect creature was lurking inside, possessing strength equal to a gold-grade spirit beast. That was precisely why he had to stay. Mother of Bloodbath realized that Yuan was threatening her with his own life. She reminded him that she only cared about his safety and had no concern for anyone else. Yuan asked if she would protect Millstone Town if they failed to stop the insect tide, and he accidentally died. She told him to keep dreaming. As an arachnid spirit beast, human lives meant nothing to her. Even as his guardian, she would only step in when he was on the verge of death. Yuan assured her that he had no intention of dying. He even remarked that her personality was rather interesting and suited his tastes. Mother of Bloodbath then proposed a deal. If Yuan successfully held back the insect tide, she would retrieve the source item hidden within the dimensional rift and give it to him as a reward. That was more than enough to motivate Yuan to work even harder. Our report was quickly delivered to the branch president. Millstone Town had 1,325 resident combat-type spiritual chi professionals. With 215 currently away, the remaining 1,110 defenders had assembled. Another 113 combat-type spiritual chi professionals from outside the town had also arrived to help. Among them, 87 possessed bronze-grade spirit creatures, 25 possessed silver-grade spirit creatures, and 1 possessed a gold-grade spirit creature. They now awaited the branch president's orders. The branch president called it a blessing amid their misfortune. With everyone's combined strength, he believed that Millstone Town might survive the desperate battle ahead. However, one citizen raised a serious concern. Aside from the town's 5 resident healing-type spiritual chi professionals, their only outside healer was a bronze-grade saliva-spitting dove. He wasn't judging it for its ugly appearance, but he doubted that it could handle the massive number of casualties caused by the insect tide. The dove's owner immediately protested and demanded to know what he meant by calling it ugly. The branch president sighed. Among their 5 resident healing-type spiritual chi professionals, only 4 possessed bronze-grade spirit creatures. That was nowhere near enough for a dimensional rift disaster. If they had even 1 silver-grade healing spirit creature, their casualties would drop significantly. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had nothing to worry about. When asked who had spoken, the man stepped forward and declared that since they had sincerely asked. Before he could finish, Ying smacked the back of his head and scolded him for joking around at a time like this. Ying approached the branch president and announced that Extreme Club Reserve Squad 2 was ready to join the battle. Their team consisted of 2 assault type, 1 defense type, 1 support type, and 1 healing type spiritual chi professional. Yuan whispered that she should reveal everyone's strength to raise morale. Ying began with Tan Ran, an assault-type spiritual chi professional with a gold-grade spirit creature. Next was Zhang Xiaobai, a defense-type spiritual chi professional who also possessed a gold-grade spirit creature. Finally, she introduced Ji Pinru, a support-type spiritual chi professional with a silver-grade spirit creature. Ying introduced herself as another assault-type spiritual chi professional with a gold-grade spirit creature. The crowd erupted in excitement. This was an S-League level squad, and they had arrived in Millstone Town at the perfect time. Even the branch president admitted that these were exactly the powerful reinforcements they needed. Yuan stepped forward and introduced himself as Black, a healing-type spiritual chi professional with a silver-grade spirit creature. Everyone celebrated the arrival of a silver-grade healer and declared that they were entrusting their lives to him. An old man approached Xiaobai and firmly held his hand. He was amazed to meet such elite members of the younger generation. Since they were already a well-coordinated squad, he asked if they would take command of the town's defense against the insect tide. Xiaobai hesitated, wondering if that responsibility should belong to the town guardian instead. Then, he noticed the old man's name tag. He was the Millstone Town guardian himself, leaving Xiaobai with no way to refuse. Ying accepted and declared that they would take command of the battle. She asked if anyone had a small flying spirit creature capable of scouting the dimensional rift from above. If they could identify the type of insect leading the level 1 insect tide, they could prepare the right countermeasures in advance. The entire crowd fell silent. Xiaobai explained that the plan wouldn't work. Flying spirit creatures were mainly used for transportation, so any creature capable of reaching the rift had to be at least bronze grade. However, bronze-grade spirit creatures lacked the intelligence to accurately relay information. He regretted that Pinru hadn't brought a flying spirit creature with her. Black volunteered Yinyan for the mission. Smarty questioned whether Yinyan could handle such an important task and warned her that this was strictly a reconnaissance mission. She must avoid the swarm, locate a level 3 insect, study its appearance, and immediately return without fighting. Since spatial interference disabled short-range communication devices inside the rift, Smarty told her to memorize as much of the insect encyclopedia as possible. If she couldn't remember an insect's exact name, she only needed to remember its appearance and describe it afterward. Xiaobai realized that Black was no ordinary healing-type spiritual chi professional. His flying spirit creature looked extraordinary and had to be at least silver grade. Before he could admire it any longer, Ying interrupted and reminded him that this wasn't the time to stand around gawking. Pinru opened her closet. Inside was a spirit creature known as the cocoon-weaving mulberry silkworm. It was a wood-type spirit creature from the silkworm family and cocoon silkworm genus. It had reached silver grade level 8 and possessed perfect quality. Silk spray allowed it to rapidly release large amounts of tangled silk for protection. Lightweight silkworm garment let it weave energy silk into clothing that reduced the wearer's weight and increased their movement speed. Armored silkworm garment created protective armor with excellent resistance against physical attacks. Its exclusive trait, resilient silkworm silk, gave its silk incredible toughness and greatly reduced the wear on anything made from it. Pinru activated spirit weaving. Black and Xiaobai immediately clapped in amazement. Pinru handed Brother Black an armored silkworm garment and told him to put it on. It would help protect him from physical attacks. Xiaobai assured him that Pinru's silk garments were extremely comfortable and reminded him that healers were the key to the front line's endurance. Black accepted the garment. Just as he expected, a thin veil of spirit ki immediately formed around his body. 10 minutes later, everyone had received their own garment. Ying gently stopped Pinru and told her that she had done enough. Pinru already looked completely drained. She explained that although her silkworm was only silver grade, once it evolved to gold grade, it could continuously produce garments with only 5 minutes of rest between each one. Yuan activated Spirit Infusion. Pinru stared at him in surprise and praised the incredible skill. A large portion of her spiritual energy had recovered almost instantly. Xiaobai stared at Yuan in shock. He exclaimed that it was a dragon-type bloodline and asked if Brother Black had been hiding his true strength all along. Ying declared that they were out of time. Every level 1 spirit creature and anything silver grade or higher would fight on the front lines. Those below bronze grade would remain in the rear and provide long-range support whenever possible. Defense-type spiritual chi professionals would hold the front, assault types would sweep the flanks, and healers would remain in the rear to provide immediate medical support. The saliva turtle dove continued drooling. Someone placed a water bottle inside its mouth. Its tamer praised its hard work, but warned that if it ran out of saliva during the battle, it would never eat its beloved gray armor bugs again. Yin reported that she had reached the edge of the insect swarm. Yuan praised her careful approach and warned her not to attract the insect's attention. She reported that the rift was nearly fully open and that the insect swarm had already gathered beneath it. Yuan instructed her to ignore the swarm below and search for the level 3 insects near the top. Yin soon spotted one. It had semi-transparent skin glowing with a vivid green light and resembled a massive acid-spitting bug. Then she discovered another. It was an enormous black beetle covered from head to toe in sharp spikes. Black reported to Ying that the creatures were an acid sac bug and a thornshell beetle. Xiaobai sighed in relief. Although they were gold-grade creatures, their squad was more than capable of defeating them. Yuan praised Yin for successfully completing the reconnaissance mission and ordered her to return immediately. However, Yin suddenly noticed something else. She reported seeing a black line. Yuan immediately sensed danger and ordered her to return at once. Moments later, Yin finally came into view. Yuan caught her and praised her for doing an excellent job. Yin admitted that she almost thought she wouldn't make it back, though her wings hadn't cramped up yet. Xiaobai declared that even if there were 3 level 3 insects, they had nothing to fear. Whether it was a level 1 or peak level 1 rift didn't matter. Their squad would hold the front line until reinforcements arrived. Watching him, Ying realized that Xiaobai was truly reliable when it mattered most. His words fired everyone up. However, some people remained worried. They questioned whether they really had to make their stand there, feeling as if danger surrounded them from every direction. Some even admitted that the pressure was making them sick. Ying explained that there were far too many civilians inside the town. They couldn't afford to fight street by street, so they had to intercept the insects outside. Yuan added that Millstone Town was backed against the mountains, leaving the town wall as its only entrance and exit. He placed Xiaobai in charge of the first defensive line. Xiaobai confidently accepted and told everyone to leave it to him. He was suddenly glad that he hadn't eaten those grilled kidneys. Otherwise, the stench alone might have made him throw up. He ordered Little Seashell to place several more gale shields around blood-sucking Leech. Ying also summoned her spirit creature. Then she activated Cat Transformation. Cat ears and sharp claws appeared on her body. The men were instantly captivated by her beauty and became even more eager to help. Ying thanked the volunteers but explained that they weren't strong enough to fight on the front lines. those with gold-grade spirit creatures would intercept the strongest enemies along the outer perimeter. Meanwhile, those with silver-grade and bronze-grade spirit creatures would form groups and arrange themselves in a ladder-shaped defensive formation. She drew a line across the ground and ordered them to use it as the boundary. From there, they would build a defensive wall using insect corpses. Everyone immediately confirmed that they understood. Brother Black agreed with the strategy. Insect-type dimensional creatures acted almost entirely on instinct. Even powerful insects couldn't resist large amounts of flesh and blood because devouring was the very purpose of their existence. As long as the insects gathered around one target and stopped advancing, the defenders could contain them. With that decided, he ordered the other healers to fall back. He alone would handle treatment on the front lines, and with his spirit creatures' support, he could even perform large-scale area healing. The other healers would treat anyone rotated away from the battlefield. The owner of the saliva turtle dove couldn't believe what he was hearing. He felt bitter about being overshadowed, but also wondered how much spirit chi such powerful healing would consume. Meanwhile, everyone else celebrated after hearing about their new healing support. Someone suddenly shouted that the insect swarm was less than 100 meters away. Xiaobai cut his arm and let his blood drip onto his spirit creature. He ordered Little Red to use blood plasma and lure the insects toward them. The monsters immediately charged. Little Red smashed through several of them with a single strike. Xiaobai announced that the first defensive layer on his side was complete and ordered everyone to proceed according to plan. Tanran confirmed that he understood. He summoned Lava Hippo and Gluttonous Hippo. Yuan was surprised that Tanran had an affinity for hippos since it didn't suit his appearance at all. Tanran ordered Lava Hippo to activate Mantle Smelting. The intense flames burned the flying insects out of the sky. Meanwhile, Gluttonous Hippo devoured the insects whole. Someone worried that the insect's highly acidic and poisonous blood would injure it and called for immediate healing. However, Yuan assured them that there was no need to worry. Gluttonous Hippo was a level 7 silver-grade spirit creature of perfect quality. It could pierce enemies with its tusks, rapidly devour them, and release its stored energy as a powerful blast. Most importantly, toxic filtration prevented anything it ate from poisoning it. Smarty was relieved. Ying volunteered to stop any insects trying to climb the mountain and bypass their defensive line. Since the level 3 insects had yet to appear, she warned everyone to remain alert. Xiaobai warned her to watch out for the insect's flying spikes. Ying slashed one of the projectiles apart with her claws. However, the situation continued to worsen as the insects kept coming. Ran warned Xiaobai that there were far too many. A large number had already slipped past Lava Hippo and were heading straight toward him. Xiaobai claimed that he could still handle them. Deep down, however, he knew the situation was bad. The insect's assault was even fiercer than expected, and Little Red's baiting ability had worked a little too well. He regretted not wearing another armored silkworm garment. Suddenly, healing energy spread across the battlefield. The light instantly healed the scratches covering Xiaobai and Ying. Yuan's plant-type spirit creature began releasing even more healing energy. It healed several people at once, leaving the defenders amazed by its group healing ability. Ying praised Black. Meanwhile, Xiaobai felt so energized that he believed he could take on another 100 insects on the other side of the battlefield. Several exhausted defenders leaned against a boulder and wondered how much longer they could endure. Their spirit ki was nearly depleted. One of them asked why the reinforcements from Ascending Dragon City still hadn't arrived. Suddenly, they felt their spirit ki rapidly recovering. One man moaned and exclaimed that it felt incredible. His friend told him to stop making weird noises, get back up, and keep fighting. Even Ying couldn't believe that Black had actually pulled it off. Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel at the effects of the healing. He wondered if getting beaten up had always felt this amazing. If it did, why had he never enjoyed it whenever Xin Ying hit him? A terrifying realization struck him. Ying was scarier than the entire insect swarm. Ying immediately snapped at him and ordered him to stop thinking nonsense. If he still had enough energy to joke around, then he could use it to hold the line. Meanwhile, behind the defensive line, a defender supported a badly injured woman. She winced in pain as blood poured from her wounds. The saliva turtle dove immediately spat on her injury. The bleeding stopped, and its tamer called for the next patient. However, the woman who had just been healed complained that the treatment was disgusting. A man approached and admitted that it was disgusting, but it was also incredibly effective. Then, he pointed toward the chaos nearby. A long line had already formed, and everyone was fighting to be the next person spat on. Meanwhile, Pinru noticed that their available healing charges were being consumed much faster than expected. Once the next concentrated assault arrived, the number of wounded would skyrocket. Realizing how urgent the situation had become, she forced herself to work even faster. Yin unleashed several wind slashes and tore through the approaching insects. Yuen immediately praised her. By this point, they had survived the insect swarm's largest wave. Now it was time for the next phase. Xiaobai suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then, an enormous insect emerged. A thick mist poured from its mouth. It was one of the level 3 insects. Xiaobai was strangely relieved that the boss's health bar had finally appeared. Ying ordered everyone to buy her time just like before. Xiaobai instructed Ran to draw the creature's attention. Ran understood and immediately called upon Lava Hippo. Lava Hippo charged forward and slammed into the massive insect. However, even its powerful tackle couldn't stop the creature. Xiaobai ordered Little Red to help. Protected by the Gale Shield from Little Seashell, it charged forward and tried to hold the monster back. To their surprise, the Gale Shield managed to crack its shell slightly. Xiaobai called out to Ying and asked if she was ready. Ying confirmed that she was. She moved like lightning, weaving past the smaller insects blocking her path. Then she closed the distance and struck the giant insect. Ran was relieved that their strategy had worked. However, Xiaobai admitted that the place they had struck was a little awkward. Still, he declared that the result was excellent. They had repaired the defensive line, and the thornshell beetle's blood could replenish Little Red's vitality. Ying warned him not to relax because this was only the first level 3 insect. Xiaobai declared that he was far from finished and asked how much strength Ying had used in her last attack. Bent over and gasping for breath, Ying estimated that she had used around 70 to 90% of her strength, leaving her with roughly 30%. Ran also admitted that he had less than half of his strength remaining. Xiaobai burst into laughter and proudly pointed at himself. He declared that everyone else was weaker than him and would now have to rely on his strength. Despite his confident words, the others knew the truth. Ying suddenly warned them that another wave was approaching. Smarty told Yuen that everyone was already nearing their limit. The moment they recovered even a little strength, they rushed straight back into battle. If this continued, they would eventually collapse from exhaustion. Yuen assured him that they still had one final trump card to play. He summoned Redthorn, whose evolution had finally been completed. Redthorn's size and appearance had changed dramatically. The other beast tamers stared at it and wondered what kind of creature it was. Yuan immediately ordered everyone on the front lines to retreat and protect the rear formation. Xiaobai's eyes widened and his jaw dropped when he saw Black's trump card. He declared that the pressure on their defensive line had dropped tremendously. Yuan ordered Redthorn to release its spores and devour the approaching insects. Its vines twisted across the battlefield as small red thorns crawled out from them. They immediately grabbed the surrounding insects. Ran's eyes sparkled. Although the battlefield had descended into chaos, the results were incredible. Xiaobai demanded to know why Yuan hadn't summoned such a powerful creature earlier. Ying warned them not to relax because 2 level 3 insects still remained. She then revealed that Pinru had brought new armored silkworm garments and told everyone to put them on immediately. Xiaobai happily complied. Ying observed that Redthorn's offspring weren't particularly powerful. It had likely undergone a specialized evolution designed to counter massive insect swarms. She estimated that its main body was only around bronze grade and couldn't imagine how terrifying it would become after reaching diamond grade. Yuan noticed that the battle had continued well past midnight, yet the insect tide showed no signs of slowing down. He also wondered where the remaining 2 level 3 insects had gone. Allowing Red Thorn to spread its spores without restraint consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Yuan asked Little Black, his goldfish spirit creature, to replenish some of his energy. Soon, Yuan announced that he had recovered enough. Xiaobai suddenly stared into the distance and asked if the sun had decided to rise green today. Yuan looked at him in confusion and asked what nonsense he was talking about when it was still nighttime. Xiaobai realized that the strange green light meant the 2nd level 3 insect aberration had finally arrived. The slime-like boss creature was riding on top of another massive insect. The slime creature extended part of its body and attached it to a nearby beetle. In an instant, its acid completely melted the beetle. Seeing this, Ran ordered everyone to use long-range attacks and avoid getting close. Xiaobai added that even gold-grade spirit creatures couldn't withstand its acid. Ying called for anyone who could still fight and possessed long-range abilities to join her. Despite their battered condition, several defenders immediately volunteered. However, everyone became confused when Red Thorn's vines blocked their path. Ying demanded an explanation, while Xiaobai wondered if Yuan's spirit creature had gone out of control. Yuan quickly asked Red Thorn what was wrong. He soon learned that Red Thorn had discovered something delicious and set its sights on the acid sac insect. Yuan granted it permission to proceed. Then, he ordered Red Thorn to attack. Red Thorn immediately charged toward the acid sac insect. The massive insect recoiled in alarm. Then, it launched a counterattack. Smarty warned Yuan that the acid sac insect's spiritual energy had suddenly surged. At its current strength, Red Thorn couldn't break through its defenses. Yuan realized that the creature had been hiding another trick. Yuan ordered Red Thorn to attack again while he provided support. Its vines rapidly extended toward the acid sac insect. Yuan ordered his butterfly spirit creature to use Silence Scale Powder. However, Smarty warned that it wouldn't work, because the acid sac insect didn't need spiritual energy to spit acid. It was simply releasing the acid stored inside its sac. Yuan already knew that, and reminded Smarty about the blue-violet flash butterfly's exclusive trait, Scale Powder Halo. As long as it stunned the acid sac insect for even a moment, Red Thorn would have an opening to restrain it. The vines immediately wrapped around the creature. Countless red thorns quickly surrounded it. Watching Brother Black calmly command the battlefield, Tanran couldn't help wondering about his true identity. Ran admired Black and suspected that he might be one of those legendary social elites who had survived countless rounds of selection. Xiaobai took the theory even further. He declared that anyone who survived such brutal selection would make ordinary people look insignificant. Ying immediately asked if he wanted another beating. Amid the smoke, someone quietly muttered that the battle wasn't bad. The mysterious person, dressed in crow overalls, wondered what they would do next. At the same time, Xiaobai summoned Sea Clam and ordered it to help him clear the battlefield. Then, he pointed toward their first target. However, Xiaobai became confused when Sea Clam couldn't even cut through a level 1 insect. Yuan suddenly shouted for him to watch out. Several red thorns threw themselves in front of Xiaobai and blocked the incoming attack with their bodies. Then, Ying screamed at him to get out of the way. But before Xiaobai could react, his arm was sliced off. Xiaobai immediately panicked. When everyone saw the creature that had attacked him racing toward the town, their panic grew even worse. However, Xiaobai refused to let it escape. The creature swiftly dodged his attack. Then, it disappeared into the grass. Xiaobai couldn't believe that it had escaped. A moment later, he collapsed from his injuries. Yuan summoned Yinyan and ordered her not to let the creature enter the town. Yinyan immediately flew after it at full speed. Meanwhile, Ying desperately supported the dying Xiaobai. Even in his weakened state, he joked that he couldn't possibly die while she was holding him. Ying burst into tears and scolded him for still joking at a time like this. Ran and Pinru also chased after the escaping creature. Ran ordered Lava Hippo to launch lava bombs. The attack struck and burned the serpent-like creature. Xiaobai joked that everything would be fine. Even with only one arm, he could still open a barbecue stall and grill kidneys for a living. Ying told him to stop talking nonsense and insisted that he would recover. Once they returned, they would find Daisy, who would surely know how to save his arm. However, Xiaobai reminded her not to be foolish. Even the white devil couldn't regrow an entire arm. Xiaobai thanked Black for everything he had done during the battle. With regret in his voice, he admitted that they might never fight side by side again. Black firmly assured him that he had no intention of letting Xiaobai retire at such a young age. Using Lily, he activated Revival Mark at maximum output. Everyone stared in amazement as their wounds rapidly healed. Then, Yuan activated Regrowth. Before their eyes, Xiaobai's missing arm began growing back. Xiaobai and Ying stared in shock. Xiaobai even wondered if he was hallucinating. Ying grabbed the newly grown arm and asked if it was real. Xiaobai cried out that she was gripping it too hard when he had only just gotten it back. The two tightly embraced each other. Then, Xiaobai proudly showed off his restored arm to Ran. Overjoyed, Ran immediately pulled him into a hug. Yuan was relieved that all his efforts hadn't gone to waste. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky. The crowd sighed in relief as reinforcements finally arrived. Judging by their direction, they knew it was the Ascending Dragon Guards from Ascending Dragon City. Everyone erupted in cheers, declaring that they had created a miracle. They also understood how difficult it must have been for the reinforcements to arrive within only a few hours. One man proudly declared that he would brag about this battle to his wife and children for the rest of his life. Mother of Bloodbath praised Yuan and admitted that he had performed well. As expected of the Moon Empress's disciple, he had successfully held back the insect tide. She then told him to wait while she retrieved his reward. Xiaobai told Yuan that, for the first time since the battle began, he could finally feel the burden lifting from his shoulders. Someone told them to leave the remaining cleanup to the Ascending Dragon Guards and get some proper rest. One of the officers apologized to the branch president for arriving late and assured him that the Ascending Dragon Guards would take over from there. He then asked about the strange plants covering the battlefield. The branch president pointed toward Yuan and explained that they belonged to his spirit creature. He added that Yuan had played a tremendous role in defending the town. Meanwhile, Yuan admitted that he had never expected the battle to be so difficult. He remembered how Liu Ji had once faced a level 3 insect tide. Smarty then asked if they planned to leave Red Thorn's flower sea behind. Only then did Yuan remember it. He immediately called out to Red Thorn and ordered it to withdraw the entire flower sea. Red Thorn absorbed all the flowers back into its gigantic body. Yuan marveled at how convenient the ability was. Even more surprisingly, Red Thorn's quality had leaped directly from normal to perfect. The officer reported through his radio that the situation was difficult to explain in only a few words. However, the insect tide was now under control, and all 3 level 3 insects connected to the dimensional rift had been confirmed dead. He also noticed that the dimensional rift was beginning to close. Just before it completely disappeared, Mother of Bloodbath emerged from within. She remarked that Yuan's luck was truly unbelievable because she had somehow found a source item that perfectly matched him. She returned to Yuan and revealed that she had brought him a source seed. She told him to examine it carefully later, claiming that it was far better than that silly flower of his. Yuan laughed and defended Redthorn, insisting that it wasn't a silly flower. Ying announced that it was time to leave. If they delayed any longer, reporters from Ascending Dragon City might trap them there for 3 days and 3 nights of questioning. Everyone agreed that she made a good point. Then, the entire squad quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, the Saliva Turtle Dove's tamer was interviewed instead. He declared that the masked young man had become his hero. Dressed entirely in black and wearing a mysterious mask, the young man had commanded bizarre plants that tore through the insect swarm. He excitedly announced that he would create an entire forum dedicated to his new idol. The next day, inside the endless forest, the squad continued deeper into the wilderness. Yuan observed that the path beneath the trees became narrower the deeper they traveled. However, the surrounding grass hadn't increased in grade. It was no wonder Liu Ji had been forced to climb into the treetops to collect insect cocoons. Then, Yuan noticed an unnatural patch of grass. He immediately warned everyone to watch their step. Xiaobai jumped in surprise when something suddenly burst from the ground. He quickly identified it as a ground-armored spiked mouse. When Xiaobai saw that there were only 3, he became annoyed that such small creatures dared to ambush him. He immediately summoned Little Sea Clam. A barrier formed around Xiaobai. He taunted the mice, claiming that they would finally witness his true power. The moment they attacked, the barrier sent them flying backward. Ying told him to stop running his mouth and block their escape route. Smarty warned Ying that their carapaces were extremely tough. Instead of attacking their backs, she needed to target their abdomens and joints. Ying dodged one attack, but another mouse caught her off guard. Xiaobai laughed and remarked that the tiny creatures were only good at running away. Compared to the aberrant insects they had fought, these mice were completely worthless. Pinru asked Black if this also counted as wild foraging. Black explained that this type of spirit creature had been farmed for many years. Wild specimens were much harder to obtain, but after being processed, they became excellent low-rank labor spirit creatures. Because of that, they were considered valuable spirit materials. Xiaobai asked if he had performed well and whether he resembled a god of war descending onto the battlefield. Black replied that he looked more like an exceptionally sturdy shield. Xiaobai complained that Black had changed. He had never spoken like that before, so Pinru and Ran had clearly corrupted him. Ran immediately asked what any of that had to do with him. Yuan suddenly noticed some mushrooms and asked everyone to wait. Ran wondered if the strange plant ahead was a green-veined spirit mushroom. Pinru remarked that not just anyone could become a creator and praised Black's extraordinary eyesight. Yuan explained that if it truly was a green-veined spirit mushroom, it would be extremely useful for collecting venom. Suddenly, Yuan shouted for everyone to watch out as a vine attacked them. He hadn't expected a vine-type spirit creature to be hiding nearby. Xiaobai raised a shield but was sent staggering by the impact. He immediately realized that the vine was incredibly powerful. Ying slashed through one of the vines with her claws. To everyone's surprise, the severed vine continued moving. Its main body wasn't located within the vines, so they needed to find its roots. Xiaobai began to worry as more vines emerged around them. Yuan carefully surveyed the area. Then, he pointed toward a tree-type spirit creature disguised as a dead stump. Ran immediately launched an attack. He warned everyone that the effects of lava bomb wouldn't last long, so they needed to run while they had the chance. After escaping, Xiaobai and Pinru were completely exhausted. Ying asked if they had left anything behind, and Xiaobai assured her that they hadn't. Black then revealed that he had harvested the green-veined spirit mushroom during the chaos. He had even managed to collect some of the vine creature's roots. Xiaobai shivered and asked what the hell this place was. A moment ago, they had been walking through a forest, but now it felt like they had entered an ice cellar. Pinru unfolded the map and explained that they were approaching the Cold Pool region, the territory of a gold-rank, jade-scaled ice snake. Black showed everyone a scale he had picked up. Ying warned them not to lower their guard because its owner was a gold-rank spirit creature. She then turned to Tan Ran. Since he had the strongest perception among them, she asked him to scout the area. Ran acknowledged her order. He touched the water and immediately sensed movement beneath the surface. Whatever was hiding there had already discovered them. Xiaobai suggested negotiating with it and politely asking it to spit out some venom. Ying told him to go ahead and try. The jade-scaled ice snake suddenly emerged from the pool. Ying immediately ordered everyone to scatter. Xiaobai was instantly frozen in ice. He realized that the snake's venom could even corrode his gale shield. Pinru rushed toward him and handed him an armored silkworm garment, allowing him to endure the attack longer. Black explained that the jade-scaled ice snake's venom could paralyze the circulation of spiritual power. He warned everyone not to confront it head-on for too long. They only needed to stop it from returning to the pool. Black ordered Ran to block its retreat, while Ying forced it to raise its head. Near the pool, the snake was far more agile than them. It could also create ice shards to disrupt their movements. Black ordered the others to continue suppressing it. Then he asked Pinru if she had finished modifying the venom collection bottle. Pinru nodded and explained that she had covered its opening with a spiritual membrane, just as he suggested. The moment the snake bit down, the membrane would rupture and safely collect the venom inside. Yuan thought she had done an excellent job. He secretly placed some pure spirit chi inside the bottle as bait. Then he threw it toward the jade-scaled ice snake. The snake bit down on the bottle, and their strategy succeeded. They had obtained its venom. Black revealed that he would use the green-veined spirit mushroom to lure the jade-scaled ice snake away. He then told Xiaobai to prepare to catch the bottle. Xiaobai leaped into the air and caught it, celebrating their success. However, foam suddenly poured from his mouth. Realizing that something was wrong, Xiaobai desperately called for help. After their mission, on a giant screen in the middle of the city, Black's masked face appeared. The reporter announced that, to this day, the mysterious healing-type spiritual chi professional who had defended Millstone Town remained unidentified. Based on footage recorded by the combatants that night, experts believed that the professional known as Black possessed a silver-rank fantasy breed healing-type spirit creature. His abilities were nothing short of astonishing. Yuan was no longer disguised as Black. Xiaobai remarked that Black had become famous throughout the nation, while Ying revealed that discussions about him had entered Starnet's top 10 trending topics. Thankfully, the public only knew the codename Black. She asked Yuan if he had expected this to happen. Yuan replied that it had been a complete coincidence. He still needed to ask the Guild Alliance to keep his identity secret because he didn't want crowds surrounding him whenever he left home. Xiaobai assured him that he remained as low profile as ever and promised that their lips were sealed. Their wild foraging trip had also succeeded because of the squad. Yuan sincerely thanked everyone for their help. Before leaving, he waved goodbye and declared that if fate allowed it, they would meet again in the royal capital. Xiaobai nearly burst into tears as everyone waved goodbye. Ying also invited Yuan to watch their matches during the new season. Yuan rode a bird on his journey home. Smarty complained that the ride was destroying his butt. All the bird's meat seemed to have grown on its wings, leaving nothing but bones for them to sit on. Yuan explained that this was simply how a platinum-rank divine speed black swallow was built. It was only a rented mount, and its incredible speed came at a painful price. Still, Yuan hoped to raise his own flying mount someday. Smarty settled onto Yuan's lap and remarked that it was far more comfortable. Yuan then took out an insect egg belonging to an acid corrosion queen bee. After inspecting it, Smarty explained that the egg needed to parasitize a host before it could hatch. It also required an extremely powerful acidic environment, making its hatching conditions incredibly strict. Fortunately, Redthorn was a perfect match. However, Smarty remembered that Redthorn might mistake the egg for food and immediately devour it. Even though Smarty expected it, he was still shocked when Redthorn swallowed the egg without hesitation. Yuan told him not to worry. Redthorn now possessed digestive cavities, which provided the perfect environment for the egg to absorb energy and hatch. Since it would hatch inside Redthorn, the creature would naturally obey Redthorn's commands. Smarty understood that the insect would parasitize Redthorn instead of forming a contract with Yuan. Yuan confirmed it. Since they had no direct contract, he could improve the insect's quality, but couldn't use a will rune on it. That meant it could never evolve into a fantasy breed and would have to rely on its own potential and luck. Even so, the insect would greatly improve Redthorn's combat flexibility. It was an excellent combination, and Yuan considered the trip extremely profitable. He had even comprehended the Dawnlight rune. Yin had now reached copper rank legendary quality. With the perfectly suited Dawnlight rune available, evolving her into a fantasy breed had become the obvious next step. Smarty suddenly noticed that they weren't heading toward the royal capital. Yuan revealed that they were going to visit Shui. More than 2 months had passed since they last saw her, and if they waited any longer, her semester would nearly be over. Moments later, they arrived at the Violet Thorn Intermediate Spiritual Qi Academy. As they walked, Yuan checked his phone. Smarty asked if Shui had replied to his message. Yuan explained that she was attending a practical combat class for spirit creatures, giving them the perfect chance to see how Iron-Horned Rhino Ox had been performing. To their surprise, Iron-Horned Rhino Ox was fighting several opponents at once. Smarty immediately complained that everyone was bullying Shui and called the match unfair. A female student sighed and explained that it couldn't be helped. With fewer opponents, they wouldn't even be able to fill Iron-Horned Rhino Ox's training schedule. Yuan doubted that it was really that powerful. Yellow-spotted dog lunged forward and used bite. Ivory pig charged with tusk rush, while fire-attached beast followed with a fierce flame slap. Smarty couldn't believe that they were all attacking Zhu at once. Yuan assured him that Iron-Horned Rhino Ox's defense was more than enough to withstand attacks of that level. Sha ordered Iron-Horned Rhino Ox to use Horn Ram. Someone in the audience was stunned that a defense-type spirit creature had taken the initiative to attack. Yuan and Smarty's eyes widened as Iron-Horned Rhino Ox charged. Yuan declared that its power was too exaggerated. Smarty called Zhu reckless and wondered if she had forgotten that Iron-Horned Rhino Ox was supposed to be a defense-type spirit creature. The students remarked that the Big Iron Ox Princess had always been this outrageous. After all, her Iron-Horned Rhino Ox was ridiculously strong. A third-year student gritted their teeth, refusing to lose face in front of the underclassmen. Determined to fight back, they ordered Predatory Flower to use Seed Missile. Zhuo noticed the incoming thorns. Yuan realized that the attack was aimed directly at the commander. It was already too late for Iron-Horned Rhino Ox to retreat and protect her. The thorn struck Zhu's arm, but she still ordered iron-horned rhino ox to continue attacking. At that moment, the teacher shouted that a student had been injured and immediately paused the practice match. Yuan rushed toward Shui, startling the teacher. After inspecting the injury, he discovered that her arm was fractured and scolded her for being too reckless. The teacher hurried over and demanded to know who Yuan was. Shui quickly introduced him as her older brother. Then she asked why he had arrived so suddenly and admitted that he had startled her. Yuan replied that she was the one who had frightened him. Somehow, she had trained a defense-type spirit creature to fight like an attacker. After Yuan healed her, Shui marveled at how quickly the pain and injury disappeared. Smarty tugged on Yuan's shirt. When Yuan asked what was wrong, Smarty pointed toward the battlefield. Several spirit creatures defeated by iron-horned rhino ox were still injured. Yuan apologized and offered to heal them as well. A gentle healing light spread across the field and restored the injured creatures. The students watched in amazement. They couldn't believe Yuan possessed a healing-type spirit creature, especially one far more effective than the Academy's hospital facilities. One excited student even asked the handsome young man for an autograph. Sui quickly dragged Yuan away and told him to wait outside until her classes ended. She had something important to tell him. Later, when they met outside, Yuan was stunned to learn that Shu had already become a C-rank spiritual chi professional. She chuckled and revealed that she had deliberately waited for him to visit so she could tell him in person. Yuan realized that his timing couldn't have been better. The highest grade spirit creature a C-rank spiritual chi professional could nurture was gold rank, and the fine steel butterfly he had prepared for her was already being raised toward that level. Zhui then asked him to follow her. Wan wondered where she was taking him and whether she had another surprise waiting. She nodded and explained that something had changed after she advanced to C rank. The problem was that she didn't know what to do with it. Then, she revealed a will rune. Yuan couldn't believe that she had comprehended one at only 15 years old. Xiu admitted that she hadn't told anyone else about the will rune. Its powerful metallic pressure was unmistakable, and Yuan immediately knew that it perfectly suited iron-horned rhino ox. Mother of Bloodbath praised Xiu's astonishing talent. Given enough time, her future would be limitless. Yuan completely agreed. He told Zhu to request a leave of absence because he planned to take her out and broaden her horizons. Yuan politely asked Elder Ning for an independent breeding room and several materials. Elder Ning readily agreed and assured him that Shu Jun would prepare everything. Shui stared in surprise. Whenever Yuan visited the guild, even the vice president personally welcomed him. Yuan told her that it wasn't important. Before they started, however, he needed to criticize her for something. He demanded to know who had taught her to use iron-horned rhino ox like that. It was a defense-type spirit creature, yet she constantly sent it charging into battle. Did it have any defensive value left? Zhu insisted that she had no other choice. Iron-horned rhino ox's defense was simply too powerful. During every practical combat class, her classmates focused all their attacks on it. One day, iron-horned rhino ox finally became tired of being beaten and angrily rammed its opponent. Zui hadn't expected its offensive power to be so terrifying, and everything quickly spiraled out of control. However, those reckless charges had also helped her comprehend the will rune. Yuan was speechless that she had obtained it by blindly charging forward. Yuan revealed that his timing was perfect because he had also prepared a second spirit creature for her. Fine Steel Butterfly was a peak copper-rank metal-type spirit creature of epic quality. Wing Block strengthened its defense, Steel Shield protected a chosen target, and Counterattack Tremor reflected part of the damage it received. Zhui stared at it in amazement. Yuan explained that iron-horned rhino ox's sacrifice trait was certainly valuable, but it could only protect her. If she wanted to join a team, Fine Steel Butterfly could fulfill her responsibilities as a defense-type spiritual chi professional. Zhue summoned iron-horned rhino ox and introduced it to its new partner. Yuan noticed that iron-horned rhino ox had already reached copper rank level 4. Impressed by how well Zhu had raised it, he asked her to summon her will rune again. Just as Yuan expected, the will rune resonated with both spirit creatures. He told Zhu to choose between them, leaving her confused. Yuan explained that both Fine Steel Butterfly and iron-horned rhino ox were compatible with her will rune. However, she only had one rune, so she needed to decide which spirit creature would evolve into a fantasy breed first. Xie was stunned. Evolving into a fantasy breed normally required raising a spirit creature's quality to legendary. Yuan teased her for doubting her own brother. However, he reminded her that this decision would shape her combat path for years, so she needed to consider it carefully. Zhui fell into deep thought. She knew that Fine Steel Butterfly would keep her much safer. However, if she wanted to enter the top 10 of Violet Thorn's 100 Sons and eventually compete for a position among the Radiant 100 Sons, there was only one choice. She chose Iron-Horned Rhino Ox. Yuan asked if she was certain, and Zhui confidently confirmed her decision. Yuan had originally hoped that she would choose Fine Steel Butterfly. It was far more suited to a traditional defensive role and perfectly fulfilled the responsibilities of a defense-type spirit creature. However, he abandoned that idea and respected Zhui's right to choose her own path. Zhui was a defense-type spiritual chi professional, yet she had trained Iron-Horned Rhino Ox to launch reckless power assaults. Yuan wondered where she had learned such behavior. Smarty pointed toward Red Thorn and told him that the answer was obvious. Yuan was a healing-type support with the heart of a damage dealer. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Elder Ning entered with the requested materials and asked if he was interrupting them. Yuan replied that he had arrived at the perfect time because all the preparations were complete. Elder Ning praised how well Shui had raised Iron-Horned Rhino Ox. Its luster and physique were both excellent. Yuan ushered Shui outside because he needed to begin working. Since Elder Ning had already agreed to help, he would take her on a tour of the Creators Guild. Before they left, Yuan suggested that she examine Elder Ning's spiral-toothed curled jaw shark. Zhu asked why she couldn't stay and watch him work. Yuan explained that the process would take several days. Since opportunities to visit the Creators Guild were rare, Yuan encouraged her to broaden her horizons. Learning from Elder Ning would greatly benefit her future. Elder Ning immediately agreed and suggested bringing Xujun along so Shui would have some company. Once they left, Yuan brought out a box filled with crystals. He told Iron-Horned Rhino Ox that everything inside was for it and encouraged it to eat as much as it wanted. Only after becoming full would it have enough strength to improve. Iron-Horned Rhino Ox happily began eating. When evolving a metal-type spirit creature, both the quality of the ores and their exact ratios were extremely important. It was time for Iron-Horned Rhino Ox's second molting. Yuan also wanted to see how much he had improved since becoming a creator. 5 days later, Shui was stunned when she saw Iron-Horned Rhino Ox. Its entire body was now covered in metal armor. Yuan explained that the next step was to merge her will rune with it. Evolving into a fantasy breed would completely reshape Iron-Horned Rhino Ox's body, and the process was unavoidable. No matter what happened, Shui must continue injecting spirit ki without stopping. She firmly replied that she understood. Zhu encouraged Little Iron Block to hold on. Iron-Horned Rhino Ox evolved into Obsidian Iron Wild Bull, a peak copper rank metal-type spirit creature of fantasy breed. Iron-Horn pierced defenses, while Sacrifice shared its master's damage and could transfer vitality to save them. Pain Siphon converted damage into vitality, and Destruction Gaze released accumulated damage as a mental shockwave. After reviewing its new abilities, Yuan realized that Iron-Horned Rhino Ox had evolved far beyond a simple defensive spirit creature. It had become a true battlefield guardian, one that protected its master while growing stronger with every attack it endured. Yuan thought that it no longer resembled a defense-type spirit creature at all. Ironhorn had gained a piercing effect, while Sacrifice could now transfer vitality back to its contractor. Xue excitedly declared that the evolution was perfect. She praised Little Iron Block for becoming so powerful and estimated that it was now 5 times stronger. The bull proudly raised its head. Meanwhile, Yuan thought that the most outrageous improvement was Destruction Gaze, which gave it a genuine mental attack. Yuan questioned how anyone could still call it a purely defensive spirit creature. It had simply become better at surviving reckless charges and somehow gained offensive and healing abilities along the way. Perhaps this bull was the reason Xu had developed such an aggressive fighting style. With Obsidian Iron Wild Bull's Sacrifice combined with Fine Steel Butterfly's defensive abilities, the Iron Bucket Sister Raising Plan, Refined Edition, had officially begun. Yuan looked forward to seeing who could break through Zhu's defenses during her next practical combat class. Shu's eyes lit up as she declared that she would show the third-year students just how powerful the evolved obsidian iron wild bull had become. Yen then handed her some silver stamen gold luster nectar. Drinking it would remove impurities from her body and improve her physique. He admitted that the process would be rather disgusting, but a bath afterward would solve the problem. Zhui was amazed that he possessed something so valuable. Yuan explained that he had received it thanks to a noble person he had met. That reminded him that he hadn't contacted his master in quite some time. However, his master wasn't the only person he had forgotten. Our boy had completely forgot about his assistant. The man in the white suit pointed accusingly at someone. He couldn't believe this man had run off to some uninhabited place to live in seclusion, only to end up squatting in the royal capital. He was even more shocked when he saw the 2-star retainer emblem pinned to the man's front pocket. He complained that this man was seriously going backward in life. He was a member of the Radiant 100 Sons, yet he had become someone else's retainer. The man in the white suit could understand if his master was one of the few 5-star creators, but serving a 2-star creator made no sense. He suggested that the man should simply become his retainer instead. However, the man in the black suit replied that he had already withdrawn from the sequence. A middle-aged man stepped forward and told the man in the black suit, Liu Ji, not to mind by Hao, the man in white. He explained that Hao had always possessed such a dog-like temper. When Ji disappeared without a word after getting injured, Hao searched everywhere for him. Jie replied that it was fine since he understood. Jai admitted that he hadn't become a retainer because of his master's strength. The man asked if it was because his master had a way to cure his insect queen. Hao was stunned when he heard that. He immediately asked if Ji's insect queen had been cured. Ji simply replied that it hadn't. That answer irritated Hao even more, and he responded sarcastically. He remarked that Jie was truly something else, but the man beside him quickly scolded him for saying that. Hao pulled out a bank card and told Jai that he had saved 32 million over the past 2 years, along with another 20 million or so from Wang Fan. He wanted to help Jie and see if they could somehow cure his insect queen. Wang Fan, the man beside him, was shocked that Hao had taken his card without him noticing. Fan encouraged Jai to accept it. Despite Hao's sharp tongue, he had a fragile heart and worried about Jai more than anyone else. Hao immediately denied it. Even so, Hao complained that Jai hadn't treated them like brothers when he disappeared without saying a word. Fan added that none of that mattered as long as Jai was okay. He then asked what Jai planned to do next, and whether he had found any clues about curing the insect queen. Jai answered that he hadn't, but the location there was good. He needed to help the young master watch over the place until he made a decision. Coincidentally, their money could be used to pay a larger deposit. The moment Hao heard that, he demanded his money back. He would rather use it to tip Lady Kuei-yin Luo. He even admitted that he was about to lose his #1 position on the leaderboard because he had gathered that money for Jie. Jie had no idea who Kuei-yin Luo was. Fan explained that she was a female streamer Bai Hao had recently become obsessed with. Hao had even used 100 Sun's request to remove the platform's tipping limit. Ji stared at him with complete disgust. Back to our MC. Yuan watched the insect queen spin its cocoon. He had almost forgotten about Liu Jie. Once the insect queen fully recovered, he planned to visit the royal capital and personally share the good news with him. Contracting the insect queen consumed an enormous amount of mental power, preventing its contractor from forming contracts with any other spirit creatures. Because of that, when the insect queen was damaged, Jai lost every ounce of his combat ability. Repairing the insect queen's damaged foundation required pure spirit ki. Allowing it to rest inside the pure land of bliss was the best way for it to recover, especially when combined with several infusions of pure spirit ki. Now, the insect queen had completely recovered, and its quality had improved as well. The insect queen had evolved into a legendary quality spirit creature from the silkworm moth family and mother bug genus. It possessed both source-type and psychic-type attributes, while its strength had reached platinum rank, 4 out of 10. It could produce several deadly insect species. The bayonet beetle was a small black beetle with 6 blade-sharp legs. The shield armor ladybug possessed thick armor that could withstand both physical and energy attacks. The plasma caterpillar stored massive amounts of plasma inside its body, allowing it to paralyze enemies and unleash powerful electrical damage. Meanwhile, the lightning-gathering moth could rapidly absorb lightning element energy. Once enough of them gathered, they could combine that energy into a devastating lightning cannon. The insect queen had also awakened the exclusive ability, Blast Recovery. By detonating the insects it produced, it could instantly recover a portion of the energy stored within them. Yuan finally understood why Jai was known as the heart of the swarm. A single insect queen was practically an entire army. Although 2 years had been lost, the insect queen had finally reached legendary quality. As long as Lu Ji continued pushing forward, it could eventually evolve into a fantasy breed insect queen. When that happened, those 2 wasted years would mean nothing. Now that the insect queen had recovered, Yuan could finally put the matter to rest. When it came to nurturing low-rank, high-quality spirit creatures, he believed no one else in the Radiant Federation could compare to him. With that settled, he decided to visit the royal capital, meet his teacher, and reunite with Liu Ji. Meanwhile, the Moon Empress finished evolving a lotus. Kang Yue announced that the lotus had successfully advanced from Diamond Rank Epic quality to Diamond Rank Legendary quality. She congratulated the Moon Empress on another success. However, the Moon Empress could only sigh as she wondered what kind of disciple she had taken in. Kang Yue reminded her that Yuan possessed extraordinary talent. With the Mother of Bloodbath by his side, he would naturally remain safe. However, the Moon Empress questioned why she hadn't received a single call or even a message from him after so many days. Kang Yu tried to comfort her, explaining that his silence only proved he hadn't encountered any danger. The Moon Empress remained unconvinced. She briefly wondered if her phone had broken before remembering that she was still using a model from 10 years ago. She then pouted and complained that none of the replies on StarNet were reliable, even though the platform was supposed to be omnipotent. Since those replies only made her worry even more, Kang Yue asked for the phone so she could crush it. Suddenly the phone rang. The Moon Empress reminded herself to remain calm and let it ring 3 times before answering. She finally answered the call and casually asked if Yuan needed something. Yuan apologized for disturbing her and admitted that he needed her help with a certain matter. The Moon Empress immediately perked up and assured him that she would handle anything for him. Yuan explained that it concerned his sister and her current situation. Before he could even finish, the Moon Empress readily agreed and promised to have Kang Yu's handle it. She then asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell his teacher. Yuan thanked her but said there was nothing else. She asked once more if he truly had nothing else to tell his master. Yuan cheerfully replied that he only had a few minor matters and didn't want to trouble his master with them. That answer struck her like a fatal blow. The Moon Empress accidentally dropped her phone, but fortunately Kang Yue caught it. The Moon Empress reminded Yuan that it had been a long time since he last returned to Leaning Moon Mountain to visit his master. Yuan informed her that he was already on his way back to the royal capital. As a result, he decided to postpone his reunion with Ji. Moments later, Yuan eventually arrived at Leaning Moon Mountain, where he first encountered Xuan Yue and greeted him. Xuan Yue had prepared a gift for Yuan and wanted him to judge whether it tasted better than Kang Yu's version. Suddenly, the Moon Empress appeared. The moment Xuan Yu sensed the deadly aura surrounding her, his face turned pale as he quickly asked for her orders. The Moon Empress couldn't believe Xuan Yu had dared to rush over and offer Yuan a gift before she could. She immediately ordered him to visit the Kitchen Sovereign's residence and request a spirit-devouring, fragrant pig. If the Kitchen Sovereign refused to give him one, Xuan Yu was to exchange the silver stamen gold luster nectar for it. Just like that, Yuan never received Xuan Yu's gift since Xuan Yu now needed it to complete the Moon Empress's request. Yuan greeted his master, and she happily welcomed him home. She revealed that she had prepared some silver stamen gold luster nectar for him and had even mixed in a little lotus heart dew. Naturally, she proudly added that her gift was far better than Xuan Yu's. Yuan remarked that such a valuable gift was far too generous. The Moon Empress then observed that Yuan seemed to have gained quite a lot from his trip to the Endless Forest. Yuan confirmed it and explained that he planned to remain in the royal capital for now. He wanted to improve his abilities as a creator while preparing to compete for a place in the Radiant 100 Sun sequence. Pleased with his decision, the Moon Empress pointed out that if he intended to open a shop, he would naturally need an assistant. She immediately offered to gather the spirit attendants and allow him to choose one of them. Just then, the Mother of Bloodbath appeared with a smug smile. she proudly announced that her diligent training had allowed her to successfully comprehend a will rune. The Moon Empress looked at her with interest and asked how it had gone. The Moon Empress instructed Wen Yu that since Yuan had chosen her, she would accompany him as his spirit attendant from that moment onward. Wen Yu respectfully accepted the order and thanked her. Deep down, Yuan had simply decided to choose a familiar face since he needed to pick someone anyway. He noticed that Wen Yu had recovered well. She replied that it was all thanks to him. The Moon Empress handed Yuan the compensation from the sale of the Chung family's assets. She had also added a few extra things. She encouraged him to check everything and tell her if anything was missing so she could replenish it. Yuan was stunned by the sheer amount inside. The Moon Empress admitted that she had wanted to give him even more, but she didn't want to hinder his development. Yuan assured her that he had already received more than enough radiant coins. With that much money, buying dragon beast blood as a snack for Smarty wouldn't be a problem. A moment later, Yuan suggested calling a flying spirit creature so they could head down the mountain. Wen Yu informed him that she owned one, so there was no need to book a ride. She summoned her Sunlight Egret, a silver-rank spirit creature, and invited Yuan to climb aboard. Yuan lay comfortably on its back. He remarked that the Sunlight Egret's feathers were incredibly soft, and that it flew much faster than the divine speed black swallow. Wen Yu felt flattered. She explained that she didn't enjoy fighting, so she only contracted support-type spirit creatures that could assist creators. Yuan understood that everyone followed a different path, and that not everyone was meant to fight. He added that the Sunlight Egret was already a perfect match for her. As a creator, her choice suited her extremely well. Wen Yu sincerely thanked him. She admitted that Jin Qi and many others had initially mocked her for choosing spirit creatures they considered completely useless. Yuan told her to ignore their words. He also asked her to stop calling him Little Highness since the title sounded awkward. After hesitating briefly, Wen Yu addressed him as Young Master Lin Yuan instead. Her behavior made Yuan wonder why she reminded him so much of Ji. Before long, they arrived at the manor. Lin Yuan warmly greeted the owner and introduced Wen Yu as his spirit attendant. He then asked about the manor they had previously discussed. Jie introduced the manor's owner. The man invited them to inspect the property first and suggested discussing the price afterward. Yuan glanced at him and silently thought that his hairstyle and appearance made him resemble a honey badger. The man pushed open the door. The owner explained that the property had once served as a holiday resort. More than 100 years had passed, and almost everything inside had already been removed. Still, he confidently claimed that anyone who recognized its true value wouldn't pass it up, even if it were 10 million radiant coins cheaper. Yan smiled when he saw how spacious the land was. It had more than enough room for Smarty, Redthorn, and his other spirit creatures, making it suitable for his needs. However, Wen Yu immediately raised an objection. She pointed out that whether they used the property for living or business, the entire place would need to be demolished and rebuilt. Ji agreed that the land itself was excellent, but demolishing and rebuilding everything would cost a fortune. The owner argued that they shouldn't let the rundown buildings fool them. The land had been designated for guild construction, and its total area was more than twice the size of a Class A guild site. The land alone justified its price. Wen Yu noticed how desperate he was to sell. His confidence was already beginning to crumble. She calmly listed the property's 3 major flaws. First, it was far too large, leaving very few potential buyers. Second, it was half an hour away from the royal capital by flight. Third, demolishing the old buildings and clearing their foundations would require a massive amount of money. She concluded that those 3 problems were exactly why the property had remained unsold for so long. The owner froze, realizing that she had seen straight through him. Wen Yu firmly demanded a 20% discount. Otherwise, they would walk away. After a long silence, the owner finally relented and offered a final price of 8 million radiant coins, insisting that he couldn't go any lower. However, Wen Yu pointed out that he would also be responsible for demolishing the old buildings. The owner complained that forcing him to demolish the buildings at that price was going too far. He finally lowered the price to 7.5 million radiant coins, declaring that if she reduced it by even 1 more cent, she might as well take his life. Yuan accepted the deal. Ji was amazed that Wen Yu had driven the asking price straight down from 10 million to 7.5 million radiant coins. He wondered if she had once been a professional trader. Deep down, Wen Yu regretted not pretending to be interested. If she had, she probably could have lowered the price by another 100,000 radiant coins. The owner grumbled that if his son weren't advancing in school and their family didn't need to move into a school district house, he never would have agreed. Yuan asked him to bear with the loss. He promised that if the man's son ever needed spirit creatures, he could visit Yuan's shop and receive a 30% discount. They finished sorting out the documents and only needed to register them on StarNet. After purchasing the manor, Yuan remarked that renovating the entire property would be a massive project. Wen Yu volunteered to oversee the renovation. She had already prepared the plans and gathered the necessary information for the manor's new design. Jai couldn't help but notice that Wen Yu truly possessed an all-around talent for managing domestic affairs. Yuan readily agreed and placed everything in her hands. He simply instructed her to deduct all renovation expenses from his account. With that matter settled, Yuan suggested leaving immediately for the Royal Capital's Creators Guild. Jai asked if leaving everything to Wen Yu was truly feasible. Yuan assured him that there was no need to worry. If Wen Yu encountered any problems, she could contact him at any time, at the Royal Capital's Creators Guild. Yuan told Jai that it was finally time to return what truly belonged to him. The insect queen appeared before them. Jai was stunned to discover that not only had his insect queen fully recovered, but it had also advanced to legendary quality. Yuan smiled and remarked that those 2 lost years hadn't been wasted after all. He then told Ji there was no need to thank him. Instead, Ji and the insect queen should be reborn and rise from the ashes. After all, the people of the Radiant Federation were still waiting for the return of Sequence 39, the Heart of the Swarm. Yuan encouraged him to evolve the insect queen into a fantasy breed, knowing that Jai could hardly wait any longer. Jai immediately rushed out. On his way, he admitted that words couldn't express his gratitude. He promised to return as soon as he finished. Now that the matter was settled, it was time for Yuan to check on his 2 spirit creatures. The status screen first displayed red thorn, a carnivorous plant from the vine subfamily and pitcher plant type species. It had reached copper rank epic quality and possessed the wood attribute. Its first ability allowed it to secrete powerful digestive fluids that could rapidly break down food and other materials. Its thorny vines could also vibrate at high speeds, greatly increasing the damage caused by their spikes. Red Thorn's exclusive ability was spore growth. A special cavity could release massive numbers of spores that absorbed nearby biomass or blood before rapidly growing into smaller offspring controlled by the main plant. The second screen displayed the newly hatched bee, which was only at normal rank normal quality. Even so, Yuan was impressed that it already possessed such sharp stingers immediately after hatching. It had even learned how to curry favor with red thorn moments after being born. Yuan decided to upgrade the little spirit creature. The creature evolved into the acid corrosion queen bee of the wasp family and stinger bee genus. It had reached gold rank, 1/10 legendary quality, and possessed both source type and poison type attributes. Its first ability was wing stealth. By rapidly flapping its reflective wings at extremely high frequencies, it could enter a state of partial invisibility. Its bone-piercing stinger possessed incredible hardness and impact force, allowing it to spin and strike at high speed to inflict bone-piercing injuries. Through parasitic bee pupa, the stingers on its forelimbs could inject rapidly hatching parasitic bee pupae into a target's body. With acid-swallowing larvae, the queen bee could use its acid fluids to hatch large numbers of larvae. By consuming those larvae, it could rapidly restore its energy and internal venom reserves. Its exclusive ability was 2-strike, instant kill. Its 2 tail stingers contained 2 different types of highly corrosive venom. If both stingers struck the exact same spot, the 2 venoms would fuse and instantly disintegrate that part of the target's body. Yuan remarked that this creature was a natural-born assassin. Whether it used its parasites or larvae, its abilities were perfectly designed to make any enemy wish they were already dead. He quickly became jealous and complained that he was the one who had upgraded it, yet it wouldn't even spare him a glance. Meanwhile, Ji excitedly called Hao and proudly announced that his insect queen had fully recovered before challenging him to a fight. Hao could only sigh in exasperation, wondering if Ji had lost his mind by calling him in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, we see Yinyan looking troubled. Smarty asked what was wrong since he had already fixed her streaming issues. He promised that her identity would never be exposed. She explained that her streaming room was becoming increasingly popular, and more fans were asking her to host a meet and greet. Smarty casually suggested that she should simply hold one. However, Yinyan pointed out one tiny problem. She was a bird. She couldn't even practice a signature for autographs. Smarty assured her that the situation wasn't hopeless. According to his knowledge, once a spirit creature reached Lord rank and entered the Myth 2 realm, it could transform into a human. Yin Yin immediately perked up. Yuan agreed that it was possible, but it was still far too early. Deep down, he realized this was a complete disaster. Smarty had planned way too far ahead. Before reaching Lord rank, Yin Yin still had to advance through bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond ranks. He explained that if Yin Yin truly wanted to transform into a human, the most important step was to evolve into a fantasy breed as soon as possible. Yin Yin immediately became motivated and urged Yuan to begin. As the evolution started, Yuan wondered whether it would succeed. After all, almost no soundbird had ever evolved into a fantasy breed before. He silently cheered her on. When the evolution ended, Yuan celebrated its success. Yin Yin had evolved into the dawn light starbird of the plume finch family and starlight bird genus. She had reached copper rank, 10 out of 10, possessed both sound type and light type attributes, and achieved Fantasy 1 comprehended quality. Her first ability was Sound Spike, which fired 3 sound-formed spikes at a designated target. Through scattered light, she could release scattered rays from her body that inflicted burning damage and crowd control effects. With Sunlight Ray, she could emit various rays found within sunlight to weaken her target. She had also gained 2 exclusive abilities. Clear Sky allowed her crisp bird call to disperse the clouds and clear the sky. Meanwhile, Radiant Body allowed her to rapidly absorb sunlight and gather massive amounts of solar energy within her body, forming a radiant body. Yuan could feel an overwhelming surge of energy coming from her. Then, Yin Yin suddenly fell. Fortunately, Yuan caught her before she hit the ground. Yuan gazed at Yin Yin with satisfaction. Back then, she couldn't even evolve into a songstress bird. Now, she had been completely reborn. With that settled, Yuan turned his attention toward Yin Yin's next goal, advancing from copper rank to silver rank. Nearly 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan hadn't expected his secluded cultivation to take so long. It made him wonder how Wenyu was doing. When Yuan visited the manor, he wondered if he was even standing on the same plot of land. Wenyu revealed that when Jie had visited earlier, he had worn the exact same astonished expression. Yuan couldn't help but question whether he had spent only 2 months in secluded cultivation, or somehow disappeared for 2 entire years. Wenyu smiled modestly and claimed that she had only put in a little effort. Yuan was left speechless. She had used 3 diamond rank spirit creatures for the demolition and even enlisted the Royal Capital Construction Guild to level the foundations. He stared at the report in disbelief. Wenyu had actually buried 500,000 caddies of high-grade energy ore underground. She explained that burying the ore deeper produced better results before eagerly asking Lin Yuan to evaluate the land. Yuan gave her a thumbs up and declared that the result was fantastic. Wenyu bowed gratefully and thanked him for the praise. Yuan realized that after only 2 months of secluded cultivation, his ordinary manor had been transformed into an immortal's cave dwelling. Just then, Liu Ji arrived. Upon seeing the completed estate, Ji was stunned. He finally realized that the most terrifying people in the world weren't those capable of tearing open dimensional rifts. They were the ones with mountains of cash who could accomplish anything with a wave of their hands. Wenyu explained that although Lord Xuan had provided a little help, she had personally made most of the final decisions. Yen had never told Jai about his identity. Since Jai had completely cut ties with his past, he had no idea about Yuan's relationship with Huiyue Palace. Zhuan Yue remarked that the spirit-devouring fragrant pig truly lived up to its reputation as a delicacy from the kitchen sovereign's lineage. He added that it perfectly showcased how much the Moon Empress's culinary skills had improved. He then invited the Moon Empress to join him for afternoon tea and cleanse her palate. The Moon Empress glared at Zhuan Yu and accused him of stealing her thunder. Her disciple hadn't even finished building his manor, yet Zhuan Yu had already rushed over to deliver a gift. Zhuan Yu hurriedly explained that it had only been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Zhuan Yu could already tell that he was doomed. The Moon Empress would probably punish him by sending him on missions in the Great Desert. After calming down, she asked Zhuan Yu what would make a suitable gift for a disciple. Since Zhuan Yu had never accepted a disciple, he admitted that he had no idea what kind of gift would be appropriate. The Moon Empress replied that even if Zhuan Yu accepted a disciple, that disciple could never compare to Lin Yuan. Zhuan Yu nodded in agreement and acknowledged that the Little Highness was truly exceptional. Deep down, he couldn't help but think that her way of bragging about her disciple was incredibly old-fashioned. Back at the manor, Liu Jie reminded Yuan about his original plan for the spirit creature store. They were supposed to invest heavily during the early stages to maximize their future returns. However, after seeing the enormous amount poured into the manor, he worried that they would never recover their investment and might even go bankrupt. Yuan explained that most of the furniture was old, so it had been economical. Ji stared at him in disbelief. Those jade-transformed furniture pieces were considered old? He began to wonder if Yuan was secretly the heir of some powerful aristocratic family. Yuan asked if the furniture was truly that valuable. Jie explained that those pieces were priceless antiques that couldn't simply be bought with money. At that moment, he realized that the master he had chosen to follow was unimaginably wealthy. Yuan merely laughed it off and told everyone to rest in their new home. Jie remained hesitant, but Wen Yu encouraged him, saying that proper rest was necessary if they wanted to serve the young master well. Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Xiao Bai sent him a message claiming that he had become an internet celebrity. Yuan was stunned. Inside the attached video, someone was dressed exactly like him. More posts from Mulan's Tale, also known as Yin Ying, displayed photos of people wearing the same masked outfit. One post even claimed that the mysterious outfit resembling his had already become a massive trend on StarNet. Black Yuan was completely bewildered and messaged the group to ask why. Loom Liu Pinru explained that it was because of Yuan's outstanding performance during the Millstone Town defense battle, combined with his fans constantly promoting him. Yuan felt deeply uncomfortable knowing that he had somehow gained an entire fan base. It had all started because of the tamer of the Saliva Turtle Dove. Yuan had used his original StarNet account to open the Spirit Creature store. Because of that, Sister Shin and the store's regular customers already knew that he was its owner. He considered using his second StarNet account to compete in the Star Tower under the alias Black. The moment Yuan recognized the opportunity, excitement surged through him. As long as everyone wore the same mask, he could easily disappear into the crowd, like an ordinary tree hidden inside a massive forest. The battle began on the 24th floor of Star Tower. The simulated environment was a barren wasteland in broad daylight, with no special terrain. Yuan's opponent wore an outfit nearly identical to his, making him realize how surprisingly easy it was to encounter people dressed like Black. His opponent immediately protested that their outfits looked nothing alike. He claimed that Black merely wore a similar mask, and that the real Lord Black certainly didn't have such unprofessional fans. Yuan calmly replied that he wasn't a fan. His opponent was Wang Shuai, a defense-type spirit chi professional. He had fought 1,557 matches, earning 790 victories and 767 losses, with his highest record being the 31st floor. Yuan concluded that anyone who maintained a positive win rate while specializing in defense had to possess genuine skill. Shuai proudly recounted how he had nearly died in the Endless Forest. He praised Lord Black, claiming that the man had descended from the sky like a true savior and rescued everyone. Listening to his dramatic praise made Yuan extremely uncomfortable. Smarty commented that this fan of his clearly had a few screws loose. Shuai suddenly turned serious and declared that he wanted to discover who was bold enough to disrespect Lord Black by dressing like him. He checked his opponent's information. The profile revealed that the man's name was Black. His profession was healing-type spirit chi professional, and he possessed a perfect record of 23 victories and 0 losses. His highest floor was the 23rd floor. Shuai froze in shock. He blurted out that the man's name was actually Black, and that he truly was a healing-type spirit chi professional. Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he wondered whether his identity had already been exposed. To his surprise, Shuai simply gave him a thumbs up. He praised Yuan's cosplay, saying that although some details weren't completely accurate, the equipment looked incredibly professional. Yuan realized that he had been overthinking everything. He then assessed Wang Shuai's spirit creatures. The first was a bronze-rank elite-quality coiled horned sheep, while the second was a bronze-rank normal-quality thick-wool sheep. Both were straightforward defense-type spirit creatures. Yuan chose Yinyan for the battle. Shuai suddenly noticed Yinyan's blue feathers and distinctive patterns. Even her name, Yinyan, was a dead giveaway. Yin and Yuan stared at him in confusion. A moment later, Shuai exploded with excitement. He began jumping up and down, celebrating that he was standing before the real Lord Black. Shuai insisted that someone like Lord Black deserved to be featured across Starnet. In his eyes, Lord Black was a true treasure. Yuan couldn't help but wonder what ancient era such a cheesy compliment had crawled out of. Shuai finally composed himself and declared that enough was enough. Even if his opponent was Lord Black, he refused to hold back. His spirit creatures were defeated almost instantly. As a devoted fan, Shuai declared that he had no regrets. His only disappointment was that he couldn't allow his idol to enjoy the battle a little longer. Yuan could only think that this fan was unbelievably loud. At Zhou Jianshin's spirit creature store, a staff member excitedly exclaimed that someone had actually fought Lord Black in the Star Tower and personally experienced one of his attacks. Sister Shin pointed out that the staff member was openly slacking off right in front of his boss. However, he defended himself, claiming that he couldn't help it because Black had recently become the most mysterious and famous star on Starnet. Sister Shin replied that no celebrity could ever compare to the supplier who had caused their spirit creature store's sales to skyrocket. Just then, a delivery containing 100 pots of silver-grade green vines arrived. Sister Shin happily went to receive the shipment. With such a stable supply of goods, the store's future looked brighter than ever. Meanwhile, Yuan reviewed his recent progress. He had already climbed to the 74th floor of Star Tower and maintained a 70-match winning streak. Throughout the first 50 floors, he had encountered only 8 silver-grade spirit creatures. 5 possessed normal quality, while the remaining 3 had reached elite quality. Even those creatures couldn't compare to the green vines he had personally enhanced. For an ordinary 2-star creation master, evolving a bronze-grade spirit creature to flawless quality already demonstrated exceptional skill in formulating spiritual ingredients. Advancing one to epic quality was even more difficult. The lower a spirit creature's rank, the harder it became to improve its quality because the process required enormous amounts of pure spirit ki to optimize its genes. Yuan could only conclude that his ability was practically a cheat. Smarty nodded in understanding and encouraged him to keep improving his production capabilities so he could help even more people. The system soon found Yuan another opponent, signaling the beginning of his next battle. The simulated environment was a gravel beach in broad daylight with no special terrain. His opponent immediately asked if he was another fan of Lord Black. The man summoned his spirit creatures. Yuan noticed that the Steel-Fang Tiger was only silver-grade level 10 and elite quality, so it posed little threat. However, the other creature was a completely different story. The second creature was the gold-forehead electric tiger of the saber cat family and tiger genus. It had reached gold grade, 4 out of 10, possessed the electric type attribute, and achieved flawless quality. Its first ability was Claw Strike, which allowed it to rapidly leap forward and tear through enemies with both claws. Through Arc Coil, it could condense electrical arcs around a specific part of its body for either defense or attack. Thunderfang's Sever formed lightning into massive fangs capable of dealing devastating high-voltage damage to a single target. Electric Roar Magnetic Quake allowed it to gather electrical elements from the surrounding air with a powerful roar before altering its magnetic field and discharging massive arcs in every direction, inflicting electrical shocks and tremor damage. Its exclusive ability was Overload Arc, which forced its condensed electrical arcs into an overloaded state. Once those arcs came into contact with bioelectricity, they would trigger a secondary explosion. Yuan concluded that although the creature's abilities were fairly ordinary, its exclusive ability was exceptional. He warned Yin and Red Thorn to remain alert and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the man stared at Yuan's bird and plant with growing interest. He activated broadcast mode. He excitedly announced to his livestream that another player wearing a black mask had appeared. According to him, this was already the 10th imitator he had encountered within the past 2 months. Even though the announcement had nothing to do with him, Yuan found it strangely irritating. Smarty recalled meeting a similarly enthusiastic streamer around the 60th floor and had assumed that person was simply hysterical. Yuan instructed Yin to use Sound Pierce. His opponent scoffed, claiming that he had already fought more than 10 black imitators over the past 2 months. He confidently declared that he would now demonstrate the strength that had carried him all the way from the 90th floor. That was exactly what Yuan wanted. This battle provided the perfect opportunity to train both Yin and their combat formation. He ordered Red Thorn to spread out the sea of flowers. The opponent sarcastically asked if Yuan was trying to compliment his beauty. Yuan's patience finally ran out. He decided to finish the battle in one breath by unleashing the Gold Grade Level 1, Legendary Quality Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted. Several viewers immediately recognized Redthorn and realized that the masked player was likely the real Black. They frantically urged the streamer to stop acting arrogant, flee while he still could, and order his gold forehead electric tiger to attack before it was too late. The scene then changed into this guy completely confused about what was happening. Only moments earlier, he had taunted Yuan by claiming that the little flower was only fit to become his tiger's toy. Yuan instructed Redthorn to attack relentlessly. Since this was his first time using the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee in battle, he decided to remain cautious and conceal its abilities for now. While his opponent and the spirit creature were distracted, Yuan's Acid Corrosion Queen Bee silently closed in. Its stinger pierced straight through the tiger's eye. The livestream viewers were both impressed and amused, while the streamer remained completely confused. The man immediately ordered the gold forehead electric tiger to unleash Electric Howl Magnetic Tremor. He believed that Yuan's earlier attack had only succeeded because he had been careless. However, he suddenly noticed that a section of the electric arc had disappeared. Yuan had secretly ordered the blue-purple flash butterfly to release silencing scale powder. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee then struck the tiger again. The live stream audience instantly erupted. They excitedly declared that the real Black had appeared, while the streamer could only stare in disbelief. Smarty pointed out that Yuan had already achieved an 80-match winning streak with almost no difficulty. Yuan couldn't completely agree. Fortunately, he had used the blue-purple flash butterfly's silencing scale powder to disrupt the electric arc. Otherwise, relying solely on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's corrosive acid would have made breaking through the tiger's defenses far more difficult. Even so, Yuan realized that his offensive power had already reached its current limit. When he fought using the silver rank green creepers, their overwhelming strength had been enough to defeat gold rank opponents. However, if he wanted to challenge enemies beyond gold rank in the future, victory wouldn't come so easily. The next battle loaded into a new environment, a group of sea reefs at night, with a submarine volcano serving as the special terrain. His opponent summoned a gold rank level 3, perfect quality cloud water snapping turtle. Yuan ordered the blue-purple flash butterfly to release another layer of silencing scale powder. His opponent became confused when the surrounding water elements refused to condense. By the time he realized that the powder floating through the air had attracted the water element energy and completely adhered to it, it was already too late. Yuan ordered Yin to unleash Sunlight Ray. The battle ended in another victory. Yuan reflected that if the other player had possessed a second spirit creature capable of blowing away the silencing scale powder, the battle wouldn't have been so one-sided. With that victory, Black officially achieved an 81-match winning streak. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Gate Club's lounge, someone called for the boss to come and look at something. Tao still couldn't break through A rank. His repeated failure to cross the threshold into King Grade left him increasingly frustrated. He demanded to know why his subordinate had been yelling outside. Fang Duoduo explained that their main team still lacked a healing-type member. Tao accused him of fooling around and suggested that if he had that much free time, he should spend it training. Fang Duoduo explained that Dragon Gate was a Class A club guild, so they didn't need to participate in the preliminary rounds. Furthermore, 3 months remained before the group stage, so he had voluntarily kept an eye out for potential recruits. Tao asked if he actually had someone to recommend. Duoduo replied that he had discovered an exceptionally powerful healing-type spirit chi professional. When Tao asked where he had found the player, Duoduo eagerly prepared his answer. He had discovered the player while browsing StarNet livestreams. Tao asked how many stars the player had earned on the stairway. Duoduo awkwardly admitted that the prospect hadn't reached the stairway yet and was currently only on the 81st floor. Tao immediately snapped and ordered Duoduo to get the hell out and train. In his eyes, someone stuck on the 81st floor would only drag their team down. Duoduo protested that the healing-type spirit chi professional was extremely popular on StarNet and had even achieved an 80-match winning streak. Tao refused to believe him and urged Duoduo to hurry up and train. He also revealed that he had already booked a creator for him. Tomorrow, they would once again upgrade the quality of Duoduo's fourth spirit creature. Duoduo immediately became excited. Tao could only lament that Yuan wasn't on his side. Meanwhile, inside another training room on Starnet, someone whined that he was finished with training. Hao complained that Jai was treating him like a dog. He felt fortunate that they weren't inside the Starry Sky Tower. Otherwise, Jai would have beaten him so badly that his injuries might have lasted for 2 months. Jai reminded him that he needed to train even harder. If he didn't, his next 100 opponents would only become increasingly dangerous. Hao replied that he was in no hurry to climb the rankings. Instead, he asked about Ji's plans to challenge the Radiant 100 Sun sequence again. He guessed that Jai wouldn't settle for sequence 39 this time. Fan admitted that he had originally intended to take things slowly. However, after sparring with Jai, he felt that Jai would become far too complacent. At that moment, Hao suddenly cried out that he was broke and begged Jie and Fan to accept missions with him so they could earn more money. Jai stared at him in disbelief since he had only recently repaid Bai Hao 30 million radiant coins. Fan asked if Hao had already tipped all of it to Lady Kuei Yinluo. Hao proudly declared that only such a massive contribution could make her notice him. From that moment onward, he planned to donate 99.9% of everything he earned from missions to her while surviving on only 2 steamed buns a day. Jai could only remark that people needed to be careful when chasing celebrities. Changing the subject, Fan asked Liu Ji if he was interested in attending an upcoming auction. Ji admitted that after repaying them, he was practically penniless. Hao suggested that since Ji had become someone's retainer, he should simply ask his creator to pay for it. Jai seriously considered the suggestion. He remembered seeing Wen Yu carry a copper-rank epic-quality white jade snow orchid into the kitchen. At the time, he had been confused about why such a precious spirit plant was being used there. Wen Yu explained that young Master Lin used it to keep spiritual ingredients fresh. Back in the present, Ji remarked that Yuan certainly wasn't lacking money. Fan was relieved to hear that. He explained that the auction would be the first private event jointly organized by several king-grade experts. Rumors claimed that the group had already explored multiple dimensional rifts, so the auction would surely contain plenty of valuable treasures. Jai wondered whether they possessed any source-type life forms. Yuan learned about the upcoming auction and gladly agreed to attend, especially since source-type life forms might appear among the items for sale. Jai offered to secure the tickets. When the time came, Yuan and Wen Yu could attend together and treat the event as a celebration of the young master's 100-match winning streak in Star Tower. Yuan thanked Jai for informing him about the auction. He was standing beside the pond and examining the fish. If he hadn't subconsciously checked their information that day, he never would have imagined that those little creatures were actually the fry of the legendary myriad phenomena carp. He remarked that the high-grade energy ores buried underground were incredibly effective. With only a small amount of spiritual guidance, the energy continuously flowed through the spirit key and nourished the surrounding environment. Suddenly, one of the fish began glowing brightly. The status screen identified the creature as the Dragon and Phoenix landscape carp. Its exclusive ability was habitat for living beings. Wherever it lived, plants would never wither, and water would never freeze. Every living creature under its protection would thrive under ideal conditions and remain free from illness. Yuan realized that it had actually evolved. At this rate, the manor's environment would remain pleasant even during winter, making it the perfect resort. When the carp leaped out of the water, Yuan marveled at the breathtaking sight. The scene stirred a faint sensation within him. A moment later, realization struck. It was comprehension. Then, the myriad phenomena rune appeared. Back then, Lily Laura and Yin Yin had evolved into fantasy breeds using 2 will runes. Yuan planned to give the slaughter rune to Redthorn. However, none of his current spirit creatures were compatible with the Yin-Yang rune. As for the all-encompassing rune, it seemed connected to countless morphological transformations, but he still lacked a suitable spirit creature for it. Yuan realized that possessing too many will runes was also a pleasant burden. National news announced that the consecutive victory record in Star Tower had officially been broken. The first report placed the streak at 90 victories, but the number was quickly updated to 100 consecutive wins. The record holder was the mysterious Black from Milestone Town. According to a frame-by-frame analysis, Black's main spirit creature was likely a soul-crushing tooth butterfly, also known as the butterfly-type spirit. However, experts believed it was more likely the blue-purple flash butterfly recorded in ancient literature. The news instantly went viral as people speculated about Black's identity. One witness claimed Black had silently slaughtered monsters and held the front line alone until reinforcements arrived, proving he possessed immense spirit ki. Others believed he was a disguised prodigy from an ancient aristocratic family, supported by powerful treasures. However, another commenter suggested simply asking Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, and the others who had fought beside him. Xiaobai answered a call from Yuan and jokingly reminded him that they weren't supposed to answer messages while training. He added that Black would obviously reject any attempts to contact him. When Xiaobai mentioned an offer from an exclusive reporter, Yuan immediately replied that he wouldn't even consider it. Tao remarked that a healing-type spirit chi professional achieving a 100-match winning streak was quite interesting. For some reason, the mysterious figure felt strangely familiar. Duo immediately replied that this was exactly what he had been trying to tell him. Tao thought there was a chance that Black would encounter Xiao Feng during the Radiant Stairway promotion match. Meanwhile, the livestream began. The host announced that today's special program would feature a Star Tower Radiant Stairway promotion match. One of the contestants had just achieved a 100-match winning streak and would be entering the Radiant Stairway battles for the first time. He was introduced as the powerful yet mysterious guardian from outside Milestone Town, Black. Black silently wondered if the Radiant Stairway promotion match was truly that highly anticipated. Smarty wished Yuan good luck and explained that after winning 2 promotion matches, he would earn a Radiant Stairway achievement. His opponent was then introduced as Chen Hongfeng, the Grind King, who had climbed through the ranks at an astonishing speed over the past 4 months. Hongfeng excitedly announced to the viewers that he had actually encountered Black. Yuan was surprised to learn that Hongfeng had fought nearly 1,000 matches in only 4 months. That meant he averaged around 10 matches every single day. Hongfeng was amazed that Black had achieved a 100-match winning streak, despite apparently never climbing Star Tower before. He confidently declared that Black's winning streak would end right there. Black calmly replied that it wouldn't be so easy and challenged Hongfeng to attack with everything he had. Hongfeng summoned his first spirit creature. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard was a gold rank, 8 out of 10, perfect quality water-type spirit creature. Its claws caused continuous bleeding, while its bite tore away massive chunks of flesh. Its slippery mucus resisted physical damage, and wave-treading ram unleashed a devastating charge. As a last resort, Blood-Burning Strike launched a fatal tongue attack but left it near death. The giant-tailed swamp lizard was also gold rank, 8 out of 10, and perfect quality possessing water and earth attributes. It created corrosive, disease-filled mud and swamps that dragged enemies beneath the surface. It could hide inside the mud, unleash a rain of foul sludge, and escape fatal attacks by sacrificing and regenerating its tail. Yuan immediately realized that this would be a difficult battle, which was exactly what he wanted. He ordered Redthorn to unleash the Sea of Flowers. Hongfeng was already familiar with the move since Black had used it far too frequently. He immediately ordered the giant-tailed swamp lizard to activate Foul Swamp. To his surprise, the swamp couldn't overwhelm the flowers. Redthorn consumed a massive pile of aberrant insect corpses provided by Yuan's master every day. Because of that, it had already developed a strong resistance to corrosion. Since Hongfeng couldn't suppress the Sea of Flowers with terrain, he decided to attack it directly using Rotten Mud Rain Screen. Yuan ordered the blue-purple flash butterfly to release silencing scale powder. Duo wondered what had happened when the giant-tailed swamp lizard suddenly became completely unable to activate its abilities. Tao explained that it was most likely the effect of silencing scale powder. The giant-tailed swamp lizard had temporarily lost its ability to sense both water and earth elements. Even Tao found it eye-opening to witness silencing scale powder being used across such a massive area. Hongfeng noticed Redthorn attempting to drag the giant-tailed swamp lizard into the Sea of Flowers. He quickly ordered his spirit creature to activate Severed Tail Rebirth. The lizard successfully severed its tail and escaped. Hongfeng scoffed, although he admitted that Black was on a completely different level from his previous opponents. Yuan realized that Hongfeng still had a few tricks up his sleeve. However, spreading the silencing scale powder and using Red Thorn's child remet vines to cover the battlefield had drained a massive amount of his spirit ki. Since the remaining smooth-toothed elephant lizard relied heavily on brute force, Yuan considered using the spirit of Mark. Hong Feng ordered the smooth-toothed elephant lizard to unleash wave-treading ram charge. A vine suddenly wrapped around the lizard. Hong Feng declared that stopping the power of wave-treading ram charge was impossible, especially with only a single vine. Yuan knew the vine couldn't stop it, but that was never his real plan. Neither Hong Feng nor his smooth-toothed elephant lizard expected Yuan's bee to strike in the blink of an eye. Yuan finally had him. He calmly declared that the match had already been decided. However, Hong Feng remained confident since his smooth-toothed elephant lizard still had strength left. At that moment, the lizard unleashed blood-burning strike. Yuan panicked internally. After leveling up his spirit creatures, their abilities consumed far more spirit ki than before, and his reserves were nearly empty. Hong Feng calculated that the distance between them was close enough. This time, he was certain that he had finally caught Yuan. The commentators immediately recognized the ability. The smooth-toothed elephant lizard had entered a desperate state and unleashed blood-burning strike. Yuan was caught off guard by its terrifying power. The livestream chat erupted with excitement. However, just as the battle reached its climax, the stream suddenly began lagging. Duo groaned in disappointment. He couldn't believe the feed had frozen at the most critical moment, especially when they were supposed to be VIP viewers. Tao remarked that the sea of flowers created by Black's plant-type spirit creature was impressive, but it might represent the full extent of his strength. If that was truly Black's limit, then he still hadn't reached the standard of a sequence member. Duo complained that his boss's standards were far too high. Tao replied that, although Black still fell short, he was only a hair's breadth away. Duo couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked if Tao had any idea how many geniuses had been locked out of the sequences because of that tiny hair's breadth. Tao explained that the strange plant's exact species remained unknown. However, judging by its overwhelming suppressive abilities, it had to be at least epic quality. Duo's eyes widened in disbelief. Tao continued, explaining that the mutated blue flash butterfly was also likely epic quality, despite being only at dark rank. Furthermore, it had completely countered Xiao Feng's giant-tailed swamp lizard. As for the bee-type insect, although it clearly wasn't high quality, its quality might even surpass epic. Naturally, Duo could hardly believe it. Anything above epic would be legendary. He questioned whether such a high-quality spirit creature truly existed. Tao added that the red bird was likely no weaker than the little insect. Considering how many high-quality spirit creatures Black possessed, Duo wondered if he was some kind of radiant coin warrior. After all, flawlessly nurturing that lineup would cost at least 9 figures just to get started. Duo had always believed that becoming one of the Radiant 100 Sons meant he was exceptionally gifted. Yet compared to Black, he suddenly seemed painfully average. He couldn't help but envy the genius recently recruited by Violet Thorn City, who had already contracted a fantasy breed spirit creature. The mention of Violet Thorn City immediately caught Tao's attention. He recalled that Yuan also came from Violet Thorn City and thought that things there had been going remarkably well lately. Meanwhile, the match continued. The announcer explained that if the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's blood-burning strike hit Black directly, Black would immediately lose. However, if the lizard became unable to continue fighting after using the ability, Hong Feng would be declared the loser instead. Hong Feng desperately hoped the attack would be enough. Blood-burning strike could only be used once, and activating it would leave the smooth-toothed elephant lizard in a near-death state. He could feel his spirit ki rapidly depleting. He admitted that his opponent's battle of high-quality spirit creatures was no joke. Suddenly, the host announced that Yuan was still standing. Hong Feng was stunned that he had somehow endured the attack. Yuan looked up and froze when he saw Yin. She was badly injured. Yuan realized that she had thrown herself directly into the attack's path to protect him. The sight instantly ignited his fury. He ordered Red Thorn to attack. Hong Feng couldn't believe it. Even though they were inside Starnet, the pain was still real, yet Yuan continued forcing himself to fight. However, Yuan's movements caused the wound on his shoulder to bleed even more. Hong Feng encouraged him to treat his injuries and suggested ending the match in a draw. Instead, Yuan ordered Red Thorn to cleanse his wounds. Redthorn gently patted him with one of its vines. Redthorn had also suffered severe injuries. After its final attack, Yuan ordered it to retreat and thanked it for its hard work. Hongfeng wondered if he could at least drag the giant-tailed swamp lizard into the mud before his own spirit creature collapsed. Even if the battle ended in a 1-for-2 trade, he wouldn't consider it a loss. He pointed out that Black's spirit creatures were already exhausted and that Black himself was severely injured. Because of that, he suggested ending the match. Yuan calmly reminded him that he was a healing-type spirit chi professional. Lily then appeared and started the healing process. This guy is just too overpowered. Tao was shocked to confirm that Black truly was a healing-type spirit chi professional. Duoduo admitted that this was also the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Since that was the case, Hongfeng decided to risk everything on his little smooth-toothed elephant lizard. He urged it to hold on just a little longer and unleash blood-burning strike again. Concentrated energy rapidly gathered inside the smooth-toothed elephant lizard's mouth. Just then, Hongfeng noticed a tiny bee flying toward the battlefield. It struck the lizard before it could unleash its attack. Hongfeng realized that the attacker was merely a larva. That seemingly tiny insect was actually a queen bee with reproductive abilities. While attacking the smooth-toothed elephant lizard, the real queen bee had deliberately remained hidden as a backup. If Hongfeng allowed that larva to keep harassing his spirit creature from the sidelines, it would become a serious problem. Suddenly, the acid corrosion queen bee drove its stinger into the smaller insect. Then, it devoured the larva. Yuan ordered the acid corrosion queen bee to help Redthorn take revenge. Hongfeng refused to let that happen, but in the blink of an eye, everything was over. The referee announced that Black had won the advancement match. The live stream erupted in celebration. Countless viewers congratulated Black, praised his incredible performance, and hailed him as the Black God. At that moment, Tao's expression suddenly turned serious. He asked Duoduo if he had also noticed that something felt strange during the duel. Tao concluded that based on that battle alone, Xiaofeng and Black appeared evenly matched. However, considering the massive amount of spirit Qi Black had consumed, Tao believed that his healing-type profession wasn't the main reason for his endurance. At least one of Black's spirit creatures likely possessed an ability that replenished its master's spirit Qi. Duoduo considered that impossible. There was no way Black had contracted so many spirit creatures. Instead, he reasoned that Black's healing spirit creature probably possessed a special healing or recovery ability. Tao instructed him to retrieve the battle footage for a proper review. He also ordered him to investigate Black's background and determine whether he was interested in joining the Dragon Gate Club. Duoduo immediately got to work. Later, Duoduo became increasingly frustrated while searching for information. They couldn't uncover anything about Black, and the man even rejected every private message. Desperate to discover Black's true identity, Duoduo decided to use his 100 Sons privilege. A nearby girl mocked him for wasting his 100 Sons privilege just to invade someone's privacy. She muttered that he was incredibly childish. Duoduo yelled at her to shut up. He argued that someone who had used the same privilege to change her 100 Sons title from gluttony to lonacosa had no right to call him childish. His response instantly infuriated her. The two continued bickering. Tao concluded that neither of them had trained enough and decided to give them even more training later. He then noticed an announcement on his phone about an auction hosted by a king-grade expert in 2 days. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Yinyan assured Yuan that she was fine. She argued that the beam hadn't completely obliterated her, so there was nothing to worry about. Smarty explained that Yuan was suffering from PTSD. It had created an irrational fear that his spirit creatures might leave him forever. Because of that, Yuan desperately tried to prevent anything similar from ever happening again. Yinyan wondered if that meant Yuan would never fully recover. Yuan shook his head. Ever since the battle ended, he had repeatedly replayed everything in his mind. If he had reacted faster, made better decisions, or strengthened his defenses sooner, then they never would have ended up in such a dangerous situation. Because of that, Yuan became even more determined to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Yinyan was deeply touched. Unfortunately, at their current pace of evolution, Lily Laura would still need at least another year to advance to gold rank. Just then, Wen Yu reminded Yuan that it was time to leave. Yuan thanked her for all her hard work. Yuan changed into the clothes she had prepared and remarked that they fit perfectly. Even the fabric felt incredibly comfortable. Pleased with the result, Wen Yu proudly declared that it was exactly what she expected from herself. Yuan suspected that her craftsmanship had already reached the level of at least a 3-star weaver, but she refused to confirm it. Jie suddenly began taking pictures of him. Yuan curiously asked what he was doing. Jai replied that he was researching talent agencies. He firmly believed that if Yuan debuted, he would become famous across the internet within 3 months. Yuan immediately answered that none of that was necessary. Jai even suggested printing Yuan's photo on their business cards, convinced that they would become a massive hit with both men and women under 40. Yuan quickly tried to stop his ideas from becoming even more ridiculous. Eventually, they departed for the treasure pavilion in the royal capital. At the royal capital's treasure pavilion, as they walked through the venue, Jai overheard that a squad had recently explored a sealed dimensional rift. Since the rift had remained untouched for so long, the team returned with an enormous harvest. No wonder 3 source-type items had appeared in a single auction. Before long, loud voices echoed nearby. Someone scolded Xiaochun for eating every dessert on the table. Xiaochun threatened to tell the boss that he had been slacking during training if he tried ordering her around again. Yuan wondered what the commotion was about. Ji explained that they were 2 members of the Dragon Gate Club. As always, they were incredibly lively. Xiaochun pointed out that Duo had failed to contact Black, causing their boss to despise him and send him there to search for a 5th spirit creature. She grabbed his head, prompting Duo to warn her that if she didn't let go, he would post the picture on Starnet. Yuan suddenly realized that their argument involved him. The two continued quarreling. Xiaochun demanded that he delete the photo, or she would reveal to Xiaofeng that his mysterious fangirl was actually Duo's alternate account. However, Duo knew she wouldn't dare. Xiaofeng was already so obsessed with the fangirl that he had started thinking of names for their future offspring. Yuan felt like he had accidentally stumbled upon some outrageous gossip. Yuan decided to leave, but Xiaochun immediately noticed him because of his handsome and elegant appearance. She eagerly introduced herself. Ji appeared and told her to restrain herself. Xiaochun greeted him and admitted that they couldn't believe his insect queen had recovered. She then warned the handsome young man not to run away while she spoke with her acquaintance. Ji remarked that 2 years had passed, yet Xiaochun was still crazy about handsome men. Xiaochun indignantly denied the accusation. Duo noticed that the young man before them wore a 2-star emblem, yet his aura was no weaker than that of a 3-star member. He immediately realized that Yuan was far more extraordinary than he appeared. He introduced himself to Yuan and was stunned to learn that the young man was only 18 years old. Xiaochun immediately butted into their conversation. However, Duo dragged her away before she could cause more trouble. They said goodbye for the time being. At that moment, Wen Yu arrived and informed Yuan and Jie that their VIP seats had been arranged. Someone in the crowd remarked that the auction had attracted several talented young people. The auctioneer thanked everyone for attending and officially announced the beginning of the auction. Yuan remarked that their VIP seats offered an excellent view. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed inside his mind. Yuan was thrilled to discover that Mobius had finally awakened. Our boy Mobius is back. Finally. And he explained that compressing Yuan's mental power had caused it to seal a portion of its own attributes. The last time it awakened, a defect had remained. However, after awakening this time, the self-seal had been completely removed. Mobius was a copper rank, 10 out of 10, legendary quality spirit creature of unknown species with both spatial type and mystic type attributes. Its first ability was True Data, which digitized complex information that couldn't be distinguished by the naked eye. That information could reveal truths hidden beneath the surface. Calm Mind was a passive ability that grew stronger alongside Mobius. It stabilized the mind and provided a chance to resist negative status effects. Spirit Chi Condensation gathered spirit ki from the surrounding air and the lock spirit space before compressing it into spirit ki crystals. Those crystals could strengthen spirit creatures and source-type life forms. Mobius also possessed several exclusive abilities. Lock Spirit allowed its space to nourish spirit creatures. Mobius's level would increase alongside the spirit creatures it nourished, and it could obtain their initial abilities. However, Mobius would no longer gain new abilities by leveling up. Every time it advanced by 1 major rank, it could nourish 1 additional spirit creature, while its leveling method remained unchanged. Pure Land of Bliss allowed the soil inside the lock spirit space to completely heal spirit creatures in a near-death state. The recovery time depended on Mobius's level and the rank of the injured spirit creature. Among all these abilities, spirit chi condensation immediately caught Yuan's attention. Mobius explained that the ability gathered the thin spirit chi in the surrounding air and combined it with the spirit chi inside the lock spirit space to form a spirit chi crystal. Yuan immediately asked how powerful its effects were. Mobius replied that a single crystal could increase Lily Laura's level by roughly 1 minor rank. Yuan couldn't help but remark that its awakening had come at the perfect time. Meanwhile, inside an eerie manor, a man dressed in a crow-like outfit cursed Chung Wu. The sealed dimensional rift under Chung Wu's supervision had begun opening toward the Radiant Federation, placing the items they had stored inside for their plan at risk. As he continued ranting, he suddenly noticed a yellow flower growing along his path. The singer crow immediately bowed and paid his respects to the Lord Seventh Page of War. Back to our MC. Yuan had originally believed that his progress would be restricted by his current bottleneck. However, after entering the 100 Sun selection, he realized that he might be able to challenge the top 100 before the season ended. According to the 100 Sun selection rules, only members ranked between 90th and 100th could be challenged. As long as Yuan obtained another gold rank fantasy breed spirit creature, he would have a genuine chance of winning. He asked Mobius how long it would take to condense a single spirit chi crystal. Mobius explained that as long as the lock spirit space had enough energy ore, it could condense one crystal every 7 days. After doing the math, Yuan realized that 70 days would produce 10 spirit chi crystals, enough for Yin to advance to gold rank. With that, he would be fully qualified to participate in the next 100 Sun selection. He could even team up with others for several matches and gain practical combat experience. Mobius remarked that Yuan had truly chosen a path filled with hard work. Ji gently woke him. Yuan looked around in confusion and wondered if he had missed anything. At that moment, the auctioneer announced that a sample of battle blood from a dragon beast had just sold for 400,000 radiant coins. The next item was another platinum rank treasure. Dragon beast blood was undeniably rare. Although obtaining it wasn't impossible, blood from a platinum rank dragon beast was especially valuable. The auctioneer introduced the next item as a platinum rank level 10, epic quality mystic concealed mamba snake. He explained that any A-rank spirit chi professional could form a contract with it. The mystic concealed mamba was a platinum rank 10 out of 10, epic quality poison type spirit creature. It could transform into mist to evade physical attacks but took double energy damage. Its hidden fangs injected paralyzing venom, while its misty body strangled and poisoned targets. It could also release hallucinogenic poison mist, unleash all its venom in one devastating strike, and double the toxicity of every poison it produced. Duo considered purchasing the spirit creature since their boss was probably only one step away from reaching A rank. Xiaochun admitted that even a king grade squad would consider the mystic concealed mamba snake a worthwhile investment. Unfortunately, it didn't match their boss's combat style, so she warned Duo not to create unnecessary trouble. Yuan recognized how powerful the combination of mystification and deadly constriction could be. When paired with its paralyzing poison fangs, the mystic concealed mamba snake could instantly kill spirit creatures above its own rank. Jai asked Yuan what he thought about the snake. Yuan replied that without an armor-piercing ability, its poison fangs would become useless against platinum-rank defenses. The snake's greatest weakness was its inability to break through an opponent's defenses. The bids quickly climbed from 1 million to 1.5 million, then 1.7 million, before jumping to 3 million radiant coins. The fierce competition continued until the auctioneer finally sold it for 9 million radiant coins. Yuan wondered if there were truly that many wealthy young masters. Jai confirmed it, pointing out that they were in the royal capital. Furthermore, this was an auction hosted by a king grade squad, so nearly every major faction in the Radiant Federation had sent representatives. Wen Yu remarked that the snake itself wasn't truly worth 9 million radiant coins. It was only practical inside StarNet and wouldn't perform nearly as well in real combat. Jai added that everyone was currently searching for ways to rapidly increase their strength before the upcoming 100 Sun selection. Because of that, paying a small premium was normal. Yuan silently considered Wen Yu's analysis. As expected of an attendant from Huiwei Palace, she had made an excellent point. Although mystification allowed the snake to evade physical attacks, it also doubled the energy damage it received. Inside StarNet, spirit creatures could fight without fearing death, making it easy to trade their lives and venom for victory. In the real world, however, a single mistake could permanently cripple the snake, or kill it. The auctioneer announced that the next item would be the fourth-to-last lot of the private auction. Ji was surprised to learn that it was only a copper-rank spirit creature. Yuan pointed out that its quality had to be exceptionally high. The item turned out to be a whale-type aquatic spirit creature. Yuan immediately thought it would be perfectly suited for Brother Long Tao. Elsewhere, a cloak subordinate knelt before the mysterious seventh page of war. He reported that they had finished gathering the source-type items capable of expanding the dimensional rifts within every unopened dimensional rift in the Radiant Federation. The seventh page of war calmly demanded to know why the Radiant Federation wasn't currently suffering another turbulent wave of dimensional rift openings. He questioned whether his subordinate had become incompetent or had shown unnecessary mercy. The subordinate immediately denied both accusations. He explained that Chung Wu, who had overseen the dimensional rifts targeted by their organization, had already been captured. As a result, the royal court had reclaimed every one of those rifts. The remaining rifts in the fringe regions were too small to threaten the Radiant Federation. The seventh page of war was surprised. He asked if Chung Wu had betrayed the tower cannon and demanded to know who had arrested him. The subordinate reported that one of the seventh page's own men had killed Chung Wu shortly after his arrest. He then revealed that the person responsible for capturing Chung Wu was none other than the Moon Empress. The seventh page of war found that difficult to believe. Nearly 10 years had passed since the Moon Empress last took action. He had assumed her strength had declined over time, but that assumption now appeared completely wrong. The subordinate assured him that he would continue carrying out their plan. The seventh page of war then questioned whether Chung Wu could have leaked any information before his death. Regardless, they needed to slow down the Radiant Federation's movements. The subordinate asked what they should do about the operation involving the sea. The seventh page of war ordered him to proceed exactly as planned. He warned that if an operation personally directed by the subordinate still ended in failure, it would only prove his incompetence. He reminded the subordinate that he had remained hidden in the Myth 2 realm for far too long. It was finally time to retrieve their phoenix-perching parasol tree. The subordinate immediately promised to obey. The seventh page of war added that, if the operation succeeded, then as one of the 8 underworlds and master of the Tower of War, he would grant the subordinate a position among the 12 readers of the Tower of War. However, if the operation failed, the subordinate already knew what fate awaited him. The seventh page of war was pleased that he understood. Back at the auction, the bidding for the wave halberd killer whale rapidly climbed to 9 million radiant coins. Duoduo raised the price to 10 million. Xiaochen couldn't help but complain that increasing the bid by an entire million radiant coins would only drag out the auction. She then addressed the Shadow Bat King. Xiaochen mentioned hearing that one of his squad members had been gravely injured inside a dimensional rift and remained trapped in a coma. She asked if the rumor was true. Duoduo revealed that he possessed several portions of Diamond Rank Soul Awakening Nether Blue. He asked the Shadow Bat King if they could directly exchange them for the Wave Halberd Killer Whale. The Shadow Bat King immediately became interested. The Shadow Bat King informed the auctioneer that he had accepted the exchange. The auctioneer then announced that the Wave Halberd Killer Whale had been sold to Duoduo. Xiaochen traded the valuable Diamond Rank Soul Awakening Nether Blue for the Copper Rank, 1/10, Perfect Quality Wave Halberd Killer Whale. It could slice through enemies with halberd crash, unleash sound waves that caused physical and mental damage, and absorb energy from willing water-type lifeforms through surging tide elegy. Yuan could tell that they had attended the auction specifically to obtain a spirit creature for Long Tao. If Tao could combine the power of several water-type spirit creatures, the Wave Halberd Killer Whale would undoubtedly become his primary combat partner. Duoduo wondered why they had made such a high-profile offer. He recalled that Tao had instructed them to bid normally and only trade the Soul Awakening Nether Blue if they failed to win. Xiaochen argued that they were merely avoiding unnecessary complications. Dragging out the bidding would only delay settling the matter of Long Tao's 5th spirit creature. The Shadow Bat King announced that the next item would be the third-to-last lot and the first source-type item of the evening. The audience immediately became confused. Many wondered whether the strange object was merely a button, while others questioned whether it was even a spirit creature. Due to their current limitations, no one fully understood the source-type item's true abilities. The only confirmed information was that it had been recovered from a Class 3-dimensional rift. During the retrieval mission, a member of a King-grade squad had suffered severe mental trauma and remained in a coma to that day. The revelation stunned the entire audience. If even a King-grade expert had fallen into a coma, the risks connected to the item were clearly terrifying. Yuan, however, only became more intrigued. The Shadow Bat King further explained that the remaining 2 source-type items belonged to the same category. They had intentionally displayed all 3 together before auctioning them individually. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath asked Yuan to purchase the source-type item inside the 3rd display box on her behalf. In return, she promised to owe him a favor. The Mother of Bloodbath chuckled to herself, convinced that as long as she consumed enough blood-type energy, she would eventually break through the myth realm. While everyone else wanted to purchase the source-type life form and form a contract with it, she only wanted to eat it. In her eyes, becoming stronger was the only thing that mattered. Meanwhile, the auctioneer explained that the exact abilities of the first source-type item remained unknown. They could only confirm that it belonged to the elemental type. Forming a contract with it required the sacrifice of 2 will runes. No one was willing to gamble 2 precious will runes on a source-type item with completely unknown abilities. Many lamented that they hadn't even contracted their first fantasy breed spirit creature yet. The auctioneer then introduced the second source-type item, the egg of a hurricane night moth. Ji knew that it was an incredibly rare spirit creature capable of creating tornadoes with its wings to restrain enemies. Its wind blades could even ignore heavy armor. Information about the hurricane night moth was already available on StarNet. Its contract conditions were straightforward, requiring the contractor to first form a contract with a breeze hibiscus. The crowd became excited and remarked that it was an exceptionally rare control-type, source-type life form. Jai silently calculated his finances and realized that he only had around 10 million radiant coins remaining. The auctioneer then moved on to the 3rd source-type item. He admitted that it hadn't been appraised yet. No one knew what would emerge after a contract was formed because the creature inside the egg still needed to hatch naturally. Someone asked how much mental power the contract required and how long the egg would take to hatch. The auctioneer explained that the mental power requirement was equivalent to contracting 3 platinum-rank spirit creatures. Fortunately, there was a simpler alternative. The owner could feed the egg their own blood every day for approximately 10 years until it hatched. Xiaochen couldn't resist joking that the owner would probably die before the egg ever hatched. The Mother of Bloodbath hurriedly urged Yuan to bid since no one else seemed interested. Yuan promised that he would purchase it and hand it over to her afterward. Using his ability, Yuan discovered that the creature was called the River Styx Blood Mosquito. If allowed to hatch normally, it would require at least 15 years of continuous blood feeding. However, the Mother of Bloodbath could simply break open the eggshell herself. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced that since most attendees were interested in the Hurricane Night Moth, it would be auctioned first. Jai opened the bidding at 10 million radiant coins. The price quickly climbed to 20 million, then 25 million, before finally reaching 30 million radiant coins. Just as the auctioneer prepared to bring down the hammer, someone suddenly told him to wait. Gao Feng, a direct descendant of the Gao family, the wealthiest family in Land City, offered a copper-rank epic-quality gold-devouring mole and an additional 10 million radiant coins in exchange for the Hurricane Night Moth. The Shadow Bat King examined the small mole and confirmed that it truly possessed copper-rank epic quality. Furthermore, gold-devouring moles were extremely difficult to breed. Many spectators immediately realized that they had no chance of competing for the Hurricane Night Moth. Feng declared that although source-type life forms were rare, winning an auction still depended on having sufficient resources. If the others lacked the necessary wealth, they shouldn't waste everyone's time. Jie struggled to contain his anger. However, Yuan noticed it. This was supposed to be an ordinary bidding war, yet Feng had deliberately chosen to trample over everyone else. Yuan announced that he also had a copper-rank epic-quality spirit creature to offer. Feng was stunned, while the Shadow Bat King immediately became curious. However, Yuan suddenly hesitated. He couldn't exactly announce that he was capable of breeding any type of copper-rank epic-quality spirit creature. Feng noticed Yuan's sudden silence and mistakenly assumed that he had been bluffing. He questioned why Yuan had interrupted the bidding and mocked him for making an offer on a whim. If Yuan truly possessed such a spirit creature, Feng challenged him to show it. The surrounding spectators began whispering among themselves. Some wondered why Yuan hadn't summoned the creature, while others suspected that he was merely trying to drive up the price. Feng warned Yuan that this wasn't a place to show off. If he couldn't produce the spirit creature, he should step aside instead of wasting everyone's time. Wen Yu warned Feng to watch his words and show proper respect to her young master. Feng was immediately intimidated by her. Wan calmly explained that copper-rank epic-quality spirit creature he offered didn't need to be predetermined. In other words, the Shadow Bat King could personally choose what kind he wanted. The Shadow Bat King asked if Yuan was telling the truth. Feng laughed awkwardly and explained that copper-rank epic-quality spirit creatures were already 1 in 10,000. Successfully breeding even one required incredible luck, so he questioned what gave Yuan the confidence to let someone choose any type they wanted. He even suggested that the senior Shadow Bat King must think the young man was a fool. Yuan replied that just because Feng couldn't do it didn't mean others couldn't either. He then assured the Shadow Bat King that he had no intention of deceiving him. Several spectators remarked that Yuan's rebuttal had been incredibly ruthless. Others felt that the arrogant young master had brought the humiliation upon himself. Meanwhile, Xiaochun was completely captivated. In her eyes, the handsome young man looked even more impressive while delivering such domineering words. Duoduo quietly reminded her that if she wanted to slap something out of excitement, she should slap her own thigh. Feng argued that words alone proved nothing. Even if Yuan truly possessed such an ability, breeding the requested spirit creature might take 1 or 2 years. Surely no one expected the senior to wait indefinitely. The Shadow Bat King lightly coughed and admitted that Feng's argument held some truth. He then turned toward Yuan and asked how long it'd take to produce a specified copper-rank epic-quality spirit creature. Yuan replied that once the request was made, the spirit creature would be delivered into the senior's hands by the following day. Everyone was stunned. They began wondering who this mysterious young man truly was. Feng refused to believe him. He accused Lin Yuan of treating everyone like fools and urged the Shadow Bat King to request the rarest and most difficult type to breed. The Shadow Bat King then requested a Power Assault type winged insect spirit creature. That category was already exceptionally rare, let alone one possessing copper-rank epic quality. Even a source type item would barely be enough to exchange for such a creature. The Shadow Bat King pointed out that an agreement like this would naturally require collateral. Yuan replied that there's no need because he'd already brought a copper-rank epic-quality flame-veined dragonfly. In his opinion, it was more than enough to exchange for the Hurricane Night Moth. The crowd was stunned to discover that he truly possessed one. Feng quickly tried to salvage the situation. He urged the senior to reconsider the value of his gold-devouring mole, and even offered to add another 15 million radiant coins. The Shadow Bat King approached Yuan and declared that he was willing to exchange all 3 source-type items for the flame-veined dragonfly. The deal was settled. Xiaochun immediately pointed out that if the flame-veined dragonfly had already awakened its ancient bloodline, then exchanging all 3 source-type items for it would still be a bargain. She began considering whether they could convince Yuan to upgrade their boss's spirit creature as well. Even after all that, Feng still refused to give up. Alright, that's it for today's story. If you want the weekly chapter updates for this series, those will now be uploaded on my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So if you don't want to miss what happens next, make sure to check it out and join the update gang. Thanks for watching, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.